Before I begin this 8 or so hour extravaganza, all of the guides are finally in my own voice, so no more of that robot text-to-speech voice. Also, all of my older guides have been updated significantly, so be sure to check out the new ones. This video has also been split into chapters so you can easily skip to your heroes. They're also on the screen and in the description in case the feature doesn't work. Since I've poured in well over 500 hours into this video, it would mean the absolute world if you could share this video around. But without further ado, here's the complete Overwatch hero guide. Starting off with the main tanks. Reinhardt's primary fire, the Roadie Rocket, is a massive rocket hammer that deals 85 damage in a 5 meter radius that can also cleave multiple enemies at once. Firstly, most of the time, you want to be swinging by default since you might randomly hit someone out of nowhere, but don't do this against snipers. You can also extend the range of Reinhardt's swing by turning your camera in the same direction that Reinhardt swings. For example, if Reinhardt swings his hammer from right to left, you want to turn your camera from right to left in order to extend the range. Lastly, Reinhardt's hammer has a bit of knockback effect which will be helpful in lining up enemies hit by a shatter in order to land a 5-strike cleaving multiple enemies at once. Reinhardt's first ability, the Barrier Boy, is a 1600 HP barrier that decreases your movement speed by 30% and regenerates at 200 shield per second after 2 seconds of not using the shield. Here's 7 vital tips to maximize shield management. Firstly, learn out the shield hop. This is done by jumping forward when you shield, which is useful to preserve shield resource. Secondly, make sure you don't waste shield before a teamfight begins, especially if the opposing Reinhardt has shatter.
Look how low your shield's getting. Your shield's low. So your shield's 1100, you go for another fire strike, and you've been above 400 health the entire time. So now, in this fight, do they have shatter? Yes, they have hammer. And before the fight even began, you put your shield to 1100 HP.
Two's frozen.
They've got hammer!
The third, more advanced tip is to weave in your shield throughout the brawl to block and avoid enemy CC stuns. It's a clip from your Overwatch commentating over how Mano from the NYXL manages to do this.
We see this again, even when the enemy is completely isolated. There's a lot going on here. He sneaks in the hammer swing, but blocks the nade, because it's more important to block that than to boneheadedly continue to swing. And look at this from Repel's point of view. Blocks nade, dodges sleep. Repel has nothing to do because the Rein mechanics were too strong.
Fourth tip is to be able to read the state of each team fight in real time to be able to know when to go aggressive and when to play more passive. Again, your Overwatch does decent commentary showing the resource exchange between his own team and the enemy team.
Here on this Volskaya clip, my shield's low, they're zoning me out, I'm antied, I have to regen my shield, but my Lúcio gives me sound barrier, so I go aggressive, try to isolate the D.Va with the shatter. I'm not gonna get the kill and I'm getting low, so I peel back to shield the bomb to secure us there. I get nanoed, so I try to go aggressive again, and you can see this ebb and flow, right? I wanna isolate the healer, try to get a kill on the Lúcio, the D.Va peels, recognizing I'm in a 2v1, it's time to shield before I die, and it's this moment to moment, testing your limits and then backing off when you realize it's too much for you to handle. That's all the difference.
If you're struggling to do this, make sure to always watch the kill feed and either track enemy ultimates or enemy cooldowns to know when you can play aggressively. The fifth tip is to utilize the angle of your shield as Jayne further explains in this clip.
You don't have to go in first like this. One of the things that you can do is if you're trying to shield from here, but you want to protect an ally while they're going into that room, use the angle of your shield to guide them into it.
The sixth tip, which builds off the last tip, is that you can block Transcendence and Sound Barrier by angling your shield between the enemy team. The seventh tip is that you can block infinite burst damage such as D.Va Bomb even if your shield is extremely low. This is simply done by shielding as soon as the burst damage occurs. More situational cases would be hard shielding whenever your Roadhog, Moira or McCree use their ultimates, to put your shield down when you think Sombra is about to EMP, and to attempt to win the mind games against McCree's flashbang. You can flick your shield upwards to block his stun, however he may flash you towards your center of mass when you are doing this. One thing to note is that there's a slight third person delay when bringing up your shield. You can see this on screen while I go into the third person animation, but the shield isn't there. Ping will make this effect worse. Reinhardt's second ability, Hellboy, is a flaming projectile that Reinhardt tosses in a straight line, piercing enemies dealing 100 damage. As this ability has a slow movement speed, you'll most likely be using this to gain ult charge and not to perform any skill shots. Here's some basic Reinhardt tech for Fire Strike. Firstly, abuse the 0.48 seconds of cast time in cover, then peek your head out to land your Fire Strike. Secondly, swing your hammer, then perform an animation cancel by using your Fire Strike immediately afterwards, dealing more damage in a shorter period of time. Lastly, you can perform a back Fire Strike by Fire Striking in the opposite direction that your shield is facing. There are also a few mind games as Jayne states in this clip.
If I just see a Rein who is not fire striking at all, it's completely fucking obvious that they have hammer. So if the Zarya likes to use the projected bubble to farm energy, what you can do is actually fire strike above the Reinhardt's head to bait a bubble without giving the Zarya energy and without feeding the support's ultimate charge. There, big brain.
Reinhardt's third ability, Kamikaze, makes Reinhardt charge in a straight line for 50 meters, in which he can carry an enemy into a wall. If he pins an enemy into a wall, he deals 300 damage, whereas if he bumps someone during his pin, it will deal 50 damage. The pin is quite straightforward in terms of usage. If a Reinhardt pins towards you, use your pin to knock each other into the ground. The same applies with Big Bash and Doom Punch. Onto the broader use of pin, here's SVB explaining the two factors of the distance and angle of your pin.
So this is the charge that I made. Like I said, a short distance, and considering that my team were very close, I had the payload for cover, and the enemy team was kind of far away, it's a pretty safe charge. The enemy Rein, however, makes a charge like this. Immediately, you can see the difference in length. So they've broken the first rule about the distance of your charge. However, the other problem is that the enemy Rein hasn't considered the angle of the charge either, and now finds themselves completely exposed to lots of source of damage from lots of angles.
Note that you cannot perform a back pin, whereas you can perform a back fire strike or a back shatter, and you can extend the distance of your pin by jumping at the very end of the animation, as you can clearly see with the comparison on the screen. Reinhardt's passive, Rock, reduces all CC knockback effects by 30%. Not too much to this passive other than acknowledging that you can play more aggressively on the edges of maps. Reinhardt's ultimate, Earthquake, makes Reinhardt slam his hammer into the ground, taking half a second to cast, travels up to 20 meters, and deals 50 damage. The general rule to follow up enemies in a shatter is to swing, then crouch, then fire strike, killing any squishy hero. You want to crouch before fire strike so that the hitbox manages to hit enemies on the ground, and you also want to abuse the slight knockback from your hammer to align enemies in a straight line for fire strike. You can also pin a tank at the very end of shatter to build 20% ult charge for your next shatter. Next up, some tech to note. Firstly, shatter can travel underneath the payload. Secondly, shatter has a small vertical height of 2 meters, meaning that you can shatter enemies on top of the payload. Thirdly, due to the cast time, you can be stunned or hacked during this animation, hence make sure you can track cooldowns such as flashbang or hack. Fourthly, cooldown track both bubbles from Zarya to avoid accidentally shattering into a bubble. For the fifth tip, you can do a back shatter as mentioned prior, which is mainly used to catch the enemy Reinhardt off guard. Lastly, only jump before shatter to shatter past the shield, otherwise do not jump, as this will provide a bigger window for the enemy Reinhardt to block shatter. Now, before talking about how to consistently land shatters, here's a clip from Grandmaster main tank streamer Octotroph talking about how to use shatter after the nerf in which the stun duration was decreased.
The best way to get value of Reinhardt now is to literally hold Reinhardt. Not using Reinhardt ult is so much better than using Reinhardt ult. So if you hold Reinhardt ult, the enemy Rein has to play the game differently to then when you don't have Reinhardt ult, because he knows he can't be punished for any mistakes. Or if you're talking about how to actually use Reinhardt ult now, just solo shatter someone. Solo shatter an off tank.
Talking about how to land these depend on your playstyle and how fast you manage to charge shatter, as if you charge it quickly, the enemy team may not expect the shatter coming in quickly. Alternatively, you could be the sneaky Reinhardt and hide in a corner of the map, telling your team to fall back, to then land a shatter on an unaware Reinhardt. A consistent way to land shatter is using it when the opposing Reinhardt uses fire strike. Reinhardt's fire strike animation can't be cancelled, hence you can abuse this. However, in the higher ranks, Reinhardts typically won't fire strike when they think you have shatter, hence alternatively, apply pressure via landing swing after swing. By applying high pressure, the Reinhardt will be more prone to buckle and will either use pin or shatter, in which time you can block and land your own shatter, as he shouldn't be expecting it straight after. Nano boost and grav can also be counterintuitive in the sense that most Reinhardts will attempt to shatter against a nano boosted Reinhardt or whilst they are in grav in order to deny follow up, so make sure you keep a mental note of this in order to block the opposing shatter, whether it be hard shielding or fake swinging in front of the opposing Reinhardt to bait shatter. Up against double shield comps, you want to be finding small gaps within the enemy's shielding to land your shatter. This is typically a high risk, high reward play, hence sometimes you'll land shatter straight into shields. However, by the process of putting your reaction times under stress, you'll become better at exploiting these gaps. As a starter tip, you'll often see little to no shielding as the enemy team plays passive around a corner to gain shield resource back. Hence you can jump around a corner and shatter multiple players, which is what I did in this clip. Despite this being a blind shatter, it will work more times than not in the higher ranks, as better players will save shield resource when approaching around a corner. Aside from the nano boost and grav tip, other ways to block shatter is to bully the opposing Reinhardt with hammer swings, then pull up your shield as soon as you see the animation of Reinhardt pulling his hammer past his shoulder. You can also do quick 180-degree turns by feinting in the other direction, then quickly whipping around as you hear the voice line go off. The last tip is to shield hop backwards to prevent the enemy Reinhardt jump shattering past your shield.
Quick addition. Here's Spilo explaining how to land shatters most consistently in a ranked setting.
Don't fight clean. No honor. A lot of these whole mind games with Reinhardt and Shatter, they do matter in pro play, but a lot of the times, the Reinhardt that has the better shatters is the one that just fights dirty. You use your team. You use your flashbang, you use your speed boost, you're gonna try and flank shatter. Another big one is just wait for one of their Zarya to off-angle with personal bubble and shatter her if she doesn't have personal bubble. Shatter the Genji on your backline. It just doesn't matter. Like the goal with shatter, especially right now, is you're not going to kill 6 with shatter. Shatter is kind of a weaker ultimate now, and even before, you just get a kill, right? Get a kill. Right now, just find a target and kill a target. So you're sitting out there, you're like, I'm gonna turn this corner and shatter this Reinhardt. Don't shatter the Reinhardt, shatter anybody else. And if you're gonna shatter the Reinhardt, ask for flashbang, ask for sleep dart, wait for you to get grabbed and then counter grab with shatter, right? That's obviously inconsistent, but like you kind of want to be a little bit more strategically minded with your Reinhardt. Like you should unironically go into a game and be like, all right, I'm gonna try flank shatters this game, or I'm gonna try a flank shatter this game, or I'm gonna try and set up a flashbang shatter. Or what you can do as well is if he doesn't have shatter, you can say, Zarya, just bubble me. I'm going in hard. I'm literally gonna go past that Reinhardt and shatter his backline. Ballsy, yes, but it can work. I want to emphasize the importance of don't always try and be like this guy that spends hours and hours doing the Reinhardt drills and big braining, and just don't worry about it. Like I think really the two main tricks of the Reinhardt is fire strike animation shattering that everybody knows about but people forget about, and then tempo shatters. Like in other words, surprise shatters. Basically like when they're pushing the corner, you just immediately pop out and shatter. Like nobody expects that to happen. Like you'll notice a lot of the big shatters in like Overwatch League are like, whoa, I was not expecting a shatter there. And then you kind of sit there and you analyze and you go, okay, why weren't they expecting a shatter there? Just fight dirty. Fight dirty.
Now onto the macro fundamentals. A vital fundamental is to clear high grounds to enable your off-tank and DPS to use, and to disable it away from the enemy team, as Spilo explains here.
Where is the enemy team really scary? Right here. This is scary. This is really scary. Because the second that you press W down main, what's going to happen? Where's your shield for Junkrat spam? Who's going to stop Doomfist from just going in and smashing your support's faces in? You're done. You're done. You're going to W key, and you're going to be like, why am I not getting any healing? Well, it's either because your backline is dead, or they had heal station, flashbang, on a nade, nobody's shooting the enemy Reinhardt, they're all shooting you, bingo. So the question here is, what can you as Reinhardt do? Now this is why Reinhardt's a tricky hero to play. He's really, really fundamentally basic, but he's hard to master because you look at the situation here and you're like, okay, well, I have to find out a way to deal with that. In my opinion, I think you need to clear stairs. Now, obviously clearing stairs into a Junkrat is going to feel pretty clunky. You might get punched, it's going to feel rough. But I'm less scared because if you go stairs, the enemy Sigma, enemy Ana, enemy Mercy, enemy Rein, they can't really pincer you. Once you clear high ground, chat, what can Reinhardt do with high ground? Can Reinhardt really do anything with high ground? No, he can't. No, he can't. But your McCree can, your Soldier can, and more importantly, this isn't just about enabling your team, it's about disabling them. Make that Junkrat play with his team. If you do nothing else here but make Doomfist reset his cooldowns and make Junkrat go play with his team, you've done a good job.
Another fundamental is that against dive heroes who are engaging onto your backline, all you need to do is stand AFK and hold shield. Too many Reinhardts will power forward and start swinging, which exposes you to their backline follow-up, and since your backline is occupied, you won't receive any support.
You see the problem? This is extremely important. You weren't aware, exactly. And it's not so much as like, oh, I couldn't hear, or I'm not very good at, like I'm not good at awareness. Awareness in Overwatch is a skill that needs to be trained like anything else, but a good way to train it is to know what you're looking for. When you see that there's a Genji in the enemy composition, you know what he's going to do. He might not always go backline, but that's always a threat. So if you see Genji double jumping up here, do you need to check your backline? If you see the Genji double jumping up here, you don't need to check your backline because you see him. You know where he is. You know that your backline can just press W safely and help you out, right? But right now, he's on backline. You don't see him. You need to assume that he's doing something. This is concerning because there's nothing wrong with you pressing S, going to this corner. Now don't stand there and hold shield. Parallels, thinking for the fall. There's nothing wrong with just going to the corner and hiding, but there is a problem with you pushing.
With positioning, stick to corners as much as you can, don't open too wide of an angle to get a clear fire strike, and make sure your backline has line of sight onto you when you push in.
Another minor positioning tip would be to position yourself to where you can keep your options open depending on what the enemy team do.
You hold this space so aggressively, you completely give up this space for free, and the opponent can just move in through a pretty difficult choke to deal with. So a much better position for you to actually stay is going to be right here behind the truck. There's a couple different reasons for this, but the first being that you are going to be able to equally threaten both sides. If anybody tries to walk through, you can kind of move in, fight them, and then go back to recover. It's much safer.
Finally, the last bit of this guide, tank synergies. Ryan and Orisa, high amounts of cover, and in combination with the BAP, you can pull off the Hulk plus Fire Strike plus Matrix combo, just like the Atlanta Rain did against Toronto Defiant. This combo is weak against angles, hence you are looking for extreme frontal pressure, which is done by Orisa shielding and halting first, then Ryan pushes with the Orisa shield, and then backs off with his own shield. Reinhardt and Sigma. This duo plays for map control as Sigma controls the flanks around Reinhardt. A small tip would be to pin the opposing tank player when they are coming down from your Sigma's flux. Reinhardt and D.Va. This is maximized for brawl and the ability to contest high grounds, hence this duo is especially powerful on maps such as Watchpoint Gibraltar. D.Va also has the potential to peel for your glass cannon backline and should almost never be stacked on Reinhardt during the course of the entire teamfight. Reinhardt and Roadhog. This is maximized for shield break alongside an aggressive playstyle. As Roadhog is typically a selfish pick with a dedicated self heal, you will be receiving most of the heals on the front line, allowing you to be more aggressive. Although be wary that you may be alone on the front line. Reinhardt and Wrecking Ball. This is dedicated towards distraction and a more passive playstyle as you acknowledge that you will be alone on the front line. However, you can go aggressive for when your hamster dives in, as this will direct attention and focus elsewhere. Reinhardt and Winston. Likewise to Ball and Orisa, utilize your Winston bubble in order to play aggressive and maximize both of your cleave damage. Reinhardt and Zarya. Time bubbles well and encourage your Zarya to play soft off angles. Weaknesses come from a lack of high ground control and a lack of constant flag pressure, in which Sigma or D.Va may be more appropriate. Well, that's it for the guide. Orisa's primary fire, Spam, makes Orisa shoot projectiles at 720 RPM, dealing 11 damage per projectile, with the longest reload in the game at 2.5 seconds. Whilst there's not much in terms of tech or aim technique, apart from you being able to cancel your reload with melee in case you accidentally reload, I want to focus on Orisa's movement and our target priority primarily. Starting off with the latter, contrary to what the pinned Orisa subreddit guide states, you don't want to be focusing squishy targets. Your weapon is too unpredictable and hard to consistently aim with, hence the only time squishy should be your priority is if they are static, which may be due to halt. Aside from that, spam shields and tanks to gain ult charge and to decrease enemy team cover. Moving on to movement patterns, here's Mineral explaining why it is vital to mirror opposing Wrecking Ball movement.
No. You can see this ball coming at you, but you don't react. As soon as you see him rolling towards you, you are already mirroring his movement and moving around a corner. Because now you get slammed and you almost die. You get saved by the
immortality,
yeah. And this is what we talked about, right? Like you don't want to get slammed because it exposes your hitbox and you might die.
Lastly, when you are being pressured to retreat, consider these factors as Jayne goes on to further explain here.
So you move 5.5 meters per second forward and 5 meters per second backwards. And on top of that, you've got your critical hitbox to worry about. And on top of that, if you're shooting, your movement speed is reduced. So you have to figure out whether you're doing a fighting retreat, so you're walking backwards while shooting, whether you are retreating and like fortifying, or do you turn around and get the full 5.5 meters per second so that you can reposition farther away faster.
Orisa's first ability, the Yoink, makes Orisa launch a Graviton charge, pulling enemies to the center from a 5 meter radius, paired alongside an 8 second cooldown. Firstly, your halt cancels your reload animation if you run out of ammo, meaning that the reload can be up to 5 seconds long. Make sure you reload before you halt to prevent this, and to follow up on your halts. Secondly, you can halt to buy time. This is mainly used against Reinhardt comps to keep the distance to help break the shield. The extra time could be used for your damage dealers to land in an extra clip, or for your team to get the remaining extra points of ult charge. Thirdly, use it to pull enemies out of cover. This is most useful against targets without any cooldowns to help finish the kill. Fourthly, the most team reliant use is the combo with your teammates' cooldowns. Most obviously, this is pull flux or pull accretion with Sigma, but you can also do pull blade, pull fire strike, and much more. Fifthly, building on the last point, call out your pulls to be able to combo efficiently. There are 3 key components to this: communicate your cooldown, location, and target of your halt. Next, try not to halt too high or too low.
You also don't want to pull too low, or they will get caught on the edge, or too high and they will have time to reach back on the edge while they are falling. I like to put it either directly horizontal or a little slightly lower in order to ensure the kill.
For the 7th tip, you can use halt defensively to punish mobile dive characters that have misused their cooldowns, as Mineral further elaborates on here.
Very far for him to any cover. So he is really exposed here, which means you can easily, just like you do, step into the bubble here. Because you know, when he jumps in here, everyone is going to start shooting him. Naturally, the thing that he's going to do is going to try and hide. But if you step in and you pull him towards yourself, just so he's closer to you and further away from cover, that will potentially give you time to break the bubble and kill him. Imagine that he is here. Where could you pull to still secure the kill?
Maybe right here to the wall.
Exactly, right? Especially if you pull like over here, you should still be able to get him, and you're also pulling him in the air. Remember, he has no mobility skills, so not only are you pulling him further away from cover, you're also pulling him in the air, so there's going to be a bit of fall time.
For the final tip, learn when to halt vertically or laterally.
Synergize with an ally, halt them vertically. Big hitbox, halt them vertically. Small hitbox, need to land headshots, halt them into the ground. Anything else, punishing positioning, halt them laterally.
Orisa's second ability, Invincible, makes Orisa reduce damage taken by 40%, lasting 4 seconds, and is on a 10-second cooldown. Orisa is also immune to card control and stun effects. There's not much to this other than to not waste it because of how powerful it is, similar with Ana's Sleep Dart. In lower ranks, you can use Fortify in between shield cooldowns, however, this shouldn't be done as you go higher up, as this can be the cue for the enemy team to use their abilities to punish you. Aside from that, save it to prevent or relay pressure from the enemy team, or to block a bunch of telegraph stuns around you. Orisa's third ability, Barrier Boy V2, makes Orisa deploy a stationary barrier with 600 HP, a 20-second duration, and a 10-second cooldown. There are 3 key pillars with Orisa's shield: angling, timing, and placement. Starting with the former, you want to be angling your shield to cover gaps where the enemy team can have LOS to your teammates.
You don't care if there's a bit of an opening here, but there can absolutely not be an opening here. Because when the shield is breaking, if someone is falling back, even without the shield breaking, maybe someone sneaks in an arrow or a right click or something else, right? So this gap you don't want, right?
On to the most complex of the 3, timing. Here's Spilo explaining why you should time your shield at the engagement.
Remove this archetype that Orisa just places shields off of cooldown and spams the enemy team. That's not how Orisa is played. I legitimately want you to think of Orisa's shield like Monkey Bubble. If you were Monkey right here, would you commit Bubble on this corner right here? No, why? Because the enemy team's gonna sit AFK, you're gonna break your Bubble, and they're gonna push out and murder you. When the enemy team commits, or your team is ready to commit, then you throw shield. If you don't, then don't play shield. Is the enemy team committing? No. You have nothing but a little bit of irrelevant Sigma spam coming around this corner. You don't need a shield to deal with the Sigma. You're going to stand right here or right here. You're going to shoot the Sigma. Then as soon as the enemy team turns the corner and pushes into you, they're going to have to shield, otherwise the wood is going to blow their heads off. And when they shield, you're also going to shield, and you can even push into them. You see that the enemy Orisa's places a shield that you can break without having to use your own shield? Then just spam it, and then walk forward and place your own shield, and they have to back off.
There's a caveat to this, however. Pre-shielding before a fight begins is often viable, which is done by either shielding 10 seconds before the teamfight starts, or shooting a shield in the air to then effectively shorten the cooldown. Moving on to Orisa's shield placement. This is simply shielding so that you don't have the enemy team walk straight past it, especially against a brawl comp.
This is a very middle of the road shield because it's very easily circumvented. You know, as you can see already, people have walked around the side. This Reinhardt can just walk past it, and generally it's not achieving a tremendous amount.
Like we talked about the enemy team's composition, they're a very short range composition, so we would like to place a shield where we can still force point pressure maybe from right here, but to where there's more of a distance from the angles where the enemy team is going to be coming. You know, the Rein, like you said, doesn't just immediately walk through and start swinging on top of us, or that the ball doesn't just immediately pile drive us from the high ground up here, or the Doomfist doesn't just turn a corner and punch us immediately. The Reaper doesn't just turn a corner and walk through the shield and shoot us in the face. Like there is some sort of distance that's playing closer to how fast or slow that we want to play this fight. And like you said, they turn the corner, they throw down the shield, but the shield does almost absolutely nothing.
Building on this idea, if you can open the angle, you want to shield aggressively to punish a bad stabilization, as Jayne elaborates on here.
So you could have just achieved the same thing with this halt by walking 2 steps to the left and just spamming the Reinhardt. And that was a place to stabilize, because you can open the angle. Basic cornering theory: person A is standing close to a corner, person B is standing away from a corner. Both people have an advantage, but they are different advantages. What are they? So A has the opportunity to open the angle. So if I was to draw this corner as the pivot point, we're talking about the distance between A and B. So they are now at a fixed distance from one another. If A moves in this direction at 5 meters per second or something like that, B would have to move inwards. It's, for example, like 10 meters per second to remain behind cover from the perspective of A. A can dictate the engagement. They can open or close the angle to engage or disengage on B at their leisure. That is A's advantage. B's advantage, being farther away from the corner, is that they have better crosshair placement, they see more of the opponent, and they see the opponent earlier if they try to open the angle.
Lastly, there are set shields which you can shoot into the air to make them land at a certain place. I recommend checking out this video in the description if you want to learn these set shields. Orisa's ultimate, Bongo, creates a 25-meter beam, providing a 50% damage boost to your entire team that lasts for 15 seconds. Firstly, the most basic but important tip is to bongo around a corner to provide you line of sight, but to also deny it from the enemy team. Secondly, you can use bongo to charge your team's ultimates, which could win the fight in the long run.
If you had taken that fight earlier and moved up to the payload and died there, and then used your supercharger on the recontest, you would have had ult economy, your supercharger would have charged the ultimates of the rest of your team after you won that fight, and then moving into the third fight, you would have ult economy, you would have won that fight, and then on the fourth, things would have been even. So if you had, with your team, moved up forward, died there, and gotten a second fight, you would have gotten 2 more fights after that based on your actions. So instead of fighting 4 fights on Hollywood 3rd, you fought and lost 1.
Thirdly, use bongo to apply high pressure if the enemy team commit a push against a straight path. This is most useful against brawl comps in order to break shield before the brawl occurs. Fourthly, as Jayne explains here, you can shield the bongo by itself, especially with the Orisa being less dependent on her shield after the shield rework.
Nobody really needs a shield when you've got a team-wide nano boost. What I like to do is basically drop the supercharger way back, shield the supercharger, and then if I don't need to protect this, I'll just move forward. So my entire team, as long as they stay in range of the supercharger, every second that passes, they're just going to be straight up outvaluing the team. Your team doesn't really even need your shield to win a supercharger fight.
Lastly, you may want to immediately bongo after you place shield, as Middle further explains here.
Bongos. No one can shoot your bongos except for the tanks. You still have 900 HP shield. Obviously, it's probably gonna go down after that, but it relieves a ton of pressure.
This is primarily for when you are down a player and you need to win the fight quickly, as you won't win the battle of attrition. Onto the penultimate section of the guide, positioning and rotations. Starting off with the latter, you can see Contenders Trials team Incipients effectively rotate against a rush comp to keep the distance and maintain longer sight lines on Hollywood first point defense. Moreover, Jayne goes to explain how and where to rotate against dive.
You on Orisa are right here. The dive tanks have moved up behind Lighthouse over here, and then we've got a McCree here. And we'll say like Pharah's hanging around here. Do you rotate to 3, 1, or 4? You would go to 1. So you initially said 3 because you wanted to get out the pick on the McCree here. Is picking the McCree your primary win condition? No, it's not. What is your primary win condition when you're playing Orisa against dive? How do you win the game? You win the game by capping the point and getting to 100% first. What you're effectively playing is called anti-dive. It's not counter-dive, that's a version of playing dive. You're playing anti-dive. You want to make it as difficult for the opponent to execute a dive, which is their only win condition, and when they do execute it, you punish and kill them. And if they don't execute a dive, then you will slowly just cap the point and gain percentage until they are forced to either contest or lose the game. So why do we move to 1? Make it as hard as possible for them to dive and make sure that we're not losing resources. Because if they're able to bleed us from resources while we can't fight back, then they're going to be dive, and with all us at full health and with them not having to have had used any cooldowns to actually posture, then we're going to die. Now, what about this McCree presents an opportunity to you? So who's going to win? A McCree with an Orisa shield or a McCree? A McCree with an Orisa shield. So why do you need to care about the McCree? And if you do care about the McCree, is the Lúcio on the opposing team sitting with the McCree? He's with the tanks. So just run him over like a truck. You either make him useless or you speed onto it.
Lastly, considering your general position, you want to play corners and have enough space to kite away and poke down brawl or dive comps before they can use their cooldowns on top of you. As usual, ending off with frontline tank synergies. Orisa D.Va. This duo is quite versatile, providing point pressure and high gun contest simultaneously. D.Va can also peel if needed, and whilst not common, pull bomb can be performed. However, this is simply an outdated combo due to Sigma Orisa. Orisa Reinhardt, higher amount of cover, and in combination with Bap, you can pull off the Hulk plus Fire Strike plus Matrix combo. However, Shatter is simply too weak and inconsistent, alongside having no poke damage compared to Sigma, and being very weak to off-angle pressure. Orisa Hog. This duo is the most outdated in the game, as Sigma just has more defensive utility than Hog. However, pull hook can still be performed, and with whole hog being a great answer to Nanoblade, the damage is highly present. However, if Hog isn't hitting hooks, he may as well be playing Sigma. Orisa Winston. Whilst jump back halt is some synergy, there are much more efficient combos, alongside Winston's inability to dive the backline without feeding due to Orisa's static nature. Soft flanks and soft engages are by far your Winston's best bet, but Sigma may be better in poke. Orisa Ball. This tank duo has the highest amount of individual sustainability in the game, alongside synergies such as pull slam or pull mines. The crowd control from either character can also deny a dive from the Winston. However, friendly supports may be left unattended. Orisa Zarya. This is quite a weak duo, as both characters have different playstyles, with Orisa being defensive and Zarya being aggressive. Hence, it may be hard for Zarya to gain and retain energy. However, due to Orisa's point presence, Zarya can take off angles to contest anyone, on top of how powerful both your ultimates are. Orisa Sigma. At the highest level, Orisa Sigma is played with the cooldown management of dive, the corner and positioning of brawl, with the versatility and range damage of poke. Use your barrier at engagement, and don't afraid to be aggressive with your shield. Well, that's it for the guide. Winston's primary fire, the Zappy Boy, makes Winston fire an 80-meter range Tesla cannon dealing 60 DPS, consuming 20 rounds per second with an ammo capacity of 100. Starting off interweaving tech and usage. Against an armored opponent, you want to weave in your melee, as the damage from your Tesla cannon is halved against armor, alongside making you more ammo efficient. The fundamental behind Winston is to set up angled pressure on the backline to split attention rather than focusing frontline, as Spilo outlines here with 3 different levels.
Your job is to control the enemy off angles or to set up an off angle yourself. Where do you set up your off angle, chat? Behind. Yes, if you can get behind safely or at an angle here, not directly in front of them, then you get on backline. And what that does is that puts you are the angle. You are the DPS angle. You're shooting them from behind, which splits the resources and allows your angles in front of them to have more value. The level 1 monkeys do this, right? Why is this a mistake? Well, 1, it's frontline. 2, my team can't see it. Level 2 monkey does this. Can my team see this kill box? Yes, team can see it, right? This is level 2, but why is it not the best? Yeah, you're shooting tanks. You're shooting tanks and you're frontlining. Your team can follow up, but you're still frontlining. This is level 3. And I'll do this all the time when I play Monkey. I will drop off, I'll see Rein's shield get to about there or here, and then jump on, and then I see, and it's all squishies. And then my angle is this way, their front line's looking that way, and I set up an angle here. Let them come out, and then you can get almost behind them here. Now you have to use jump, but that's okay, because you could jump, and then drop like this. The other level 3 possibility, it's a little risky because you can get poked from point if they go point. Why is this level 3? Different angle, exactly. Now you might end up zapping a little bit of Rein. That's not great, but you're on a good angle, you have good cover, and for them to get to you, they walk into open space where your team can spam them.
Next, you want to utilize the 8-meter range by widening your field of view in order to be able to cleave multiple enemies. You actually have to be quite accurate in close range encounters due to how narrow Winston's static cannon is. Winston's first ability, the Jumpy Boy, makes Winston leap up to 22 meters, dealing 50 damage when landing in a 5-meter radius with a 6-second cooldown. Believe it or not, there's quite a lot of complexity in just a jump pack. Firstly, you can conserve your momentum by jumping when you land, making you perform a small skip similar to Moira fade. Secondly, your jump pack when activated has a slight bit of knockback which can occasionally grant you a kill. Thirdly, you can cancel your melee with your jump pack landing animation, dealing a total of up to 80 damage, although due to the severe fall off of Winston's jump pack, you will deal around 60 damage in most scenarios. Fourthly, there is a minimum takeoff angle as Jayne goes on to further explain here.
So no matter where you look below the minimum takeoff angle, you're going to take off at that minimum takeoff angle. And this is also what prevents you from like jumping through low doorways. Even if you look at the ground, you're still going to hit your head on the doorframe. And this is also why, for example, on like Nepal Shrine, you know, there's the left that's the inside by the Mega, and then there's the main and the right side. If you're playing, for example, a Reinhardt comp into a dive comp and the dive comp team is defending, you would attack left because the Winston can't dive your supports because you're inside through doorways.
Moving more onto the usage side of things, use your jump on slanted surfaces for a reduced cooldown as Jayne yet again further explains.
If I just jump on something, my cooldown's at 5 seconds. If you use slanted surfaces to surf, I arrived with my jump at 3 seconds cooldown, so I can be here for only 3 seconds before I have to jump out.
Secondly, learn when to control the trajectory of your jump by late and early inputs as Karku goes to explain here.
The late input is if you input a direction after any of the 3 basic jumps from a neutral position. The early input is if you input a direction before any of the 3 jumps, so you're already kind of moving beforehand. Use the S key or down on the analog stick. Doing this on a late input pulls you back just a little bit, whereas doing this on an early input significantly reduces your overall distance.
Winston can jump as short as 7 meters, but as far as 25 to 30 meters, hence mastering these jumps take time to accurately land the maximum amount of damage. Thirdly, you want to utilize the knockback from your jumps in order to block enemy retreats.
If you know a target only has one route of retreat on Winston, instead of jumping in front of them, jump behind them, body block them so that they can't retreat as quickly.
Fourthly, there are 2 types of jumps you can do, a vertical one launching you straight in the air and a horizontal one also known as a short jump. Jayne explains here why the latter is more ideal than the former out of these 2.
So if you want to attack a McCree bot or something, you can jump vertically and then kind of like aim at them. But the other thing is that takes way too long and it makes you more susceptible to damage. Whereas if you just learn your short jumps, so how long you need to actually hold the S button, then that's more effective at controlling your distance.
The penultimate tip is to save your jump in order to escape engagements using your normal walk to reach the enemy. This is because it can be very easy to burst down a Winston before he gets his jump pack off cooldown, hence dropping from high ground such as on Hollywood's second point defense, or sneakily hiding and flanking to your enemy will be much more effective in saving your cooldown to escape. However, there are exceptions to this rule. For example, if you have a guaranteed route of retreat, such as on Numbani first point attack where you can drop off the high ground, it can be worth using your jump first as you can always drop off the point. Another exception will be setting up a crossfire. For example, when running Sombra, Doom, Winston, D.Va, your D.Va can matrix you with your Doom engaging from a different angle and your Sombra scouting and shooting behind the target you're diving. Winston's second ability, Bubble V3, makes Winston project a shield dome with a 5-meter radius, 700 HP, lasting 9 seconds with a 13-second cooldown. Firstly, you can animation cancel placing your dome with your melee, meaning that you can combo this with the landing melee cancel. You can also cancel your reload by using the shield, however, the 1.7 second reload time still persists as you can see here, hence I'd avoid doing this. Secondly, and most importantly, you want to be using your shield to block cooldowns and not damage, as that is a job suited for Reinhardt and Orisa. You ideally want your shield to eat on a sleep dart, her nade, Hog's hook, Orisa Holt, and much more, which can then make space for your DPS to freely frag on the enemy squishy targets. Thirdly, building on the last point, learn out the shield dance. This is simply done by weaving on the opposite side of your shield that your enemy is on. Fourthly, building on that idea even further, even though blocking the stun is your top priority, if the enemy you are diving has no stun, try and bubble as late as possible.
If you drop your bubble on land and then the McCree is here and he chases outside, then you have to exit your bubble to finish him off. But if you land and chase but then bubble here, you can actually chase farther before the McCree kites you away, and then you could escape however you want.
Fifthly, similar to Zarya's bubble in between teamfights, use your bubble aggressively to be able to poke down enemies within your range, but to not feed ult charge. The 13-second cooldown won't matter, as you should have your bubble back up before the start of the next teamfight. For the penultimate tip, you can and should use your bubble in order to control as much map as possible.
This is really quite decent, because if the opponent wants to use this space, they're going to have to fight you for it. And if the opponent is going here and they're going to branch around either the right or the left side of this box here, if they do so without forcing you out, then you can get onto their backline without having to use jumps. So you can be there, you can drop your bubble as you place, and if they use cooldowns to try and peel for you, you can jump out safely. What happens if their D.Va comes up to fight you? What would allow you to hold your position? What is more important, this space or your bubble? That space is more important, and that bubble gives you a massive advantage. You can shut down the micros and the fusions of D.Va and force her to take a shit ton of damage if you shield dance correctly, and then she's going to have to retreat. And you've got this little gap here at the back where you can get healed by Ana. So you're going to be able to hold space better and control the map better. If she retreats, now suddenly you've got this space, your bubble's going to be coming off cooldowns, and they need to stabilize, and they can't do anything. And this effectively has given you control of this part of the map. Now, with you backing off here and your team not doing anything about the right side, instead of your team having control of this area of the map, you've got like here forward.
Lastly, you can block off healing with your bubble and your grav, as the shock do here.
Car, incredibly defensive play, but instant grab and a shredlock gonna force the trance, and the perfect bubble by Smurf cuts out the trance.
Winston's ultimate, Angry Boy, makes Winston embrace his animalistic nature, refreshing his HP pool to 1000, dealing 40 damage per swing, with a 30% increase in movement speed. Also note that the jump pack CD goes down to 2 seconds. Starting off with 4 very important interactions. Firstly, your jump pack cooldown is refreshed when you use Primal, meaning you can travel as far as a Reinhardt's pin in a fraction of time. Secondly, your jump cooldown is also refreshed when exiting Primal, meaning you can make a quick escape or pursue any stragglers. Thirdly, when considering the melee hitbox, you can often jump over the enemy. In order to remedy this, simply look down when smacking your enemy in order to place the enemy in your hitbox. Lastly, similar with extending Reinhardt's melee animation by turning in the same direction that your hammer swings, you want to turn your camera in the direction that Winston swings his fists to increase the size of the hitbox. The main use of your Primal is to focus down one single target instead of booping every enemy you see. Here's Karku going in depth about the Primal combo, which takes advantage of previous tech mentioned.
So, jump onto an enemy and use your Tesla cannon on them as soon as you get in range, and make sure to combo it with a melee when you land. This already does like 50 to 90 damage with the basic attack plus melee plus jump pack landing damage. Then transform to Primal Rage and use your first smack. You're then going to follow up with a low jump. Now you use your second smack in mid-air around halfway through your jump. Then you land from the jump pack in front of them. Then use your third smack.
Here he is again explaining how to do the triple melee combo, which is slightly easier than the prior combo.
1. Use the first smack, which does 40 damage. 2. Start your second smack first, then use your low jump after, so that it makes contact with the enemy near the end of the animation. This gives you enough time to start the third smack just as you land before they get booped too far from the second smack.
Building on this idea of focusing down a single target, you will often want to juggle them in a corner. In order to do this, you want to continuously swing so that you constantly utilize the knockback from your fists, as well as swing in front of them so you don't accidentally boop them out of the corner. Thirdly, you ideally want to use your jump pack off cooldown to get the extra damage. Fourthly, building on this idea, you want to short jump in front of them, as this is the least amount of distance you can travel, alongside taking a step back every time you jump so you always land in front of your enemy. In terms of other ways to use Primal, creating space and directing healing resources away from the front line is certainly viable, especially against characters who need line of sight, such as Ana. However, this would require some coordination for your team as a whole to push up and kill the tanks while you displace their enemy backline. Primal can also be used to eat a ton of stuns whilst forcing out key abilities such as Bap's Lamp or Zen's Transcendence in order to make way for your actual win condition, such as making sure that your nanoblade doesn't get countered. Lastly, Primal can be used to stall for as long as possible in order to get ultimates up of your own, especially when considering you can wait until you are below 100 HP, then using Primal to refresh all your cooldowns and gain 1000 health. One small thing before moving on to the next section, I recommend using your bubble as deep as possible before before you use Primal, as you can't use your bubble during Primal. This can offer some protection for not only you, but also your teammates who may be diving with you. Moving on to the penultimate section of this guide, playstyle and positioning. This mainly depends upon your team composition, as this will be determining your target priority, your win condition, as well as the sightlines and tempo that you'll be playing. When running long sightlined, high damage DPS characters, such as Pharah, Hanzo or Widowmaker, you want to be playing much slower, posturing around the tanks, as Jayne goes into further explain here.
You're running Pharah and you're running Hanzo, so you can't proactively stage a dive or anything like that, but what you can do is you can prevent the opponent from diving on you, and then after that you can force mistakes or force the opponents to do something because you have higher damage as well. The tank simply can't exist in this contesting state for very long.
However, when running a dive DPS duo, and with Sombra Doom, you want to set up a kill box where your cleave burst damage kills anyone in this area. You also want to be calling out when you're about to engage, as well as when you're actually engaging, as Spilo explains here.
And again, what should you be doing every single time you go for a jump like that on backline? Every single time without exception. What should you be saying?
Let's push in.
Sure. Anything. I'd prefer a single word. Pressuring.
Right.
Diving. Going, ready, go.
Yeah, jumping.
You know, and jumping, sure. But your team needs to know, because your team, while you're doing that, your team must at the same time burn their monkey or try and jump backline with you. Like your D.Va might come with you, you know what I'm saying? But you need to be at the same time. I
usually call it 3, 2, 1.
I don't even think you can say 3, 2, 1. I think it takes too long. I think you can just say, guys, ready, go. And they just say go whenever you want to go. Because 3, 2, 1, maybe you see an opportunity to go even earlier at like 2. You say, oh, she just used nade. We need to go now, right? I think 3, 2, 1 is a little outdated. Let your team know that you're about to go, and then go.
Moreover, here's Spilo going over the 4 pillars and when to hard engage onto backline in a dive mirror.
You're saying like, okay, he doesn't ever go deep. Well, if his Sombra was set up and they had a cooldown advantage, they would go in deep, okay? So you really only go in heavy hard in this composition, because this is like soft dive, right? Because you've got like a pokey hero, you know, a really, really hard backline to dive, and really only one hero that you can dive with. You don't really go hard backline unless you have one of 3 things, okay? A ultimate. You have a significant cooldown advantage, not just like, oh, they don't have, you know, they're missing an armor pack, or there is significant positional advantage, okay? This is the only thing that you're gonna hard dive off of, all right? Or like a numbers advantage. Like, I guess we could say numbers as well. It's like numbers or down 1 or whatever. If they had nano, Fearless would dive backline. If Ana just chunked her nade, if D.Va just used boosters, and Winston just used bubble, you might see them hard dive backline, right? Because not being able to peel with D.Va, not being able to, their enemy monkey to trade your backline, and not having nade for the enemy Ana to heal herself means that you can actually dive backline and maybe kill them. Positional advantage, let's say the enemy team all rotates underneath and they don't even bother to clear you out up top. Like, let's say that see what these guys are doing? They're fighting Fearless. Why are they fighting Fearless? Because if they don't fight Fearless and they just stay with Badosin, Fearless is going to drop on Badosin and try and kill him along with the rest of his team. So they fight Fearless so that they're not at a positional disadvantage. They fight for this space because if you don't fight for this high ground, Monkey will drop on you. So there's your positional advantage. But they don't give Fearless that positional advantage because they're fighting for the high ground. So if the enemy team is in a really bad spot, you can dive. If they have no cooldowns, you can dive. If you have an ultimate, you can dive. Other than that, you play it patiently until you see an opportunity.
As usual, finishing off with frontline tank synergies. Winston Zarya. This duo is played on maps with less high ground, unlike Watchpoint Gibraltar, and against comps where bubble is a requirement for you to survive. Make sure Zarya bubbles early to prevent whip shots, and that your backline rotate when you jump in. Winston Sigma. Whilst this duo has no direct synergy in terms of ultimates and abilities, you have good coverage of the high and low ground. However, perhaps Reinhardt is a better pick than Sigma in order to be more aggressive whenever you dive in on the backline. Winston Reinhardt. Utilize your Winston bubble in order to play aggressive and maximize both of your cleave damage, play shorter sightlines, and minimize the poking stage from range. Here's Spilo detailing some Winston Ryan brawl, showing off the strengths and the weaknesses.
This looks good. Symmetra May, right. Huh? Monkey? Why? Right? Why would you play Monkey if you are doing a TP strat and both teams are TPing, one team is TPing here on point, and the other team is TPing here on point, and they're both mashing their faces into each other? I don't really care about Matrix or boosters or micro missiles. I would like a hero that can put down a big, juicy, succulent bubble and cleave 6 members of the enemy team all in a clump. And hey, Monkey's also pretty darn good against Symmetra as well, because he can break turrets, she's a squishy hero that he can dive. Monkey is going to do a lot more than D.Va in that first initial fight when both teams TP. And you're playing like a normal brawl, maybe you're playing like McCree, May, and you don't TP to point. I'm like, what is my Monkey gonna do? He can't dive you, he can't off angle, he can't spam you. If you're out in Pharah and I'm on Monkey, shoot, I can't matrix your off angle. Or if we're on Tracer, I get rolled. Monkey is terrible into that. And this is where the bubble, and you can see right now, chat, why teams play Monkey. Because we've seen a massive bubble that's going to allow Cloudy to farm up a lot of charge, cause complete chaos and complete split in the fight.
Winston Orisa. Whilst you can combo your jump pack with Orisa's Halt, there are much more efficient combos, alongside your inability to dive the backline without feeling due to Orisa's static nature. Hard flanking as Winston, playing likewise to a Tracer, especially up against immobile comps who can't chase you down, is probably the play. Winston Hog. This is the worst duo for Winston due to the little synergy that both of you have. Bull Hog would be much better due to each tank being able to survive on their own, whereas you'd be constantly stuck in the poke phase as Winston, as you'd hardly have any frontline support. Winston Bull. This is the most aggressive dive due to Bull's pile driver burst alongside your jump pack and melee burst. However, there's nothing to stop you from taking damage, and if the enemy team have many stuns alongside the ability to kite on a wide map such as Junkrat, you will most likely feed. Winston D.Va. Best for last. This way, you have some safety during your dive, alongside the versatility to posture and poke against both tanks better than Winston Bull in case you want to play a slower dive. That's it for the guide. Bull's primary fire, Machine Gun Kelly, makes him tear his quad automatic assault cannons apart with an RPM of 1500 alongside each shot dealing 5 damage and an ammo capacity of 80 rounds. Firstly, you can perform a reload animation cancel as Zetal explains here.
Technically, you reload in crab mode after 0.95 seconds, but you can't shoot until the animation finishes at 2 seconds. In other words, if you want to maximize your damage per second, you can do one of the two things. 1. Melee, or 2. Quick grapple into Fireball.
Secondly, similar to D.Va, you can use your quad cannons to spy check for Sombra whilst the enemy team is staging.
The Hunters also appear to be completely ready for the Sombra counterpick, as their composition is well suited to disrupt her. Wrecking Ball and Zarya both have lots of ammo for spraying and spy checking.
Thirdly, you should take the time to readjust your aim with melee when shooting a target in close range.
First, try and track as many shots as possible on the enemy, and when you're about to miss, hit him with a left hook. While this is happening, use the time locked in melee animation to adjust your aim.
Note that even if you're not in melee range, you should still take the extra half a second to readjust your aim instead of mashing down M1. Bull's first ability, Lucio's Beat on cooldown, provides a minimum of 100 temporary shields, granting 100 additional shields per enemy within the 8 meter radius. The shields last 7 seconds, with a total cooldown of 15 seconds. Firstly, you should preemptively use your shields when you are about to take CC, and vice versa, as Spilo further elaborates here.
Remember we talked about how, I think this is the last VOD we did of you and Eichenwald, whether you have to kind of read the situation and decide whether you need to pop your shields early with the anticipation of CC burst. Well, yeah, they're running Hog, but they're running Doomfist, who's dead, and Tracer. None of those are going to really burst you down instantaneously. I would not be afraid of waiting to pop adaptive shields when you need to. Because if anything, if Hog hooks you and pulls you in towards his team, you'll get a better adaptive shield there, and they don't have the damage to be able to burst you down. This adaptive shield, completely unnecessary.
Secondly, keep in mind that your shields are blocked by barriers. Whilst this seems irrelevant, when the enemy team play counter dive, meaning that they dive second as soon as you dive, your shields can be easily nullified by an unexpected Winston barrier, hence you should shield prior to this. Thirdly, keep in mind that you don't have to use adaptive shields every single time you engage with Pile Driver. Bull players often use adaptive shields when escaping shortly after using Pile Drive, which is a waste if you don't anticipate high amounts of burst damage. Bull's second ability, Batman's Grappling Hook, makes Bull launch a grappling claw, allowing him to anchor to an area and swing from it, gaining immense speed. When Bull has reached at least 15 meters per second whilst in grapple, he will enter a fireball mode, which deals 50 damage to any opponent who touches him, lasting 1.5 seconds. The maximum range for the claw is 23 meters, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Also keep in mind that by using the grappling claw, you will automatically go into Bull form, which has a base movement speed of 10 meters per second alongside covering your head hitbox. If you didn't know this already, you also go into third person, which means that you can scout whilst on cover, as Yeetle further explains here.
Spy checking is good as ball, but holding a position where you can deny Sombra's pathing and scout the enemy rotation and potentially disrupt it from that position is just better. Had he been hiding in the halls this fight, he could have seen this pathing sooner and booped the enemy Winston out of the safety of his bubble. But because he didn't do this, Shangdu is quickly losing map control.
Now, since I can't include every single possible piece of tech in this guide, I highly recommend you check out Roadrunner's 57-minute video on ball. For now, I'll be including a mix of common, useful and advanced pieces of tech. Firstly, you can b-hop whilst in fireball mode, which is done by jumping every single time you hit the ground, helping you to maintain more of your momentum over time. Secondly, you can immediately stop your momentum by exiting your ball mode. This is used to prevent you from rolling off the edge of maps, or for you to land damage from your quad cannons ASAP. Thirdly, you could perform a double boop as the streamer Bull explains here.
To perform a double boop, start with a long grapple ahead of their position. Roll into them with fireball and boop them once. Tap S or down immediately to slow down enough to lose the fireball, and then press W or forward to ignite your fireball again.
Note that since the speed required to fireball is 15 meters per second, a friendly Lúcio may mess up your timing, and you can perform more than 2 boops, but this is heavily dependent on map geometry and timing. Fourthly, learn the minimum distance needed for a quick fireball, as Diesel further explains here.
Quick fireball. Whether it be for speed or for damage, every baller has to get the basics right. Learn and master the timing and distance needed for fireball startup so that you can maximize your cooldown usage and end up with less awkward interactions where you're just smacking your ball against people.
Fifthly, you can perform a wall jump against slanted surfaces by jumping as soon as you come into contact with them. For the next tip, here's Diesel explaining how to do a wall jump against flat surfaces.
1. Movement input towards the wall. 2. Release movement input as you're about to touch the wall. 3. Use the opposite movement input and jump. If you practice this enough, you can pull it off fairly consistently on walls you're familiar with.
For the 7th piece of tech, you can perform a Toronto kick. This is done by firstly rolling back, then jumping, then grappling above you to then gain enough height for a pile driver. You can also do all 3 of these steps at the same time to make it quicker. For the 8th piece of tech, you can also perform something similar to the Toronto kick, which some may call the pullback, but I call it the London leg. This is done by grappling into the wall with high speed, then flinging in the opposite direction as soon as you come into contact with the wall, then followed up with the pile driver. This is used in case you have an enemy between you and the wall, and you still want to pull off a high amount of burst damage up to 150. For the 9th piece of tech, here's Bull again explaining how to do a 180-degree rebound.
The 180 rebound tech is used to boop enemies without giving them a chance to react to your change in direction. It can be either used to boop them off the map or to boop them into your ultimate like so. To do this, step 1 is to grapple anywhere as long as it's not super high, unless you might start swinging. You want to be on the ground the entire time. Step 2 is to press W or forward into the wall. From here, there are 2 ways to do step 3. The first way is just before you hit the wall, you let go of W, then the moment you hit the wall, you need to 180 turn and press W again. Once you're moving again, you can detach the grapple just before you get fireball. The second way is just to press S or backwards when you hit the wall without the camera turn. This is good for people with low sensitivities or who play on console. Once again, detach when you're just about to fireball or else you'll spring right back. One of my favourite things to do is bait enemy Lucios or balls near the edge and just hold down my power drive button. That means I can't get booped off the moment they boop me. Then immediately I'll 180 rebound them off a nearby wall and hit them with the Uno reverse card.
Know that you can rebound at any degree under 180 in case an enemy is not directly behind you. For the last piece of tech, here's Roadrunner going over the various nuances with a drop boop.
Literally just grapple, hit them before you hit the ground, and then afterwards you hit them again, and it's just easy. You can add a slam onto the end of this, going for a double boop slam, which would do 200 damage. Another weird combo would be to cancel your boop with a slam, so as soon as you hit your first one on the head, as you're still midair, you slam, bursting 150 damage. After a drop boop, you can add on another reset, just how you would a double boop, which would then be kind of a triple boop. You hit them twice with the drop boop and then the reset 3rd time. To initiate a drop boop, you don't have to be super high up. You can get enough height to start it off a wall jump. So you can wall jump, drop boop. You can add a slam onto the end of this, still, for 200 damage.
Bull's third ability, the Slammy Boy, makes Bull slam into the ground, dealing up to 100 damage in an 8-meter radius, launching the enemy in a locked vertical stance for exactly half a second. As usual, starting off with tech. Firstly, you can perform a recovery pile driver by using pile driver in the direction you want to carry your momentum. This is used to gain the extra few meters of distance to get back onto high ground, or to quickly flick off a high ground and pile drive an enemy. Secondly, you can perform a slam skip by holding down your pile driver whilst jumping over a slight variation in height. Thirdly, knowing when to not use pile driver can be the difference between life and death, as Diesel describes here.
When playing against this comp, very rarely should Ball engage with pile drivers out in the open, because it just makes him an easy hack and sleep. To prove my point, NYXL's Sombra had enough time to de-stealth and then land the hack because of how long he was in the air. With no cover to hide behind, this leads to his inevitable death. Ameng's entry death is the main reason this fight is lost. The proper way to engage against this would have been to set up deeper and then fireball through the backline.
Other than that, there's not much to pile driver other than comboing it with tech related to your grappling claw. Ball's ultimate, Area 51, makes Ball deploy a set of long-lasting proximity mines which deal 130 damage per mine, lasting 20 seconds. Also note that each mine has 50 HP. In terms of broad usage, here's Roadrunner going through the 3 main uses.
The best, and maybe even the only 3 ways to use Minefield, would be to split the team, the tanks from the supports, split them apart, Minefield slamming the backline so that they die, or just minefielding on a point so that they have to fight in the mines to stay contested.
As with any ultimate, it needs to be perfectly timed, as Spilo further explains here.
Perfectly timed. Good mines too. It doesn't need to get kills to be good. They're trying to go in and find value with this mine engage. They've committed to this fight. You go for like a boop play. You don't quite get it good enough. You preemptively adaptive shield, which is good because the Roadhog, which is good. You mine, which is good. And then you get out of town. You've done your job. Like, there's somebody on point right now. That person is by themselves. They're so split right now, your team can follow up on all of this. Your Genji can follow up on all of this.
As with any other offensive ultimate, such as Dragon Blade, you want to use it at engagement. This is because cooldowns are used, which means attention is shown elsewhere from your minefield, therefore increasing the chance of it getting value. Moving on to the penultimate section of this guide, diving, dueling, and disrupting. Here's Spilo explaining this breakdown of Ball's playstyle.
It's dive, duel, disrupt. You kind of break down the disrupt into like point pressure, boop, okay? Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? And obviously that's going to change depending on the status of your cooldowns as well. Like, you're less likely to be able to dive or duel if you're down your adaptive shields, right? In addition, a lot of your dives were mistimed. This was a consistent theme. And actually your boop pressure was mistimed as well. So whether it was Genji and Spawn, whether it was you diving onto their Sigma instead of their Ana before they even push through, whether it was you rolling through them before they are even through the choke, you're usually too early. Like, you want to be like, the fight has started now and you displace their positioning. The enemy tanks have committed to the fight, then you dive their Ana. And that screws them up because now they're already in a position to where they don't want to go and deal with what the heck's going on back there. They're looking this way. There's people shooting them in the face. And if you're going in first and they just shoot you and they clear you out and then they use their cooldowns in your team while you're going to get a mega health back, that's a 5v6. And you fed ult charge. As well as, you know, obviously don't go for your boop role plays if half of your team isn't even there or a member of your team isn't there to follow up on it. And if they're not in a position to get booped.
When playing Ball against compositions that have high damage and CC, such as McCree, Hog Mei, you want to live in the backline of the enemy due to the lack of peel. This means you live off mega health packs, and you can't let a little bit of CC disrupt you, as Spilo elaborates on here.
And I wouldn't take that as a situation for you to run away either. You get hooked, so what? Like, you go into the backline, you grab the mini, you get the mega underneath it, and then what are they gonna do? Your perfect rollout gets screwed up, and you panic and roll back to your team. But all it does is it doesn't make you any safer, it pulls attention away from your supports who are already under enough pressure as it is, and it means that for you to actually access the backline, it takes you even longer.
Keep in mind that if DPSs such as Mei, McCree, Sombra or Hog decide to play in the backline to counter this playstyle, you must time your engagements onto their backline for when your team pushes in. You drawing and tanking CC abilities from these heroes will give the rest of your team an advantage in the frontline matchup. Lastly, moving on to frontline tank synergies as usual. Bull Ryan. This is dedicated towards distraction and a more passive playstyle, as your Ryan acknowledges that he will be alone on the front line. You can both go aggressive for when you dive in, as this will direct attention and focus elsewhere. However, in a straight up frontline versus frontline matchup, you will lose. Bull Orisa. This tank duo has the highest amount of individual sustainability in the game, alongside synergies such as Pull Slam or Pull Mines, which you have to capitalize on. The crowd control from either character can also deny a dive from a Winston, however your backline supports may be left unattended. Bull Zarya. This is arguably a better version than Winston Zarya, as it's often easier to get your Zarya charged when diving in aggressively. However, your Zarya should be playing passive, applying objective pressure, farming energy when you engage, and should play well within cover to bait the enemy team to overextend, just like the Hunters did once against the NYXL. Bull Sigma. This duo is essentially the upgraded version of Sigma Winston. Your knockback pairs well with Sigma, as he can easily punish anyone out of position, and since you'll be tanking most of the stuns, your Sigma can more easily get away with his Flux. You also have decent ult synergy with Minefield Flux. Bull D.Va. As you have no shielding but high mobility, both tanks will be playing off angles or committing to a hard engage. This means a lack of point pressure, posturing, consistent cleave damage, and D.Va may struggle to peel for our glass cannon type supports. However, This comp is sometimes preferred to the typical Winston D.Va dive, as you can punish greedy picks, as Spilo further explains on here.
Ham and D.Va dive would be better at punishing greedy compositions. Remember we had the Hanzo Widow on a Zen. I would like Hammond a lot better there, because Hammond is better into snipers, because, well, especially in maps with open spaces, so that he could path quickly, and he can get onto your greedy backline like immediately. Bunker comps and really greedy sniper high damage compositions, Hammond's better, because he is able to take less damage in the staging than Winston is, and he punishes a lot harder than Winston does.
Bull Winston. This is the most aggressive dive due to Bull's pile driver burst alongside Winston's jump pack melee burst. However, there's nothing to stop you from taking damage, and if the enemy team have many stuns alongside the ability to kite away from you on a wide map such as Junkrat, you will most likely feed. Bullhog. This comp relies off individual sustainability and playing split apart, hence why Bull comps will struggle to find value when playing up against Bullhog. Couple this with decent high ground and low ground control, with plenty of stuns and car control, which adds to the disruption. However, isolating a single target will be this main comp's weakness, alongside a great lack of peel for any backline supports and or ranged DPS if they're not being pocketed. Well, that's it for the guide. Now moving on to the off tanks. Zarya's primary fire, the Beamy Blast, is a particle cannon that deals between 75 and 170 DPS with a total ammo capacity of 100. Zarya can also lob explosive charges dealing between 47 and 95 damage alongside consuming 20 ammo a shot. I'll start off interweaving tech and usage. Firstly, weave in your beam in between your right clicks. The only downside to this is that you will launch 4 bombs instead of 5, however, this is the most efficient way to get the most value out of your 100 ammo. You can also use your right click below 20 ammo. Secondly, when focusing a single target, you want to start and end off with your secondary fire, and in between, you want to use your beam.
A target that's being healed, burst damage becomes even more effective on top of that. Because if you think about the point in a person's health bar in which it applied, if you're kind of shooting person with a damage over time that did 1 tick of damage but a fuck ton of ticks per second, then the healing will start at 199 HP. But if you do a burst damage like a discorded body shot or something, the healer can only start healing when the person is at like 50 HP.
Thirdly, learn to rocket jump. This is simply done by right clicking the ground as soon as you jump. This can be used for mobility as you see on the screen right now, or to gain high ground as Yeetle does here.
Six still behind. Widow's high ground behind the signal. Oh my god, Zarya, what the
my high ground.
You can take this to the next level by firing one of your charges in the air, then doing the normal rocket jump when both charges collide to obtain high ground such as Nepal Shrine. Fourthly, your right click has the same projectile arc as grav, hence you want to shoot your right click just before grav to know where it will land. In terms of direct usage, you want to use your right clicks after a one team fight at the enemy spawn for 4 main reasons, as Curry Short describes here.
Push up when they're spawning, and then they'll kite their way back to spawn, right? So that way you can get a bubble rotation off, and you can keep high energy, and then you can go ahead and farm grav.
Another reason to use right click when in a 1v1 scenario is to utilize the knockback.
The right click slightly boops your enemy, making their strafe easier to predict and their first shot slightly harder to hit. If you really catch an enemy off guard, you can throw in a melee right after the initial right click for maximum DPS.
You also want to beam shields due to the higher DPS. However, when the shield is about to break, use your right click as Yeetle describes here yet again.
Right click if it's about to break, that way if a teammate breaks it, you'll get the splash damage, and if they don't, it'll burst down faster.
Aside from that, try and use your beam as much as possible as it's easier to land and track, whilst also dishing out over twice the DPS compared to your right clicks. Zarya's first ability, the bubble, makes Zarya create a 200 HP bubble that lasts for 2 seconds, granting Zarya energy. It's important to note that the percentage of energy gained represents how much more damage she does. For instance, if her energy is at 25%, she will do 25% more damage. There isn't much tech aside from being able to rocket jump without taking any damage, as you can see Yeetle doing here in the background. Building off what Curry Shot said earlier, you want to be bubbling 10 seconds before the next fight starts in order to maintain energy, whilst also being able to readily use a bubble when the team fight actually begins. In higher ranks, you want to request some resources such as speed boost in order to prevent being run over when attempting to retain higher energy after a one team fight. Lastly, if you're at the point where one bubble will put you at maximum energy, you don't want to use both your bubbles at the same time, as Jayne further elaborates here.
And you used both your bubbles. So you were at 60 energy, right? The point where a single bubble will put you to basically max. And you used both your bubbles at the same time as well. So if you are trying to like maintain 100, instead of using both your bubbles to get to 100, and then during that entire cooldown period, your energy is just decaying, you don't want to use both your cooldowns at the same time unless it has really hit the fan, because then you're going to have to stabilize, wait for another set of cooldowns before you and your main tank can be aggressive.
Building on this point, you want to save your personal bubble in order to save your life at high energy and to use it as a failsafe, as Spilo explains here.
Like, let's say I'm like 75, 80 charge, and let's say this is the enemy team. If I have personal bubble, that might mean I can go from this position over here to this position here. More aggressive, still cover, but like, let's say I do this. I'm on this angle and I just like walk in front and take damage to get from 75 to like 90 charge. Well, now this is the bad news. I got 15 charge, yes, but because I no longer have personal level, it might not be safe for me to go right back to where I was. The enemy team might go, hey, that girl doesn't have personal level, and they might start to push me, in which case I have to back all the way back to this position over here. So the irony is that I have higher charge, but I'm doing less damage because I'm in a more conservative, less aggressive position. The point being is that once you're already at a fairly decent charge, don't go looking for personal bubble charge. Play aggressive positions and sit on your personal bubble as a failsafe.
Building on this even further, here's a visual example on Icon Ward first point attack, where you split from your Rein to take a more aggressive position, but you still have cover and the ability to use your personal bubble as a failsafe to retreat back. Another example would be on Blizzard World third point attack, where you hold an aggressive angle closer to their spawn, but you still have a corner and time to retreat back with your personal bubble. Zarya's second ability, Bubble V2, is the exact same as our first ability, but can only be applied to teammates and has a slightly shorter cooldown. The most obvious use is the bubble for energy, which is done with your first set of bubbles or at the end of a one team fight as mentioned prior. The next use is the bubble when your Reinhardt engages in order to take or retain map control.
Here, Toronto drops from the high ground, stops for a moment, doesn't fully close the distance while also bubbling first. No advantage is gained here. The Defiant are so tentative that they don't even force out Carpe's target bubble, and Yakbung only gets one swing in and 6% ult charge. The Fusion's distance management is good here, and they can easily all in with their own bubbles, gaining a ton of space, converting a kill on Zarya and forcing out 2 support ults.
As Mineral describes here, you don't want to be bubbling too early and you want to bubble exactly when your Reinhardt starts the swing animation. Thirdly, in most cases, you shouldn't be looking to bubble second, as Spilo explains here.
There was a lot of guides out there that said like bubble second, try and greed or edge your bubble. No, just use it to get value. It's like any other cooldown. If your Rein can get full value out of the swings and you can get full charge, why would you wait? The advantages that people are bubbling are supposed to get you is the mindset that of, oh, hey, they bubbled now they have no bubble, so now we can punish them with our bubble. But the problem with that logic is, what do you think they were doing with their bubble? Do you think that they were just standing still with their bubble and looking pretty? No, they were hurting you. So while you're sitting there holding onto your bubbles, you're losing space, you're taking damage, you're getting hit in the mouth. So when it's your turn to bubble, yes, you have a bubble advantage, but you're also down 300 HP, right? And you're down space. And their Zarya's charged more than you. So as you're pushing, you're taking more damage. So the concept that you should be bubbling second is false. There's obviously situations where you might want to bubble second. Most of the time, there's no point bubbling second.
An exception that Spilo hints towards at the end could be you having an energy advantage after a team fight and you look to bait the enemy bubbles, as Jayne explains here.
So if you bubble first, your Reinhardt will push in, and then their Reinhardt will get bubbled and it'll push out. So the motion looks like that. But in the other way, if you allow them to bubble first and you force their Reinhardt to attack you, then when you bubble here and your Reinhardt pushes back, you can chase farther without overextending. Bait them in, let them use projected first, then counter push with your own projected, especially if you're at high energy.
Fourthly, you want to ideally save at least your projected bubble for ultimate such as Grav to then project them onto your squishy teammates.
So as a rule of thumb, if your 200 HP targets get caught in the Grav and they're exposed, they should be priority targets. The Reinhardt comes in and he's gonna always look for a pin on Lúcio or on Brig so that he gets the one shot through your trance. Especially like you say in this situation because he's exposed to the entirety of their team.
You can also use your projected bubble on teammates who need peeling, such as your Zen. However, peeling and landing clutch bubbles as a whole are pretty situational. A niche tip is that you can step inside of a teammate's projected bubble if yours is on cooldown. This is most useful when a stationary teammate, such as a Bastion, is about to experience high amounts of burst damage, for instance, against the D.Va bomb or High Noon. I'll put some typical callouts you need to make a Zarya in order to maximize her bubble value on the screen. Pause if you need to read. Zarya's ultimate, the Black Hole, makes Zarya launch a gravity bomb dealing 22 damage, holding all enemies within its 6 meter radius, lasting 4 seconds. Apart from the tech mentioned prior with your right click having the same speed and arc as your grav, you can perform a reload animation cancel by firing grav as soon as your ammo has been refilled to 100 in the bottom right. Speaking of ammo, you should always reload before you grav in order to get full follow-up.
The quintessential Zarya error is to reload whenever you didn't need to. And like right now, 40 charge, 50, why the heck are you reloading? The fight is starting now. It's not like, oh, the fight's about to start! No, why are you reloading? Why are you reloading again? Like, there's stuff going on.
You may also need to keep track of the opposing enemy cooldowns that can prevent follow-up, the key ones being Zarya Bubble, Orisa Fortify, Hog Breather, and Ryan Shield. You should also solo grab against key targets, such as a Mercy using her Resurrect, or against an Nanoblade. Next, a bit of an obvious tip, but against D.Va, aim to grab corners and on payload to prevent Grav being eaten. There is an extra layer of mind games in the higher ranks, such as D.Va flicking her mouse to catch Grav, which I advise you to be aware of. For the penultimate tip, you typically want to use your right click, then melee afterwards, as it does the most area of effect damage. However, if you grab a single target, I recommend you use your beam due to the much higher DPS, and since there is so much area of effect healing in the game, focusing down on a single target may be more beneficial. For the final tip, I'll show Jayne explaining when to grab on defense as Zarya. Note that for attack, the opposite applies.
Meters on the payload, time on the clock, and ult charge. Those are the three main resources that win fights. So if you grab Dragon right off the bat, you got very, very little time off the clock. If you kill all 6 of them with Grab Dragon, then you don't get any reward in ult charge, so it's definitely not number 1. Is it 2 or is it 3? So do you use it as soon as you engage, or do you use it as late as possible? Now, there's a couple different thoughts here. If you're actually tracking ultimates and the opponent has their own combo, then you want to grab before they can ult you. Because if they dismantle your win condition with ultimates, then you're fucked and your ability to actually grab Dragon doesn't work anymore. But in general, if you are in a position of advantage, for example, if you're on control and you own the point, the answer is going to be wanting to fight as late as possible to make sure that you get most value out of your one team fights.
Moving on to positioning, there are 4 key guidelines that I'll showcase on Rialto first point attack. Firstly, have cover or a corner. Secondly, have line of sight onto the enemy team, but also onto your Reinhardt, especially in order to be able to bubble him. Your lines of sight should also be short due to your limited range. Thirdly, have good distance from angles to prevent being snuck up on. And lastly, have good rotational options to be able to put more pressure on from angles and to also retreat if the teamfight is lost. There'll be more elaboration on the concept of angles in a Ryan Zarya mirror in the last section of the guide. A small but important tip to mention is to get out of the teamfight with energy if it's already lost. This massively aids how fast you can charge Grav and helps energy retention. Lastly, if you are ahead in bubble rotations, you want to wait until the enemy team get in range to then go all in, as Mineral elaborates on here.
Do you like your positioning in your self bubble here? Maybe it's better to wait till they drop so that you can all in them, because you're gonna get energy anyway. You guys have a little bit of an energy advantage. Let's be aggressive as soon as they drop. If within the next 10 seconds one of them drops, you guys are gonna push in. You will still get 100 because you have 2 bubbles, they have 1. The engagement should be a little cleaner because you don't really have to catch up on energy.
As usual, ending off with tank synergies. Zarya Reinhardt. This is the most classic combo in which you can gain energy from you taking damage whilst Reinhardt swings, whilst also cycling ultimates as your Reinhardt can swing and grab. The only weakness is a lack of off-angle coverage alongside close to no peel for your backline, in which case you might want to consider going D.Va. One vital thing to mention is to not just stack on Ryan for bubbles, as Spilo explains here.
I mean, chat, how many times have you heard you cycle your bubbles? You bubble your Ryan, and then you bubble yourself and step in front of your Ryan and basically escort him out. People say that all the time. And in all actuality, it really is not a good way to play Zarya. Because ultimately it means that you have to stack with your Ryan, which means your overall pressure output is lower because you're stuck shooting Ryan's shield. It's a lot better, especially once you're charged, to start right-clicking backline. Like, if you guys ever find GOATS matchups from the San Francisco Shock, watch how he who shall not be named played Zarya on San Francisco Shock. Watch how he positioned himself. There was a lot of angle Zarya, because in GOATS mirrors, high charge Zarya on backline, that helps your Ryan way more than body blocking with personal bubble. Because if you're forcing armor packs on that Zenyatta, Lúcio, Brig backline, right? And you're forcing the Lúcio to go boop you instead of your Ryan, or the D.Va has to booster after you. That's how you played Zarya and GOATS. That's how you play Zarya, period. Now, the only reason that we don't have Zarya splitting off that far all the time is because Zarya is not very mobile and she's not very long ranged. So you generally want to split, but you can't split very far. This is again a situation where I would have been thrilled for you to be up here. Bubble your Ryan in and just hold this up here. This McCree cannot push your McCree if you're on high ground. And not only that, but this gives you a perfect opportunity to deepen here, and you can like grab backline instead of just grabbing Ryan shield.
Zarya D.Va. This combo has extremely high utility. However, there are no stuns, and it may be harder to gain value from your bubble compared to the other options. Point control and objective pressure may also be hard to keep or apply due to a lack of a main tank. However, you can pull off the the Grav D.Va bomb in the majority of ranks successfully. Zarya Hog. This is the most chaotic duo Zarya has. There is no direct synergy between Zarya and Hog, however, he may feed you more energy than other options, such as Orisa or D.Va. Pushing through chokes will also be difficult alongside controlling the map, however, this duo has pretty high damage as long as you survive the initial engage. Zarya Winston. This duo is played on maps with less high ground, unlike Watchpoint and Gibraltar, and against comps where bubble is a requirement for you to survive. Make sure Zarya bubbles are early to prevent whip shots, and that you aggressively rotate when Winston jumps in. Here's Nata detailing some personal and projected bubble usage in double bubble, referencing the failsafe concept mentioned prior.
Zarya players, not double bubble push. When you bubble your Winston, that Winston is taking damage for you, and he is essentially buying you time and letting you take space and taking pressure off you. Your self bubble should be used to peel yourself in case, like, you know, someone rolls up on you and does damage to you, like echo stickies, you know, McCree stun, the enemy Winston jumps to you when you're low. You have an Ana and Brig near you normally, you'll be fine. Use a self bubble if you're under pressure, just peel yourself and then push more aggro. Or if you want to go aggressive and then you're going aggressive and then you sort of want to keep going aggressive, self bubble there. Like for instance, your Winston just jumped in. Now you don't need a self bubble here. You can keep going, keep going, keep going. The Winston's forced out. Then the enemy team starts looking at you. Then you self bubble, right? Because you're getting under a lot of pressure. It'll self bubble relieves the pressure. Your Ana's still healing you, right? Then you maybe like back hold space because of self bubble. You back off to like a corner a little bit. Then your Winston comes back in and you're fine. And the next thing I'm going to talk about is when do you use projected bubble? You give bubble to, you know, your Winston and to start a fight. In the mid-fight, give your bubble to Brig when you're brawling. Your Winston does not need a bubble. He is chilling in the mid-fight. He's playing to live. He has no Winston bubble, so he can't really do much. He has to wait for his Winston bubble to come again. Also, what you should do, you should give your bubble to Brig and go brawl with your Brig if you want to take more aggressive space.
Zarya Bull. This is arguably a better version of the previous duo, as Bull has much more survivability than Winston and can tank many of the stuns for Zarya. However, you should be playing passive, applying objective pressure, farming energy when your Bull engages, and well within cover to bait the enemy team into overextending, just like the Hunters did in the reverse sweep against NYXL. Zarya Orisa. This duo is probably the weakest for Zarya, as both characters have different playstyles, with Orisa being defensive and you being aggressive, hence it may be hard to gain and retain energy. However, due to Orisa's point presence, you can take off angles to contest anyone contesting your Orisa, on top of how powerful both your ultimates are. Zarya Sigma. This duo is best suited against bunker style comps such as Orisa Hog, although do not run Sigma Zarya against dive. While both characters can dish out a high level of damage alongside two very powerful ultimates, there is no defensive capability, with a limited amount of cover, no access to high ground, and few stuns. That's it for the guide.
Professionals have standards. Be polite. Be efficient. Have a plan to kill everyone you meet.
Sigma's primary fire, Ligma Balls, make Sigma fire 2 charges dealing 55 direct damage each, with a maximum range of 22 meters before implosion. There are 3 main pieces of tech to make your usage more efficient. Firstly, you can cancel your primary fire animation by using any of your abilities including your melee. This may be useful to quickly half a tracer's health in close range, or to perform a quick 155 damage burst, which is done by using your rock first, then using your primary fire, then immediately using melee afterwards. Secondly, the typical one-shot combo for 200 HP characters is the rock, then primary fire, then melee, dealing a total of 210 damage. Thirdly, there is a little bit of knockback which you can use to elevate you to certain high grounds, as seen in Hanamura first point defense. For the fourth tip, you can utilize the slight knockback from Sigma's primary fire to gain kill credit for your teammates booping an enemy off the map. Lastly, even though you don't have much mobility on Sigma, you yourself can do some pseudo scouting by abusing the delay in between your hyperspheres in order to look around, as contenders coach Nata explains here.
So something you're doing really good, and I want to identify it, is you're doing damage and you're looking somewhere else. But this is something I want a lot of Sigmas to do, because it'll help you with the awareness and scouting and understanding. Because when you're playing Sigma, again, you care about a few things, right? You care about where their core is. You care about where their ball tracer is, because of like you can get displaced, right? And specifically in the core, you care about really where their like Ashe is and their Zen. So when you're shooting and doing damage, right, you look left and right in between the damage to sort of understand, hey, where's the ball tracer? Oh, it's like they're, maybe if they have an Ashe Mercy, are they flanking? I'll take another angle. And a lot of that comes from just doing something very simple, where you're sort of like looking like this. You shoot and you look in another direction, right? He's checking main, right? And take this even a step further, right? Is like you can go further out. You don't have to just like do short thing. You have time. You can go further out. You can even look the other way too. You can be a bit more open, right? You don't have to be as closed off, but still pretty good.
In terms of usage, you don't do much DPS as Sigma, however, he is one of the best characters in the game for dueling enemies. In order to take advantage of this, abuse off angles and double shield to put stress on healers, rather than shooting at the opposing enemy shield. You also generally want to be aiming at the feet of your enemies to allow the orbs to bounce past shields, and to give it 2 opportunities to hit your enemies.
Aim at the feet of the enemy. Imagine that you want to shoot them in the toe.
If you miss their toe, then there's also a chance that they'll get hit by the orb when it bounces up off the ground. Hopefully you get what I'm saying. The idea is that you have 2 opportunities to actually land your primary fire. Once as the orb is going down towards the ground, and then again when it bounces back up off the ground.
Sigma's first ability, Super's Forehead, is a floating barrier in which Sigma deploys in a straight line with the ability to retrieve the barrier at any time. This shield has 700 HP, regenerates at 80 shield per second after being down for 2 seconds, and has a cooldown of 2 seconds after being recalled. Here's 10 tips which interweave tech and the usage of Sigma's shield. Make sure to shield when using your ultimate to prevent any incoming damage or from you being stunned out of your flux. Secondly, angle your shield to block Transcendence.
Against Zen, use Experimental Barrier to cut off Transcendence healing by blocking its line of sight. Super simple, but super effective.
Thirdly, use your shield to block off healing from the opposing supports in order to force them to reposition, force up cooldowns such as Healing Orb, and to allow your tanks to push aggressively. This works best against Ana Zen as they have no mobility. Fourthly, learn how to shield dance against mobile dive heroes. In order to do this successfully, just set your shield at a horizontal angle, then weave on either side of the shield. For the 5th tip, as Sigma is one of Pharmacy's strongest counters, you can shield against her barrage, essentially using barrage against herself, as you'll see Octotroph do in the background. Next up, you can cancel your barrier whilst using your rock or grasp. This will be specifically useful with the latter ability, as you can efficiently rotate each cooldown in time. For the 7th tip, keep your shield to block important resources such as Ana Nade, or in this case, Reinhardt Shatter, as shown yet again by Octotroph in the same game. For the 8th tip, when playing Sigma as a main tank, make sure to only use your shield when the enemy comes into range, and to not block irrelevant spam damage.
450 HP, kind of throw it out, but there's nothing really going on here, right? Actually, there's no one even remotely behind you. Your 450 shield goes to 0. Now they're actually in range to hit someone. That's why your shield is breaking, because you're playing it a little bit like a Reinhardt would play. Even though you are now the main tank and you will have to do the primary guarding job, you have to be a little bit more mindful.
For the last tip, try not to play close up to your shield as you may be playing too close to the enemy, hence you can get punished by a Mei, and it's possible that you may not block any incoming damage hitting teammates.
You're doing the thing again where you're actually way too close to your own shield. Throw your shield out back here, you're still within effective range and you're still closer to running away. You're even running in front of your own shield.
Sigma's second ability, the Suck, makes Sigma absorb incoming damage and convert 60% of it into shields, with a 10-second cooldown. Firstly, Kinetic Grasp can be cancelled by using Accretion, however, as the shields are gained at the end of the duration, no shields will be gained if Grasp is cancelled early. Secondly, if your reaction times are quick enough, you can absorb certain projectile ultimates, such as Grav or Blizzard. In order to help you do this, Zaryas will often bubble forward on high charge to Grav aggressively, and Meis will also do similar telegraphed movement. Thirdly, your Kinetic Grasp cannot be cancelled other than using Accretion, meaning that if the opposing Sigma is using his Grasp aggressively, rocking him is your priority. Conversely, waiting for the opposing Sigma to waste his rock will allow you to more safely use your Grasp. Fourthly, do not panic Grasp in response to taking damage from characters who use the beam, such as Zarya, Sim, Mei, or Winston. This may seem obvious at first, but many lower level players fall victim to this. Try your best to play longer sightlines at 20 meters to prevent this. Aside from that, you'll most likely be using Grasp to absorb large amounts of burst damage in order to buy time for your shield to recharge, especially against Bap's Matrix and against a double shield bunker comp, in which Sigma is a very strong solo queue counter to. To end off, here's Spilo summing up Sigma's Grasp.
You want to use your shift as, oh, my shield is broken. I'm going to use this as like a defensive cooldown to buy myself some time to regenerate my shield and or so I don't get instantly blown up. Or number 2, you want to preemptively shift knowing that a chunk of damage is coming in. So for example, if you were to turn this corner here, you could just shift without even shielding. And they'd have a big load of burst damage, right? You get to like 800 HP, and then you could just use your shield afterwards as you needed to. But that would give you a big 400 shield just for free. Now, that probably is not the best idea to do here because of Hog Hook. And obviously, you need to be careful of Sigma Rock as well. So you'd want to like shift and kind of play this corner. But it's something you could do. You could do it for a big burst of HP that you can use to play more aggressively. Because remember, you don't feed ult charge from Sigma shields. Or you could do it reactively.
Sigma's third ability, Rock V2, makes Sigma fling a massive debris towards an enemy, dealing 70 damage and decreasing his movement speed by 75%, paired with a 10-second cooldown. In terms of tech, there isn't anything I haven't mentioned prior, with the barrier and accretion cancels being the ones that stand out. Aside from the 2 combos to kill a tracer or a normal 200 HP target, accretion is mainly useful as knockback and stun. For instance, use accretion to knock players off high ground, which can either put them in a disadvantageous position or force them to use their mobility cooldowns, making them vulnerable to a dive. Accretion can also be used to stun vital cooldowns and ultimates, which is best seen with Moira and Roadhog, as you can save accretion to stun Breather, Whole Hog, and Coalescence alongside other ultimates such as McCree's High Noon or Reaper's Blossom. However, similar to Sigma's primary fire, you can also use the knockback from accretion to elevate you to high ground, just like Octotroph did in the same game mentioned prior. This is much easier to do than using his primary fire, although I would still recommend you practicing this in custom games. Sigma's ultimate, the Slam Dunk, Big Sigma lift enemies in a 7-meter radius, lifting them in the sky for 50 damage, then slamming them back down for half of their max HP. There's quite a lot of min-maxing with Sigma's Flux, with one piece of tech that, at the time of the original guide release, nobody, and I truly mean nobody, knew. The tech is essentially going underneath your enemy whilst mid-air during your flux to make them land on your head instead of on the ground. This may not seem like much, but this is primarily meant to counter Bap's lamp, as the vertical hitbox is simply not high enough. However, this can also prevent a well-timed Zarya bubble and an Ana using her nade when she hits the ground. There's also little counterplay, as even Octotrough was impressed when this was done against him.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
You landed on his head!
No, he did the tech. He actually did the 6 tech. I'm in this. I just got fucking farmed. No, he purposely did that.
Yeah, I know, but there's no reason for it because we didn't have a Bap in moment.
There's nothing I could have done about it.
For reference, try and do this on defense, as you are much less likely to put yourself in an aggressive position as the enemies are coming to you rather than you going to them. Aside from this almost unknown piece of tech, here's some general things to keep in mind about Flux. Firstly, use it as a repositioning tool.
One of the great uses of Flux is basically as a repositioning tool. As we spoke about earlier with the May Blizzard, it's a great way to position yourself out of the Blizzard. Same kind of principle here. If you Flux and then you actually try and maybe aggressively go onto this high ground, you can now basically contest the Genji and you can contest them and you can kind of make a very awkward situation for them because it might not be very easy for them to deal with you.
Secondly, abuse artificial cover from your shield or to hide behind natural cover.
Notice that after you Flux, your shield is here and this is sort of sparse natural cover in this area. Instead, you kind of gravitate towards, well, basically the open ground. You can see here, if we look at this perspective, how actually exposed you are and how easy it would be for anyone to CC you out of your ultimate.
Thirdly, use Flux to kite away when running a double shield comp.
How do you kite as double shield? Well, Gravitic Flux is one of those methods. If you lift people, they can't move, they can't come any closer to you. It buys your team time, it buys them space. It may kill people, at the very least it forces out cooldowns and ultimates.
Fourthly, use Flux to counter Nanoblade.
Just by countering it, you will have made a huge play for your team. And it's actually not too difficult to do it to a Genji. All you really have to wait for is for him to use his first dash. It will take him at least a slash to kill someone.
The fifth tip is to be aware of cooldowns that can stun your Flux or decrease the damage taken. These can be Roadhog's Breather, Hook, on a sleep dart or a nade, and much more. You also want to try and force out these cooldowns before you Flux, which is done by pressuring the target heavily. Keep in mind that the tech mentioned prior about landing enemies on your head may counter some of these abilities if the enemy try and time them for as soon as they land, which include Ana's nade and Bap's immortality field. The next tip is to force out defensive ultimates from the enemy team to open up space for your win condition.
Use Gravitic Flux to force defensive ults out of the enemy, so that they can't counter your other ultimates. A good time to implement this tip is if your team has a Nanoblade ready, but the enemy Lúcio has beat to counter it. You can Gravitic Flux to force out the beat, then your Genji can go all in with the Nanoblade without having to worry about being countered.
The penultimate tip is to simply get out of line of sight from the enemy snipers so you don't die from a headshot, and the final tip is a little bit of target priority whilst you're in Flux, and to prevent tunnel visioning onto tanks rather than squishy targets.
You're a little bit over focused on the enemy Orisa. So you see, in fact, your first thought itself is just to go on the Orisa, even though you've lifted a May and an Ana. Ana's actually only lives because of the bubble from her Zarya, which could have potentially have been broken had you and maybe someone else been targeting it.
The penultimate part of this guide is to do with positioning, which as many of you already know, comes down to 4 general guidelines. Here's Nata going through them on Oasis University.
Playing this area right over here is just broken. You have distance from angles, so it's very hard for the enemy team to like come at you unless they come from behind, which still isn't that bad. You have insanely good LOS. You have very good rotation options where you can look to rotate more aggressively this way, like this way, go this way. You have such good rotation options, right? And then you've also got, so you got LOS, rotation options, and distance from angles. And you've got a corner. Whereas a lot of people tend to play in here, and the problem with playing in here is you don't have distance from angles. So instead of trying to prevent the engage, right, because distance from angles allows you to prevent the engage because you've got time so you can actually shoot the ball and shoot things before they get on you, right? When you're playing here, right, you're playing immediately to absorb their ball.
Against double shield, you want to predominantly play off angles as SVB explains here.
You should be thinking about, can I contest their healers? Can I contest their Genji? Can I stop sources of damage that isn't just this Orisa? But right now you're very, very tunneled on fighting this Orisa.
With broader off-angle positioning, look to rotate in between fights, flushing out flankers and taking their space, as Spilo explains here on Rialto first point defense.
Hear that? What is that? It's a widow shot from a flank. Now you're going to have 2 options here. You're either going to retake and just stand here in the core, or you're going to actually go clear out the flank and start shooting them from the flank that you earned. Let's see which one we do. Still on the flank, still on the flank, still just shooting shield, shooting shield, shooting shield, shooting shield, shooting shield, shooting shield, nothing to shoot, wasting our time. Oh no! There's a hog behind us! Oh, isn't that too bad? Where did he come from? Walk here, zone the Widow out, go high ground, and start shooting them from above. Or shoot them from behind. Probably above because it's a little bit safer, but clear them out from high ground. Then go down this way and start shooting them if they try and hide here. Or shoot the Widow that comes from here. So many options here, and you choose the worst option.
Finally, to hammer this point in once and for all, mark long-range snipers as best as you can.
Why do you shield the sniper? What about the sniper's positioning right now demands the Sigma's attention? Yes, deny the off angle and the high ground. Your job is not to just spam here. Your job is to kill or remove these guys from the off angle. To constantly get the annoying gnat that's on the left or the right or on high ground to get them off. Sigma is the best off tank, arguably the best tank at denying off angles. Because not only do you have the ability to move your shield anywhere you want, you have range spam and you have regenerative tools. And you could basically, Sigma is arguably one of the best, if not the best, 1v1 hero in the game. You could throw a shield right now and spam these guys, and they not only do they not do anything, they have to leave. Like, I wouldn't just throw a shield here. I would be shooting here. I would ask for Orisa for a rock here. And if we get, and what does that do? They have to back off. So what does that mean that happens to this Sigma right here? Is he getting healing? Is this Widow getting any picks? Is this Junkrat getting anything? No. So what happens? His shield breaks, he has to back away. When he backs away, what you do is it's just a step-by-step process. Then you go and take high ground. Take high ground. You make sure that these guys are gone. And then if they're gone, well, then you could drop if you want to. And then keep putting pressure. But if you just sit here and double spam the Sigma, he could survive, no big problem. He could just shift it, he could play slow, but these guys are going to be murdering you on your backline. This is the angle. This is your job as Sigma.
This is precisely the fundamental reasoning behind why Sigma is played on angles. He has his own 700 HP barrier, 2 methods of regenerating HP, a stun, range poke, and doesn't bleed too much ult charge. Now onto the final section of this video, tank synergies. Sigma Reinhardt. This duo has the most amount of mathematical shielding and plays for map control as you hold the flank surrounding your Reinhardt. If you're stacking main, something isn't going right. A small tip would be having your Reinhardt pin a target at the end of your flux and to shield through your Reinhardt's pin. Sigma and Orisa. This duo provides a high level of versatile cover, with Sigma being able to utilize Orisa's Halt by performing the Halt plus Accretion or Halt plus Flux combo. Use Flux to kite away from danger in case you are being overrun by a brawl or dive. Lastly, here's Spilo explaining when to stack down main.
There's been a lot of bat break metas where Orisa Sigma would stack to push space, but if your Orisa Sigma are stacked, they're stacked because you guys are going in hard. If you're not going in hard, then you don't need to be stacked. The reason you stack is so that you could shield your Orisa so that she could press W into the middle of the enemy team without dying. Or she could save her fortify a couple of seconds longer. But you're not doing that right now. You're playing slow, you're playing passive. Your comp isn't really a pushing comp anyway. And you're stacking with your Orisa. And I know I'm talking a lot about the Orisa Sig matchup. This doesn't matter if you're playing Winston Sig. It doesn't matter if you're playing a Ryan Sig. It doesn't matter if you're playing D.Va Sig or Hog Sig or Zarya Sig. You want to get off of core whenever you can and put constant spam and pressure from here. Think about how much pressure you could be doing on the ticks from here. Think about how much pressure. Yes, you would get less damage if you were throwing volleys this way because they're smaller, squishier targets. But remember, you're not necessarily just going for damage. You're going for kill threat. If you hit a volley in the Zen, he's going to scream, "Help me, help me, help me." He either gets 2-shot, or he backs away, gets Mercy Pocket, and leaves the tanks by themselves.
Sigma and Winston. Whilst this duo has no direct synergy in terms of ultimates and abilities, you have good coverage of the high ground and the low ground. However, perhaps Reinhardt is a better pick than Sigma in order to be more aggressive when your Winston dives in on the backline. Sigma and Roadhog. Similar to Winston, there is no direct synergy with Sigma. As you'll be playing main tank, try not to be overtly aggressive on the front line, as your Roadhog should be the one contesting cart or point mainly. Sigma and Wrecking Ball. This duo is essentially the upgraded version of Sigma Winston. Wrecking Ball's knockback pairs well with Sigma as he can easily punish anyone out of position, and since Wrecking Ball will be tanking most of the stuns, you can use your Flux aggressively. One tip is to combo your Flux with Minefield to kill anyone who is caught in the Flux. Sigma and Zarya. This duo is best suited against bunker style comps such as Orisa Hog, although do not run Sigma Zarya against dive. Whilst both characters can dish out a high level of damage, there is no defensive capability, with a limited amount of cover, no access to high ground, and few stuns. Sigma and D.Va. This is a more defensive version than Sigma Zarya, with less frontline resources in exchange for some extreme damage denial and high ground contest, alongside the ability to peel for your supports. However, the biggest counter would either be a double shield comp or a coordinated brawl comp, as there is either too much cover or too little frontline capability respectively. Well, that's it for the guides.
D.Va's primary weapon, the WSIO,
makes D.Va shoot her twin short-range rotating cannons, dealing up to 22 damage per blast, a 40% movement penalty, coupled with a short fall-off range starting at 10 meters, and infinite ammo. With most primary weapons in the game, there isn't anything too complex about the cannons. You'll be wanting to use them primarily for poke damage, and to combine them with other abilities for the quickest time to kill. The only unique piece of advice is a spy check for Sombras with her cannons, due to them having a wide spread, being hit scan, and having infinite ammo. D.Va's first ability, the Boosty Boy, provides D.Va a 118% speed buff with a duration up to 2 seconds and a cooldown of 4 seconds. A small piece of tech to get started off with is that you can sneak in a double melee by meleeing at the start of the boosters and anywhere afterwards, which should also stop boosters. With usage, you want to utilize the knockback from your boosters to displace main tanks posturing your front line.
Now he's created a lot of space. Now he's pushed up here, you guys have to cut back a little bit. Your snipers don't have as much room, whereas if he's on the ground, your snipers can still use the shield and poke off the D.Va, and no problem. Now Genji gets to walk up a lot, like everyone gets to take a lot of space. And you guys lost control of the platform. See, he's been zapping everyone, like he's probably up to like 40% of his primal now, which, and if you boop him off, doesn't happen.
Secondly, you obviously want to obtain off angles on high grounds, but here's Spilo explaining why the pressure indirectly exerted from your boosters is the same as peeling for your Reinhardt without even using Matrix.
What would happen if you boosted right here and used your micro missiles, your primary fire, and started sandblasting the McCree and the Ana from above their head? There's the pressure. Do you see how obnoxious and scary that would be? So you're sandblasting the enemy team. So what is the enemy team going to do? They're either going to, one, ignore you, and somebody's going to die. Eventually, even if you don't kill them by yourself, you're putting a ton of damage to the backline. So your Ryan fire strikes and that gets a pick, or your Ashe lands a dynamite and gets a pick based off your damage, right? Either they ignore you and you get a butt ton of damage done and a butt ton of pressure, or what? They pressure you out. Now stop. When they pressure you out, the Ryans are trading right here, and they stop shooting your Ryan to shoot you. What does that mean for your Ryan? If the McCree stops shooting your Ryan, and the Ana stops healing her Ryan, and they turn to shoot you instead, what does that mean for your Ryan? Now your Ryan is under a lot less pressure. Hey, they have a Zarya, but their McCree is not helping. Their McCree is not shooting, and our McCree is. Their Ana is not healing, and our Ana is. So you basically make it a 5 versus like 4 or 5 versus 3 for a period of time. And the thing with D.Va is because you have so much HP and armor and you have boosters, you can booster in, put a lot of pressure, matrix yourself, and then fly out again. And you're totally fine. You've had a little bit of ult charge. That's okay. Your supports will get that ult charge. You took a ton of pressure off of your Ryan, and you did it by not just standing there and shooting Ryan shield. You have actually peeled for your Ryan by not shooting shield or matrixing cooldowns at all. All you did was stand in an angle and shoot the enemy team.
Make her fire 18 missiles dealing a total of 126 damage with a cooldown of 8 seconds. This ability serves one purpose, which is to deal as much burst damage as possible, and here's that combo. Firstly, use the boosters to close the distance. Secondly, fire your cannons to add a bit of poke damage. Thirdly, fire your micro missiles when you're close to the target so that the projectiles hit in sync with the fusion cannons. Lastly, melee as soon as you land the 10 damage from your boosters. This should easily melt any squishy character in the game. One small thing up against Pharah Barrage, Reaper Blossom or McCree High Noon is that whilst you defense matrix, also fire out your micro missiles to kill the threat as fast as possible. Other than that, there's nothing very special about this part of our kit. D.Va's third ability, 2-second Transcendence, makes D.Va activate a forward-facing targeted array to catch and eliminate projectiles out of the air. It lasts 2 seconds with a 10-meter range and a cooldown of 1 second. Again, there's no real tech with Matrix other than to boost, shoot, and Matrix towards a target who may have CC abilities such as McCree or Ana, so that they don't land free damage onto you. The first common use of Matrix is to use it selfishly when taking off angles, as mentioned prior with boosters, in order to apply more pressure for longer whilst taking less damage. The second common use of Matrix is to eat instances of projectile cleave damage, such as Fire Strike, Damage or Nade, to peel for your frontline. This actually leads me nicely onto how you can more easily eat these projectiles, especially on his nade, as Spilo elaborates on here.
If you're D.Va here in the blue square, and D.Va in the yellow square, why does the D.Va in the yellow square actually do a better job eating cooldowns and matrixing damage for her Ryan than the D.Va in the blue square? Yes, recently got it! You can see. Now they're in a choke anyway. If you're here or here, they're still in the choke. But when you're at an off angle, you can actually see what you want to eat. You can put the matrix directly on the McCree or Junk. You can see the animation of the flashbang or the animation of the sleep or the animation of the nade better. You can see everything so much better when you're actually on an angle. So not only do you put more pressure, you can actually see when you need a matrix to peel for your Rein significantly better. And that goes not just for peeling for your Rein, that goes for peeling for your backline. You can see, oh no, here comes the Genji. He's trying to hide, right? Or here comes a Tracer. When you're at a different spot, it is easier to see because the enemy team is either trying to sneak up on them, right? Or it's just simply less visual clutter.
Thirdly, try and not panic Matrix when a teammate is out of position, as Mineral further explains here.
In terms of Matrix management, it's just very important, again, to read the enemy movement so you don't just panic Matrix. So in this situation, is your Reinhardt under immediate threat?
Not right now.
He still maintains a pretty safe distance, and also you still have a target bubble. So you have a lot of resources to save him, and he's not in immediate threat. Even now, he's under a lot of pressure, but you still have a bubble. But now you've bubbled and you've exhausted all of your Matrix before they even did anything. Like the only one that really pressured was the Brig. Otherwise, they just kind of shot at you. And then now they have an opening to potentially just move all in if they wanted to. Especially since you guys called that they should have a Graviton. So when you just exhaust all of your Matrix here, either they just all in and kill you, or they just grab you and they kill you.
Lastly, an extremely important but simple concept in classical dive that's often not known is a stagger matrix after your Winston uses bubble, as showed by Spilo in this clip here.
Matrix briefly on entry, in other words, the first initial like little burst of damage. You want to let your Winston use his bubble, zap, 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 and then full matrix after the bubble. Because here's the thing, the bubble is great protection. Use the bubble to recharge your matrix, and then once the bubble's down, you can keep going because you literally have 2 seconds of on vulnerability on the actual relevant damage, which is just Reaper. You want to stagger your defensive stuff. It's like using Immortality Field and then using Trance. You don't want to use both at the same time. You can't really matrix a bubble, and you really don't need to matrix your monkey during bubble very much, if your monkey's any good. So using both at the same time is an inefficient use of resources.
D.Va's ultimate, La Bombe, makes D.Va self-destruct her mech, dealing up to 1000 damage in a 20-meter radius with a 3-second fuse. In terms of tech and mechanics, there's 5 main types of D.Va bomb that vary with how commonly they're used. The first is the angled bomb, which is boosting in the air at a 45-degree angle, then releasing the bomb when just over a quarter of your boosters have been used. This serves the purpose of zoning the area before engagement to provide map control and catching any squishies by surprise, with a common example being a Gibraltar attack on 3rd point. I also highly recommend this workshop code, which was in Karki's workshop for every hero video. Note that you can also skim your bombs across rooftops and angled surfaces, which decreases the amount of time the enemy have to react to the bomb and increase the likelihood that you catch a split off target.
And also, if you do bomb, you need like a little better placement, because this placement really isn't that good. Like, it lands in a corner, so it doesn't even split. You don't need kills, but you need to at least split someone, so if your team is pushing in, you can catch a target that is split up, or at least force out an ultimate. But the way you put it in the corner, it's very easy for all of them to just fall back to that corner and shield it off. Slide it off corners here, you can slide it off corners there, just be a little more tricky.
The second type is the nosedive bomb. Simply boost into the ground and immediately bomb, serving the purpose of bombing as quickly as possible but not spending your time using your boosters, whilst minimizing how far the bomb travels. The third type is the air bomb. Simply boost vertically or at a slight lateral angle and detonate your bomb when roughly half your boosters have been depleted. This serves the purpose of zoning as much ground as possible, especially on carts. The fourth type is the stationary bomb, which I don't think I need to explain how to do. This mainly serves the purpose of remeching. The last, niche type of bomb is the drop bomb. This is bombing at the edge of a high ground, then shuffling the bomb with your own hitbox off the edge, which should catch everybody within range and LOS of the bomb underneath the high ground. This is the most lethal bomb due to how unexpected it can be, and a great example of this would be on the airship on Watchpoint Gibraltar. An extremely important usage of D.Va bomb is in anticipation of a counter engage. This would be bombing after the enemy's Sombra EMPs, or after the enemy's Zarya uses grab, as it zones the enemy away from dealing follow-up damage if your bomb is placed correctly. With tips surrounding bomb, try and use all your cooldowns to force out enemy cooldowns prior to bombing. This should increase the lethality of your bomb, whilst also being efficient with your cooldowns, as they'll be refreshed with your new mech. With bomb timing, here's Spilo explaining a downside of bomb engaging early.
Chat, what's the bad thing about bombing this? They're in a devolved fight, they're up 2 or 3, like not just that you're wasting the bomb, the fight's already won. In fact, bombing here is worse than not bombing. No matrix. And why is that bad? It gives them a chance to clutch, exactly. This son of a gun right here is 93% on Death Blossom. If he has Death Blossom right now, your entire team is dead. You give the Reaper an opportunity to clutch. You have no idea how incredibly lucky you were there. Bomb engages are okay, but your team has to understand that there's no matrix and you can play around it.
As with any other offensive ultimate, such as Genji's Dragon Blade, you want to use it at engagements. This is because cooldowns are used, which means attention is drawn elsewhere from your bomb, therefore increasing the chance of your bomb getting value. Moving on to positioning and playstyle. D.Va is such a versatile character that the way you play depends upon team comp, however there are some key concepts that should apply to any playstyle. The first is drawing and baiting aggression from the enemy team, as MineralOW observes Troy Hoban doing against the Spark.
He's taken a lot of damage, but he gets the bubble, and then immediately when Troy sees it, he's moving forward. Because he moves forward, he's pulling the Discord, he's pulling the Lúcio aggro, he's pulling the Zarya aggro, and this means that Violet has time to farm up his trance, can save super.
That's really good.
Yeah, exactly. And immediately, as soon as he sees this, he knows my job is done. Just by moving like this, I've done my job. They're gonna focus me. Just make sure I don't take any more damage or more than necessary.
Secondly, here's Spilo explaining how timing your pressure and off angles with your boosters is vital.
The timing of the pressure has to be good. You have to be timing your pressure for when the enemy team is actually engaging. Because if you just stand here early, like as they're pushing, as they're like getting through choke, and you start shooting them, what are they going to do? They're not going to push through choke. They're just going to sit there and shoot you, make you fly away, and then they're going to push, and then you're going to be screwed, right? The Ana uses all your cooldowns on your Rein, and so you just go and kill the Ana for using all her cooldowns. Or, you know, the McCree is mispositioned and you threaten the McCree a lot. And McCree's like, help me, help me, help me, help me, help me. And everybody stops what they're doing to help the McCree, which means that your Rein is under no pressure at all, right? Or it could just simply be in the Rein versus Rein trade. You're shooting from an angle, putting a lot of heavy pressure in the back line or even the back of the Rein.
Building on this concept even further to a Grandmaster or Scrim environment, here's Mineral illustrating what calls to make to take or regain off angles and high grounds convincingly.
He sees you and he immediately says, "Give up top, give me bubble." So now it's he's gonna lose no HP, probably get a little bit of charge for his Zarya and completely push you away and just win this trade really, really hard and force you to boost out. You know, so again, resourcefulness. Not only asking for Discord, you know, do you have bubble? Okay, can you give it to me? I'm gonna push the D.Va. Okay, boom. You know, these mid-fight calls are super important to kind of fight for map control.
Thirdly, something every D.Va can do in any team comp is scouting at the start of every team fight to see where the enemy paths. Here's Mineral showing an instance of this on Lijiang Night Market.
You can scout. You can either fly up and look, or you can go towards the right side. You can see the spawn from there, and then you can call a little earlier for your team which way they're coming, whether they're coming top, whether they're coming main, whether they're coming right side, because then you guys can position yourselves accordingly and beat them to the corner.
Fourthly, here's Spilo explaining why D.Vas must prioritize Pharmacy.
What is unique about Pharmacy compared to other DPS in the game? Pharmacy is the epitome of an off-angle DPS, but she can off-angle from legitimately anywhere. Like, she can go behind you, she can go above you, she can go to your far right, your far left. Like, have you ever seen Overwatch League, like Volksky Industries' first attack? They'll send Pharmacy all the way around spawn choke and start shooting them from behind. The reason D.Vas prioritize on Pharmacy is because she's going to be the most lethal off-angle threat. She's going to be off-angling 24/7.
Lastly, moving on to frontline tank synergies. D.Va Hog. This duo provides some damage mitigation and coverage of the low ground and high ground. However, both these characters are prone to taking unnecessary damage, alongside Sigma occasionally being the better pick simply because he has more types of utility, blurring the lines between main tank and off tank. D.Va Zarya. This combo has extremely high utility, however there are no stuns, and it may be harder to gain value from bubble compared to other options. Point control and objective pressure may also be harder to keep or apply due to the lack of a main tank. However, you can pull off the Grab D.Va bomb combo in the majority of ranks successfully. D.Va Reinhardt. This is maximized for brawl and the ability to contest high grounds, hence this duo is especially powerful on maps such as Watchpoint Gibraltar. You also have the potential to peel for your glass cannon backline. D.Va Sigma. This is a more defensive version than D.Va Ryan, with less frontline resources in exchange for extreme damage denial and high ground contest, alongside the ability to peel for your supports. However, the biggest counter would either be a double shield comp or a coordinated brawl comp, as there's either too much cover or too little frontline capability respectively. D.Va Orisa. This duo was quite versatile, providing point pressure and high ground contest simultaneously. D.Va can also peel if needed, and whilst not common, pull bomb can be performed. However, this is a slightly outdated duo due to double shield and Orisa Hog, due to the numerous nerfs essentially forcing Orisa to play with two shields, or for her to play with the buffed Hog. D.Va Ball. As you have no shielding but high mobility, both tanks will be playing off angles or committing to a hard engage. This means a lack of point pressure, posturing, consistent cleave damage, and you may struggle to peel for your glass cannon type supports. D.Va Winston, best for last. This way you have some safety during your dive, alongside the versatility to posture and poke against both tanks better than Winston Ball, in case you want to play a slow dive with Ana Mercy, or a fast dive with Lúcio Moira. Well, that's it for the guide. Hog's primary fire, the Scrappy Boy. makes Hog either shoot short-range blasts of shrapnel or a shrapnel ball that detonates farther away. They both deal up to 165 damage per shot, with Hog's secondary fire, in pre-detonation, dealing 50 damage, detonating at exactly 8 meters away. Starting off with a bit of tech. Firstly, you can animation cancel your reload by half a second by using your breather as soon as the scrap is loaded into the gun. Secondly, you can cancel your reload in the same manner with Hog's hook, alongside his melee. Thirdly, you can end the recovery time of the Hog fires a scrap gun by using either of his abilities. In terms of usage for Hog's scrap gun, there's not much other than to use your alternate fire to break shields. In fact, Hog can break an Orisa shield in up to 4 shots, and Sigma shield in 5. You also want to play longer sightlines instead of shorter sightlines despite having a shotgun, as Spilo details here.
To be honest, I'm not sure that this is the part of the map that you should be playing, whether it should be spamming here and going here. This is a short range sightline, and ironically, Hog is bad at that. He has a shotgun, but he's not very good in close ranges because it's easier to punish him and to land CC on him. His hook has basically a long distance range, and that's what you generally want to be playing with Hog, is cover but bursts with long range, or at least options. I'm wondering if just not rolling out here against most of the time would work, especially with like how valuable the high ground is on attackers. Like there's soldiers, there's Hanzos that you can deny, there's the hooks that you can threaten soldier and Bap, and what they have to do to dislodge you is very awkward. They have to go all the way up the stairs or all the way around the way. So I'm not sure that us rolling out low ground is better.
Most Hogs often struggle dealing decent damage in close range, especially against mobile and armored targets. In this clip here, Griffo undershoots his shot against this Tracer, and in a desperate attempt to redeem the missed damage, his second shot is after the Tracer blinks, which will be punishing, especially with the increased recovery time. Moreover, Griffo now overshoots his hook against the Tracer as she escapes through the doorway. In order to fix the dominoes effect of endless mistakes, having better trigger discipline, as Spilo corrects my original Hog guide on, is the solution.
I'd completely disagree with his analysis there. The main problem with a lot of Hogs, and this Reapers have the same error as well, but especially with Roadhog with a rated fire nerf, is they treat the character like it's a spam hero in close range, when really it's very selective. Like the Zens have this problem too in close range duels against Genji. You will win so many more duels as Zen versus Tracer and Genji if you actually chill out and click your individual shots instead of panicking. Same thing with Roadhog, except it's even more important because you only have 5 shots and your fire rate's lower. Like that Hog, if he took a 1/10 of a second longer or a 1/4 of a second longer to shoot his shots, he would have killed that Tracer. Chill out. Chill out. That's my biggest feedback for Hogs that are struggling in those duels is chill out. I guarantee it has nothing to do with the sense. It has everything to do with like how fast you're firing your shots.
Secondary fire is 8 meters.
You're not giving yourself time to actually aim. You're just like throwing it. Like the fact that he actually said that he fired his shot after the Tracer had already blinked is this isn't a
second shot is after the Tracer blinks.
You hear that? That's not a sensitivity issue.
Tracer, and in a desperate attempt to redeem the missed damage, his second.
Right there. That's not a sense problem. He didn't even move his camera. Right? That's a trigger discipline issue.
Lastly, as the detonation distance for Hog's secondary fire is 8 meters, the ideal one-shot distance for Hog with his alternate fire is 8.5 to 10 meters. Over time, you'll become more comfortable with this distance, being capable of landing these satisfying one-shots without having to use hook. Hog's first ability, the hook, line, and sinker, makes Hog throw a chain up to 20 meters, pulling any target caught towards him. It also deals 30 damage paired with an 8-second cooldown. Using the tech mentioned prior of eliminating Hog's recovery time when shooting, you can perform a one-shot combo, dealing immense amounts of damage. Firstly, use your alternate fire. Secondly, walk forward to make sure that all your pellets from the follow-up shots land. Thirdly, throw and land your hook. Fourthly, keep walking despite the movement penalty. And lastly, land your primary fire plus melee combo. This can deal upwards of 500 damage depending on how many pellets hit the head and body. However, this will most likely deal 250 damage due to fall off and missed pellets. The reason why you ideally want to walk forward is so that you are in range to land the melee, as well as increasing the chance that more of your pellets hit your target. Despite the slight buff to Hog's damage from 150 to 165, this is still important to keep in mind in order to reliably hit one-shots on targets with slender hitboxes or targets that are being healed. Moreover, an extremely important aspect overlooked by many guides is the crosshair placement after hooking a target. As you can see here, Griffo hooks the Ashe without pre-firing, which is his first mistake. However, the more overlooked mistake is that his crosshair is not placed on Ashe's upper body, meaning that half the pellets don't hit, which makes the Ashe survive. You can also turn the camera when you've hooked an enemy to pull enemies off the map, as your Overwatch elaborates on here.
Anytime you hook a target in, turn. There's about a 45-degree turn you're allowed to make to reposition the target, so utilize that to pull them closer to the team and farther away from their team. This is only going to amount to a meter or 2 of distance, but trust me, it does add up, and even if it doesn't come into effect every time, at the very least, you're turning your head hitbox away from the enemy team, making you harder to shoot, and eventually it will pan out for you. It's just a good habit to get into.
In terms of wider usage, Hook is primarily used to punish bad or unnecessarily aggressive positioning, hence why Hog is so powerful in the lower ranks, as a lot of careless mistakes about where you position yourself in the team fight occur. Often these mistakes entail a Brigitte wasting bash, a Moira wasting fade, or a Zarya pushing too far up to gain energy. Hook can also be used to threaten long straight lines of sight, flanks, rooms, and sections of the map. I'll get onto this later on the positioning and playstyle section, where narrow and tight rooms on certain maps should give you a favourable matchup for playing on a flank to deny a Doom or a Tracer access to your backline. Hooks can also be used to disrupt ultimates such as Blossom or Barrage, which can be a major win condition for the enemy team, considering that if they nano boost these ultimates, you can deny the effect of 2 ultimates with a single cooldown. Lastly, make sure you have enough ammo to follow up on your hook. There's no point hooking a Tracer after she recalls just for you to have no ammo left. Hog's second ability, the 1 second Transcendence, makes Hog restore up to 300 health in 1 second with 2 total seconds of animation. A 50% damage reduction is also applied within this time, and Hog's Breather is on an 8 second cooldown. Firstly, aside from the reload animation cancel, Hog's Breather applies the 50% damage reduction as soon as the ability is activated and not during the 1 second duration. This means that in order to optimize the health gained after a mass amount of burst damage, you need to activate Breather a few frames before you take that damage. A perfect example would be in a Flux or when D.Va uses her bomb. Looking at the wider usage of Hog's Breather, you'll mostly be using it defensively to prevent mass amounts of damage and to use it to escape in tight situations after flanking. Thirdly, whilst less viable nowadays, you can use Hog's Breather to face tank damage to save shield resource or to divert resources away from your teammates into you, such as Zen's Discord or Ashe's Dynamite. The penultimate tip is to save your Breather against team wiping ultimates such as Nanoblade, Flux or Grav in order to increase your survivability alongside forcing out stuns that can interrupt your Breather such as Briggs Bash or Arna's Sleep. Lastly, if you're safe, missing HP and your supports don't have their ultimates yet, don't bother healing yourself due to how mediocre a Hog's ult is, as Spilo explains here.
Big thing with vape is you want to avoid using it if you're guaranteed safe and your supports aren't doing anything else and your supports don't have ult charge. So Hog's ult is so mediocre. I mean, it's better now, but it's still generally inferior to support ults, so it's almost always better if you're safe and your supports aren't doing anything to let your supports get the ult charge from healing you than you healing yourself. So you should really focus on letting your supports healing you, not healing yourself whenever possible, unless they already have ult.
Hog's ultimate, the Terminator, makes Hog attach an advanced mechanical device onto a scrap gun, cranking out a wide stream of shrapnel, decreasing Hog's movement speed by 25%, with Hog dealing 7 damage per pellet. Starting off with tech. Firstly, you can cancel your hook with Whole Hog. This is most useful for scenarios where you miss the hook and need to get immediate value from your Whole Hog. Secondly, you can cancel your Breather with Whole Hog. This has a similar line of reasoning to the prior tip, but to also allow yourself to heal up a little bit of HP before going aggressive. Thirdly, you can cancel the scrap gun recovery time by using Whole Hog straight after, which is best utilized when hooking in a tank to one-shot them. With usage, you can use Whole Hog to peel against certain ultimates like Nanoblade to utilize the knockback to prevent any slashes, or when the enemy team commits to the engagement aggressively through an aggressive beat, rally, or coalescence, relieving pressure. You can also use it to deal mass amounts of damage either to shields or to juggle an enemy in a corner. Make sure that your team pushes aggressively to keep the advantage and to not allow the enemy team to regain any shield resource. Additionally, you can displace enemies with Whole Hog to either make them easier to punish by placing them in bad positions or to utilize the immense knockback to take an enemy out of their effective range. On to the penultimate section of this guide, positioning and playstyle. One playstyle is to go for shield break, and the other is to go for flanks and off angles. Speaking about the former, which is a dying playstyle, if your comp has high spam and plays for destroying tanks, Hog can certainly fit the criteria. You'll often see this on Anubis first point defense, with Symmetra Junkrat comps being prevalent. The latter playstyle, which is the one you should do, is simply rolling out on off angles and flanks in order to utilize your hook to threaten angles and parts of the map. Referring to good guy Griffo, he rolls out on the right side of Nepal Sanctum with his team. Instead, he should have rolled out on the opposite side to deny the Tracer the opportunity to go in, and as you can see, even though the Tracer doesn't confirm any kills, she draws attention and healing resources away from the front line. If Griffo rolled out to the left, he could have punished the Tracer, relaying stress and giving map control. The timing of your flanks also needs to be on point, as Spilo explains here.
While you're fishing for a hook late in poke stage, do you see what's the problem with our positioning right now? I'm going to keep zooming out. I'm going to keep zooming out. I'm going to keep zooming out for you. I'm going to keep zooming out for you. Do you see the problem here? Your chances of landing a hook here are next to none because there's nothing distracting the enemy team from the threat of hook. That's all they're thinking about right now is Roadhog hook. You're 1v6ing. Not your Roadhog. You're going to get out fine. But the very fact that you're looking for a hook here when the BAP has clearly come back is completely moronic. Now you're in a position to actually like shoot and or flank again, right? You even have sonic bow information, but you don't have vape and you're not ready to, you're not in position yet, are you? You're gonna be late. Look at you, you're late. And now we go on the flank, but their backline is already rotated and now you're worthless. So your timing is atrocious here.
Lastly, in reference to the anatomy of a teamfight, here's Jayne explaining why Hog should primarily be performing soft resets in coordination with his team.
This is basically the spawn, and then you've exited the spawn, and this is a rollout, and then this is the posture phase. And in the posture phase, you're doing two things. You're positioning and you're poking. And then what transitions from the posture phase into the engagement is an opportunity. Now, this opportunity can be many things. This opportunity can be somebody being out of position and you recognizing that. It can be somebody using a cooldown and you recognizing that. It can be somebody using an ultimate. And these opportunities you want to create through your positioning and your poking, or during the posture phase. And this engage happens when you've killed everyone, and then winning happens. It is like the anatomy of a team fight. But then what happens is that once you've gotten into an engagement, but you are no longer at the point where you can kill people, you need to go back to posturing. And this is called a soft reset. If you go back to the posture phase, this is a soft. If you go back to the start, which means this either happens because of a team kill on you, not them, or where the opponent would have an advantage in a posture phase, you don't want a soft. You want a hard reset if the opponent would have the advantage here. But the way you were, and especially on characters like Roadhog, these are characters that in the poking phase and the positioning phase, and this includes characters like Widowmaker and whatnot, can actually jump right to the killing and right to the winning. But a sustained engagement is not in your favor because you were 2 down. So in this circumstance, instead of like continuing to fight and try and fight at a disadvantage, you could reset while still applying pressure to the opponent during the posture phase, threaten with hooks, and potentially get DMAX or kills or whatnot with your hook. But you stayed fighting, you used your whole hog, and then you got killed. So not only did you stay engaged, but you wasted an ultimate, and now you're going to need a hard reset.
As usual, ending off with frontline synergies. Hog Ball. This comp relies off individual sustainability and playing split apart, hence why brawl comps will struggle to find value, alongside decent high ground and low ground control, with plenty of stuns and crowd control, which adds to the disruption. However, isolating a single target will be this main comp's weakness. Hog Winston. This comp does not do much for Winston, as he has much less survivability compared to Ball. His primal may benefit you by booping enemies into bad positions that you can punish, however, he will be stuck posturing around tanks. Winston's shield also provides some cover, but with no damage mitigation or avoidance, a Reaper will easily pick apart both tanks. Hog Orisa. This duo is very outdated due to how brittle Orisa's shield is, and considering her reduced hot radius, this will completely nullify the pull hook combo. However, as long as your Orisa manages her defensive cooldowns well to apply objective pressure, you should feel free to flank and relay pressure off of her by taking these angles. Hog Reinhardt. This duo is very aggressive and serves the primary purpose to deny as much short range aggression onto your Reinhardt as possible by Hog Scrap Gun. This is also more of a counter pick than anything else, considering that Zarya is a more efficient pick in case your team lacks shield break or pick potential. Hog Sigma. This duo will definitely be a sleeper in ladder due to Sigma having Hog's pick potential but add the defensive utility as well. If your Sigma plays overtly aggressive, however, you may want to either play more passive to deter any aggression or to swap to another hero such as Reinhardt or Orisa. Hog D.Va. This duo provides some damage mitigation and coverage of the low ground and high ground. However, both these characters are prone to taking unnecessary damage, alongside Sigma being the better pick simply because he has more types of utility, blurring the lines between a main tank and an off tank. Hog Zarya. Whilst this isn't the worst synergy in the world, it is quite hard to pull off in ranked. This duo offers a lack of cover and bubbles that easily burst as a result of that. However, this duo provides high damage and pick potential, so long as you manage to absorb and survive the first engage, your Zarya should be high charge and ready to push in. Well, that's it for the guide.
Okay, so I'm gonna give this one. I'll give this one a beefed because I agree with 95% of what's been said.
Sometimes my genius it's almost frightening.
Now onto the main DPS. As a quick disclaimer, if you don't know the difference between a main or flex DPS, don't worry, neither did I, but here's Spilo clarifying some of it. Some heroes overlap both main and flex DPS, so I tried to split the roll up equally across both sides. Ashe's primary weapon, the B-Tech Peacekeeper, makes Ashe fire semi-automatic shots dealing 75 damage per shot every 0.65 seconds, paired with a fall-off range starting at 30 meters alongside a 25% movement penalty. Ashe can also on-scope to fire quick shots every 0.25 seconds dealing 40 damage, with an increasing spread after firing 3 shots. As a preface, since Ashe's kit is very similar to heroes I've already done, such as McCree, Widowmaker and Hanzo, a lot of the concepts from those guides will carry over to Ashe. Starting off with a bit of micro to do with breakpoints. On Ashe, you are no longer able to 2-shot any 200 HP squishy hero with a headshot into body shot combo without any damage amplifiers. However, you are still able to do this against Widowmaker as she is only 175 HP, but due to factors such as fall off range and Widowmaker's slender hitbox, in order to pull this off, try and force the duel when having a shorter sightline as I explain later on. With Ashe's on-scope shots, you primarily use this in close quarter combat to maximize survivability, as Jayne explains here.
Staying scoped in, yes, it will allow you to get the headshot in those regards, but is the headshot actually required to kill them? No. So it's much more important to actually prioritize your own survivability and enter into evasive movement, basically. AD spam, looking left, right during reloads and whatnot, but just like spraying them or whatnot, it will do less damage, assuming that you would have otherwise hit the scoped shot. But since you have teammates' assistance anyway, if you are standing still, it makes it much easier for a McCree to like burst you with 170 instantaneous damage by just shooting you in the head and punching you if you're hard scoped in. So that's why in like close quarters, it's not that GM and pro Widowmakers can't hit those shots. It's that the risk of them getting shot and bursted through heals, through supports and whatnot is too big of a risk to take. So in close quarters, store your ego and just SMG them to death and then teabag them.
One thing to mention is that despite the fact that spamming unscoped shots has a higher DPS than normally shooting, the inconsistent spread, alongside your limited ammo, paired with your fall-off range starting at 20 meters instead of 30, if you are going to be using Ashe just to spam shots, you might as well be playing Soldier, McCree or Bastion. A fundamental with Ashe is to time your angled pressure on the enemy team for when your team pushes in. For instance, on Junkrat first point attack, you could take the high ground surrounding your team or push left side. Make sure that when you do this though, that you have good corner discipline, as Spilo explains here.
Why the heck do you peek this wide? The second you peek this here, the Zenyatta is already visible. You don't need to go anymore. Because the reason cover's good is it doesn't stop you from being shot. It stops you from being killed. Because if I'm shot here, I can go, oh, I need to move over. But because it's an extra quarter of a second to move over, and then I will receive a second shot potentially and die. Whereas if I get shot here, the only thing that can kill me are one shots. So it's not just about the risk of death. It's the fact that the risk of death makes you run away like a pig when you could have just stayed here and continually applied pressure. You increase the longevity of the pressure here. What benefit do you get from being here as opposed to being here? In fact, it's worse offensively. This isn't about playing more aggressive. This is about playing worse. You want to do more damage? You want to get more picks? You want to be aggressive? Play aggressive here. Play aggressive here. This is good aggressive. This is bad aggressive because you're not doing more damage. You will do less damage, get fewer kills, and die more.
Another key nuance to this is to maintain longer sightlines to fit the range of your gun, hence why you aren't pushing right side, as Spilo elaborates on here.
The problem is that we're putting out pressure in a location, in a proximity that's not favorable for us against a composition like a Reinhardt Zarya and against a McCree. In addition, this makes no sense when you have a better, safer high ground angle like this that we literally just leveraged and won the fight with the previous fight. And now we're sitting on the floor. This is so much safer and more aggressive up here. Other heroes wish they could wall climb up here and utilize this, and yet you're here. And now you're there, and now you're in spawn.
A key nuance to this would be playing up against a Widowmaker, who is greatly favoured at longer ranges due to her lack of fall-off and one-shot capability. Referring back to Junkrat, if the enemy team are on Widow, it would be more appropriate to take the shorter sightline flank to the right, where you have the duel advantage. Speaking about these sniper duels, his Irostock is explaining how you should force advantageous duels, giving some examples of the advantages at play.
You never want to take a fair fight, right? You always want to have an advantage when you go for 1v1. For example, you get the jump on someone, right? You get the first shot without them noticing you. The advantage could be positional. So for example, if you have high ground, that's a positional advantage. You have your ultimate, that's an advantage. You can have someone pocketing you. That's an advantage, right? There's also peeker's advantage, because obviously you know when you peek, but the enemy doesn't know when you peek, which means that you're gonna have an advantage in terms of reaction time. So if we look at this 1v1, there's two outcomes. Either you use your ultimate here and the enemy Widowmaker doesn't hide, in which case you can peek her and kill her because you have a very, very big advantage. You have peeker's advantage, you have high ground advantage, and you have wallhack advantage. Or she doesn't peek you, which means that for the entire duration of your ultimate, the enemy Widowmaker and the enemy Ashe are going to be completely useless.
However, arguably, the biggest advantage that you can take in the sniper duel is to reposition against the enemy sniper, timed for when your tanks are baiting attention, as Spilo gives an example of here.
How is this shot so quote-unquote easy? Positioning and timing. His positioning here, high ground, angle, Ashe doesn't see him, perfect. Timing, perfect also. You looked right as the enemy team was committing, so they're not looking at you, they're looking at your tank line, and so that makes it an easy shot.
Some exceptions that may want you to re-peek would be if you gain Infosight or with Coach Gun, as I'll explain later on. Building off that timing concept mentioned there at the end, his Irostock's once again explaining the timing factor of your angle taking.
Why do you peek this early?
I think maybe thought that I could get a pick.
Even if you get a pick, can you just run on the point? You need to wait for your teammates anyways. So there's two reasons why peeking here is bad. First of all, even if you get the pick, no one is there to follow up. Your team is still in spawn. Your D.Va literally just died. Reason number two, there's no one applying pressure on the enemy team, right? So as I mentioned earlier, you always want to look for advantageous fights. The enemy Widowmaker, right? She can't spend all of her time looking for you. Once your teammates engage, she has to shoot your teammates. If she just keeps searching for you, then she's useless. When your teammates go in, they're going to draw attention of the enemy Widowmaker, and that's when you can peek. Or here, and do you see where the enemy Widowmaker is looking? So this is much better, because now she's distracted. Now she needs to decide what she wants to do. Is she going to deal with you? Is she going to focus your teammates, etc.?
To go on that even further, the same applies if you peek too late, and this is often why you'll see Ashe players catch 1 or 2 enemies after the team fight has happened, which would have been much more useful during the team fight when tanks can follow up. Moving on to some mechanical play, here's Spilo going over some fundamental crosshair placement which can be carried over to other snipers.
You're putting the crosshair off of where you need it to be. I'm not sure why. Like, I can understand that the height maybe, because you're still going to headshot her from this height. Why is it off to the side? Why is it not directly on the corner? I mean, your crosshair placement, it wasn't even a flick there. You just put your crosshair off of the position where it needed to be. You had all the time in the world to line up your shot, and you still missed.
If you want to improve your aim and practice this crosshair placement, I recommend doing some tryhard FFA, as it has good generalizability to actual in-game experiences, and aim trainers on console just aren't a thing. Lastly, as Ashe reloads bullet by bullet instead of via a magazine, make sure that in between fights, you constantly reload in order to have as much ammo as possible during the team fights. Ashe's first ability, the Pyro Storm Dynamite, makes Ashe throw some explosive dynamite dealing up to 50 damage on explosion with a 5-meter radius, with 100 burn damage occurring over the following 5 seconds alongside a 12-second cooldown. The fundamental use behind Ashe's dynamite is to both set it in a position where it hits as many enemies as possible and to time it for when your frontline can make use of it, as Spilo explains here.
So the positioning of the dynamite is poor. It's directly in front of the Rhine shield when you're about to reposition yourself to where you can land a bigger, fatter dynamite in the backline. Just dynamite as many people as you can, or dynamite somebody in a good position. That's it. It's a little early, right? Your team can't really get anything out of this. If the Rhines are swinging and you land a big dynamite, a little bit more valuable, right? So you kind of have to find a balance of, I'm going to spam dynamite off of cooldown versus I'm going to use dynamites in the best opportunity. And right now, you could probably wait like literally 2 seconds and get a better dynamite because you'd be in a better position and you do it at a time where the Rhines are actually swinging on each other. It'd be like landing a big nade here. Could your team really follow up off of it? No, and then the team's going to push immediately afterwards and you're not going to have your nade. Can you imagine if he had dynamite here? You might lose this fight because this McCree or Ana don't die, and you look back and go, oh, that was unlucky, you know, my team just died really fast. No, if you'd had dynamite here, this McCree or Ana dies instantly. And so you get 2 kills where you would have only gotten 1.
Spilo briefly mentioned dynamiting someone in a good position, which, linking back to the concept of forcing an advantageous duel, can be used to give you the opportunity to one-shot someone as you utilize the AoE area to land some early damage in before even peeking. For instance, on Nabani first point defense, you can detonate your dynamite from the high ground to the corner without having to peek, landing in some early damage to allow you to go past your one-shot breakpoint. Dynamite should also be used 10 to 12 seconds before the team fight begins to gain some early ult charge. Make sure that it is 10 to 12 seconds since you want dynamite for when the fight begins. Aside from that, there isn't too much else to Ashe's dynamite. Ashe's second ability, the B-Tech grappling hook, makes Ashe blast enemies in front of her, propelling herself up to 9.4 meters away with a 10-second cooldown. The fundamental use to Ashe's coach gun is to use it defensively when getting dove. However, you may want to coach gun to another piece of high ground instead of coach gunning away immediately. For instance, on Temple of Anubis point A defense, you could drop off high ground and coach gun midair to land on the other high ground. I wouldn't recommend doing this if you need to run away as quickly as possible, but if there's one dive target on you, you can take your time. With coach gun, you can also detonate your dynamite, hence if you can't get a good angle for your dynamite aggressively, you can use both defensively to land some damage in whilst you're kiting. This is best done when there are multiple targets diving you. Lastly, you may use your coach gun similarly to Widow's grapple in terms of doing a hook shot. Referring back to forcing advantageous duels, this can provide you with a movement advantage making you harder to hit, likewise with this Nambani example. Here's Spilo explaining this further.
As I'm grappling, I already have my crosshair lined up where she is, right? You can have it pre-aimed as you're grappling up, and you know exactly where she is. Meanwhile, this Widow, this is what this Widow sees. Come on, peek me again, I dare you. Wait, what the heck? Like right there. And you see that time of where she has to react and move her crosshair up to here. That's the advantage that I get.
And obviously, use coach gun to gain high grounds when possible. Ashe's ultimate, the Butler bot, makes Ashe summon her Omnic sidekick with 1200 HP, charging as enemies, dealing 120 damage on impact, with an Om cannon dealing 112 DPS, and lasts for 10 seconds after collision. Bob is one of the simplest ultimates to use, as you almost always want to put Bob on a greedy off angle, as buff hard attack explains here.
Where do you place Bob? To understand this, you have to understand the concept of crossfire. Essentially, you should be trying to shoot the enemy team from as many different angles as possible to deny them cover. We're being shot at from here! We're being shot at from here! We're being shot at from here! If you're the enemy team, where do you hide? How do you deal with that? To get that sort of chaos installed into the enemy team, you should almost always, without exception, place Bob on a flank, or even better, on the back line. Where are they gonna hide from you? Where are they gonna hide from your team, your gun, and Bob at the same time? Nowhere.
A visual example of doing this would be on Numbani's second point attack, where you send Bob in the backline where he has a wide LOS onto the enemy team. One additional thing to mention is to time your Bobs for when your team or when the enemy team engages, so that your Bob doesn't get immediately focused down before the team fight even begins. Moving on to the positioning, playstyle, and compositional part of this guide. In terms of general positioning, there are 4 key principles which I'll showcase on Hanamo's second attack. The first is to have cover, pretty simple. The second is to have line of sight, which is again pretty simple. The third is to have good distance from angles, so that the enemy flankers don't sneak up on you. The fourth and final guideline is to have aggressive and defensive rotations to exert more pressure on the enemy team or to just escape. In Brawl, the fundamentals of having longer sightlines and taking greedy angles are vital. For instance, on Lijiang Control Center, you should split close-side in order to gain an aggressive, long-range angle that the enemy team can't contest while still being in range to land a juicy dynamite. You should time this just after your tanks engage, since the enemy team will be fully focused on your core, making your angle more unpredictable and unexpected. In Poke, longer sightlines and well-timed angles are again the key to succeeding with this composition. For instance, on Blizzard World First Attack, you could peek the right side angle whilst the front line is basing attention, providing you with an angle and a decently ranged sightline onto their Ashe alongside a juicy dynamite onto their core. Note that you don't want to be playing too far away that you can't land any dynamites, but not too close that the Sigma or McCree can shut you down. Another example will be on Hanamo's second point attack, where you dynamite past their shields and start taking a wider angle closer to the coast to apply more pressure. However, when playing against double shield variations that play a tracer who can mark especially greedy and wide angles, you should be hesitant of splitting this wide and make sure you are in LOS of your backline. In Dive, when playing defensively, you don't want to play stacked, but you also don't want to play isolated, as Spilo explains here.
You don't want to position on top of the team because it allows the enemy team to be able to dive you without taking damage, because there's only one LOS where you're actually putting damage. Like, we could draw a straight line of where this damage is coming from, and it's here. They can hide from this damage in here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here. Whereas if you position just slightly here, not too much, where you can still be Harmony Orbed, Armor Packed, you can poke this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this no longer has cover, this no longer has cover, this has significantly less cover, this has significantly less cover, and you can even peek down this hallway a little bit easier. Dive wants to corral you. Stacking against Dive is not the answer. It is being in positions where you can peel for each other, but you can poke out Dive before the fight happens. So you don't want to be isolated, but you don't want to be stacked.
However, when aggressing in Dive, you want an angle and a long sightline onto the kill box or area to where your team is diving on, as Spilo explains here.
Multiple angles and longer sightlines. And obviously high ground is good too. So you could be here, still holding high ground, right? But you can also be set up, have another angle set up here for spam as well, because it's also a very long sightline and you've got cover. With Dive, you might have guys more in deep and high and sneaking here, but with spam, you might have an angle here and an angle here. And so where would your kill box be then? Where are those angles? Where do those guys have really good LOS? This is where spam is going to get the best sightline, right? From this high ground and from that sightline. It's going to be about right here, a little bit past the choke.
Another visual example of this would be on Temple of Anubis' second point defense, where your kill box is the enemy rotation into cave, and you have a long sightline and an angle on that kill box, likewise with your dive crew. Well, that's the guide. Bastion's primary fire, Bastion 76, makes Bastion fire a submachine gun dealing 20 damage per shot at 480 RPM with 35 ammo. For reference, Bastion's DPS in recon mode is 160, whereas Soldier 76's DPS is 171. Keep in mind that Bastion also has bloom to his weapon, whereas Soldier does not. In terms of usage, this is arguably Bastion's most important weapon, as this is what he will be using to win key parts of the map. For instance, on Route 66 third point attack, you can easily fight over the lorry side of the map against opposing flankers as long as you keep your distance. Since Bastion obviously has sentry mode, it will be less likely that this is what you'll you'll be using when taking an angle, but rather getting to that angle is the key part, which is done by taking and winning duels on flanks or splitting late from your core, which I'll elaborate on in the latter sections of my guides. In terms of winning duels, there are two key concepts to minimize damage taken and to therefore maximize damage dealt. The first is corner discipline, as Spilo explains with a visual example on Hanzo here. Keep in mind that Bastion has such a large hitbox, this will matter even more.
Why the heck do you peek this wide? The second you peek this here, the Zenyatta is already visible. You don't need to go anymore. Because the reason cover's good is it doesn't stop you from being shot. It stops you from being killed. Because if I'm shot here, I can go, oh, I need to move over. But because it's an extra quarter of a second to move over, and then I will receive a second shot potentially and die. Whereas if I get shot here, the only thing that can kill me are one-shots. So it's not just about the risk of death, it's the fact that the risk of death makes you run away like a pig when you could have just stayed here and continually applied pressure. You increase the longevity of the pressure here. What benefit do you get from being here as opposed to being here? In fact, it's worse offensively. This isn't about playing more aggressive. This is about playing worse. You want to do more damage? You want to get more picks? You want to be aggressive? Play aggressive here. Play aggressive here. This is good aggressive. This is bad aggressive because you're not doing more damage. You will do less damage, get fewer kills, and die more.
The second concept is the path on angles with longer sightlines, as Temporal explains here.
But this is short sightlines. You don't like this way. You've got a short sightline here. You've got a short sightline here. You've got a longer sightline here, but you have to like go through two short sightlines to get it. This is the way that you want to be going. And if your team is insisting on going this way, you kind of go, yeah, it was nice knowing you guys. Cool. I'll join you later.
Okay. I should have not walked with my team here. Walk to the other side, hide behind the corner until they engage, then go turret form.
Yes!
That would have been the perfect play there.
That would have been a much better play, yes. You don't like these short sightlines. You like late engages, and you don't like the short sightlines that this forces. You are a super poke hero, and these really short sightlines allow heroes like Reinhardt, who is, very much a brawl hero, to potentially beat you, in Reaper and such, to potentially beat you, and that's silly. You want to play for the much longer sightline because
but the Hanzo just pokes me from long range.
That's what your late poke is for, but also if you're tracking respawn timings, he's not in the fight yet.
Referring back to the Route 66 example, you have a decently enough long sightline to be able to fight off any flankers. Also, as mentioned briefly at the end of the clip, you can circumvent some sniper heroes by timing your flanks late, which I'll elaborate more on with the following section. Bastion's alternate firing mode, the Bronze Player Nightmare, makes Bastion transform into a stationary powerhouse, firing a Gatling gun at 900 RPM with a total DPS of 450, paired with 300 rounds and a 2.1 second reload time. Bastion spread also decreases linearly up to 33% after 1.33 seconds of firing 40 rounds, as well as engaging his passive Ironclad ability, which reduces incoming damage by 20% and takes 1 second to reconfigure into Sentry mode. Starting off with a bit of tech. The first is to jump peak and angle whilst reconfiguring from Recon mode to Sentry mode, maximizing the amount of time you're shooting on an angle. Here's Karku showcasing a workshop code to help you get used to quickly reacting when min-maxing this piece of tech.
You need to jump, then transform and kill the enemy soldier as fast as possible. It has some stat tracking to check your accuracy over the past 5 attempts, average accuracy, best accuracy, along with some timings.
You should also try to hide a portion of your hitbox instead of jumping out in the open. Another piece of tech is to head clip through cars and non-uniform objects, as the Bastion University go through here.
Head clipping. Bastion has a large hitbox, but did you know that you can hide most of it behind objects like boulders or cars?
This can be used in map-specific spots, which we'll cover in a later video.
As long as you can still see the enemy, you can shoot them, but to the enemy, you will appear almost entirely hidden, and they won't be able to hit you as easily.
Take this spot on Hanamura Point 1, for example, where you're mostly covered by the rock, but can still shoot its show.
Moving on to the broader concepts, and actually a mistake that I see less experienced Bastion players make, which is that they often overstay their welcome. As soon as you've gotten your first pick on your flank, you either stay on that flank and find some more greedy and silly trades, whilst inevitably sacrificing your life, or you immediately start thinking about repositioning. The higher rank you are, the smaller your shooting on flank windows become, as it takes less time for the enemy team to respond. Building on this further, your target priority during the small window of burst impact comes down to two main things: to prioritize who's most dangerous and who's the easiest to kill, as Spilo inadvertently goes over here.
One other thing is target priority as well. So a lot of times I notice Bastions will hard focus tanks, and that's good at like longer ranges. But once you get to proximity, don't focus tanks as much. You want to focus who's going to kill you. There's the Zenyatta just walking up to them, discording them, and they're going to keep shooting Rein Shield because Bastion breaks Rein Shield. Yeah. shoot the flippin' Zen. He's standing out in the open. You do immense damage to all heroes, squishies, and tanks in close ranges. The only time that you really focus tanks is if there's nothing else but tanks to shoot and or long ranges where your fall off or your spread becomes an issue.
A visual example of good target priority would be on Blizzard World First Point Attack, where you flank right side and instead of shooting the Reinhardt, you prioritize the McCree, as he's incredibly dangerous due to his flash fan threat and he's quite easy to shoot due to his limited mobility and large hitbox. Lastly, timing is incredibly important on Bastion, and in fact, it goes deeper than just timing your engages with your tanks, as Spilo goes over here via a hammer time of my Widow Guide.
Here's my thing, is the timing needs to be with your tanks, but I would say half a second after your tanks. If I'm playing Tracer and Dive and I'm trying to one-clip that Zen, I'm gonna go in right as my Winston's landing, half a second, and then now I'm going, because now that Zenyatta is fully focused on annihilating and beating up that Winston. He's not thinking about anything else. What's a good analogy here? Okay, you're a pickpocket, right? Can you imagine how effective a pickpocket would be at like a fireworks show? There's a big firework, boom, right? And that's when you reach in. They're not thinking at all what's going on behind them. If you wait just a little after the big ugly tanks do something really visually or threatening or baiting, and then you go in, you're gonna find way more hacks, way more picks, way more pressure. You would not peek here as your tanks are pushing. You would maybe even let your tanks go in a little bit, like a quarter of a second, because remember, you have a hero with immense pop-off potential, immense kill potential, and you're like Sombra and Tracer, you're very squishy. Because if the enemy Lúcio sees you, like right as your tanks are pushing and puts a couple of shots your way, and like say chunks you down, you're gonna have to stop, you're gonna have to grab a mega health back. If you're gonna min-max the pressure that you put out and the kill pressure that you have, you are the immediate follow-up, you're not leading the charge. And you're not even doing it at the same time as your team, I don't think. I'd say immediately just peek afterwards. You could use this against any composition, not just Brawl. You know, your Orisa plants her shield, she throws a hold out, 3, 2, 1, peek, and there's your value.
So in attempt to distill this down to 3 guidelines, also nicely denoted in the acronym GGs, this timing nuance is dependent upon, firstly, how greedy your angle is, i.e. the more greedy, the more you want to apply this timing rule. Secondly, another factor is how greedy your own hero is, i.e. a Winston doesn't deal as much burst damage or prolonged damage as a Tracer, Bastion, or Sombra do respectively. Their squishiness can also be a good indicator, as Winston is significantly less squishy than heroes such as Tracer, Bastion, or Sombra. Thirdly, it is dependent upon your ability to spam from range, i.e. the more spam you can do from range, the less value you would get from this timing nuance, such as on Pharah. Things like fall-off damage, spread, and pinpoint versus AoE damage play a part in determining this as well. The last thing I want to touch on is whether you should reconfigure from sentry to recon mode when being dove. Firstly, you shouldn't even be giving them an opportunity to dive you by being static, but if you are in this predicament and you think you can survive their dive, then I would retreat in recon. However, most of the time, the question won't be whether you can survive or not, but rather how much value you can get before you die, in which case, if they haven't got a D.Va, I'd stay in sentry mode. Also, against some specific heroes such as Doom or Winston, your ironclad and lack of knockback is valued more if you stay in sentry. Bastion's second ability, Wally's Repair Shop, makes Bastion heal at 90 HPS for 3.33 seconds, taking 7 seconds to fully recharge and rendering Bastion unable to shoot. This is primarily used as a defensive tool to either escape sticky situations when going from sentry to recon mode, or to be used as another tool to help you in the flank war. Referring back to the visual example on Route 66 third point attack, if you're dueling the enemy McCree and get him down to around 100 HP, he may have to roll away and receive healing, whereas you can quickly heal up the 2 or 3 shots he lands on you, and now, over time, you'll gradually win this side of the map. Aside from that, there isn't too much to Bastion's self-heal. Bastion's ultimate, They Got a Tank, makes Bastion become a tank, dealing 205 damage per direct hit, lasting 8 seconds, firing 1 shot every 1 second. Ironclad is also active and Bastion cannot receive headshots. In terms of tech, here's Bastion University going over rocket jumping and heal interweaving here.
In your ult, if you shoot the floor, you'll take some knockback that can be useful for reaching high ground that was previously inaccessible. Make sure to jump as you shoot the ground for a huge increase to the distance of your jump. The second tip is the heal animation cancel. During your ult, you can animation cancel the shooting of your cannon with your self-heal, allowing you to get some healing in between shots. This can be used to counteract the damage that you deal to yourself when rocket jumping.
Always healing in between shots reduces the total number of tank shots during the ultimate by 1, but the healing may be the difference between surviving and not.
The rocket jumping is primarily used to take vertical off angles and to prevent yourself from barreling down main, with a visual example from a Master's Bastion on the screen. In terms of the key fundamentals behind Bastion's tank mode, here's Spilo going over how to maximize value gained from your tank form.
The other thing with Bastion is like ult is good on an angle, like really good on an angle. His ult is like hot trash on main. Like there's a lot of ultimates that are better on angles, and there's some ultimates that you can make work on main even if they're not optimal. Bastion's ult is just garbage on main. It is so easy for them to just hide behind a corner, and you're very mobile as well, so like there's really no excuse for it. So I always like, don't have that like hard flank, but almost always his ultimate gets more value on a slight flank or an angle.
Building off that, and again linking to the key idea of winning flank wars, you can use your ult to gain a sizable advantage in taking a duel. Once again, I'll be referring back to this Route 66 example. Firstly, your break points are significantly more forgivable against squishies due to your one-shot. Secondly, your AoE damage makes aiming a lot more forgivable if you do miss. Thirdly, your head hitbox is hidden, which reduces incoming damage. And fourthly, you can heal in between your shots to increase uptime instead of hiding behind a corner to heal. With all this factored in, you should win the duel, which then gives you a great off angle to one-shot any squishy you like. Moving on to the positional, playstyle, and compositional part of the guides. There are 4 key positional guidelines that you should follow, and I'll use a Varna second to show this. Firstly, have cover, simple enough. Secondly, have LOS, again quite simple. Thirdly, have good distance from angles so that the enemy flanker does not sneak up on you. And finally, have rotational options, both aggressive and defensive, to perhaps take a greedy angle, with all those concepts about timing nicely coming into play as well. Moving on to the 2 predominant playstyles that Bastion has, which is either to be a brawlbuster or a flanker, as Spilo explains here.
Brawlbuster, where you have the very traditional, I'm playing with a shield, I just clonk into turret form and just mow them down, or flanker, where you go funny angles, funny flanks, and time it really, really, really well. The thing with Bastion is 2 things. You need to be unpredictable, because shields just don't live long enough for you to be able to just kind of turn your brain off and just mow them down, and your timing needs to be immaculate. Because you're talking about a hero that has an immense spike in value when they don't know you're there, but as soon as they know where you are, or they've spotted you, your value just goes down to the pooper, because you're very, very, very static. So I would be very unpredictable, work on your timing, and then decide like what you're going to be doing.
In Brawl, the flanking playstyle, you should be looking to maintain long sight lines due to the lack of range and mobility of the Brawl composition more so than usual. For instance, on the poor village retake, you can path left side whilst your team attempts to break the choke, and the enemy team will be forced to back up into your Gatling gun. Don't be afraid to have a little bit of fall off in exchange for safety. In Brawl, the Brawl Buster playstyle, you'll likely be positioned similarly in places where the enemy team can't easily reach you and rush you down. For example, on a Paul Shrine hold, you can play by elephant whilst your team holds up close, forcing the enemy Reinhardt to turn into your LOS. In Poke, the flanker playstyle, nothing really changes too much from the general overview of what Spilo said. Just note that Poke typically has a lot less mobility, hence you can get away with these flanks a lot more comfortably, unless you're playing against the Tracer variation, in which case you'll have to split even later than usual, or you'll have to resort to the Brawlbuster playstyle as I'll mention here. In Poke, with the Brawlbuster playstyle, despite shields being weaker, as long as you have long sightlines and open spaces, the enemy team will be less capable of hiding away from your damage. For instance, on Junkrat first point attack, when pushing the last corner, you could position far left with the Sigma, in line with your Orisa pushing cart. Note that Sigma can also threaten flankers such as Tracer or Sombra. In Dive, with the flanker playstyle, you want to be playing slightly split but not isolated, hence hard flanking shouldn't work, as Spilo explains here.
You don't want to position on top of the team, because it allows the enemy team to be able to dive you without taking damage, because there's only one LOS where you're actually putting damage. Like, we could draw a straight line of where this damage is coming from, and it's here. They can hide from this damage in here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here. Whereas if you position just slightly here, not too much, where you can still be Harmony Orbed, Armor Packed, you can poke this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this no longer has cover, this no longer has cover, this has significantly less cover, this has significantly less cover, and you can even peek down this hallway a little bit easier. Dive wants to corral you. Stacking against Dive is not the answer. It is being in positions where you can peel for each other, but you can poke out Dive before the fight happens. So you don't want to be isolated, but you don't want to be stacked.
In Dive, with the Brawlbuster playstyle, this is again a bit too extreme, as you will likely get corralled and surrounded by Dive, especially if you're always in sentry mode. However, there is a map-specific workaround, which is to implement this playstyle when there aren't many flanks around. For instance, on Kingzo's second point defense, there's only one flank that you need to worry about, in which case your other DPS, preferably a Tracer, will mark that flank to prevent you from being corralled. Blizzard World's first point attack can also work with similar reasoning, as the flanks are either not very valuable or are awkward to reach to. Now, before I leave, I recommend checking out an interview that I did with former contenders coach and Paul, linked in the top right. No intro, straight onto the guide. McCree's primary weapon, the 6-shooty boy, makes McCree shoot bullets dealing 70 damage every half a second with fall off starting at 20 meters. McCree can also fan the hammer to unload the remaining bullets every 0.13 seconds, dealing 50 damage per shot. In terms of when to fan the hammer or normally shoot, here's Spilo explaining why, after flashing an enemy, fanning the hammer is often better.
Is flash fan bad? I used to be a huge enemy of it, like I hated it, I thought it was bad fundamentals, But unfortunately, since Fan the Hammer got buffed, it's a more reliable kill. I mean, I don't think there are many situations where you wouldn't flash Fan. 50 damage per shot? Yeah, so it's 300 damage now. I mean, I can't say no.
In the wise words of Jayne, people say you ain't no man if you fan the hammer, but that Genji's dead, and I'd rather be a child than a very nice person. The two exceptions to fanning the hammer off the flash is firstly against a small hitbox such as tracers, or secondly at ranges where the spread of your fan the hammer becomes unreliable. Moving on to the broader macro concepts, here's Spilo explaining the two fundamental aspects to your target priority as McCree.
When you're pushing out or engaging, your target priority is one of two things: what is dangerous and or what is easy. You're going to shoot Pharah because she will either be easy or she's going to be dangerous. And you know this is going to be the case. That full little couple of seconds there that you're not looking at pharmacy is really problematic. You don't even have to be particularly good at the game to land a couple shots here. And remember, do you have to kill the Pharah to get value out of shooting her? No. If you hit one or two body shots, you're going to force her to reposition.
However, building off this further, you often don't have to prioritize pharmacy if they aren't playing in your angle, as Spilo again elaborates here.
Who is our target priority? Is it Pharah right now? Backline. Yep. Backline or frontline. Frontline probably a little bit less valuable right now, but you could still beat the absolute crap out of this Ryan Zarya from this position right here. Pharah is on the angle, yes, but you cannot see her. So you do not go out of your way to pursue her if she doesn't go into your angle. You can also make an argument here that this against the Pharah, it might have been better for you to play here. You have to watch for concussive blast, but I would have considered playing here if I knew that they were on Pharah or they had made the swap to Pharah. Why? Because you have a better angle on her, a worse angle on backline, but a better angle on her. If you and your BAP played here, then this Pharah would have a much harder time.
Another fundamental aspect of your Peacekeeper is the sightlines you choose to play. Often as McCree, you will outrange the enemy compositions in most cases, hence you should be maximizing your range even at the expense of a little bit of fall off, as Spilo explains here.
If you're going to take this angle here, why are you pressing W? Why did you go from nice corner, nice angle here to I'm on top of point? Maintain the sightline, and that's all you need to do. You outrange this comp heavily outside of Zenyatta and random Pharah rockets. There is no reason for you to go, I'm going to close the distance against these guys whatsoever, especially with the D.Va on the field. You're playing your McCree like you're trying to get up in the face of your enemies. At least that's how it looked like on the Pharah, and it's how it looked like in the D.Va. You do not need to do that. You can do that against Widowmaker comms, Hanzo comms.
Building off that last note about sniper comps that want to play longer sightlines than you, aim to play for shorter sightlines while still maintaining an angle. A great visual example of this would be on Junkrat attack first point, where you can play shorter sightlines in the room with Mega, whilst also still having an angle to split focus. You may even want to 2-tap the Widowmaker at the short range if you so desire. Also, as obvious as it is really important that you time all of the angles you take with when your core pushes. I'll mention more about angles and flanking on McCree in the macro portion of my guide. McCree's first ability, the Rick Roll, makes McCree perform a 7.2 meter combat roll in the direction McCree is walking in with a 6-second cooldown. McCree's roll is best and most commonly used defensively to maintain an angle and to defend yourself from any threats, as Spilo explains here.
Hi guys, I'm in a Major Midget guide. Really, roll and flash are both used when your off angle is being contested. In other words, you can either utilize roll flash aggressively on your off angle, but most of the time you want to find a good off angle that makes you really, really dangerous, that makes people want to come after you, and then you can use roll and flash to defend yourself. That's the goal. That's the goal. Very rarely will you aggressively be looking for roll and flash opportunities. Oftentimes you'll just take a position that makes the enemy team do something to stop you, and that's where roll and flash are really useful.
Some exceptions of rolling aggressively would be to peek a corner fast to catch the enemy off guard during a duel, and then likely following up with a flashbang. Another aggressive roll would be to punish an overextended or killable enemy, often a Reinhardt, as fast as you can. And the last main example would be to quickly and unexpectedly set up a flash at a play without being telegraphed. Aside from that, make sure you don't waste your roll when pathing on a flank. Ensure that by the time you reach your flank, you have your roll off cooldown to escape danger. McCree's second ability, the Blindy Boy, makes McCree throw a flashbang dealing 25 damage with a 7 meter range and a 3 meter radius, paired with a 0.8 second stun and a 10-second cooldown. Note that flashbang can affect enemies up to 10 meters away. Likewise to Kree's roll, flashbang is best and most often used defensively when covering your flanks on an off angle so that you don't get run over. Flashbang isn't something you actively look to get value from, but rather something to prolong the value you get from your Peacekeeper. However, some aggressive flashbang uses would go hand in hand with aggressive rolls, such as aggressively peeking an angle, quickly flashing and bursting down a killable target, and quickly setting up a flash shatter mid-fight. Although do keep in mind that you can set up some niche flash shatter plays, as you'll see the Shock do in the background. McCree's ultimate, the Funny Cowboy Man, makes McCree charge up a shot for every enemy in his LOS. The damage scales up exponentially and are broken into 3 zones of 100, 275 and 550 DPS gained for when the High Noon is locked onto a target. Starting off with a bit of micro and after doing a bit of math, McCree will be able to one-shot a 200 HP squishy 1.44 seconds after the High Noon is charged. It is vital to go past 1 second since the damage scales exponentially, otherwise you'd be dealing 80 damage at 1 second instead of 200 at 1.44. Moving on to the 2 main uses of High Noon. The first and safest use is the High Noon behind a Reinhardt shield to zone space. However, often in brawl compositions, it's hard to take the space that you zone. So here's Nata explaining how your more mobile heroes can take the angles you zone.
But if Oni got High Noons, that forces enemy team to back up. That forces these guys to back up. It forces these guys to sort of back up in an essence, right? So there's less pressure on Dans, which then means, guess what? Hey, there's less pressure on Dans. Okay, cool. As D.Va, Lúcio, Bap, even May to some extent, you don't need to be stacked on the Ryan right now. You can do something else. And what's it something you can do? You know that the enemy team is abusing these high grounds, right? Like this high ground over here, this high ground over here. You can send a little kill squad to go push that. You'll see the D.Va, you'll see the Lúcio, and the Bap all together as a little high ground, little kill squad. They're ready to fight, right? And they'll push that high ground and they'll catch Valentine there who's trying to go for an off angle. You can use ultimates like McCree ult or even Square to force pressure off your Reinhardt and then have your little kill squad go pressure people on the sides.
Building on this further, you can also safely force objective pressure upon the enemy team, as Nata yet again explains here.
We would take Catwalk here. Enemy team would be on the high ground. And this was in May McCree brawl. We would then have our Ryan here, and we'd have a shield. Our McCree would High Noon, and then our D.Va would force point, and the enemy team would be forced to make a decision. Do we go to point? If we go to point, it's a bad color. If they go to point, then they have to deal with essentially the McCree High Noon and get High Nooned, or they have to give ticks. So not really a fun decision for them. And this is a very basic strategy where essentially you can force resources and force someone into open space. And how this is sort of relevant is because I'm going to talk about basic sort of positioning, and this is sort of like a spam positioning type of thing.
The second use of High Noon is to use it late and on a flank during the mid-fight, similar to Reaper's Death Blossom. This is because the enemy team will have already used some cooldowns that lowers the lethality of your High Noon or straight up stun it, such as D.Va Matrix, Zarya Bubble, Honor Sleep, and others, hence your High Noon is more likely to land kills. You also do it on a flank since your tanks would be baiting attention on the front line to allow you to get away with aggressive flanks. A visual example of this would be on Dovado's second point attack, where your team clears and takes high ground, but you split to the opposite side and catch the enemy team when they retreat. Another use of High Noon linked to this is to proactively High Noon early. This would be a hyper aggressive play to catch the enemy team off guard, but your team needs to match your aggression, as Spilo explains here.
It should be this: speedily punches from Hotel, Reinhardt can pin or aggressively take space on main, Ultraviolet can window back, and OG and False need to be on statue, peeling this off right here, helping this guy. This is a train wreck. Look at Reinhardt, he's just shielding. They're shielding AFK back here. And Wub is just going in. This is a serious disconnect. This kind of play is obviously hyper aggressive and could be considered a feed, but it would work if it got proper support. It's not getting proper support right now.
Moving on to the positioning, playstyle, and composition section of this guide. In Brawl, there are 3 prominent sub-playstyles. The first is the soft flank and synchronized aggression when your tanks are trading, as I explain here with Master's Team 1-triggers.
See here, soon as Ocean's tank is bubbled, where's the angle? McCree should be here. Where's McCree? Where is he? Completely synced. Completely synced. And if McCree was here, look how much attention the Reinhardt is baiting. All 6 players are looking at the Reinhardt right now. This McCree can turn this corner, potentially 2 shots to him. At least it's 3, maybe 4 shots because of the Inspire and the AoE healing. But you play this angle with a McCree, Lúcio, and even a high charge Zarya, you're killing at least a squishy hero. And this is how you play Brawl. Reinhardt goes in, crush strikes. Again, where's the angle? Now Ocean Stand backs out, and now Kree and May push in. Desynced. And now May and Crete disengage, and now Reinhardt goes in.
If you want to watch the full VOD, click the link in the top right. The second playstyle is to hard flank, as Spilo explains here.
The reason why it's important to clarify is in the Brawl mirror. One of the limitations of Brawl is if it's very slow. Even with Lúcio, if I see McCree up here, who on Brawl can really stop that? Bap can shoot it a little bit. Their McCree can shoot a little bit, but nobody can reach it and stop it or deny the angle. There's no ball, there's no tracer, there's no D.Va, there's no monkey. There's not even a sniper that can deny that long angle. So for you, I'm not necessarily recommending that you do that, but I am giving you that option that it does work. But the thing is you have to time them very well. Your team has to be in a position to push, because even if you don't kill anybody, you want to get value out of the attention that you buy. And if you do it by yourself, you're just gonna feed, or you're gonna eat a ton of damage, and then you're gonna have to run back to your team and you'll have accomplished nothing. It's a legitimate playstyle. It's a little memey, and there's ways of countering it, But you're not going to find teams that are going to be consistent at countering this until you get to Overwatch League, and even then, not even really.
A small nuance I would add is that since brawl teams are running D.Va over Zarya, who can mark your flank, I would time your hard flanks later during the team fight instead of doing it early, where you are less likely to get forced out. The third play style is to stack main and int with roll and flashbang. This is done in the overwhelming minority of cases and is used to punish over-aggression as mentioned prior. Moving on to dive. The key positional aspect to McCree is finding the balance between not stacking on your backline, but not playing isolated, as Spilo explains here.
You don't want to position on top of the team because it allows the enemy team to be able to dive you without taking damage, because there's only one LOS where you're actually putting damage. Like, we could draw a straight line of where this damage is coming from, and it's here. They can hide from this damage in here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here. Whereas if you position just slightly here, not too much, where you can still be Harmony Orbed, Armor Pack, you can poke this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this no longer has cover, this no longer has cover, this has significantly less cover, this has significantly less cover, and you can even peek down this hallway a little bit easier. Dive wants to corral you. Stacking against dive is not the answer. It is being in positions where you can peel for each other, but you can poke out dive before the fight happens. So you don't want to be isolated, but you don't want to be stacked.
As a summary, by stacking on your backline, you are allowing the enemy dive crew to corral you, but if you're isolated, you'll become the dive target. A great example of this being demonstrated would be on Bastion downtown, where you are not stacked on your backline, hence you can poke out flankers pathing right side, but you are still within range to get peel from your backline. Other things to mention is that you and your backline should rotate when your dive crew engages. Since you don't have a shield, you should rotate once your Winston dives in, as he will be baiting attention on the front line to allow you to rotate. A visual example of this, again on Bastion downtown but on retakes, is to push through the choke when your Winston engages. The last thing to mention is to typically play longer sight lines, as heroes such as Echo and Tracer are not favoured at 20 meters or beyond. Moving on to poke. The most important aspect here is to not only play shorter sight lines, but to also ensure you have an angle as well. A visual example of this would be on Blizzard World First, where even though you have a short sight line, you don't really have an angle. In this case, you should soft flank right side to where you both have a short sight line alongside an off angle. Note that Sigma can also come with you in order to increase the duration and lethality of that off angle. Hard flanking is also more viable due to the lack of mobility, but ensure to split late as mentioned prior if the enemy team are running a Tracer and you still want to hard flank. Moving on to the poke dive hybrid comp. Here's Nato briefly explaining your role as McCree.
McCree is where you're playing more to like for your backline. You're playing inherently more brawly, and you're playing to like it'll allow you to peel more. You normally play McCree in like enclosed maps, and you'd run like McCree if you know the enemy ball tracers like giving you guys a lot of help. So McCree Brig Zen, it would be the backline, right? You don't never really run McCree with Mercy Zen because that's just straight up weird, because McCree like wants a Brig near it. But if you run this, then inherently you're not worried about their ball tracer anymore. Why? Because you have McCree Brig Zen. Their ball tracer should be very scared. Hence, your ball tracer, right, if you're running McCree Brig Zen, can be really aggressive and just go on their back. So the big things to take from this, right, is the understanding of McCree, you're brawly, right? You want to play a bit faster. Your ball tracer, you don't need to like match their ball tracer as much.
In terms of positioning in hybrid, there are 4 key guidelines that backline, not just McCree but Sigma and Zen in this comp as well, should follow. Do note that this can also apply in dive. Take this example on Havana second point attack. The first principle is to have cover or a corner you can play around so you can back off and close your angle. Simple enough. The second principle is to have line of sight onto the enemy. Again, simple enough, especially with the sightline concepts mentioned prior. The third principle is to have good distance from angles so that the enemy ball or tracer or any flanker for that matter doesn't sneak up on you, and therefore, by extension, you can land early damage before they engage and close the distance. The fourth principle is to have rotation options, both aggressive and defensive. This can provide you with another angle for when your dive crew engages, and you can push up, or a route of retreat if your team have lost the fight. Here's another example on Oasis City Centre, where you again have a corner, great line of sight onto point, decent distance from angles to prevent and engage, and good rotation options. Well, that's it for the guide. Reaper's weapon, the Lil Nas X's sidearm, makes Reaper dual-wield shotguns dealing 120 damage per shot, with fall-off starting at 10 meters, paired with a fire rate of 2 shots per second. The biggest concept with Reaper's shotguns is target priority. Many pseudo-educational content creators, such as your Overwatch, will claim that Reaper is quote-unquote much weaker against tanks due to the range and damage change. Whilst elements of his argument are true, specifically to do with Reaper's playstyle change, Reaper's damage already got halved by tanks with armor prior to the patch, and as Nata explains here, Freedom misses out a key factor in the Reaper change, which is his uptime.
Because the distance got changed, Reaper can now shoot more effectively at a bit more range. You can do more to squishies as well, but the biggest concept is the fact that because you're further away, you don't take melee damage, and you can like play corners more, you can play more with your tanks a bit behind, so you take less poke and melee damage, which means, guess what, your Wraith is forced less. And because your Wraith is forced less, you can stay in fights longer, hence you can do more damage.
As a general rule of thumb, you should be prioritizing targets that you can kill. The possibility of getting a 2-tap on a backline support can often be more valuable than shooting a Reinhardt, but this can be dependent upon composition, as I explain in the latter sections of my guide. Moving on to Reaper's range and when you should start shooting squishy targets. At roughly 5 to 6 meters away, you can 2-shot most squishy heroes. At 7 or 8 meters away, you can just about 3-tap most squishy heroes. Beyond 8 meters is where Reaper's range starts becoming inconsistent, but you can still deal meaningful damage to the extent that it can draw resources and attention away from the front line. As a summary, if your sightlines are beyond 8 to 10 meters, start shooting tanks, and the reverse applies with most squishy heroes. The penultimate piece of advice is trigger discipline. I like to hog and tracer, taking the extra half a second or so to realign your crosshairs will help you land more meaningful damage. Not to mention, landing the first shot is critical, especially if you're unscouted, as it's essentially a free shot you're missing if you don't take your time. The last thing to mention is the corner abuse as Reaper, especially when holding short sightlines. Too many Reapers tunnel on the target they are shooting, leading to their Wraith being forced, hence holding short sightlines, especially when accounting for the Reaper range buff, is key. Reaper's first ability, the Devil's Advocate V2, makes Reaper become an invincible shadow for 3 seconds, moving 50% faster, paired with an 8-second cooldown. All status effects are cleansed, and your guns are reloaded. The main concept with Wraith is to use it defensively for when you need to escape. A general rhythm of Reaper's gameplay is that you flank behind to their backline, apply pressure, use Wraith to escape, and rinse and repeat. You really don't want to use your Wraith loosely for greedy purposes, since that should call for you to play passive when you don't have Wraith up, as Temporal explains here.
I can live with your Wraith being forced, but you better not finish your Wraith where you started, which is exactly what you did. You felt the need to Wraith, your positioning was such that you're taking damage. You can't just go, I'm Wraithing for invulnerability and to get healed a little bit. You've got to go, okay, I'm going to end up over here where I've got a little bit or better cover, a little bit more work to do. Or you could potentially go, hey, I'm going to try to end up here and just delete this and then enforce this. Like, these are all options. I don't want you just Wraithing and ending up right where you started. Like, your Wraith is a changing of your aggression level. And if your Wraith is getting forced and you feel the need of, no, I'm in a plenty safe spot, well, you weren't in an aggressive enough spot to start then when you had Wraith.
The penultimate thing to mention is to know when to cancel your Wraith. You may want to cancel it slightly earlier in a duel to dodge stuns or to catch the enemy off guard. However, the caveat is again to not greed your Wraith just to win a duel, as it makes you much more vulnerable and passive afterwards. You might also want to think about where you finish your Wraith instead of always Wraithing back to your team. For instance, on King Zoro first defense, you might duel Squishy by statue and then use Wraith to escape back to Mega and set up another off-angle engage, similar to Doomfist punching out. Not to mention the room is enclosed with short sightlines, which should in theory aid you in most duels. This is beneficial for 2 main reasons. It avoids the sound and visual cue of your teleport and increases your uptime. However, against mobile heroes such as Tracer with multiple blinks and a small hitbox, or against D.Va with armor, matrix and missiles, they may end up chasing you down and winning the duel, hence I only recommend doing this against immobile compositions on maps with short sightlines. Reaper's second ability, the Spooky Boy, makes Reapers disappear and reappear at a location of up to 35 meters in distance with a cast time of 1.5 seconds and a cooldown of 10 seconds. It can also be used in the air, reducing Reaper's fall speed. Since Reaper's teleport is very synonymous with flanking, which is a macro playstyle for the end section of the video, I'll introduce the more basic concepts here. The main key aspect to Reaper's teleport is timing, as if you mistime your teleport, the enemy team can force your angle out for free, effectively making the team fight a 5v6, as Temporal gives an example of here.
You teleported in when you were down 2. Of course they saw you teleport in, and they had resources to come chase you out because they were up to. Then you're using your Wraith to get out. Your Wraith doesn't actually get you far enough out because of the depth that you're in, and then you're missing both of your cooldowns when they actually make their play. You staggered yourself, you dragged your team into basically a team wipe when your team was going to get out cleanly. This is not okay.
You also don't have to get a kill when you teleport, as Spilo explains here.
And there's a misconception with Reaper that if I TP, I need to get a kill. If you TP, you don't need to get a kill. You need to bait attention, force cooldowns, and then get back to your team safely. You do that cycle over and over and over again. You decide, okay, now is a good time to TP. Okay, now I go a TP, I put pressure backline, I get out, and I do it over and over and over again.
Additionally, a very obvious tip is to not teleport in front of the enemy team. Even though you are invulnerable while exiting, you will have to pop Wraith immediately, making you very telegraphed and vulnerable as soon as you exit Wraith. Reaper's ultimate, the B-Tech Beyblade, makes Reaper empty both of his shotguns at breakneck speed, dealing 170 DPS in an 8 meter radius lasting for 3 seconds. Shotguns are also automatically reloaded. The first bit of important tech is to shotgun animation cancel before you blossom in order to gain an extra bit of burst damage. With usage, the key aspect of blossom which will determine how much value you receive from it is your timing, as Spilo explains here.
The timing of your ultimate is so incredibly crucial. I don't like opening with Reaper ult, I like waiting until things get a little messy. Reaper ult is so easy to counter with cooldowns, but is so hard to counter without them. Like you can go down the list, Winston bubble, Matrix, Zarya bubble. Every hero like in the game has a cooldown to deal with Reaper ult. In mid-fight, when some of those cooldowns are used, Reaper ult is just oppressive, man. Like how many times have you guys been like, oh, the fight's won, and the Reaper just goes, die, and you're like, I guess I die. And that's because it's these mid-fight when an engagement is happening, not ahead of the team, but mid-fight, it is an oppressive ult.
Blossom in conjunction with Lucio's beat can also be a great counter to EMP if you're hidden, similar to D.Va Bomb, as Nata explains here.
Enemy team EMPs, your Reaper hides, right? And your Reaper comes back in with a beat Reaper ult. Why? When you're jumping in with EMP, right? You're not caring as much about like carrying your life. Why? Because you think you're like, oh, we EMP'd, we can kill them, right? So you're not looking to DM somebody. You're not looking to bubble somebody. You're not looking to boop somebody. You're looking to int on someone. You're looking for what you look at one target, you tunnel vision on that target, and you kill that target, right? Like the beat happens, right? And then right with that beat, the Reaper ult happens, and they get the Moira. And that immediately peels for their team.
Unlike the Doomfist, Zarya Bubble will help you gain much more value out of your engagements due to how much disruption CC can cause, hence coordinate if possible. A very niche but important enough tip is that you may want to do aerial blossoms against aerial heroes such as Mercy, Echo or Pharah, as in conjunction with the shotgun animation cancel, you may be able to kill them in around a second if not less. Now onto the playstyle, positioning and composition section. With Reaper there are two main playstyles, flanking or frontlining. Here's Spilo doing a brief overview of these two concepts.
Do I play frontline? Can I just put out spam damage? I don't need to worry about it? Or should I be playing flanker to bait more attention towards me? With Reaper, the big thing is like the playstyle stuff. Like you play Reaper where you can flank with short sightlines to put out a lot of pressure. And obviously time it really well. It's very similar to Tracer. He's just a little less flexible with how he does it.
As quickly mentioned in that clip, if you are going to flank with or without TP, and this applies to all the three main types of compositions that I'll be going more in depth on, timing your flanks is vital. If too early, the enemy team will force you out, costing them nothing and making the fight a 5v6, but flank too late and the entire team fight will be a 5v6. Keep in mind that since Reaper's mobility is more clunky than a Tracer's, timing is even more important. There's also a third sub-play style, which is lurking, as Spilo yet again explains and evaluates here.
Lurking would be, my team is here, the enemy team is here. I was here as the enemy team walked from spawn and they walked into my flank where I'm already there without even having a TP. And obviously this is higher risk but higher reward because there's no audio cue of TP. They don't even see you TPing, and you can be a little bit more selective about where you flank. You don't have to, oh, my TP can only reach here. You can be waiting there. The obvious risk is that if they scout you ahead of time as they're coming back.
Now onto splitting up the frontline and flanking playstyles with respect to the three main compositions, being Brawl, Poke and Dive. You want to be holding soft off angles from your core, as you'll end up drawing more attention away from the frontline and onto you. In terms of holding chokes in a Brawl mirror, you can also split from core, similar to how Nata explains it here.
You could also just have, your team play over here, right? And have your Mei stacked here, and maybe have your Lúcio sort of chilling over here looking for a boop into your team, and then maybe have maybe your D.Va off angle, right? Because your D.Va's got jets, they push D.Va just flies away, right? They're gonna have to deal with a Lúcio, the core coming in here, they're gonna have to deal with D.Va there, right? Essentially, they're gonna have to get pressed by 3 different angles, and that's really, really, really annoying to deal with. Let's say you put your core over here, and you put your Mei over here. If your core backs off, your Mei is stranded. And that's why also when you do these split plays, you're sort of committing more on these chokes. You're looking to go harder. But if your Mei and core is together, and you want to kite, it's safer, because now you don't have to worry about it. The split where you sort of saw the core plus D.Va, right? In this situation, if your core is pushed, your core backs up, your D.Va just flies away. It's safe, right? So if you want to play slower and you sort of want to live more, right? And you know that you might need to back up because the enemy team might ult or something, then maybe putting your D.Va on the side is better.
That nicely leads me on to the flanker and Brawl playstyle, where you can flank to retake chokes, especially if you don't have a Mei, as Nata again explains here.
Can we do something to split their focus is the first thing you should think about, or get some type of angles. I think, hey, do you have a Reaper? Can you sort of have a way where your core is pushing main, and then your Reaper sort of teleports behind here, and then surprises them from behind, Enemy team's playing here, right? The Reaper like pressures their backline. They all turn around for the Reaper. You push then in. Or the Reaper goes behind and like shoots the Mei, forces cryo, and then your team pushes forward. And the concept with like Reaper, right, is like you're gonna actually do damage to them, right? But let's say maybe the cart's over like here, and the enemy team's holding close. Well, then you can also go force point and force the enemy team to back up and force them to get out of this choke.
Onto the frontline and poke playstyle, Reaper and poke is often oxymoronic. However, if playing double shield in what's typically considered to be a long sightline map, such as Havana, you can soft off angle to where the long sightlines don't matter, as shown in this example on Havana first point. You may also want to force objective to aid your inherently broadier playstyle, although be careful of long sightlines. With the flanker and poke playstyle, which is typically your best call to action, you can do the traditional teleport behind flank, as Spilo explains here.
Looking at the situation, be like, okay, we have to break a choke. So for me standing on front line while the Junkrat Torbjörn spams my Reinhardt, that's not going to work. I need to TP past, put some pressure on backline, get them to all turn around, force some cooldowns, and then wraith back to my team.
However, stereotypically poke compositions such as double shield can play alike to brawl as implied prior, with Reaper splitting late as the core pushes in, as Mineral explains here.
Here is another example against a slower bunker composition. They tank the bullhook combo and matrix the follow-up, all while Birddrake teleports up to shove the Widowmaker out of a crossfire angle. Spitfire neutralize another hook, one of Charger's best weapons in a neutral fight, and eventually make their way onto the point. At this point, Guangzhou is essentially at the mercy of Happy hitting a clutch shot, since their comp simply doesn't stand a chance in a brawl against the Reaper.
Onto the frontline and dive playstyle. Again, soft off angles are important, but even more vital, as Fafa and Spilo explain here.
Nobody from Shock can stabilize here because of Reaper, and nobody from Shock can stabilize here because of Sombra. So you're absolutely right.
You know, they also have angles, so now they're pressuring here, forcing this D.Va to make an option of like, do I want to DM the Sombra? Do I want to DM the Reaper? Do I want to DM these guys?
The other thing that you can touch on as well, the reason why map control is good is not just because of like the vision manipulation that you're describing, but it's also because cover just doesn't exist. Like Winston can't stop taking damage here. He can't stop taking damage here. He can't stop taking damage here. There is nowhere to hide because of the angles that allow people to shoot continuously. There never is any corner.
Keep in mind that Ivy on the Reaper was also playing in Dojo because of the shorter sightlines. Finally, onto flanking in dive. Generally speaking, you want to avoid flanking in neutral fights in fast dive due to it taking too long. However, when kiting as 6 in dive, you may want to look for an opportunity to teleport behind the enemy team, as Nata explains here.
That's number 1, I'll say they pushed in. Then White Mode kited, then White Mode decided to push back in with their Cole, right, which is 2. Team CC then kited as their 2. But during this 2, okay, what Team CC did is what I like to call like split focus. So they decided to send a Winston behind, okay? And essentially what they're doing now is they're having the Winston go behind like the yellow team, which is White Mode, and pressure them. So when White Mode is pushing forward, that push becomes really hard, right? What has to happen is some people are going forward, but some people have to turn for this Winston. So now their push gets split, which then, in theory, this will then allow Team CC to push back in hard. And then it'll be very hard for White Mode, because now they're split, for them to be able to kite later. You can sort of imagine this concept, by the way, with a Reaper. If White Mode, when they push back in, Team CC, you know, had a Reaper, and Team CC backed up all the way, Team CC, you know, Reapers teleport behind here, and they started pressuring, like, their backline. That would, again, force White Mode, when they're trying to, like, W key into Team CC, when they're kiting, to split. People would have to turn for that Reaper, right? And some people would still go forward, and that'll force, right, there to be a split focus.
When playing with or against slow dive, the more general flanking tips and heading for backlines still apply. Make sure you time your dives with your Winston. Now, I don't really finish off my DPS guides with hero specific matchups, but since Reaper often has hard counters due to his range, I thought I'd round off with 3 key concepts to minimize how much flankers and ranged heroes counter you, specifically Tracer and Pharmacy. The first concept specifically against Tracer is to hold narrow and short sightlines. A Tracer is not going to want to duel you at a range of about 8 meters or less, and especially if she's forced to engage from the front. A second concept specifically against Pharah, but also interlinks with Tracer, is to position in as many enclosed areas as possible. This is simply because Pharah does not have LOS onto you. These first 2 concepts can also be applied to King's Row first point attack, where you can take Hotel, which is enclosed and has short sightlines. Keep in mind that there are some areas of the map, such as this catwalk on the outskirts of point, which are technically enclosed but don't have short enough sightlines. But what if you don't have an enclosed area of the map to play around, such as Bastion Sanctuary? Well, this leads me onto the third concept, which is to split late and fast. For instance, as soon as your team contests a corner, you teleport anywhere behind the enemy team to help split focus. Well, that's it for the guide. Soldier's Weapon, the worst hit scan primary in the game. Make Soldier fire his rifle at 540 RPM, dealing 90 damage per shot with 30 ammo and a bit of recoil. The most fundamental concept with Soldier is to typically maintain longer sightlines against most heroes, as Spilo explains here with the example of a McCree on Lijiang Tower.
If you're going to take this angle here, why are you pressing W? Why did you go from nice corner, nice angle here to I'm on top of point? Maintain the sightline, and that's all you need to do. You outrange this comp heavily outside of Zenyatta and random Pharah rockets. There is no reason for you to go, I'm going to close the distance against these guys whatsoever. Especially with the D.Va on the field. You're playing your McCree like you're trying to get up in the face of your enemies. At least that's how it looked like on the Pharah, and it's how it looked like in the D.Va. You do not need to do that. You can do that against Widowmaker comms, Hanzo comms.
This rings even more true with a hero such as Soldier, as you haven't got any CC for close quarter combat, and your entire kit is built on long-term sustain rather than consistent burst damage, evident in Soldier's more forgiving gun and his biotic field. However, up against snipers, you want to maintain shorter sightlines typically paired along with surgical angles, as I myself explain here.
Especially against Widowmaker, he just has to play shorter sightlines and play like a flanker. And because you've got sprint, that's what's going to happen. But even if you stack down main, this is still a relatively long sightline for Widow to play. This is still relatively long sightlines for Widowmaker to play over here. And also, because you're not playing hard angles like this over here, you're going to be doing less damage. What sightlines do you have here? What damage are you putting onto core? Nothing. You'd be putting more damage by playing in this turquoise building over here than you would be with a Matrix stacking down main. Like, I predicted it. I knew it was going to happen before it even happens. What did I say? Don't play longer sightlines. Literally play Tracer 76.
Another example of this would be on Havana third point defense, where instead of playing long sightlines on high ground or stacking down main, you hold a short sightline in the right side room. You can also hard flank left side in an attempt to assassinate the sniper from a short sightline. I did mention at the end of the clip to play like Tracer 76, and I'll build on this more flanky playstyle in the latter sections of my guides. You also want to maintain corner discipline, as corners don't prevent you from getting shot, but they do prevent you from dying, as Spilo explains here.
Why the heck do you peek this wide? The second you peek this here, the Zenyatta is already visible. You don't need to go anymore. Because the reason cover's good is it doesn't stop you from being shot. It stops you from being killed. Because if I'm shot here, I can go, oh, I need to move over. But because it's an extra quarter of a second to move over, and then I will receive a second shot, potentially, and die. Whereas if I get shot here, the only thing that can kill me are one-shots. So it's not just about the risk of death, it's the fact that the risk of death makes you run away like a pig when you could have just stayed here and continually applied pressure. You increase the longevity of the pressure here. What benefit do you get from being here as opposed to being here? In fact, it's worse offensively. This isn't about playing more aggressive. This is about playing worse. You want to do more damage? You want to get more picks? You want to be aggressive? Play aggressive here. Play aggressive here. This is good aggressive. This is bad aggressive because you're not doing more damage. You will do less damage, get fewer kills, and die more.
I'll build more on corner discipline when it comes to Soldier's biotic field. On a mechanical level, trigger discipline, especially from longer ranges with the recoil change, is vital in terms of landing your shots and killing a squishy target in one clip, as Jayne explains here.
Your trigger discipline. So you're firing and you're not on target here. And then you kind of get on target, but then you fall off target and you keep firing. And you're kind of pulling a Texas sharpshooter. You're drawing his outline, more or less. Trigger discipline is just knowing when your aim is off the crosshair, you stop firing. So one of the really big problems is that they'll get some of their shots on target, but then they won't have enough targets or shots to actually finish them off, right? So they're going to be trying to constantly acquire their target, and they're going to be like dancing around the target, but no matter whether their cursor is on or off the target, they're pulling the trigger. So their aim looks like this. You actually want to be spraying for as long as you can, but as soon as your crosshair falls off the target, stop firing until you can get it back on.
In order to help your tracking, trigger discipline, and recoil management, I recommend the workshop code KAVE5, which is PMA Jelly's 5th installment of his aim trainer. Soldier's first ability, a basic human function, makes Soldier move 50% faster. Thank you, Watch Devs, very creative. Starting off with a basic animation cancel. After firing a clip and needing to reload, Soldier can cancel the latter end of his reload animation by sprinting as soon as the ammo gets loaded into his gun. With sprint usage on the broader level, you should predominantly utilize sprint to rotate into more aggressive positions quickly, as Jayne details here.
And you've got sprint, so you can actually do this. So there's this tower itself, and then the enemy, after having traded, and then your Reinhardt fed. So they're going here, and then you were over here, and then your team is moving in to meet them here. But if you, instead of kind of like meeting their attack here, push in behind them and like play a ring around the rosy, you pincer them. This will make it an even fight. If you fight over this territory right here, it's even. But their resources are going to be primarily focused in this direction, and they are going to use this corner right here for their protection. The Zarya is going to use that to ping pong with her bubbles, Everyone else is going to be using this as cover. But if you remove this cover from the opponent by pincering them from behind, shit tons of damage, a burst damage, easy helix onto a support or something like that, they're dead. And if they turn around to try and push you, you've got sprint once again to reposition back to your team, and then your team can play ring around the rosy and come in behind them. So always look for these soft flanks.
Note that you should time these sprints just after your team engages. This is because the enemy team will be fully focused on your team's core, allowing you to get away with these surgical flanks as Jayne showed on Iconward. If you do this too early, your angle will get cleared and you will likely die, considering you haven't got any burst mobility or CC or increased HP that our McCree has. With more obvious uses, sprint should also be used to quickly kite from danger if you've lost the teamfight. However, one area of discussion is whether you should sprint away or stand your ground when you're getting dove. In order to prioritize your survival against hard divers such as Doomfist, it is typically better to sprint away as early as possible. However, if you're dueling heroes who are a hybrid of poke and dive, such as Echo Genji, and you're getting solo dove, it is typically better to stand your ground as these are more skill-based matchups. Against Tracer, it's actually quite hard to one-clip Soldier with the Biotic Field. However, if you're being dove by more than one hero, sprinting away is your best bet. Soldier's second ability, the worst rockets in the game, makes Soldier fire tiny rockets that deal 120 damage on direct hits and up to 80 splash damage. They have an explosion radius of 3 meters, move at 50 meters per second, and is on a 6-second cooldown. Starting off with some tech. Likewise to sprint, you can cancel the latter half of your reload animation by firing a helix afterwards. Since helix has some travel time, you can effectively one-shot a target from medium range if you directly hit the helix. Speaking about one-shots, you can also one-shot a Tracer at close range by landing a direct helix followed up by a melee straight afterwards. Moreover, against heroes with armor, you want to open up with a helix initially. This is to minimize the amount of damage that Soldier loses with his rifle against armor. Typically, when you're unscouted and on an angle, it is better to save helix to finish off a target rather than to open with it. The two main reasons for this is because firstly, it's unlikely that you're going to hit a direct helix on a moving target from range, and secondly, the sound cue from helix could give the enemy enough time to react to it. However, here's former OWL player IDDQD going over some exceptions where you would start off with a helix.
Against Sigma, it's usually better to engage with helix first instead of using it as a finishing burst because of its kinetic grasp. Open up with a helix if possible, and you will need to land a couple more shots to confirm the kill. The absolute easiest way to kill an Ana is to engage her from the side while she's scoped in and not paying attention.
Lastly, you can perform some helix rocket jumps by using helix at your feet and sprinting forward. You can see a practical example of this on Anubis first point defense. Soldier's third ability, the stationary heal orb, makes Soldier place a biotic field dealing 40 healing per second over 5 seconds in a 4.5 meter radius paired with a 15-second cooldown. The general rule of thumb with biotic field is to use it after you finish your first peak and head back into cover, as you can see here. The two main reasons for doing this is that the sound cue of planting down your heal station can give your position away, which is especially important on a greedy flank, and the second reason is that you lose some sustain over time by stacking your heal station with your first peak. Just interjecting here to say that exceptions to this rule are against snipers and then visor, since you're not going to re-peak a sniper and you don't want to waste precious visor time. You also want to plant your heal station by a corner rather than placing it out in the open. There are three main reasons for this. Firstly, by placing it on the corner, you encourage good corner discipline. Secondly, you save time peeking the angle as your cast animation starts in cover. Thirdly, the biotic field radius is more forgiving on retreats, i.e. the radius of biotic field is slightly extended when you retreat from the angle, giving you a bit more healing. With broader uses, biotic field can also give you a slight edge in winning a flank duel over time, helping your team win map control. For example, on Route 66 second point attack, when fighting over the high ground coast side, with good corner discipline and management of sightlines, alongside your biotic field, you do have the tools to put this duel in your favour. Aside from that, there isn't too much else to Soldier's healing station. Soldier's ultimate, aimbot, makes Soldier gain aimbot for 6 seconds. Thank you again, Overwatch devs, very creative. Starting off with some tech, here's Jayne going over 3 main animation cancels that you can weave all into one tac visor.
If you're firing, you can see that my clip in the bottom right corner is at 12 right now. If I activate tactical visor, it immediately reloads my rifle. And the next thing is that you can animation cancel healing station with tactical visor. So this is what it's going to be like. It's going to be bang, 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 bang. Oh,
I've got you in my sights.
Did you even see the animation for the healing station? You didn't. So what happens there is that you shoot an entire clip, and then as soon as you're empty, instead of waiting for the reload, you basically press healing station and visor at the same time, and you skip 2 animations. You skip the reload animation, and you skip the healing station animation. And then, we can take this one step further. It's a 0.5 second reload in tactical visor. So what you want to be using the last 0.5 seconds of your tactical visor to get that final increased reload in there. So tactical visor actually has 3 animation cancels that you need to pull off successfully. Bang, 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 boom.
Got you in my
bang, 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 bang. So I'm at 1 bullet, and then I use the last second to reload, so as soon as I end visor, I've got a brand new clip.
The fundamental use behind tac visor is to increase the lethality of your off-angle pressure whilst maintaining safety with long sightlines. For instance, on Devado's second point attack, if your team decides to clear and fight for high ground, you can pop visor to catch anyone on the adjacent high ground off guard. You can also use tac visor for map control purposes to zone space, almost like a Walmart high noon. For instance, on King's third point attack, you can zone the high grounds with your tac visor, making any enemy DPS play passive. This can allow for your other, more mobile teammates to access and control the high ground. Lastly, don't use visor and grav, but do feel free to use visor when the enemy Mercy Valks or when the enemy Pharah uses her boosters. Moving on to the positional, playstyle and compositional section of the guides. In terms of positioning, there are 4 key guidelines which I'll show on Havana's second point attack. Firstly, have cover as mentioned prior. Secondly, have line of sight. Note that this ties in with the sightline concepts mentioned prior. Thirdly, have good distance from angles so that the enemy flankers don't sneak up on you, allowing you to land early damage in before they engage. Fourthly, have rotation options, both aggressive and defensive. This can provide you with another angle for when your team engages, allowing you to push up, or a route of retreat if your team have lost the fight. In Brawl, syncing your soft flank aggression when your Reinhardt engages is vital, as I explain here.
See here, soon as Ocean's tank is bubbled, where's the angle? McCree should be here. Where's McCree? Where is he? Completely synced. Completely synced. And if McCree was here, look how much attention the Reinhardt is baiting. All 6 players are looking at the Reinhardt right now. This McCree can turn this corner, potentially 2 shots to him. At least it's like 3, maybe 4 shots because of the Inspire and the AoE healing. But you pair this angle with a McCree, Lúcio, and even a high charge Zarya, you're killing at least a squishy hero. And this is how you play Brawl. Reinhardt goes in, crush strikes. Again, where's the angle? Now Ocean stand backs out, and now Kree and Mei push in. Desynced. And now Mei and Kree disengage, and now Reinhardt goes in.
In terms of hard flanks, since Bull doesn't have much mobility, you may want to take longer sight-lined hard flanks. For instance, on Lijiang Tower Gardens retake, you may want to split into White Room whilst your team fights on bridge. This long sightline makes it particularly taxing for heroes such as D.Va and Lúcio to mark you, giving you some safety. In dive, likewise to almost every other DPS, you want to find a balance between playing split and playing stacked, as Spilo explains here.
You don't want to position on top of the team because it allows the enemy team to be able to dive you without taking damage, because there's only one LOS where you're actually putting damage. Like, we could draw a straight line of where this damage is coming from, and it's here. They can hide from this damage in here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here. Whereas if you position just slightly here, not too much, where you can still be Harmony Orbed, Armor Pack, you can poke this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this no longer has cover, this no longer has cover, this has significantly less cover, this has significantly less cover, and you can even peek down this hallway a little bit easier. Dive wants to corral you. Stacking against dive is not the answer. It is being in positions where you can peel for each other, but you can poke out dive before the fight happens. So you don't want to be isolated, but you don't want to be stacked.
You also want a sightline and an angle onto a kill box. For instance, on Nabani first point attack, you have both a sightline and an angle onto the enemy honor, who your core dives. In poke, half flanking and playing like a tracer is your move, as I explain here.
Play like a tracer. Play like a Sombra. Because against their composition, no one's going to chase you. They had Ball last round, right? They had Ball and they had Pharah. Maybe heroes that could chase you down if they get close enough. But right now, Orisa is terrible against angles. They've got full down frontal control, and you're going to do absolutely nothing if you stack down main and shoot shields. So I'd honestly, unironically, as soon as you see them walking out on this, and as soon as you see, okay, they haven't got a tracer, they haven't got a hog, they haven't got anyone that can dominate my short sight lines, I'll definitely be hard flanking, and then playing. The sight lines don't really matter. It's just the ability to hard flank and make sure you're not spamming down shields. And also, time your hard flanks with when your core pushes in. Because it's all good and jolly if you go right side and yeah, sure, fine, you shoot past the shield. But if your tanks are like in Narnia, well, guess what? Your angle's going to get cleared, and then you're not going to be able to put down that hard, aggressive flank pressure from this angle.
However, some poke compositions can feature a tracer to deter this flank, hence your split should be softer, lately timed, and on high ground, as I give an example of here.
This is exactly what I want to see. But even then, if you literally go left side, who's going to chase you? So I ironically like you to take this off like here. And I know what you're doing. Like, this is the second best option, and I get it, I understand. This is what you want to be doing if they have a tracer, right? If they're running Reinhardt or Orisa with a tracer, yeah, this is what you want to do. Because if you go for hard flank left side, the tracer's going to mark you and you're going to die. So this is the best option you can do if there's a tracer. But again, there's no tracer on the board. This is the best option you can do, trust me.
Well, that's the guide. Symmetra's primary weapon, the Beamy Boy. makes Symmetra emit a ranged beam dealing from 60 DPS to 180, leveling up every 1.33 seconds. The beam decays from level 3 to level 2 in 4 seconds, and from level 2 to level 1 in 2 seconds, also generating ammo by shooting shields. Her alternate fire releases an explosive energy ball that deals up to 120 direct damage with a 2 meter splash radius, taking 1 second to fully charge. Starting off with a bit of tech. The only notable and somewhat advanced piece of tech is to cancel the sound cue made from firing your alternate fire with your abilities, as top 500 Symmetra main Harmony explains here.
If you press Q to pull out your ultimate right after you let go of the orb, then it makes no sound at all. It also works if you throw a turret right after letting go of the orb.
From light into being.
This is mostly used to make it easier to land your first shot from an off angle and to catch the enemy off guard since they don't have to rely on a sound cue to dodge it. A fundamental concept with Symmetra is to keep short sight lines and to soft off angle to where you can still hit the enemy shield. For instance, on Havana first point attack, by pathing left side, you have a short sight line onto their core paired with a soft off angle so they can't hide from your damage, and when you first peek, you can use the tip mentioned prior. However, this short sight line may be unfriendly to enemy heroes such as Doomfist, hence you could reposition on a wider angle with your core to prevent him from punching you into a wall. In terms of when to use your primary or secondary fire, you should mostly be using secondary fire in between fights to gain some ult charge, or at the start of a duel to land some instant burst damage. If you're standing on an off angle and shooting right clicks all game, you might as well be playing McCree. You also want to be varying the charge of your secondary fire in order to make it more unpredictable when enemies corner peek from mid to long ranges. Symmetra's first ability, the AirPods Pro, makes Symmetra launch up to 3 small turrets, each dealing 40 DPS with a 20% movement reduction, 30 HP, and a 10-second cooldown per turret. Also note that on console, the DPS is reduced from 40 to 30. In terms of usage, having as many turrets up as possible when you're not beaming down a target can help relieve pressure off your Reinhardt, as Tempole explains here.
You have more turrets available. You should be putting out another turret, like right into this corner here. That turret should already be being deployed. You have them charged. All this time, their turret's not out. Your Reinhardt needs your help to help slow down incoming enemies like that D.Va. Like, Reinhardt is really, really good with speed. It's why Lúcio gets paired with him. Your turrets make it really, really annoying to push into a hero that cares about speed. It's not giving your Reinhardt speed, it's slowing down the enemy that would like to push into your Reinhardt, which helps him control kite distance, makes it easier for him to stick to enemies that he would like to swing at, makes it easier for him to back away from enemies that would like to swing at him, like a Reinhardt when he doesn't want the trade. Like, you need these out. You need these assisting your front line. I also want you more aware of redeploying your turrets, not in downtime, but in time where it's like not hard combat. Like, if you're doing left click work, yes, I'm fine with that, but if you're doing right click work, redeploying a turret has higher value if you can get a turret deployed without, it getting destroyed on the way to being deployed, etc.
You should also spend a turret or two marking flanks that the enemy are likely to use, as Tempole again explains here.
1 is enough, 2 is fine. To help your Reinhardt with the battle, if the battle happens here, etc. Totally fine. Give me something that provides a little more protection on this flank. Give me something that's an early warning system if they take the good push, which is through high ground here. Or give me something that, warns me if they're coming this way, like, etc. Like, your turrets, yes, you want to use them for their damage, for their slow, primarily for their slow, but you also can use them as early warning systems on flanks. I'm not saying, spend all of your turrets covering the flanks, etc. That's not what I'm saying. But put a turret on whichever flank you think is more critical, more important, etc.
Building off that last bit about what flanks are important, there are 2 main factors to help you decide which flanks to mark, which is the range of the enemy composition, as well as their mobility. To help explain this, I'm going to use the main melee finals between Dallas and Shanghai as an example. So right here we see Sparkle put all his eggs in one basket and mark this soft flank here. Not only is this inefficient, but Shanghai's comp, specifically the McCree, will outrange the entirety of Dallas's comp. Therefore Lip is going to be looking for greedy off angles. Instead, Sparkle should have placed at least 1 turret right side and 1 by coast to act as a warning system, buying some time for Dallas to deal with the off angle. And, as you'll see here, Lip ends up taking a greedy off angle and almost ends up one-shotting Sparkle. With the mobility factor, if Shanghai had a more mobile comp with an Echo or a Doomfist, the high ground angle above point could be marked as it's easily accessible by mobile DPS, unlike a McCree. If however you are going to be using turrets on a hard choke, you ideally want to reposition them in between fights to make your turrets less predictable. The penultimate use of turrets is to help win the flank wars. For instance, on Lijiang Gardens, if there's a Tracer duel in Dojo, you can throw in a turret to act almost like Zen's Harmony Orb to add 30 or 40 more guaranteed DPS to give your Tracer the edge in the duel. Lastly, a fairly niche use of turrets is to utilize the hitbox to block headshots. This is most useful when up close and personal with snipers who try and quickscope you. Symmetra's second ability, Portal 3, make Symmetra place a teleporter up to a 30-meter distance with 300 HP, a cast time of 2 seconds paired with a 10-second cooldown. With a broad overview of Sim's teleport usage, here's Spilo briefly explaining why and how Sim TP should be used more selfishly.
TP should be used more selfishly until you get to, like, I guess, a higher rank when there's more communication and more synergy, and even then you're still using it a lot selfishly. For TP bombs, for you set up a TP, you charge right click, you TP through, right click on a backline, and then TP back again, like those kind of things.
Building on that point about TP bombs, there are 3 primary types of TP bombs which are differentiated by how many turrets you place. The most commonly known one is a 3-turret TP bomb. This is best used before the mid-fight due to how expensive this TP bomb is, and due to how greedy it is, you should time it half a second after your tanks engage, so they take the brunt of the damage and attention, helping you get away with this greedy play. You can also be more sneaky and place your turrets on a wall, so the enemy has less time to react to your TP bomb, as you see here on King's Row. The second TP bomb is the least powerful of these 3 and is done during the mid-fight on the fly, where you TP first, then place a single turret through it. This is to quickly deal with squishy, long-range threats. For instance, on King's Row defense, you could quickly pull this off against an enemy sniper. The third TP bomb is a mixture of the 2, where you place 2 turrets beforehand, then the TP, then another turret. This is essentially a quicker version of the first type of TP bomb, but the downside is that you don't get to fully charge an energy ball. Also, after you turret bomb, you should cancel your TP to save a few seconds off cooldown, since after you first TP bomb, you're not going to use the TP anyway, and it's going to be destroyed regardless. With broader uses of TP, you can do a 180 TP past the choke to apply some pressure to break through a choke, as Nata explains here.
Can we do something to split their focus is the first thing you should think about, or get some type of angles. I think, hey, do you have a Reaper? Can you sort of have a way where your core is pushing main, and then your Reaper sort of teleports behind here, and then surprises them from behind? Enemy team's playing here, right? The Reaper like pressures their backline. They all turn around for the Reaper. You push then in. Or the Reaper goes behind, it like shoots the Mei, forces cryo, and then your team pushes forward.
You and your team can also take the TP past the choke for map control purposes, specifically making the enemy team play stacked on top of each other with no angles. For instance, on Icon Ward first point attack, if you clear the angle co-side, the enemy team will likely panic and play clumped up when you make a rotation like this, giving them no angles, whilst the rest of your team has multiple flank routes. If you want to see actual proof of a rotation making the enemy team give up their angles, here's myself explaining how a rotation can gift your team map control.
The enemy team will give up their angles. Look how sloppy Vasm are playing. Where is that angle? It's nowhere. I can fit all 6 players on my screen right now. There's no angle. Junkrat's not even looking over here. There's no angle here. Well, there is an angle here, but no angle here. No angle back here. No angle here. No angle here. No angle above. It's just everyone's clumped up into one spot. There's 0 map control. This is a really good rotate. And what's even better is that this angle now is free.
The full VOD of me reviewing a Masters Brawl team is linked in the top right if you're interested. Speaking about rotations, you can use TP defensively when you're holding space to rotate quickly. For instance, you'll see OWL teams on Basan Mecha Base set up a TP between the 2 chokes, or in Lijiang Control Center, you'll see some teams set up a TP between the choke near spawn and the corner near point. This is done because they don't want to get caught off guard by a rotation bait, or if they catch someone wanting to get away with a greedy flank, they can rotate quickly. Another use for TPs is to quickly get back from spawn, but it can often be hard to tell when you should solely use TP for spawn advantage, so here's top 500 Symmetra player Abandoned explaining a general rule of thumb for spawn TPs, as well as some encouraging factors in terms of team composition that may influence you wanting to do spawn TPs.
The rule of thumb for using spawn TPs is you want to use it on a map where the teleporter will almost completely cut away your walk back time. If the spawn distance to walk back was double this, I just wouldn't use this TP because it wouldn't be providing as much advantage. If your team's running something that gets more picks like Zen and a Roadhog, that can be really, really good for spawn TP, just because, or Doomfist especially. Is if Doomfist trades and he has a spawn TP, well, that's like fantastic. He has near instant spawns and the enemy team has to walk all the way back.
Building off why you wouldn't want to use Sim TP for faster spawns, here's Tempole and Abandoned showing some visual examples of using TP to control high ground.
Again, it would be really nice right now to have your teleporter that you could be using to go up here to go spam them with right clicks and just be like pew, 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 and I'm going back here. And I'm with my team again, because they destroyed a few turrets, and I want to replace them. And then I'm back up here, pew, pew, pew! But you know what? We'll deal.
You can also have it going high ground and just shoot down on enemies if they're not running a more mobile comp. If you need to contest high ground, you'll want to have your TP. Just the amount of immediate value you can get is far, far more than you can get out of a fancy smancy spawn TP.
This is particularly useful if you have heroes such as Ana or Sigma who can't reach high ground as easily, to allow them to gain a lot more value. Lastly, you can use TP as a kiting tool before the fight begins. For instance, on King's Road Defense second point, you can place a TP by the library in response to a nanoblade or against a high noon with speed boost. Lastly, whilst it is quite well known, you can teleport D.Va bombs in positions where they are in LOS and range of the enemy team to catch the enemy team off guard. You can also do flank shatters by TPing your Reinhardt directly behind the enemy team. Symmetra's ultimate, Big Funny Shield, makes Symmetra deploy a 4000 HP barrier across the map lasting 12 seconds. The fundamental use of Sim's wall is to split the map, as Spilo explains and gives a visual example of here.
There's Team A and there's Team B, and I see Symmetra's on Team A, they'll do a wall like this, and I'm like, why, what does that do? Or they'll do a wall like this, and I'm like, oh, all this team has to do is run away, and they're not doing it, this wall doesn't do anything, or they walk through the wall and now it's not doing anything. If the fight is happening here, the best way to use your wall is split right down the middle. Because that way that wall is accessible here, or here, or here, or here. It's like constantly, like all the way down between you and the enemy team. You can jiggle back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's so disruptive. I think the sim wall sucks. The fight is not happening here. The fight is happening across the point. The whole sim wall is such an easy ultimate, and I don't understand how people don't understand this. Split the fight. Put it in the middle of the fight. So this sim wall needs to either be positioned here or positioned to go across this way. This is a bad sim wall. Kevster can do better than this. He leaves it on one side, which means basically his entire team has to hug this area of the map to get anything out of it, and ultimately it gets them shattered. If this sim wall is better, he doesn't get shattered. He's a million charged, and they might even clutch this fight.
You can also use Symmetra wall to take space against the enemy zoning ults, acting like a wider Reinhardt barrier. For example, on Havana first point defense, when trying to touch cart, if the enemy McCree high noons, you can simply block it with your shield to allow your team to safely rotate and contest cart. Lastly, you can actually use sim wall reactively against Sombra's EMP, as Harmony explains here.
If you place Photon Barrier right before you get EMP'd, then there's a very brief moment where your wall is still being deployed and it won't get destroyed by EMP. To time it correctly, wait for Sombra to fully come out of stealth or to finish translocating, and then press left click to place your wall right after Sombra begins the EMP, which has a cast time of 0.35 seconds.
Moving on to the positioning, playstyle and compositional part of this guide. The key goal with Symmetra is to close distance to charge up and maximize your beam up time. Aside from short sightlines, you can achieve this with good corner discipline and movement. For instance, on Havana's second point attack, there is plenty of cover on high ground for you to rotate to, whilst there aren't many options on cart. Also note that you can beam their core from high ground, but I would be cautious of longer range hit scan clearing you, hence sticking to corners whilst you beam from high ground is going to be important. With Symmetra and Brawl, due to your limited range and mobility, you should use TP to close distance and clear angles. For instance, on Havana first point attack, you could TP underneath high ground with your team to clear it. In a Brawl mirror, having a higher uptime on beam is key. For instance, on Lijiang Control Center, this position has cover and another angle to apply more pressure safely. In poke, controlling angles and high ground is going to be your win condition, with slightly shorter sightlines as well. For instance, on Junkrat second point attack, you could TP top left with your Sigma, which gives you a mid to short range sightline and another angle where the enemy team can't hide from damage. In dive, target priority and squishies can be quite valuable, as Spilo explains here.
I actually think in terms of target focus, focusing monkey is good, but if they're running like ball or something like that, you should focus DPS instead. Because you're gonna get, even if it's like a little awkward, but if you land like a right click on a Genji or a Sombra or a Tracer, that's gonna be a lot more valuable than beaming down a ball who you're probably not gonna kill anyway. Because like if you can force recall or translocator or deflect or something like that's a lot of pressure off of your team.
You can also TP squishies away from a dive, as Spilo yet again explains here.
For our backlines here, I'm gonna set up a TP like right here to right here. And then as you get dove, you can just TP across here. And even if your whole team doesn't take it, it's a distraction. And it also splits their target focus when they actually do dive. Because they're like, oh, we gotta break the TP, you know, it's like, so you can utilize your TP to like scuff up dives.
A visual example of this could be on Lijiang Gardens, where you set up a TP from close side to spawn. Note that the closer the TP is to your spawn, the harder it is to destroy. Lastly, here's Spilo explaining some specific turret usage against dive.
Use your turrets to deny flanks instead of just AFKing and choke. I think it was hybrid Symmetra. London was sitting on the point and they were like getting dove, right? And they had Symmetra. And hybrid was like either saving turrets for TP bomb on an Ana, or he was like throwing turrets on the main. when he really should have been throwing turrets behind. Even just 1 or 2 on a Tracer or a Doomfist flanking is really annoying for them to deal with. To play Symmetra in a dive, utilize your turrets to like harass Tracer flanks, Genji flanks, Sombra flanks, things like that.
Note that using turrets to help win flank wars also tie into this as well. Well, that's the guide.
I think your guides are good. I like your guides. I watch every guide you release.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap.
Tracer is armed with Lil Uzi Vert 2. This makes us shoot pulse pistols with energy ammo dealing 6 damage per shot at 1200 RPM with 40 ammo. The biggest micro tip with Tracer's weapon is good trigger discipline. Most Tracers and the majority of SRs will suffer from mashing down M1 without taking the time to readjust their own aim. Spilo demonstrates a prime example of this here.
Very poor trigger discipline. I'm gonna watch this in 25% speed. Watch this clip right here. You see that? He dumped his entire clip in the air. This is where you need to have practice built in to where you fire, you make the recognition that, geez, my tracking isn't that good right now, so I'm gonna stop shooting. Stop shooting right now, stop. And now start shooting. You're too close, yes, but you're also just mashing down primary fire. Right there, do you see those slight pauses? That right there is probably the best one in terms of demonstrating.
Another tip is when you're unspotted attempting to one-clip a squishy from an off angle, don't start shooting the instant you see them. Take time to walk to a nearby piece of cover or blink to close the distance and start shooting. The spread of Tracer's weapon is too large at a distance of 10 meters against most hitboxes, and you don't want the damage you deal after one clip to be nullified by enemy AoE healing as well as getting scouted. Aside from that, there isn't much else to Tracer's primary weapon. Tracer's first ability, the Blinky Boy, makes Tracer move forward 7.5 meters immediately with 3 charges, each having a 3-second cooldown. In terms of tech, Blink is primarily used to dodge and juke shots from the enemy, which is most useful in 1v1s against hit scans. This means you should avoid blinking when the enemy is reloading and instead blinking sometime during your reload animation to help realign your crosshair while also making you more evasive. There are some exceptions however, such as playing against a hog who will most likely hook after you blink due to how predictable your movement becomes. In lower ranks you can blink immediately after you turn a corner to avoid stuns, since lower level players will toss everything your way the instant you appear. Generally speaking, you want to blink between short distances of cover to LOS the majority of stuns whilst providing you natural safety. A great example will be Ilios Lighthouse on the right side of Pillar, where you have multiple health packs and short geometry to work around. The penultimate piece of tech solely dedicated for blinks is the Blink Melee Cancel, where you melee first and then blink afterwards to quickly and unexpectedly finish off a low target. The final piece of tech is that you can blink to places slightly above your hitbox. Examples where this is most useful is on Temple of Anubis or maps where you need to blink between high grounds. With usage, most of the time you don't want to use blinks to reach your target, but rather to use it when engaging an enemy, as Spilo elaborates on here.
Do you see how expensive this engage was? You had to use a blink just to get to her, not even to actually engage. Major Midget, I think, released a Tracer guide recently, and the concept is basically you don't want to use your blinks to move, you want to use your blinks to duel. If you have to use your blinks to get to a target, 90% of the time that's going to be a mistake. Not every time, but 90%. And so now you have one blink where you should have been to begin with.
Or cover an instance where you may want to actually use all your blinks in one go in the last section of this guide. You also want to ideally finish off a target with a blink remaining to have an almost guaranteed route of retreat to stage your next dive or your next engagement more easily. Here's Spilo going into more detail considering pathing with blink.
You have one blink. Where should that blink go to? You have two options. You either go here and run away from Hog, or you go inside here and run away from Hog and get the Mega. I would probably go Mega, but instead you go back into the enemy team all the way this way. Now, is this a bad position for you to be now? No, it's not as good as you being here or here, but it's okay. But the problem is how you got there. You went right through the middle of the enemy team. It's like trying to cross the street in the middle of like rush hour.
Tracer's second ability, Wait, I'm about to head out, makes Tracer rewind the last 3 seconds of what happened, which takes 1.25 seconds to complete, granting Tracer all of her ammo back paired with a 12-second cooldown. In terms of tech, the main one is to melee just before you recall, cancelling the animation. Aside from that, recalling to utilise the 1.25 seconds of invulnerability can be used to avoid bursts of damage such as D.Va Bomb, although blinking away to cover would be better. You can also use this same time frame to charge up another blink to immediately retreat to cover, however this should be a last ditch effort and not something you are trying to actively do. Another major thing I want to mention is to not recall after you use Pulse Bomb and to simply blink away instead. This shortens the window of when you can next re-engage by preserving recall. Aside from that, similar to other defensive cooldowns, you primarily want to use recall to escape dives and duels whilst gaining back HP. One thing to note is that on maps with high ground such as Numbani or Blizzard World 2nd, you want to avoid jumping off high ground since you will be forced to recall back to high ground or waste time staging back to it, so make sure your engagements count. Tracer's ultimate, La Bombe V2, makes Tracer throw a pulse bomb dealing up to 355 damage, taking up to 1 second to detonate. The main piece of tech is to use pulse bomb a frame before you blink. This can allow for unexpected pulse bombs and quick 180s. I highly recommend this workshop code BGBXD, where you have a set timer to land a pulse bomb, meaning every frame counts. The other piece of tech is to stick floors and walls, as top 500 Tracer player Aviv details here.
There will be almost no travel time for your pulse bomb, and it will count down immediately. That way your enemy won't have time to react to it and he will probably die from it, or at worst case scenario, he will lose a lot of HP. Just don't do it if they got a Lúcio. Lúcio can be just accidentally on speed boost and save them because of that.
One massively underrated tip with Pulse Bomb is to use it on Orisa Supercharger. If Double Shield or Orisa ever makes a comeback or pops up in your ranked games, it is 100% worth it to pulse the bongo every single time. In terms of usage, Pulse Bombing tanks is the most reliable way to use Pulse Bomb. Sticking a Monkey to force Primal, a Reinhardt to peel back, or Bastion to force Lamp, take angles and to destroy the Bastion are always reliable methods. With sticking squishes however, here's Aviv going over a decent comparison.
If you master the blink melee already, the only thing you need to do now is to just use your pulse and then your blink. That way, as soon as you finish your blink, the pulse will go out and land on the enemy.
Pulse Bomb should be something to aid your engagement and not something to fully rely on winning teamfights for, especially when sticking squishies. However, if you're looking to get multiple kills with Pulse Bomb without a combo, pulsing rotations from the enemy backline can catch them off guard or cause them to split away from each other and therefore slightly delay their rotation. Aside from that, there's not much else to Pulse Bomb. Now onto the most important section of the guide, positioning, playstyle and compositions. Tracer is one of the most versatile heroes in the game and can fit into pretty much any team comp, hence I've dedicated 6 subsections of the most common comps to adapt your playstyle to. But before that, here's Spilo going over one of the most important concepts such as positioning and timing on Tracer with 3 easy questions to ask yourself every single team fight.
Where is the enemy team? What's the best offensive angle that I could take? And when do I go in? Now, sometimes there'll be like little anomalies in here. Like let's say there's a Widowmaker back here by herself. Well, that's where you should go. There's your enemy team's positioning here. You don't care about the tanks anymore. You're gonna go kill that Widow. So really where I guess would be more of where's your target? Is it the Ana McCree backline? What's the best off angle for that target? And then when do you go in?
Moving into the broader, more compositional part of the guide, here's Jayne explaining the importance of scouting on Tracer, especially in any dive comp, but particularly on slow dive with maps on high ground.
It's not like if somebody sees you, they can immediately punish you here. So stop playing hide and go seek and start playing Overwatch. Start getting information, start preparing for the next dive, start getting into a new location. Location here? Not useful. Congratulations, they don't know where you are. You're a Tracer though. Even if they do know where you are, they can't punish you without investing a serious amount of resources into you. Go onto the high ground, get into halls, start scouting, provide information, set up the next path for your team. Don't You just used 2 blinks to traverse blue because you were taking such a long time getting into position, and even though you were in a perfect position behind enemy lines to scout and set things up, you didn't provide any information and your team did a second blind dive in a row.
In Sombra Tracer Fast Dive, here's Temporal explaining the 2-man surgical dive, combining and advancing on a lot of the macro and micro concepts mentioned so far.
This comp's trick is its one-clip play. Sombra sets up, gets to tell Tracer exactly where the target that she wants to kill is. Sombra goes ahead and unstealths, starts to hit a hack on either the target that she wants to kill or a target that would provide meaningful peel to that target. And as Sombra is hitting this hack, Tracer triple blinks in. Then Tracer goes ahead and one clips, just empties a single clip into the kill target, and Sombra shoots this target at the same time. As soon as Tracer's clip is empty, remember, no blinks left, both Tracer and Sombra recall and translocate out. Ideally, this went ahead and got you the kill. Tracer's plenty capable of one-clipping a 200 HP hero all by herself. She had extra damage from Sombra there. This can very easily lead to that nice one-clip kill. If you did get that kill, once you have that recall back, you can just go ahead and perform a normal dive on this team. You've got a 6v5. Their last guy is still on the way back. Easy win.
Keep in mind that even if you don't get the kill, you're not losing out on too much. Even on defense, the worst that can happen is that the enemy team gains some space and that you'll have to re-engage faster. You can also send your entire team to follow up after or during the 2-man Sombra Tracer dive, but make sure that Tracer and Sombra are coming at different angles to the core dive. Moving on to Ball Tracer, the 2 main choices you'll have to make is whether to engage on the enemy backline or to mirror the opposing enemy Ball Tracer, as Spilo elaborates on here.
The choice was, do you mark their ball tracer so that your backline can be safe, or do you pressure their backline so their backline is not safe? In this instance, because your backline is really, really tanky and doesn't need help, I would say go for their backline. But you can mark their tank tracer or whatever while you're waiting, because right now their backline's not doing anything. Now, if it was a mirror, in other words, both of you guys had Zenyatta and Mercy, then I would probably say if you guys have the space, you guys have the map, then I would mark their ball tracer. Because if your Zen Mercy stay safe, then you're going to win, because they're in so much better positions.
In a complete or close to ball tracer mirror, you'll be playing a much slower tempo, in which case a poking playstyle may be the most suitable, as Nata explains here.
Elbow would almost always play in Carrots and Moser's LOS, so Elbow would always get resources, and it made it really difficult. And the problem with Sigma is where if he tries to play with the ball, and he tries to go aggressive with the ball, Elba's just going to match him, and it's going to be really hard. So the only option Sigma has is to basically try and draw Elba out and try and win that 1v1 or force him back, and then essentially hope that these guys get a lot more value because Elba is drawing a lot of resources, and then hopefully Willie gets value too because Elba's matching Sigma, which then means Willie's a bit more free to do stuff because there's not a tracer matching him.
Now onto double shield. Those who've watched my double shield guide will already know the tracer variation, which is to mark off angles and force the enemy team to play in a linear fashion, as Spilo draws comparisons to in an owl match.
You're playing against tracer. When you try and set up your flanks, the tracer blink, she's on top of you, and she punishes you for taking a flank. She can be anywhere that she wants at any time. So she actually helps win these flank spam wars because she doesn't worry about the spam. She denies you from taking angles. They're all clumped up like scared rabbits on top of each other. Why? Tracer. That's why. And they have no answer for the tracer. No Brig, no tracer of their own, nothing. How much spam damage do you think Izayaki is putting? Is Gesture under a lot of pressure from Discord right now? No. Is Lee Jae Gong and the Echo and the Zen, the Tracer, are they smashing the crap out of Gesture's shield and killing tanks and winning the spam war right now? No. Let's watch how much spam Izayaki is getting done right now. Shoot shield, shoot shield. Nice, 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 nice. Uh-oh. Tracer, 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 tracer. Oh no, I'm almost dead. Tracer, 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 tracer. Prophet has completely removed 2 people from the Dragon's equation by not even killing them. Just being there. If you don't have an answer for Tracer, you have to spend half the time looking at Tracer instead of shooting shields. Like if you shoot shields here, Gesture dies. But you can't shoot shields because if you turn your too much attention to shields, Tracer comes up and one-clips you.
Moving on to the penultimate comp, which is hard spam with Zen Bap or Zen Mercy. You're going to be acting as a puppy guard for your Zen Bap by mirroring any threats to your backline, and especially against the dive comp, you want to be poking and chasing dive tanks such as a Winston or a Bull to force a messy dive, as Spilo explains here.
If you Harmony Orb your Echo, and she just permanently hunts down that monkey, or hunts down that Tracer, you're gonna make it so much harder for them to dive. Like you Harmony Orb your Echo or your Hanzo or your Tracer, and she just literally just like goes after them and just constantly pressures them, they never really dive. Or they never dive properly, and they certainly never dive at full HP. You force her Matrix, maybe you force a Monkey Bubble, maybe the Monkey's 300 HP, maybe the Ball has to use this adapt the shields before he even goes in. The Tracer uses all her blinks just to be able to reach the dive. Like it feels really messy. That's why for a long time, when you did see Bap Zen, you almost always saw it with a Tracer.
Finally, onto the last composition that Tracer can be played in, which is a hard brawl comp. I'll be going over a strat which normally you'd run either a mixture of Mei, Symmetra, Reaper, Junkrat or Doomfist, but this strat can still work well in a ranked or scrim environment, or if you're just a Tracer one trick. The first thing to note is your positioning and pathing on Tracer in relation to your team. Pathing close allows you to deal with the ranged angled threats from close such as a pocketed Ashe if you do come across one, although you most likely have a clear path and you can drop off to the outskirts of the brawl. You can also path on the opposite end of the map, which takes less time and gives you the option to either soft or hard flank, but you are more likely to be scouted. The second thing to note is your timing. In order to explain this, I'll have to explain the playstyles that your brawl comp can take with Mei up against a full brawl comp. Firstly, especially if you're in a scrim environment, you want to decide whether your Mei walls first or walls second, as they both offer different advantages. If you wall first, you are less likely to get a good split, but your team will be able to take space and spread out onto the points. If your Mei wall second, you'll most likely get a better split, but would have traded some map control. I personally prefer walling first, since you guys have a Lúcio who can eliminate the advantage of walling second. Against Junkrat or Reaper, Junkrat should also have a harder time landing reliable spam damage if you do spread out onto point, and Reaper will also have to make up some distance to be in his effective range. In ranked however, you don't need to be this specific with timing as Tracer. You ideally want to engage as soon as your team lands the wall, or if your team get walled first, wait a little so the enemy team don't all just turn around and force your recall before your team can even act on the pressure that you're drawing away from the front line. So, as a where, when, what summary, your target will be the enemy backline, with specific target priority changing on the status of cooldowns. Your timing will be when both teams engage, and your best off angle and pathing will certainly not be stacking on your tanks and should ideally be some sort of hard flank. Widow's primary weapon, Chips' Demon, makes Widowmaker fire scoped distance shots dealing 100 or 300 damage with a fully charged shot to the body or to the head respectively, taking a slither under a second to fully charge. Widow can also switch to an SMG dealing up to 130 DPS. For reference, Sombra's DPS is 160 and Soldier 76's DPS is 171. Starting off with a tad bit of micro. These are the percentage breakpoints to one-shot a variety of squishy heroes. However, due to factors such as trigger discipline and tracking, it's unlikely that you will min-max your percentage charge, but it's definitely worth mentioning to save a few milliseconds in sniper duels. Moving on to Widow's SMG. It's essentially what Fan the Hammer is to McCree and only primarily used in close quarter combat, as Jayne explains here.
Staying scoped in, yes, it will allow you to get the headshot in those regards, but is the headshot actually required to kill them? No. So it's much more important to actually prioritize your own survivability and enter into evasive movement, basically. AD spam, looking left, right during reloads and whatnot, but just spraying them or whatnot, it will do less damage, assuming that you would have otherwise hit the scoped shot. But since you have teammates' assistance anyway, if you are standing still, it makes it much easier for a McCree to burst you with 170. Instantaneous damage by just shooting you in the head and punching you if you're hard scoped in. So that's why in close quarters, it's not that GM and pro Widowmakers can't hit those shots. It's that the risk of them getting shot and bursted through heals, through supports and whatnot is too big of a risk to take. So in close quarters, store your ego and just SMG them to death and then teabag them.
A fundamental concept to Widow's rifle is to maintain longer sightlines. A visual example of this would be on Junkertown first point defense, when you keep at a range where flanker damage is not meaningful or easily avoided, or where hit scan damage starts to enter in heavy fall-off ranges. To add a bit more nuance to this, you also ideally don't want to be playing in enclosed areas specifically against flanking heroes that want to play significantly shorter sightlines. For instance, on Havana first defense, even if you go left side with a long sightline, it's very easy for Reaper or McCree to force a duel as the area is relatively tight and confined. Instead, playing the opposite side might make it harder for Reaper to path and for McCree to find a shorter sightline. Building off of this further, you always want to be constantly repositioning yourself and almost never peeking the same angle twice in the same period of time in sniper duels, as Spilo explains here.
Widowmaker just pops sights somewhere in this general vicinity here. What I would actually do is, instead of playing here, because she can easily shoot you from, here or here or here or here, right? This is no good. What I want you to do is I want you to actually move this way, and you could actually take an angle going this direction. Some positioning over here. The problem with staying here is she can shoot you from a million different spots.
Some key exceptions to mention that would allow you to re-peek would be any advantages gained after your first peek. This could be as simple as infosight or as coordinated as a dive, which will occupy their Widowmaker. Speaking about timing your peeks as Widowmaker, here's, coincidentally, IOSnox explaining why you don't want to peek too early.
Why do you peek this early?
I think I maybe thought that I could get a pick.
Even if you get a pick, can you just run on the point? You need to wait for your teammates anyways. So there's two reasons why peeking here is bad. First of all, even if you get the pick, no one is there to follow up. Your team is still in spawn. Your D.Va literally just died. Reason number two, there's no one applying pressure on the enemy team, right? So as I mentioned earlier, you always want to look for advantageous fights. The enemy Widowmaker, right? She can't spend all of her time looking for you. Once your teammates engage, she has to shoot your teammates. If she just keeps searching for you, then she's useless. When your teammates go in, they're going to draw attention of the enemy Widowmaker, and that's when you can peek. Right here, and do you see where the enemy Widowmaker is looking? So this is much better, because now she's distracted. Now she needs to decide what she wants to do. Is she going to deal with you? Is she going to focus your teammates, etc.?
To build off of that further, the same applies if you peek too late, and this is often why you'll see Widowmakers catch one or two teammates after the fight has happened, which would have been much more useful during the team fight when tanks can actually follow up. Building off what IOSnox briefly mentioned in that clip of wanting to take unfair duels, here he is again presenting and explaining a visual example of a Widow duel with more variables to account for.
You never want to take a fair fight, right? You always want to have an advantage when you go for 1v1. For example, you get the jump on someone, right? You get the first shot without them noticing you. The advantage could be positional. So for example, if you have high ground, that's a positional advantage. You have your ultimate, that's an advantage. You can have someone pocketing you. That's an advantage, right? There's also peeker's advantage, because obviously you know when you peek, but the enemy doesn't know when you peek, which means that you're gonna have an advantage in terms of reaction time. So if we look at this 1v1, there's two outcomes. Either you use your ultimate here and the enemy Widowmaker doesn't hide, in which case you can peek her and kill her because you have a very big advantage. You have peeker's advantage, you have high ground advantage, and you have wallhack advantage. Or she doesn't peek you, which means that for the entire duration of your ultimate, the enemy Widowmaker and the enemy Ashe are going to be completely useless.
Since Widow's weapon is heavily intertwined with positional matchups, I'll include more visual examples in the latter sections of my guide. Ending off with a bit of mechanical micro, here's Spilo showcasing some fundamental crosshair placement.
You're putting the crosshair off of where you need it to be. I'm not sure why. Not only is it it's like I can understand that the height maybe, because you're still going to headshot her from this height. Why is it off to the side? Why is it not directly on the corner? I mean, your crosshair placement, it wasn't even a flick there. You just put your crosshair off of the position where it needed to be. You had all the time in the world to line up your shot, and you still missed.
This is even more important on console where you can't flick as easily, hence setting up your crosshair before taking the shot can lift a heavy load off your aiming. In terms of improving your aim, I recommend try out FFA since it has good generalizability to actual in-game experiences, and on console, aim trainers just aren't a thing. Widow's first ability, Batman's Stolen Grappling Hook, makes Widow launch a grappling hook towards the location she's aiming at from a maximum range of 20 meters away with a cooldown of 12 seconds. A bit of micro to start off with is to ensure your grapple sensitivity is low to prevent you accidentally grappling things that are miles off to where you place your crosshair. If you're uncomfortable on Widow though, I recommend gradually decreasing it over time. There are two primary uses of Widow's grapple, the first being likewise the McCree roll and to use it defensively to escape danger. To build on this further, you ideally want to grapple across parallel high grounds, especially against solo divers. For instance, on Dorado 2nd, you can grapple across to the high ground coast side, and on Anubis 1st, you can replicate the same sort of effect. Keep in mind that this is significantly less effective against a coordinated dive, since a hero like Echo can pursue your escape, but by extending your survival, you can draw out more resources. However, Widow's grapple should also obviously be used to take high ground angles where possible, but the timing of this needs to be when your tanks are baiting attention, as if you grapple to a location too early, not only will your angle be contested, but you may potentially lose your life. A visual example of using grapple too early could be on Havana 1st attack, where you grapple in relation to your tanks that are practically AFK. This will mean your angle could potentially be forced out, and due to your reduced HP, you might die before your tanks even do anything. The last niche use of grapple is for the grapple hook shots. This isn't very practical, but as long as you know where the Widowmaker is, you can often bypass Infocyte as it's significantly harder hitting a Widowmaker mid-air, giving you the slight advantage. Widow's second ability, completely useless, makes Widow shoot a Venom Mine onto nearly any surface, dealing 15 DPS for a total of 75 damage, paired with a 15-second cooldown and a visual indicator of it being triggered or destroyed. Widow can also see through walls on a target for the 5-second duration that the Venom Mine has. The predominant use of Venom Mine is to use it defensively, almost like an alarm bell, to alert yourself of potential flankers. Building off that fundamental concept, you may also want to tailor your Venom Mine based on their flankers. For instance, on Anubis defense first, you might want a Venom Mine top right if they're running Genji Echo or heroes with vertical mobility. However, if they're running Tracer Doomfist or heroes with limited vertical mobility, you might want a Venom Mine to the adjacent high ground. If it's a mixture of both, for instance Tracer Echo, then you should Venom Mine the flank that you are closest to, which would be the right flank in this case, as you have less time to land damage and prevent their engage. You also might not want to use Venom Mine as it can give away your unscouted position, as Spilo explains here.
Why would you not pop your Venom Mine here? I've always been a proponent of Venom Mine. Use it, don't waste it. It's an ability, it gives you information, it's scouting, there's no reason not to. But there are very specific circumstances when you do not want to, and I think this is one of those very specific circumstances. They know you're close, right? It's the audio cue. When you Venom Mine close to the enemy team, this Genji is going to hear this Venom Mine, and all that does is gives him opportunity to react. Now what you should do is you should peek this here, take a shot or two, and then Venom Mine. And that way, if the Genji does dash on you, it's not as if you've lost the element of surprise, but now you've already given away your position, and so you have nothing to lose, and all you're doing now is you're basically defensively discouraging them from pushing you.
The last and admittedly niche use of Venom Mine is to utilize his hitbox to cover your head in Widow duels. The famous spot for doing this is on Hanamura first point defense, where you Venom Mine in a gap and proceed to peek, again referring to the concept of taking advantageous duels. Widow's ultimate, wall hacks, makes Widowmaker gain wall hacks for 15 seconds. The predominant use of Infocyte is to gain additional scouting information to allow yourself to force more aggressive duels. In order to pull this off successfully, timing your Infocyte for when you're about to peak is key to gaining more effective use of Infocyte, as I explain here.
Like, let's see if that hasn't happened. Now is when you want the Infocyte. You've already used half of it when you're peaking. What value out of Infocyte did you get from going here to here? Nothing. Zero value. You wasted half your Infocytes. And like right now, this would be a great use of Infocyte. Perhaps, Hanzo takes a really hard flank and then goes down main. That extra Infocyte time is going to buy you a lot of information and scouting for where the enemy is going to be pushing. Also when as well, because again, you use it way too early.
A lot of Widowmakers also like using Infocyte to match the opposing Widowmaker, but hot take, saving Infocyte all game to use it in response to their Widow's Infocyte can be wasted value, as IOStocks explains here.
Do you see how you charge your ultimate faster than the enemy Widowmaker? So if you ult here, then she can't counter ult. And you can keep charging your ultimate. So by the time she gets her ultimate, your next ultimate is maybe already at 50%. So throughout this game, because you're better than the enemy Widowmaker, you can use like 10 ultimates, but she only gets to use 5 ultimates. And if she's stupid, she's going to peek you while you have your ultimate, and then you can kill her. Which means that she's going to get her ultimate even slower. And now the enemy Widowmaker is ahead of you in ult charge, even though you charged your first ultimate faster, but you just held onto it forever. Like, the only time you really consistently match Widowmaker ultimates is if you 100% know that you're evenly matched. So if you're in like a tournament game, and you know that the enemy Widowmaker is good and you respect her, then you can match ultimates, because it's just the safer play. But in solo queue, if you want to climb like against a master level Widowmaker, you can't give her that respect.
A common response to not matching sites would be what to do when they have sites and you don't. Well, there is one primary option, which is to play angles that avoid the Widowmaker completely. A visual example of this could be on Havana first point defense, where you simply play in a position where their Widowmaker does not have LOS onto you. If possible, you should constantly be asking your teammates to where their Widowmaker is, so she doesn't get the jump on you. Note that you also have a long sight line, cover, and a route of retreat as well. Onto the compositional, communicational, and positional part of the guide. In terms of general positioning, there are 4 key principles which I'll showcase on Hanamura's second attack. The first is to have cover, pretty obvious. The second is to have line of sight, which is again pretty obvious. The third is to have good distance from angles so that the enemy flankers don't sneak up on you. And the fourth and final guideline is to have aggressive and defensive rotations to exert more pressure on the enemy team or to just escape. With positioning in Brawl, where there often isn't much mobility or range, taking slightly more aggressive splits timed well during the teamfight is key. For example, on Lijiang Control Center, a very brawl-based map, you could path co-side and set up a great angle whilst your tanks pay attention. Note that the 4 guidelines also apply here. In Dive, likewise to McCree, you don't want to stack onto your backline, but you also don't want to play split, as Spilo explains here.
You don't want to position on top of the team because it allows the enemy team to be able to dive you without taking damage, because there's only one LOS where you're actually putting damage. Like, we could draw a straight line of where this damage is coming from, and it's here. They can hide from this damage in here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here. Whereas if you position just slightly here, not too much, where you can still be Harmony Orbed, Armor Packed, you can poke this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this no longer has cover, this no longer has cover, this has significantly less cover, this has significantly less cover, and you can even peek down this hallway a little bit easier. Dive wants to corral you. Stacking against Dive is not the answer. It is being in positions where you can peel for each other, but you can poke out Dive before the fight happens. So you don't want to be isolated, but you don't want to be stacked.
In terms of setting up your own dives, you want to make sure you have longer sightlines on where your team is diving, i.e. the kill box, an angle on said kill box, and LOS to your backline. For instance, on Anuba's second point defense, you have a sightline, angle, and line of sight respectively on the kill box. You can also be calling out potential dive targets if you soften them up with a body shot, as Jayne explains here.
Widowmaker actually requires a surprising amount of comms, especially when you're playing with dive, so that people can follow up on your directs, much in the same way that if you direct somebody on Pharah, that alone can trigger a dive. If a tank used too many resources or managed to land a direct on a squishy, the Pharah would call a dive and we'd just collapse on them. So that was like one of our primary strategies. Now this was seasons and seasons ago. This current strat doesn't work as well. But yeah, with Pharah and Widowmaker having the ability to like have a team or something that can follow up on directs very quickly is an extremely powerful tool.
In poke, longer sightlines and harder, more aggressive angles are the 2 keys to beating a double shield composition. With the former, on Blizzard World first attack, you could grapple to the right side high ground whilst the front line is baiting attention, providing you with an angle and a decently ranged sightline onto their Ashe. Since double shield doesn't have much mobility, you can also be looking for harder flanks. Referring back to the Hanamura second point example and a 90-degree off angle, hence you aren't just shooting shields. However, in double shield variations that play a tracer who can mark your flank, you should be timing your splits late if you are keen on going for these aggressive plays. Well, that's it for the guide. Moving on to the flex DPS.
Hypothetically speaking, if you're going to make a Doomfist guy, what would be the key fundamentals however the bits and bops and aquans that I should be include? You would need to talk about like what an engage with a Doomfist actually should look like.
No intro, straight on to the guide. Doomfist weapon, the shotgun sniper, makes Doomfist shoot 11 short-range pellets per shot, dealing a total of 66 damage per shot with a reload of 0.65 seconds alongside 4 ammo. There's not too much to Doomfist's hand cannon other than to make sure that you have at least 3 or 4 shots for when you engage, and to interweave your shots throughout your basic set of combos, which I'll elaborate on later with his other abilities. Keep in mind that your shooting animation is cancelled with any of your abilities, which may help with interweaving your shots. The other important bit of micro is trigger discipline, which is making sure that you take the extra half a second to align your crosshairs with where the enemy will travel, especially after either of your abilities. This is specifically important when fighting against heroes with awkward hitboxes such as Ana, so make sure to align and predict your crosshairs instead of spamming all 4 shots. Doomfist's first ability, the uppercut, makes Doomfist uppercut enemies in front of him, dealing 50 damage and locking enemies into the air for 0.6 seconds, paired with a 6-second cooldown. Before getting into the uppercut specifically, the golden rule across all of Doomfist's abilities is that you ideally want to use 2 to engage and leave 1 to escape. Exceptions would be your ultimate or rollouts, which I'll elaborate on later. Unlike your slam, you'll mainly be using uppercuts for your combos. The main combo, primarily based for the uppercut instead of the slam, is to punch, shoot and shortly uppercut afterwards. This is mainly used for when you're out of the 15-meter range to use your seismic slam to engage, so you'll use your slam to escape instead so you don't commit all 3 abilities with no way to escape. Doomfist's second ability, the Slammy Boy, makes Doomfist leap forward, dealing up to 125 damage alongside a maximum range of 15 meters paired with a 6-second cooldown. One bit of micro is to jump prior to your seismic slam to squeeze out a little bit more damage. The main, most basic but important combo with seismic slam is the shoot, slam, shoot, uppercut combo, but aside from that, there aren't any other majorly useful combos. There is debate over whether to engage using your slam combo or whether to engage using your punch. Here's Spilo explaining why the slam combo is often better utilized to engage over your punch.
Slam really is the cooldown of choice. It does AoE damage instead of single target. It's faster damage. It sets up your uppercut combos nicely, which allow for one-shots and kills. Punch is better used as a setup or an escape than it is in an engage. You don't want a long charging punch. You want to be quick, you want to be fast, you want to be AoE, you want to set up your shoot combos, which is really the bread and butter of Doomfist, and then you want to get out of dodge.
However, there are 2 types of slams which you should know when to use. The first is the ground slam, which is slow to perform, less accurate, vulnerable to CC, but deals more damage. You'll want to do the slam against a clump or group of enemies that have either low CC, mobility, or range, so that you don't miss, get stunned, or take too much poke during your slam animation respectively. Against heroes like Moira, Brig, or McCree, you'll want to avoid the slam since they can stun you before you even land the damage. Exceptions would be when they're looking at your dive tanks who's heavily baiting attention, which should allow you to get away with the greedier slam. The second slam is the targeted slam. This is much faster to perform, as well as being more accurate and more resistant to CC abilities, but deals less damage. You'll want to do this in duels where it is harder to dodge your slam, or if you're engaging at an angle where the enemy team might poke you early, in which case a quick engage would be ideal. Circumstances where you can get away with the greedier slam without being stunned, for example, tanks baiting attention as mentioned prior, or engaging from an unorthodox angle or rollout will be beneficial. Lastly, you almost always want to use your slam to escape at an angle and not back to your team, as Spilo explains here.
A lot of the times, especially against a not very mobile composition, you do not want to be going back to your team, because not only is it more dangerous, as we see here, you're also losing a significant amount of pressure. Like, look at this, chat. What would be the best thing to do in this circumstance here? Go to health pack, get out, slam out here, go grab health pack, rinse and repeat. The point being is that you know they do not have mobility. They cannot chase you down, they cannot punish you. So you need to continue to stay on the angle. The problem here is if you punch and you slam back to your team, even if you get out alive, what do you do now? You have literally one option. You have to flank through hotel and hope that nobody sees you. So you were set up well against a composition that couldn't push you. You engage, you scuff up your engage, and then instead of setting up again, you completely bail and die.
Keep in mind that this doesn't just apply to slam, but to your punch as well if you decide to escape with that. Doomfist's third ability, the 4-second one-shot, makes Doomfist charge up his rocket punch for 1.4 seconds, dealing up to a total of 250 damage paired with a 4-second cooldown. One bit of micro is that you can prolong your punch, which can be used to wait or bait an enemy around a corner, or for you to gain a little bit more distance for a better punch angle. The most basic but important piece of tech is to jump at the end of your punch with Doomfist to conserve momentum and to travel a little bit further, not to mention that you can bunny hop at the end as well. This is solely used for mobility, to either reach your engagement angle faster, to do some of the following techs or rollouts that I'll mention later on, or to escape an engagement immediately. Before the types of punches, one massive thing for less experienced Doomfists is to know when to cancel punch. Too many Dooms try fishing for one-shots when funneling down hard chokes and end up feeding heavily into the enemy team. However, you can also utilize this to bait cooldowns, with prime examples being Orisa's Fortify or Reinhardt's Pin. Speaking about funneling down main, if you are reduced to becoming a punch bot, here's Spilo explaining how you can deal more damage and simultaneously take less damage on engagement in relation to Doom's punch.
But I don't even mind punching Rein. Punching from the front, where Hanzo can shoot you, Zarya can bubble, you can be slapped. The only thing that's saving you right now is the fact that your monkey ball are baiting attention elsewhere. If you're going to punch from an angle into the wall, where they can't see you as you initiate, so you have a cleaner engage, and you actually have a wall to punch in. My point being is that when you engage from main, you're often forced to do really bad engages.
Moving on to the three main different types of punches. The first is the turn punch. This is turning your camera in the direction you want to move in during your punch animation. The use for this is to engage at an unexpected angle so you take less damage on engagement, and as a result, you're more likely to dodge CC abilities such as McCree's flash or Arna's sleep, since you're not on the LOS until it's too late. Keep in mind that you can combine a turn punch into one of your combos. The second type of punch is a bounce punch. This is used to gain high ground without having to use your uppercut, or to set yourself up at a good angle for a slam uppercut combo. You can also literally bounce on some balance spots on certain maps, as Get Quaked On shows here.
This is usually known as a balance spot. It's pretty much when you go on a spot and you balance yourself on there. I don't think anybody's ever named this. I personally call it a 4-second bounce, and it's pretty much when you're balancing and your character doesn't move for 4 seconds and you get a bounce. You could move your crosshair and stuff like that, but your character just has to not be able to move at the balance spot at all.
The last type of punch is the diagonal punch. Here's Karku explaining what it is and two ways in which it can be utilized.
Doomfist tech known as a diagonal punch, with a mixture of what we call kill spots, where the punch connects on an enemy against the wall, or a setup spot where you'd initiate with the punch to get some height before following up with a seismic or uppercut.
Here are some of the most practical diagonal punches I got from the video condensed.
Start here on the left side, charge your punch against this slanted wall and watch the enemy snipers tilt. On Volskaya, this diag is a setup punch off the forklift on attack, which can clear both sides of the defending high ground if you follow up with the seismic. The right side is straightforward, but to make it to the left side you also need to turn punch, which makes this quite a complicated tech. On Hollywood first for attack, stay out of line of sight to the right to begin. Diag punch off this car to kill any enemies hanging out on the balcony, or to set yourself up for seismic slam combo on the high ground back here. This diag punch is pretty good because you begin in cover relative to the common defending spot on this bridge. Aim it off the slanted rock and you'll likely connect on an enemy up here. Beginner diag would be going over towards the enemy high ground and seismic comboing them. Nice and easy. The intermediate level is going up to the central building, then hitting the enemy with a 100 plus seismic on the ground or high ground. Or head towards the main choke and seismic off this tiny blue curve for some big damage.
Like to the turn punch, this is used to reduce damage taken on engagement as you are unscouted, and in a dive comp you can split focus by coming from an unorthodox angle. The last thing to do with Doom's punches are rollouts. Here's Spilo explaining the importance of rollouts, which does carry over to the three prior types of punches.
The reason why rollouts with Doomfist are important is because it allows you to engage without being scouted and without the enemy team stopping you. That's why rollouts are important a lot of times with Doomfist, is because it's either sneaky or hey, we can't stop him from doing that, that was too fast, or he's too far away, or whatever. Because if you walk down on a right chunk, just chunk, 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 everybody knows you're there, everybody can stop you.
I highly recommend my own or Bandito set of rollouts per map, linked in the top right or in the description respectively. Doomfist's ultimate, the Terry Crew special, makes Doomfist crash into the ground, dealing up to 300 damage in the inner ring and up to 200 damage in the outer ring, alongside an increased movement speed of 16.5 meters per second, lasting for 4 seconds. Holding right click, L2 or LT on console will enable a bird's eye view of the impact zone, which can be used to climb up on platforms. There are three primary uses of Meteor Strike. First is to obviously combo it with other abilities such as Halt or Grav to land massive AoE damage. For higher levels, these combos would be performed on rotations where there are often kill boxes where the enemy backline is vulnerable. The second is to barrel and cycle aggression. Essentially, you can use the 4-second duration as well as the cast time to regenerate your cooldowns so that you can continue your engagement. You can also use all 3 of your cooldowns to engage more aggressively and across larger distances, using your Meteor Strike to either escape or to continue aggression depending upon how successful your engagement was. The third is to use it as a positioning tool, as Chipsa briefly explains here.
Oftentimes on Doomfist it's better to use your ult to get position rather than to
to do damage. Instead of landing on an enemy, you can try and ult onto like a building, a high ground, something like that, wait for your cooldowns to come back, and then go back in with your standard combo. This is oftentimes stronger because a lot of people don't think that you're going to do it. It's a very unexpected move, and it'll catch a lot of people off guard.
Moving on to the last section of the guide, positioning, playstyle and timing. Here Spilo is showing an example of good timing from a Doomfist coachee. Pay attention to the turn punch and angles taken as well as the good timing.
Nice. I don't know that I would have committed my punch to here, but again, committing from the angle, and when are you doing it? Chat, when is he doing it? You see the timing here? Like, we're gonna give credit when credit is due. It's not perfect, but it's there. Look at this. Brilliant. Concave push on an angle. You take no damage on entry because you push quickly and off split from main, and you engage it on a right when your tanks are going in.
Dealing with flankers who can out-duel you and take your space, such as Tracer, Echo or D.Va, are often hard to deal with. Here's Spilo explaining why and also how to counteract this.
If I'm Doomfist and I punch out of a choke often to a flank, well then now that Tracer can just immediately say, oh, hi Doomfist, I'm gonna go duel you. And you don't have punch. And we already talked about how Doomfist isn't very good one-on-one against those heroes with or without his cooldowns. So not only is Doomfist bad against Tracer, he had to use punch to set up just to get poked out by a Tracer anyway. So like as Doomfist, what do you do about that? Number one, obviously adjusting your playstyle against enemy compositions and taking less greedy flanks. Like you can't hard flank, like go all the way behind the enemy team if they're playing like Tracer Sombra. That's not likely to work very well. So a lot of time you kind of have to time your splits really well, and you have to try and avoid running into the Tracer echo. Like play in angles and short angles that aren't completely isolated. So in other words, like taking a little bit off, right? And then engage from here, or a little bit off from here. Or maybe go high ground, right? Because Tracer doesn't have as good high ground mobility as you.
Another thing important to note is that in a dive composition, you don't need all 6 heroes diving backline, but rather, you as Doomfist can utilize the CC from your abilities to prevent any peeling or counter dive from the enemy team, as our coach John Galt explains here.
So generally what happens is the Winston and the D.Va and the Lúcio and the Genji goes in, the Doomfist disrupts the people from going up. So they disrupt the Zarya, they punch the Zarya, they high uppercut the Reinhardt, blah blah blah. Let's say you send all 6 people just feeding into the backline. You might be able to kill the NR, but all these 5 people are going to be able to kill you because you have put yourself in a position where you're in the middle of the enemy and you're just going to die. So you kill the NR, but you're going to sacrifice all 6 people. So the reason why Doha doesn't go in is because he knows that it's the concept, but you can't go everyone go in. So a lot of time a dive would take place with 2 to 4 people, and then the other 2 people like the NR, the Lúcio maybe, the Doomfist is playing a different position, doing something else rather than just diving the NR. It's not just 6 people jumping a target, it's some people jumping a target, some people doing something else to support that dive or to set up a different threat or to make sure that the jump survives and succeeds. So you have the divers and you have the enablers as well.
In Hackfist, here's Jayne explaining some of the nuances and wider level macro you can implement as a team with respect to Doomfist.
D.Va is to Winston as Winston is to Doomfist, in that a Winston jumping in is going to get cleave, he's going to drop his bubble, and he's also going to attract a lot of attention, and a Brigitte is more likely to use the stun on the Winston, and this creates a lot of opportunities for the Doomfist to actually go in and not get focused. A Doomfist can never be going in alone. A Doomfist to be most effective has to stage in a singular location and attack in basically a kill box, and you as Sombra is going to be the one who's actually scouting that information and triggering the dive itself. Have your Winston come in, drawing the attention and the cooldowns. And then this also goes into like ways that you can make the dive more effective if you have things like Primal. Is if your Winston goes in primals, the purpose of the Primal here doesn't become to attack, but you can split. For example, you can just punch a Reinhardt or tank further into no man's land where Sombra and Doomfist can fuck them up, or you can just split front and backline and allow the Sombra and the Doomfist to do like a 2-man isolation on the backline.
Lastly, I'll explain a basic Doomfist strat when playing him in Brawl. Firstly, in Brawl, you'll almost always need a Zarya to bubble the Doomfist. This means that you can go for a greedier slam onto the backline without getting stunned. This will force the enemy team to back up, and your Mei should land an easy wall to either split the enemy team or to prevent their route of retreat. This will give your team 3 angles of threat, 1 from the Doomfist, 1 from the core, and 1 from the Mei. This will split focus, which will allow for an easy blizzard if you so desire. Well, that's it for the guide.
If there's any maniacs out there who actually share my videos, y'all are crazy. But y'all are the real MVPs.
Echo's primary weapon, Genji shurikens but better, makes Echo fire 3 shots of energy in a triangular pattern, each dealing 17 damage with 12 ammo and a projectile speed of 75 meters per second. This is the most conceptually simple part of Echo's kit, as it is primarily used for high amounts of poke against tanks or shield during the posture phase. The only thing worth noting is to be comfortable landing shots against aerial squishies, especially Pharah, when clearing angles. Echo in theory is a great duelist against Pharah, and a key part to that is landing your much more spammy and consistent tri-shots. Echo's first ability, the Electrodium Explodies, Make Echo fire a volley of 6 sticky bombs dealing up to 180 damage in total, travelling at 15 meters per second. Unlike to Echo's tri-shot, this will mainly be used for spam during the posture phase before the teamfight actually occurs in order to gain early ult charge or to prevent and burn a brawl comp over time from distance. Stickies are also primarily used for set abilities, whether that be comboing with halt, grab, or waiting for the enemy ball to pile drive to easily stick them when he lands. Coach Hayes gives a good example of aerial assassination utilising a well-timed halt stickies here.
Flutter uses flight to position himself high above the bridge, breaking LOS with the enemy Ashe to avoid her knowing of his position. He scouts Gliss's position and sees London trying to engage, dropping as close as possible to make his stickies easier to connect, following up with a deadly focusing beam. The 3 things Flutter did effectively were identifying and scouting his threat, breaking LOS with his target, and executing the combo.
Do make sure that during the posture phase, you save stickies in order to follow up on a dive from 1 or 2 of your own teammates or to peel for the ball on your backline. Echo's second ability, Pharah boosters but better, make Echo fly in the air at 8 meters per second with a 3-second duration paired with a 6-second cooldown. She can also glide in the air afterwards at a downward speed of 4 meters per second and then increased horizontal speed of 50%. Obviously you want to use flight to gain another angle, but maintaining and deepening that angle afterwards is an overlooked aspect that Paul goes into depth here.
Here and here are places that you can end, where you have escape paths, you have cover that you can duck bind and use, etc. The next boosters you use, you get to start from higher, so you get to stay in the air for longer and you just sort of hold space and make sure you drift down over here when those run out, etc. So that's why I wanted you to, when I was saying earlier, use boosters and go left, I wanted you to go there and not here. Because here, you just kind of end up down here, or you end up down here, and then your next boosters, that's not any better. Whereas here, your second cycle of boosters would have been better effectively. You'd have been able to maintain a steeper angle on them, which is great because they're not looking that high up, which puts you on their screen, great, but that means they're hard not looking at your McCree, who's right here and shooting at them, etc., because their screen is in this direction.
Likewise to stickies, you also don't want to waste flight before the fight begins, as not only will you not be able to follow up afterwards, but you'll also be left vulnerable afterwards, as I highlight with my Echo in this 4K scrim VOD.
Ideally, you don't want to be wasting your glide. As soon as Elk jumps into the high ground, use Echo once positioned here, or if you are going to be positioned on this low high ground here, you can have your glider and then you can like back out and then easy clap and then kill the Winston. If they were rotating underneath, if their Zen was on carts and then he was rotating, fine, go for it. If it was the Zen was rotating on stairs over here, fine, go for it. But he's really far away and he's in a position where your tanks can't dive. If you were running Lúcio, Tracer, Genji, like fast mobile characters and not spammy DPS, again this would be fine. But in the context of our team comp, this isn't good.
Winning Echo 1v1s also come down to shift usage and distance factors, as MineralOW explains here.
The distance between both these echoes is very minimal. Let's say if Pink Echo decides to shift up in the air and go up high, right? This Echo shifts first, right? Then this Echo will go down first. That's just how it works. This blue Echo now can shift up and will hit this top maybe when the enemy Echo is maybe like over here. This gives this Echo a massive advantage where this Echo can sort of like tower above and sort of just basically hit really easy shots. Imagine if you were the Echo, this Echo here, and for some reason, you shift it to poke, right? You start going down and the enemy Echo shifts on top of you. You're forced to look like this. This is not a great look for you. You have to shoot the Echo, plus hit land stickies, plus also try and beam while you're going down. That's really awkward.
He also gives an example of baiting Echoes when the distance is too long for shift usage to be impactful here.
If this person shifts, right, definitely not scared. Why? By the time this Echo shifts all the way forward, first of all, enemy Echo would have been already safe. Too much distance to cover. You can even bait this Echo that says, okay, I'm gonna commit. While it shifts happening, your Echo now drops, and then you can shift back up and try and catch this Echo in a bad position. Because he overcommitted, you went too far. This distance is probably not the best for baiting you, a little bit closer. Another way of also doing this is you shift up first, right? Bait the enemy Echo to go up, you back up a little bit, and maybe you have a hit scan. The hit scan, just shoots the Echo in open air and kills that.
Echo's third ability, Wise is still in the game, makes Echo fire a beam dealing 50 DPS to enemies above half HP, but 200 DPS to enemies at or below half HP, lasting 2 seconds paired with a 16 meter max range alongside an 8-second cooldown. The main piece of tech is to try shot and then fire the focusing beam. This is used when squishy 200 HP targets at roughly 60 to 70% of their HP, as by the time the shots land, the 50% threshold should be reached, and even if you miss your try shot, the extra 10 to 20% shouldn't be much to burn through anyway. Aside from that, the other tips about timing your cooldown usage to make engagements more effective and to prevent feeding still apply to Echo's focusing beam. Echo's ultimate, every hero in the game but better, makes Echo duplicate a targeted enemy hero and gains full use of their abilities. The duplication lasts 15 seconds and Echo charges the ultimate ability of her chosen hero 6.5 times faster. There are 4 main pillars to choosing what hero to duplicate. Keep in mind, some of these are not mutually exclusive, hence why when combined, some heroes will end up being more powerful as they satisfy more of the criteria, which enhances the pillar they already specialize in. The first is maintaining and threatening off-angle pressure for persistent amounts of time, with heroes such as Sigma and Orisa being prime examples due to their health pool, shield, and ranged poke. The second pillar is barreling aggression. Heroes such as Reinhardt, Doomfist, or Tracer are prime examples due to their health pool or heavy angular burst damage respectively. The third is ultimates. Likewise with heroes in the first pillar, Flux and Bongo are, generally speaking, significantly better than Roadhog and D.Va Bomb, even if most off-tanks satisfy the first criteria. Moreover, duplicating Zen to farm Transcendence in response to an upcoming grab is definitely a viable strategy, or farming ultimates with heavy utility such as EMP. The fourth pillar is cooldowns. Not many guys talk about this, but duplicates into Ana or Baptiste for Nade and Lamp may override any value lost in their ultimates or sustained angular pressure, such as from a Sigma or Orisa. This and the previous pillar are the most situational categories. Adding a bit more nuance to these categories, here's Nata explaining a distance variable when duplicating in order to ramp up value with your duplicate over time.
But if you copy more like things that like need time to like live and charge, for example, like Zarya, make sure you're a distance away from the enemy team. Don't just copy right on top of them and expect to get value. Like even Winston, you'll copy somewhere and then you'll jump on them maybe. Or D.Va, you'll copy somewhere and you'll fly on them. So make sure you understand the distance component with copy. It's a really big mistake I see where people sort of just copy from wherever and they just like, oh wow, I just got bursted. Why'd I die and build my ult? And it's because you're sort of inting. You're playing way too close.
With the first pillar, you also want to either gain an off angle that you wouldn't normally be able to get with immobile heroes with your flight, and then duplicate into an immobile tank, or already be set up for an off angle to then duplicate afterwards. You will be gaining a lot more value by doing this rather than duplicating the Sigma or Orisa in front of you. The last usage of duplicate is to act as a second life to allow you to land more aggressive coordinated hits on the enemy. I only really recommend doing this in a scrim environment where your coordinated dive or hit on the enemy team gets stopped by an enemy support ultimate, in which case using your duplicate to add more sustain wouldn't be a bad idea. However, do keep in mind that the rest of your dive crew work in cycles, so as soon as your first hit gets rebuked by a support ultimate whilst in duplicate, don't engage until your dive crew regain cooldowns. Moving on to the last section, which is playstyle, positioning, and team compositions. Echo serves a somewhat similar job to Tracer and has a similar level of flexibility. Here's Spilo explaining how to best utilize Echo when playing against Rush or fast life comps here.
If you harmony orb your Echo and she just permanently hunts down that monkey or hunts down that Tracer, you're gonna make it so much harder for them to dive. Like you harmony orb your Echo or your Hanzo or your Tracer and she just literally just like goes after them and just constantly pressures them, they never really dive, or they never dive properly, and they certainly never dive at full HP. You force their Matrix, maybe you force a Monkey Bubble, maybe the Monkey's 300 HP, maybe the Ball has to use this adaptive shields before he even goes in. The Tracer uses all her blings just to be able to reach the dive. Like it feels really messy. That's why for a long time when you did see Bap Zen, you almost always saw it with a Tracer.
Continuing the theme of playing against Rush, punishing the enemy backline when the enemy team rush forward to punish your tanks when your backline is less threatening at ranged poke is vital, as Spilo explains here.
Now look at Fleta's positioning. Is this a good off angle? If Dynasty pushes here, is Fleta going to be blowing them up? Is he going to be shooting them and killing them in the back? No, he's not. He doesn't have a great off angle. He's been bullied out of the off angle back towards his team, which means if they push here, they're not going to be shot in the back, at least for the first little bit. But the big thing is that Fleta wasn't actually able to punish the backline. So again, if we go back to when Soul is rushing here, here's the rush. Where is Fleta? Fleta is in Narnia, dude. Fleta is doing absolutely nothing right now. In fact, Fleta doesn't even have shift yet. So he literally is AFK. He doesn't even land a shot until 2 of his teammates are dead. So Fleta needed to either be packed better, something needed to happen. He cannot get bullied out as easily as he did.
Echo can also be used as a defensive pivot for Mercy when rotating your glass cannon backline against Rush, since Rush comps look to rotate and catch out your backline, as Nata explains here.
The Echo's over here, right? Then the Mercy should be flying in a position where the Mercy can help the Echo but also peel the Zen. But if he knows what happens, Aafox backs up here, Seiko's over there, and now they're like so far away where the Mercy can't peel the Zen. So Seiko's positioning needs to also be relative to like the people who are non-mobile so the Mercy can peel.
Moving on to broader playstyles, hard flanking can be high value but also high risk. Here's Nata explaining how to mitigate that risk through smart pathing with your flank.
Or the shortest path where you're basically just anti-LOSing the enemy. You know, if you're under here, they can't see you, right? If you're over here, they may or may not see you. When you come up, right, and hit is like probably the only time really they should see you. Now, if we look at like another one, someone might say like, hey, why don't you rotate and go all the way behind? Or you could do a path like where you come over here, right? And you sort of like rotate like this. You keep going, and you come and hit behind, right? Well, the problem with this is this little like pink thing. This is where you're in their LOS, right? And as soon as they see you make this cross to StarCraft, then the enemy team should, if they're smart, adjust and like reposition maybe a little bit or send someone to go mark you. So you may not get as much value because they scouted you.
Keep in mind that if you are going hard backline, especially if you're soft flanking, you need to clear angles in order to not get pinched and counter dove by the enemy team, as Spilo highlights here with a British Hurricane trial player.
You have not made the ball go away, you have not burned the Echo's cooldowns, you've not forced a tracer out, you have done nothing, you've cheated and gone straight for backline, which means now you're going to be hard focused. Like, this is map control. The Echo has a good angle, the ball has a good angle. They got that angle because they used Trance and Mines, which forced your Zen and Sigma to back off. If your Zen and Sigma didn't back off, then this Echo could not do what she's about to do to you because she would be killed. You cannot go in aggressive while your backline is playing passive because their angle got cleared. So what's the simple answer? Because I know I've said a lot of big words. I do not want you going in aggressively backline. You can shoot backline, you can stick backline, but you do not go aggressively backline until your team has retaken the space.
A mixed playstyle intertwining concepts such as poking with your team, peeling for your backline, taking flanks on the enemy team, or dueling the enemy Echo will be ideal, especially in the mid-fight, as I'll elaborate on later. But for now, here's Nata showing a great example of positioning fit for a mixed playstyle.
Enemy team is blue, and they're over here, and they're pushing like that. Green Echo, who's sort of like mirroring you. You see the Echo like go up, shift in the air. You can shift and match the Echo, take the one-on-one. You can play with your team, and you can back up a little bit more and play with your team and sort of poke, play the high ground. You can, if you notice the enemy team going this way, like hard this way, then you can maybe like push over here and look to like go for a soft flank. Or maybe you see a ball going in your backline, right? So maybe you shift back and you use sticky and beam the ball and kill the ball.
Lastly, I'll be covering how to coordinate a few basic hits or engagements when playing Ball Tracer Spam Dive. Keep in mind that some of these heroes such as Sigma or Mercy can be swapped out for Zarya, D.Va or Brig respectively. The first thing to cover is establishing a good kill box. A kill box is an area where the enemy team passes through that your team want to kill. There's a few pieces of criteria for a good kill box. Firstly, it should be an open space so your team can more easily engage from different angles, splitting the enemy team's focus. Secondly, your backline should have LOS in order to apply Discord and Harmony, or Nade and Healing if you decide to play Honor. Lastly, your team should be set up around the kill box in order to follow up, and links back to the first point about it being an open space. I really want to stress that last point since you can have an unorthodox kill box set up before the choke, but if your team is set up for it, it's essentially a free first team fight. In terms of who positions where, I personally prefer Tracer or Ball to be set up at the hardest off angle, as if they get scouted, they can quickly run away, but you generally speaking should not all be stacked coming from one direction. The exception to the rule is that if they have a Sombra, you need another teammate to tag along so that she doesn't get the hack off and is bullied away, but this should still have at least 3 different angles of pressure. In terms of target priority, don't engage on mobile characters such as the enemy Ball or Tracer, as they can easily run away, hence choose immobile heroes which will normally be a Sigma or a Zen. Also, if the enemy team decide to split and rotate their core through the kill box whilst they have a pocketed DPS lingering behind, you can either clear the angle before deciding to hit, or more likely, your team's target priority will completely switch onto the pocketed duo and then onto the core after they've made their first rotate. Regardless of whether you successfully get a kill after your first hit, what as Echo do you do next? Well, referring back to Nata's bit about mixed positioning, you're now left in a great spot with multiple options. You can save stickies and beam to peel for your backline against the opposing Ball Tracer, you can rotate to close with your team to keep poking, you can take on the Echo Duel if resources are in your favour, and if they rotate all the way to the coastal side of point, you can either hard or soft flank depending on how much time you have, and set up another kill box if or when your team is ready. Keep in mind that this isn't always very black and white, and sometimes you'll be forced to miss out on hits with your dive crew if you or your Tracer decide to mark their Ball Tracer instead. Well, that's it for the guide. Genji's primary fire, the Sharpie Boys, makes him fire 3 shurikens in just under a second, dealing 29 damage per shuriken if the experimental changes go through. He can also throw them in a wider spread at the same time with a 0.75 second recovery time. As usual, I'll be starting off with tech. Keep in mind that some of these will be combos that include other abilities down the line. Firstly, you can cancel part of your reload animation with any of your abilities, similar to cancelling half a second of Hog's reload animation with his breather. Secondly, you can cancel the recovery time by wall climbing immediately after you fire a fan of shurikens. Thirdly, you can cancel the recovery time of either of your firing modes by using either of your abilities or even your melee as well. I'll get into more complex combos as I'll cover the rest of Genji's kit. In terms of basic usage, you obviously want to use your alternate fire against large hitboxes in medium range or against small hitboxes in short range, as your DPS will be higher. Also keep in mind that whenever you double jump, you have to aim slightly downwards to keep your crosshair in the same place. On occasion, against large hitboxes, you can abuse this feature to allow your double jump to act as a pseudo recoil to drag your crosshair upwards, aiming it at the head by just passively double jumping. Aside from that, shurikens are mainly used to farm Blade by having your main target priority being tanks. If you're familiar with Lucio's weapon or Ana's sleep dart, landing your primary fire will be much easier due to similar projectile speeds and firing style respectively. Genji's first ability, the Speedy Boy, makes Genji dash 15 meters, dealing 50 damage, paired alongside an 8-second cooldown. With tech, you can perform a ghost dash by immediately dashing after you receive the dash reset. Even though that this is more flashy than practical, with a mouse and keyboard, you can flick immediately to your next target whilst in blade, or perform an immediate escape from an ultimate such as Flux, just after finishing an opponent with dash. Secondly, you can fire out any firing mode of your shurikens after you dash. This combo, on experimental, will deal over 250 damage, hence is most useful against diving supports as a medium distance with decently sized hitboxes, and similar with the Ghost Dash, you can flick these immediate fan of shurikens the frame after you exit your dash animation. Lastly, you can cancel deflect with dash instead of doing it manually, then dashing after. This is most useful for deflecting whilst you're in blade to prevent utility such as Ana's sleep dart from hitting you whilst also immediately dealing damage afterwards. The most basic use is the dash when you are going to confirm a kill, or it's likely that the enemy you're diving will die soon after you dash, which serves the purpose of getting a free escape after a dive. Dash can also be used for mobility, to cover the map, to get closer to enemies to land your own damage easier, and to escape tight situations as mentioned prior. However, looking at the broader picture, you need to time your dash for when your team is engaging, as Spilo criticizes Super's mistimed dash here.
Why? You're instantly going to be turned around and focused. Look at this. Look. And now look at Super. Do you not see the problem with this? If he goes in with his monkey, not only would he be safer, but he'd be doing more damage. So it's not just always playing more aggressively, he's playing more stupidly. And meanwhile, Smurf is actually doing stuff, and where's my Genji? Genji's out of the fight, right? This is why I talk about sync your aggression with your team, specifically your tanks.
In contrast to this, here's Super doing a well-timed dash and dive with his teammates.
Okay, so this is it. This is not hard. Okay? Now, not every dive is going to be hardcore super early like this, but like this is why, look at the timing here. Ball slam, Winston land, bubble, super dash.
This can also lead to low value, high risk dashes, as Spilo further elaborates here.
Look at Super. He's dashed out, Smurf is in, Striker is in. And not only that, but he very well could have died. So not only is his value lower, his risk was higher. That's a bad trade, my friend. You could be on your angle, dropping, ending, dashing through if you want to. That gets kills, that's safer, that's more likely to build dual charge.
You also need to dash to the closest wall to utilize your passive if you aren't going to confirm a kill with your dash.
You're basically saying when you dash in, if you don't have a guarantee of a kill, you need to have a wall to climb out.
Yeah, you have to position yourself immediately for the wall. He's double jumping above the Reinhardt to get headshots, but he's also not positioning himself closer to this wall. He's still standing right here in the middle. So if you would take damage, get focused, because it's super easy to focus a Genji or anyone that's in the middle of your team. So it's essentially a 1v6. Then he can't escape unless he uses deflect, but he has already used deflect. So now he's screwed.
Genji's second ability, the Uno reverse card, makes him reflect any damage aside from 2 beams, lasting 2 seconds, paired with an 8-second cooldown. Similar to Ana's Sleep or Orisa Fortify, deflect is best used defensively to act as a personal shield of yours, which also happens to deal damage if the enemy shoot you. Reflecting fire strikes or Moira orbs shouldn't be your priority due to how little value you could be getting compared to firing shurikens behind tanks on high ground for instance. This also applies to those trying to be too flashy and deflecting the opposing Zarya grab. Instead, deflect should be used as a get out of jail free card if you have dash on cooldown, or if you're in the middle of blade and you need to deflect enemy utility such as Ana's Sleep Dart in order to stay alive. Deflect should also be used to win duels more easily, especially if you miss your shurikens or if you need to reload. One additional thing to mention is to make sure that before you dive a target, you have all of your cooldowns available, as IOStocks explains here.
So why are you worried about getting slept and naded? What are you missing when you dive her? You're missing your deflect, because you already used it on the Hanzo. There's basically only 2 things that you need if you want to go in and dive someone. You need to make sure that you have all of your HP, and you need to make sure that you have all of your CDs. You don't want to dive in if you have 50 HP, you don't want to dive in without deflect. So in this case, it is not super duper smart for you to go in on the Ana. So what should we have done instead?
Wait 2 seconds and then go for either the Ana or the Widow?
Exactly. Very, very simple.
Genji's passive, Mirror's Edge, gives Genji the ability to wall climb and double jump. In general gameplay, there isn't much to this other than to double jump almost constantly to make your hitbox and movement less predictable. However, don't do this out in the open whilst in line of sight of a sniper. A small but effective tip is to corner peek at the apex of your double jump to avoid projectiles such as Zen's alternate fire, Soldier's helix, Orisa Holt, etc. You can also save your double jump when using Dragon Blade in the air to make your movement more unpredictable, which drastically increases your chances of dodging Ana's Sleep Dart.
I'm dashing.
You should save one jump so you can like dash and then jump in the sky. It makes even great Annas like MO7, like Mr. Sleep, because it's just unpredictable. Like you don't know if Genji's gonna fall in a straight line or if he's gonna jump.
Genji's ultimate, Infinity Blade, makes Genji unleash his katana for 6 seconds, dealing 110 damage per slash on experimental at a 5 meter maximum range. Just to get this out of the way, too many Genjis ask for nano boost or rely on it too heavily. Keep in mind that even though nano boost is very effective at securing kills and getting the dash reset off faster to avoid ultimates such as Sigma's Flux, it can still win team fights if used correctly.
Barricade, get the gauge, re-engage, now I leave a gauge size hole.
Firstly, your blade can cleave multiple enemies at once. Secondly, you can cancel the recovery time from each of your slashes by dashing immediately after. Thirdly, try not to blade on the ground, as Spilo further explains here.
He's blading on the floor too, which is always risky. Easier to hit shots, easier for Winston to cleave you, easier most importantly to get bashed, all that good stuff.
Lastly, here's a workshop code that someone sent me from ATP's Discord. It's used for practicing your blades, and you have the option to turn on the Transcendent Ceiling and Arna's Nano Boost. Moving on to usage, similar with the Orisa shield, you need to time it with when your tanks engage.
Blade equals engage equals good. So in other words, when either side engages, a blade is good. Level 2 is what you said. Why is it good? Because cooldown equals used. So there's less cooldowns to devote to you. So the question is, Send, why? Why are cooldowns used? We have to keep going. You need to understand the concept all the way through, so you understand the exceptions to the rule. Attention drawn elsewhere. So they're not just all looking at you. The cooldowns were used because they're looking at somebody else. And if they're looking at somebody else, they're not looking at you. And if they're not looking at you, then you kill people. That's how it works.
Again, here's Spilo explaining this concept, but at an Overwatch League level, using Super as an example.
The problem here is the location with which he's choosing to blade is not a fully committed rotation. So rotation is basically, I want to go from point A to point B. But if you blade here, Myungbong very easily can press the I'm about to head out button, right? All the way up, and bash and whip shot and Discord and spam and all that stuff. And it's easy for Boston's tanks to just peel back and kill this off. Where is there going to be the follow-up to this blade? Yes, Smurf is going in, but you're not going to get Discord. You're not going to get armor pack. Your Tracer's not even in position right now. This is not well timed. This is too soon. If you let them come in here first, like let them just to say come in here, and then you go, then you're going to be all set.
Additionally, here are a few reasons and an example to show why you want to blade from an off angle.
Splits attention, yeah, number one. Make them turn around, sure. They have to turn around to get you, yeah. You're not under pressure, invisible when you start, exactly. It's confusion and fear. They're not expecting you. It throws them off. It scares them. And obviously, your entry is safe too, because everybody's seen the meme of Genji's getting rocked and swung and booped and flashbanged and all that jazz, right? But look at Super's blade entry here. No damage. No damage, no damage, no damage, bang.
Lastly, as a general rule of thumb, blade timing isn't only specific to dive comps, but can also apply to all of the roster, including Hog.
If you're a Genji player, and you're watching this, and you're going, why did my blades I never get anything on my blades? I don't care if you're playing with Orisa, or Reinhardt, or Wrecking Ball, or double off-tank with a flanking Hog Zarya. Are your tanks doing anything? If not, don't blade. Now, I don't mean my Hog isn't walking forward with me. If your Hog is on a flank here, and they're looking at your Hog, that's when you blade. If your ball just rolled through them, that's when you blade. If your Reinhardt is walking forward swinging, that's when you blade. When your Orisa shields start spamming, throws out a halt, that's when you blade. Because yes, there's not bodies on you, which isn't optimal. You want bodies like hulks of meat that can protect you. But it means that there's attention being drawn elsewhere so you can get away with your blade. Even Nano Blade, you want to make sure that your team is doing something. Do you have Harmony Orb? Is your Tracer in position? Did your Widow grapple up the high ground? Like imagine this, you Nano Blade through this choke right when your Widow grapples the high ground. Who does the team look at? The Widow literally standing out in the open or the Nano Blade in the back line? You create a dilemma to where maybe even if they hard counter your blade and you die, you win the fight because they're all focused on you and your team is just like la 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 la, killing everybody.
On to the final section of the guide, positioning and playstyle. A fundamental use to Genji is to poke out and control high grounds from a distance, as Spilo explains here.
Let's say this Monkey and D.Va stayed up here, which they should have, by the way. Dropping to tickle a Reinhardt just isn't worth. What should our Genji have done? You're going to walk up here, you're going to wall climb up, and you're going to throw shurikens, and you're going to poke them out, because you have better poke than they do. And even if the monkey walks into you, you're still going to be like, okay, well, I can just walk away a little bit. I'm going to force bubble. I'm going to force matrix. I'm not going to let you take this high ground at a range that's actually favorable to me and let you do anything about it. And guess what, chat? You'll win. This isn't just about farming blade.
you will win. You will force either bubble or matrix or jump, or you'll force a ton of healing. You will win this duel, and you'll build blade as a side benefit. And what you have done is not only have you put pressure and forced healing and resources, you will make them either screw off the high ground or make them expend more money to try and hold it. More cooldowns. More expenses. And if you force them off of high ground, guess what? You've done your Reinhardt a huge favor. It's all a position battle, exactly. And Genji is very good at fighting for these type of positions.
Zooming in on Genji's playstyle, his idle stock's going over the two main playstyles to Genji, which is to either follow up or be an assassin.
The only time you can really go for a follow-up based playstyle is if you actually have people you can follow up on. If we look at your team comp right here, your team comp is like not super duper divey. The only real character that goes in super hard is maybe going to be the D.Va. Now, whether you can go for an assassin playstyle mostly depends on whether the characters on the enemy team are very easily 1v1able for you. So we have Hanzo, Widow, and not possibly Ana. Ana is arguably the easiest target to dive out of the three. You should go for this one. Okay. Now, on the other hand, let's say that your team comp was, Winston, D.Va, and Doomfist, In that case, you should probably not go for more of an assassin playstyle, and you should play for more of a follow-up playstyle. Okay, so the definition of a follow-up playstyle is that you basically don't do anything except farm your blade until you actually go in, whereas the assassin playstyle is a lot more proactive.
I just wanted to interject it to say that you're not necessarily doing nothing. Again, you're still fighting to control the high grounds, utilising your poke advantage as well as poking from angles, as Spilo mentioned in the clip Pharah. And it doesn't even have to be a Winston D.Va, as Spilo showed in that example in Nirvana. It could easily be a Hanzo, Ashe, Widowmaker, or a hero you could easily assassinate taking the high ground. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that both the follow-up and assassin playstyle are both proactive, as both can be applied in terms of controlling high ground, like Spilo explained before.
And it's important that you differentiate between the two. So, since we want to go for an assassin playstyle, it is important that we try to find whatever target is isolated.
In coordinated scrims, unless you have a Sombra, it's your job as Genji to scout for rotations in order to stage a dive and not let the enemy team make a rotation to point for free. This is actually how Bastion Uprising manages to get their ball comp to cap first point against the San Francisco Shock.
This rotation, they took a lot of damage. This rotation, they took no damage, and it was because Super was not scouting. Super needs to be scouting. You need your Genji to scout. He's mobile. He's small hitbox. He doesn't get his cooldowns for us.
You also want to utilize your double jump in order to simultaneously farm blade whilst doing more in the mid fight.
So never stand on asphalt, which means you will be standing here, you will be standing here, maybe indoors, up here. Just don't stand on the road in the middle of the street as Genji, because there's literally nothing you can do that any other hero can do better.
It feels like he's playing really, really conservative just to farm Nanoblade, but the ironic thing is that he's building Nanoblade slower because of his positioning, and he's not doing anything until he gets Blade. You don't have to go crazy in the backline duels. Like, there's this myth that there's blade farming Genji and dueling Genji. And, like, that's true to an extent, but that doesn't mean that, like, oh, I'm a blade farming Genji. Well, if you want to farm blade and still do something, play off angles. You'll farm blade faster, and even if you don't go in crazy in the backline for picks, like you were saying, you'll turn attention your way, you'll get the Rhino shield your way, they'll have to chase you out, and you waste their time.
Building on this concept further, you want to differentiate between high grounds and be as close to the enemy team as possible to farm blade, but far away enough to still be in safety.
Is there really any reason for Super to be on this high ground and not here? It's easier to land shurikens here, and you have more cover, and you can play around like climbing up, throw shurikens, climb up. You can make your hitbox more difficult to poke. Easier for you to spam, harder for them to poke. It's like the best of both worlds. And once the team gets to get here, he wants to be spamming for blade anyway.
Additionally, here's a minor example with Super positioning himself well on Route 66.
Let's look at Super's positioning. You guys see it? What does he got, Genji mains? What does he got on the angle, right? What are they going to do? Do they either have to stop and force out Super, or they take damage to the butt cheeks? And he has dash, he has deflect, he's got available escapes. This is great.
As a final nugget of information, here's Jayne explaining how to escape Diamond by coordinating with only one teammate.
Here's like the 9 billion IQ to get out of Diamond. In Diamond, you pick one person on your team. It's either going to be the carry or the person who you think needs the help. And instead of trying to invent some new goal for you to accomplish, help the person on your team accomplish whatever they're trying to accomplish. You don't even have to talk about it. Like, have you looked at your Winston once? Just chill with Winston, poke, and when your Winston attempts to feed, conveniently assist him in killing him, whatever was going to accomplish his goal of feeding like a moron. Like, if he gets hooked, reflect. Suddenly the Roadhog's also dead. Just pick one. You don't even have to play a 6, just pick one.
Well, that's it for the guides. Hanzo's primary weapon, the Bowie Boy, makes Hanzo fire an arrow dealing up to 125 damage, taking 0.75 seconds to fully charge, and reducing your movement speed by 30%. Since Hanzo's bow is quite similar to Widow's rifle, there will be some overlap. However, starting off with hitbox manipulation that Widow can't do, particularly against enemy hitscan who are dueling you, you can look up and to the right to block your head hitbox and to potentially bait out a Widow shot, or against pinpoint projectiles like an enemy Hanzo, you can turn to one side and look down to further stray your head hitbox to one side. Note that this is most applicable to PC due to flicks. Another major bit of micro is to charge your arrow in between your jump and wall climb, so that your arrow is already charged to around 30% to gain those extra few milliseconds. A fundamental with Hanzo is to time your angle pressure on the enemy team for when your team pushes in. For instance, on Junkrat first attack, you could take the high ground surrounding your team or push left side. Make sure that when you do the stall that you have good corner discipline, as Spilo explains here.
Why the heck do you peek this wide? The second you peek this here, the Zenyatta is already visible. You don't need to go anymore. Because the reason cover's good is it doesn't stop you from being shot. It stops you from being killed. Because if I'm shot here, I can go, oh, I need to move over. But because it's an extra quarter of a second to move over, and then I will receive a second shot potentially and die. Whereas if I get shot here, the only thing that can kill me are one shots. So it's not just about the risk of death, it's the fact that the risk of death makes you run away like a pig when you could have just stayed here and continually applied pressure. You increase the longevity of the pressure here. What benefit do you get from being here as opposed to being here? In fact, it's worse offensively. This isn't about playing more aggressive. This is about playing worse. You want to do more damage? You want to get more picks? You want to be aggressive? Play aggressive here. Play aggressive here. This is good aggressive. This is bad aggressive because you're not doing more damage. You will do less damage, get fewer kills, and die more.
Another key nuance to this is to maintain longer sight lines, as Spilo elaborates on here.
The problem is that we're putting out pressure in a location, in a proximity that's not favorable for us against a composition like a Reinhardt Zarya and against a McCree. In addition, this makes no sense when you have a better, safer high ground angle like this that we literally just leveraged and won the fight with the previous fight. And now we're sitting on the floor. This is so much safer and more aggressive up here. Other heroes wish they could wall climb up here and utilize this, and yet you're here. And now you're there, and now you're in spawn.
A key nuance to this would be playing up against a Widow who's greatly favoured at longer ranges as she's hitscan and you have inconsistent projectiles. Referring back to Junkrat, if the enemy team are on Widow, you can take the shorter sight-lined flank to the right where you have the dual advantage. Speaking about taking advantageous duels, here's Stocks explaining the plethora of advantages that you can take on Hanzo.
You never want to take a fair fight, right? You always want to have an advantage when you go for 1v1. For example, you get the jump on someone, right? You get the first shot without them noticing you. The advantage could be positional. So for example, if you have high ground, that's a positional advantage. You have your ultimate, that's an advantage. You can have someone pocketing you. That's an advantage, right? There's also peeker's advantage, because obviously you know when you peek, but the enemy doesn't know when you peek, which means that you're gonna have an advantage in terms of reaction time. So if we look at this 1v1, there's two outcomes. Either you use your ultimate here and the enemy Widowmaker doesn't hide, in which case you can peek her and kill her because you have a very, very big advantage. You have peeker's advantage, you have high ground advantage, and you have wall hack advantage. Or she doesn't peek you, which means that for the entire duration of your ultimate, the enemy Widowmaker and the enemy Ashe are going to be completely useless.
An advantage that Stocks mentions is the unscouted advantage where you fire the first shot without the enemy noticing you. Here's Orisa and Spilo providing and elaborating respectively on a visual example here.
Here the Ana is unaware, feels safe, and stuck mid jump.
And you're on the angle. You notice how the directional movement is this direction? The reason why unaware is big is because it makes their movement very predictable, which whether you're playing hit scan or projectile makes it easier to aim your shots.
The Mercy is unaware and feels safe behind.
Like, I always pride myself on not spamming jump on a lot of the heroes I main, but a lot of times I will just jump when I'm just like chilling, right? And that's where you catch that.
An issue with Orisa's video is that it doesn't directly tell you how to achieve those unaware positions. Generally speaking, you achieve them by timing your splits for when your tanks are baiting attention, as already mentioned with the first concept. However, as I'll mention later on, Hanzo's Sonic Bow is quite vital in determining your aggression on that flank. Another advantage that Stocks mentions is the use of high ground. However, unlike Widow, Hanzo has some nuance to high ground, as in some situations you'd actually want to give it up to make your aiming easier as you're a pinpoint projectile hero unlike Widow. Here's Stocks explaining that and Spilo evaluating it afterwards.
So the
main two benefits that you want to think about is that, for one, it gives you angles on enemies that you wouldn't otherwise get because they might be behind a shield, and it is safer. But there's also one big downside. It makes it significantly more difficult to land shots. Because if you look at this angle, the Ana, for example, she can move around in 2 dimensions. Down, left, up, right. But if you're horizontal with her, she can't move down and up. Because down and up are now back and forth, and walking back and forth doesn't affect your aim here, does it? Drop down, lunge towards these boxes, and then peek shoot around these boxes. You're significantly less safe when you give up the high ground. So if you have a good, safe off angle that's level, so it's slightly easier to land shots, sure. But those are not often the case in Overwatch. Often those lateral angles are a lot more at risk. And I think depending on the severity of the angle, a lot of high grounds, it's not that much harder. And sometimes the high ground angle, because you're on high ground, you're able to get to a better angle in the first place. And remember what we saw on third point, Route 66 on the last file that we reviewed over, how the Hanzo being on high ground and missing most of his shots still did more than he would have, even on a more conservative angle, because it made everybody look up and away and it scared them away. That's the value right there.
Hanzo's first ability, the spam bow, makes Hanzo fire several arrows instantly, each dealing 70 damage with a fire rate of 4 arrows per second alongside a 10-second cooldown. The fundamental use to Hanzo's Stormbow is to use it to aid your flank pressure, while some, like Orge, will say that rapid fire is trash, and therefore you should only use it on shields, is extremely misleading. Despite Stormbow not breaking any key breakpoints, such as having to fire 2 storm arrows after a fully charged body shot, Stormbow increases your damage per second, leading to less time for the enemy to get into cover. So, Storm arrows should be used to win key flanks and hence help you gain map control through your increased DPS and increased movement speed as well. For example, on Route 66 third point attack, if you get into a duel against the enemy McCree, it will be significantly easier for him to land shots if you are only charging normal arrows due to the movement penalty. Moreover, the reduced fire rate will make him have an easier time dodging and rolling out of your shots compared to the more forgiving set of storm arrows. Hence, if you keep your distance, you should win the duel, or at the very least, deter the McCree from peeking, and now you have a free angle on the enemy backline and core. The only time you should really storm arrow shields is around 8 to 10 seconds before the teamfight begins, as when the teamfight starts, your storm arrows should be off cooldown. Hanzo's second ability, BTAC All Hacks, makes Hanzo fire an arrow carrying a sonar tracking device, allowing you to see enemies within a 9-meter radius of the arrow for 6 seconds, paired with a 12-second cooldown. Starting off with a bit of micro, before the teamfight you can often sonic in the air to provide you with early scouting information, and by the time the arrow lands, your sonic should be roughly 5 seconds off cooldown, effectively giving you 12 seconds of sonic uptime. There are 2 predominant uses to Hanzo's sonic bow. The first is to use it aggressively to clear and scout a flank before taking it. If you sonic arrow a flank and you see a McCree or flanker about to peek, you should charge and line up a shot as soon as he peeks. However, if there isn't anyone on that flank, you can therefore take it, as Spilo explains here.
We sonic all the way like back here. Bad sonic bow. So we don't really know who's here or what's here. So that means that when we flank here, we have to play a little bit more conservatively because we don't have any information on what's here. If we scout Mercy here, we can go clickety click. If you scout nothing here, still good, because this means that you can peek this here. So I'm gonna pretend that you go, oh shoot, I don't have scouting information here. I might get flash fanned, that Genji might dash me, and there might be a high charge Zarya here. I have no idea. And so you jump away from the angle and then right into graph. You didn't sonic on the angle that you wanted to control, and then you walk into the angle, you get scared, and you run back to your team. And by running back to your team, ironically, that was the most dangerous place for you to be.
The other use to sonic bow is to use it defensively once you're on your flank. For example, on Gibraltar first point attack, you could sonic your right side flank to check whether their flex support or flanker rotates to try and pick you off guard. Another defensive but slightly more niche use of your sonic arrow is to sonic for your backline. For instance, on Volskaya first point attack, you may want to sonic the right side flank and then wall climb top left where you have an angle and a longer sightline. Maybe I'm slightly biased here since I play flex support and I certainly know that the extra info would be useful. Hanzo's third ability, the BTEC double jump, makes Hanzo leap 8 meters forward, paired with a 5-second cooldown. I also bundle in his wall climb here, which allows Hanzo to climb up to high ground that's 4 meters above him. With Hanzo's wall climb, his Spilo explaining not only how, but why wall climb is such a good passive.
Other heroes that don't have wall climb can't use it. You think about first point Hanamura, right? You're playing attack. You know the top left little window there? Man, can you imagine if Ashe could wall climb or Zen could wall climb, and the amount of little extra pressure they could put out there? It's not just because wall climb is there, it's because it gives you the opportunity to take positions of the map that are good spam angles or good flanks on the backline that other heroes just can't do it. So when I'm saying use wall climb, I'm not saying look for places to wall climb just because it's there, but think, hey, is that a good angle and can I get there?
With Hanzo's lunge, it will most likely be used in a similar defensive manner to McCree's role, which is to help provide Hanzo a stronger fighting chance up against threats that contest his angles. And unlike McCree, you can use a lunge mid-air in conjunction with your wall climb to reach angles he simply can't, such as the infamous Hanamura gap. Hanzo's ultimate, the B-Tech Dragon Blade, makes Hanzo summon a Spirit Dragon dealing 150 DPS per dragon, travelling at 20 meters per second with the DPS decreasing at the edges and is combined to 300 DPS at the center. There are 3 major bits of micro with Dragon Strike. The first is to use your lunge during the cast animation. This serves the purpose of making your movement less predictable as you aren't standing still, hence you are less prone to taking damage, and to also readjust the trajectory of the dragon right before the arrow fires. The second bit of micro is to hold down left click RT or R2 to fully charge an arrow before you ult. This will make you fire an arrow that looks like it's on 0% after you release your Dragon Strike, but should actually be fully charged. The third bit of micro is to Dragon Strike into walls if you're scared that it's going to get eaten. In terms of usage, you'll mostly be using Dragon Strike to force the enemy team to split and panic, or to zone and take space. With the former, Hist and Paul going through an example of Dragon Striking a broad team when they're rotating. Even though this example is against a Goats team, the concept is still applicable to other compositions.
As this ult is coming in, as it's splitting, as it's doing a little bit of damage, same thing, you need that dive to come in. So both of your dive tanks and Pharah are going to dive in, and they're going to take advantage of either the split that happened, or if the split didn't happen, hopefully you got pretty nice damage out of your dragon as they tried to force their way through it, and you're able to clean that up quickly. I frequently do recommend combining self-destruct with Dragon Strike if it's available, as using your self-destruct to make their bad choice of how to handle the dragon worse by throwing the self-destruct to one side of it, to a place that they might like to retreat to, for example, can make the play even stronger.
With the latter use of zoning and taking space, take this example on Dorado's second point attack. If both teams are fighting over high ground, you can Dragon Strike the corner to force the enemy team to back up, allowing your team to turn the corner into open space for free. Now onto the positioning, playstyle and compositional section of this guide. In terms of general positioning, there are 4 key guidelines that I keep hammering on about. Take this example on Hanamura first defense. The first guideline is to have a corner. The second guideline is to have LOS onto the enemy team. The third guideline is to have good distance from angles so that the enemy ball or flanker doesn't sneak up on you, and the fourth guideline is to have good rotational options, both aggressive and defensive. With the brawl composition, you want to take harder splits from range with longer sightlines. For instance, on King's first point attack, you can split and wall climb to the high ground right side whilst your core pushes in. The reason why you don't want to play an hotel is that the sightlines are significantly shorter, allowing for a McCree to easily flash you or a flanker to come at you at close range. You can also go on very hard and long splits from your core since there isn't much mobility to hunt you down. For instance, on Bastion mecha based retake, you can split right side, providing you with a long sightline as well as an angle to where the enemy team can't hide from your damage. Keep in mind that this is less doable up against a good Lúcio since you haven't got flashbang like a McCree or a good D.Va, hence you should be splitting late and quick if you are to do this. In dive, alike to McCree, you want to be playing split but not isolated, as Spilo explains here.
You don't want to position on top of the team because it allows the enemy team to be able to dive you without taking damage, because there's only one LOS where you're actually putting damage. Like, we could draw a straight line of where this damage is coming from, and it's here. They can hide from this damage in here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here. Whereas if you position just slightly here, not too much, where you can still be Harmony Orbed, Armor Packed, you can poke this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this no longer has cover, this no longer has cover, this has significantly less cover, this has significantly less cover, and you can even peek down this hallway a little bit easier. Dive wants to corral you. Stacking against dive is not the answer. It is being in positions where you can peel for each other, but you can poke out dive before the fight happens. So you don't want to be isolated, but you don't want to be stacked.
Keep in mind that this is even more important since, unlike a McCree, you haven't got a stun ability or added HP. With poke, the same rules apply, but more specifically up against the enemy Sigma rather than the enemy DPS. For instance, on Oasis University retake, splitting coside will put you in a position to where the enemy Sigma cannot contest you, whereas if you split left side, the Sigma can easily shut you down. This is mainly due to having high ground and a longer sightline on coast. In poke, you should also be getting Harmony Orb as much as possible when taking angles to deter the enemy dive crew, as Spilo explains here.
If you Harmony Orb your Echo and she just permanently hunts down that monkey or hunts down that tracer, you're gonna make it so much harder for them to dive. Like, you Harmony Orb your Echo or your Hanzo or your tracer and she just literally just like goes after them and just constantly pressures them, they never really dive, or they never dive properly, and they certainly never dive at full HP. You force their Matrix, maybe you force a Monkey Bubble, maybe the monkey's 300 HP, maybe the ball has to use this adaptive shields before he even goes in. The tracer uses all her blings just to be able to reach the dive. Like, it feels really messy.
Well, that's it for the guide. No intro, straight onto the guide. Junkrat's primary weapon, the RNG, makes Junkrat launch grenades that deal up to 120 damage on direct hit, moving at 25 meters per second and firing 3 shots every 2 seconds. A fundamental behind Junkrat's grenade launcher is the fact that his sightlines are to be kept short despite the fact that he's a poke hero. For instance, on Hanamura first point attack, using concussion mine through the window will give you 2 short sightlines onto the adjacent high grounds and onto the choke respectively. Adding an extra layer of nuance to this, Junkrat also likes to hold tight and narrow and enclosed spaces, as Temple explains here.
Or get yourself over here where you can control the power position. This is actually the part of this map that matters a lot, and you as Junkrat are really good at going, hey, I have a mind for this. Hey, I can bounce nades in here and it's absolutely brutal for them to push up into, etc. You controlling this is the best thing that you can do for your team. And if you're sitting on 2 mines, you can mine yourself up here whenever you want and go, hey, I'll do this, blah, blah, blah. As they start to pay attention to you, if you're not getting the support you want, you just drop. Your second mine's regenerating again, and you're still controlling this, which is incredibly valuable to your team. If you literally see that all 6 of them push this way, all 6 of them, so that you go, okay, they're not coming through here, you just turn over here and go, okay, I'll mine from here. And you're still good, you still have cover options, you still get to rain nades down. That's where you want to be working from.
That concept is probably the most important one in this video because it's applicable to almost every hero, hence I recommend you to pause the video to view some more additional examples. This isn't to say that high ground angles are bad for Junkrat, such as on Dorado's second point, but that these longer open sightlines make Junkrat more prone to hit scan, hence taking these short sightline flanks can help you control the map. Adding on to that, you can and should bounce your grenades off of surfaces to land damage without putting yourself at risk, as Spilo explains here.
He can actually put pressure in space without actually having to physically be there. So in a way, that's kind of like his range. Now, it's inaccurate and messy and goofy, and you have to memorize the bounce spots, but there you go. Because if you could find a way to position yourself up here and spam in a way that actually contests his choke, or maybe you could find a bounce location that bounces off here and lands here, then that needs to be done. Because you standing in choke here, even though you're up 1, is incredibly inefficient.
Junkrat's first ability, the Zofia Concussion V2, makes Junkrat trigger one of his homemade mines dealing up to 120 damage in a 3 meter radius with 2 charges, with each charge being on a 8-second cooldown. Starting off with this tip, as obvious as it is, make sure to jump after you use your concussion mine to gain a higher altitude. The most common and important piece of tech is of course the one-shot combo, done by shooting a grenade and then using your mine immediately afterwards. Note that this isn't done the other way around in case the knockback of your mine boops the enemy out of the grenades. An important concept to grasp with the concussion mine is that one should be used for mobility and the other should be used for lethality. Here's Spilo explaining how you can utilize the one-shot combo by waiting for your second mine just before you explode through a narrow flank.
What is my problem with this engage though? No mine. Look at this. What if he runs away here? What if he meant... Now your Zarya follows up, but no mine. You literally had to wait 2 seconds before, or not even 2 seconds, like a second and a half, where you could have done this. Because look, right now you jump, then you've got it. It's like 2 or 3 seconds. You needed 1 mine to get it done, and you couldn't wait.
Building on that further, you can and should use a concussion either aggressively to fight back for important space, or to have a flight response and play in a way where their space doesn't matter, as Spilo gives a visual example of here.
If you're going to go in, so first off, you don't even really have to go in. You could go to point here and spam from here, maybe. Right? Or you could play underneath, or you could wrap around behind. But you would either wrap around behind and engage here, or you'd conk up here and directly go up backline. Like you would just go in. So again, high risk, high reward, and low risk, low reward. But this is high risk, low reward. This is not what we want. You're concussive mining in the middle of the open high ground that you've just given up. The McCree's stealing your angle, exactly. So you either take it from him or you fight in a way where that angle doesn't matter. Do you hear me? That applies to any hero in Overwatch. You either fight for that angle and take it away, or you play in a way where it doesn't matter. So you go around behind where it's like, okay, McCree's high ground sucks, but it doesn't matter. Or you either fight him for it, but you don't just stand out in the open.
This one-shot combo also works best at short ranges, and as I've explained prior, Junkrat's most impactful contribution can be on short sight-lined enclosed flanks. This means that you can easily threaten important spaces with your combo and or get a one-shot from an angle. For example, on Route 66 third point, you can combo an enemy who tries to duel you. If you miss your grenade, you can also throw your second mine to make this more forgiving. Once you've won this flank, you also have a short to medium range sightline to land your combo once again. Speaking more in general terms, concussion mines should fundamentally be used to gain high ground angles in order to lay in damage from places where the enemy team can't as easily hide from. For instance, on Gibraltar first point defense, concussing up to the blue box will not only allow you to control it, but to also lay in damage from above. Concussion can also be used for knockback to disrupt aggression, which should primarily be used to peel for yourself or your team. Referring back to the Gibraltar example, if a flanker decides to contest you on blue box, you can easily concuss them away. Try your best to not also knock yourself off of the high ground in the process. Other forms of directly peeling the Junkrat can be throwing a concussion mine on a flanker in your backline, or to throw a concussion mine or 2 on the enemy frontline if you see them speeding and inting into you very quickly. Lastly, there are some concussion rollouts you can perform with 3 mines instead of 2 by waiting for a second mine after you place your first one. The most obvious examples of these are as soon as you get out of spawn on attack, but I'll go through an example on Blizzard World in the poke section of my guide. Junkrat's second ability, Jason's Trap, makes Junkrat toss out a trap dealing 80 damage with 100 HP, locking the entrapped enemy for 3 seconds. I'll also group in his passive, which makes Junkrat drop 300 damage worth of grenades. Fundamentally, the trap is used to mock and deter flankers. For instance, on King's Row third point attack, when holding high ground, you can toss a trap at the end of the high ground closest to the spawn to trap anyone who tries to reach you. Building off this, I've devised 3 rules in the acronym CCC to help you decide which flank to mark. The first 2 rules are to mark flanks which are closest to you and ones which are the most commonly used. For instance, on Realtor first point defense, you should generally speaking mark the indoor right side flank as this is closer to your team than the flank all the way around coast side, and this flank is more commonly used especially by Roadhog players. The last rule is to place a trap based on where the enemy core paths. For example, on Nabani first point defense, if the enemy core decides to path high ground, then placing a trap somewhere underneath would abide by the former 2 rules. However, if the enemy core paths underneath, then it may be more appropriate to place a trap somewhere on high ground to protect yourself whilst you spam down from above. With the technicalities associated with trap, you don't want it to be the first thing an enemy sees. For instance, in the Rialto example, you want to trap past the corner as your team should hopefully be baiting some attention away from your trap. If you want to get even more technical, you can place the trap lengthwise at the edge of the corner to utilize the very end of your trap hitbox. Here's Temporal going into these technicalities in more depth.
As they're walking upstairs, there aren't enemies for them to look at. There's nothing for them to be worried about in here. So this is sort of in their sightlines. I don't love it. So I really would have preferred something that is going to be a little less obvious to them. Is going to be, hey, when they're more worried about other things a bit more. So when they're out here, they're worried about other things. When they're out here, they're worried about other things. If they come here and want to rotate this way, they're worried about other things. I actually would probably like your trap right here. Like, this is a place that I would prefer your trap, mine combo, etc. Now, there's other places that you can put your trap, mine combo, etc. I just gave you one as an improvement. And again, there's no threats for them to be really worried about in here. They're not looking in other directions. They're not distracted. And to make things worse, it's going to be at their eye level as they're walking up the stairs, which gives them extra chance to see it.
Another tip for trap is that if the enemy is directly on top of you, placing a trap just before you die could lock the enemy into facing your passive. The penultimate piece of advice is to not do the spawn, trap plus concussion mine combo against well-oiled teams in higher ranks. It's too many eggs placed in one basket, which is easily countered by a team with awareness. One last tad bit of micro to end off with is to try and double trap your enemies by predicting when they might move, as Jayne explains here.
You can place a new trap down, but as soon as your new trap goes down, the old trap is deleted. So people will normally be instinctually trying to run away from your trap, like the moment they get broken free of the trap. So just a moment before that, if you can throw the trap behind them, they will back out of that trap immediately into a new trap. So you can kind of like double trap people, just based off of where you think they would instinctually want to retreat to.
I will also mention another use of trap in the flanking playstyle section of this guide. Junkrat's ultimate, the free kill, makes Junkrat rev up a motorized tire bomb with 100 HP, dealing up to 600 damage in a 10 meter radius that lasts for 10 seconds. Before I begin, if anyone doesn't know already, the rip tire glitch to where your tire spawns on the low ground has already been patched out. A fundamental concept which is dependent on how much value you receive is to time rip tire when attention is being baited elsewhere, as Temporal explains here.
As soon as they're committing and our team is committing back, etc., that's when we wanted to pull the tire. Because now, hey, our team is committing, their team is committing, they're in a situation where it is painful for them to turn and shoot at the tire, etc. It is painful for them to try to run away, etc., because they're already in the fight with our team. This tire was too early on 2 counts. Both a, hey, they weren't really committed to it yet, so they actually had attention available to try to deal with the tire, which is why you had to settle for the Ana so quick. Not that the Ana was bad, though the Ana was bad for the second reason of, hey, this didn't really buy you very much time. You didn't maximize the amount of time that you took off the clock with this defensive win.
Building on that further, you can use the 10-second duration to grind up walls and to stay stationary on walls, which produces almost no sound, so that the enemy team forget about your tire until the last second, as Temporal explains here.
Can't actually hit this one because, sure enough, that hog is doing a stupid amount of damage with his whole hog. Your tire's simply never going to get it. So if you were going to pop this tire to try to hold them back, to try to delay them, to try to make them go, oh hey, we're using 3 ults, but we don't want to push, etc., you didn't want to send your tire in. You wanted to send your tire like out here and roll it up this wall and just sort of wait and, you know, do the grinding stuff, etc., because you want them to sort of know that the tire exists, etc., and you can bring it back to protect you if they come, or if they come and try to turn the corner at all, you can go use the them, etc. It's totally fine to go, hey, I'm using this tire to see if I can make you guys burn down the 3 of your ults that you're using.
With more wacky tires, you can also combine concussion rollouts to detonate the tire in the middle of the enemy team. In order to pull this off, you need to time your rollouts just after your tanks engage, as the enemy team will be fully focused on your front line and not on you, helping you to get away with this wacky play. Additionally, you can also use tire for map control purposes and winning out key flanks. Again, referring back to Route 66, you could tire this flank by the lorry to win the angle and give your team a numbers advantage. The penultimate tip with tire is to utilize roofs wherever possible, as the tire becomes very predictable and hard to track. A great example to do this on would be on Oasis City Centre. Lastly, make sure to use rip tire in a position where you yourself aren't going to be vulnerable. Moving on to the positional, playstyle and compositional section of this guide. Likewise to Pharah, Junkrat has 2 predominant playstyles, one of which is to punish chokes either down main or on a tight enclosed short sideline flank, as I've mentioned prior, and the other is to play as a short-range, explosive duelist flanker. The latter playstyle is more appropriate against immobile compositions who can't easily punish you for taking aggressive flanks when you try to land your one-shot combo, as Spilo explains here.
You can flank around this way and use this angle, and when you go this way, what you'll do is, number one, is you will use it, but you'll also probably kill whoever is here. So you'll want to quickly explode through, no pun intended, 2-tap whoever's here, or at least make them drop, and then either you can continue to run away this way, or you can just go back and play it to safety. Now, it's significant to note, and I think you need to be paying attention to this, that they do not have mobility, especially somebody like Tracer. So if you do go through this window and shoot them, you can continue to move in this direction and set up a deeper angle, and really nobody can go chase you down. If they do, they're risking their life, and they're not going to be able to 1v1 you.
This is where the alternative use of trap comes in, where you essentially guard your own solo flank in case anyone chases you. With Junkrat's general positioning, there are 4 general guidelines. Using Oasis City Centre as an example, the first guideline is to have cover or a corner. The second guideline is to have LOS onto the enemy team. The third guideline is to have good distance from angles so that the enemy flankers don't sneak up on you. And the fourth guideline is to have aggressive and defensive rotational options. Due to your vertical mobility on Junkrat, you should almost always be able to access more aggressive angles to play from. In Brawl, maximizing your ability to set up and utilize angles on the enemy team, especially in a wall mirror, is vital in terms of landing more effective damage, as Temporal explains here.
These guys go here, we're set up like this, we're set up to have our multiple angles. Again, we're Brawl and we're spread out, and I want to make sure that's clear. We're making sure that we can go, hey, feeding maybe Junkrat stuff down here, our Sim can peek this, our Lúcio can, do little peek shots, etc., and our Zarya has their peeks, as does our Bap, etc. So when we get to what people's roles are, it's actually going to come down to, we want to make this entrance really hard. This team is still going to try to teleport past behind us, etc., because that's going to be better for them, but we still have a good angle even if they teleport past us.
In Dive, in terms of playing defensively, likewise the most DPS heroes that I've covered, you want to find the balance between playing split and playing stacked, as Spilo explains here.
You don't want to position on top of the team because it allows the enemy team to be able to dive you without taking damage, because there's only one LOS where you're actually putting damage. Like, we could draw a straight line of where this damage is coming from, and it's here. They can hide from this damage in here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here. Whereas if you position just slightly here, not too much, where you can still be Harmony Orbed, Armor Packed, you can poke this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this no longer has cover, this no longer has cover, this has significantly less cover, this has significantly less cover, and you can even peek down this hallway a little bit easier. Dive wants to corral you. Stacking against Dive is not the answer. It is being in positions where you can peel for each other, but you can poke out Dive before the fight happens. So you don't want to be isolated, but you don't want to be stacked.
In terms of playing aggressively, you again want to be utilizing angles so that the enemy Winston is deterred from diving, as Spilo and Fafa explain here.
Nobody from Shock can stabilize here because of Reaper, and nobody from Shock can stabilize here because of Sombra. So you're absolutely right.
They also have angles, so now they're pressuring here, forcing this D.Va to make an option of like, do I want to DM the Sombra, do I want to DM the Reaper, do I want to DM these guys?
The other thing that you can touch on as well, the reason why map control is good is not just because of like the vision manipulation that you're describing, but it's also because cover just doesn't exist. Like, Winston can't stop taking damage here. He can't stop taking damage here. He can't stop taking damage here. There is nowhere to hide because of the angles that allow people to shoot continuously. There never is any corner.
Building on that further, your angles also want to be in enclosed spaces with short sight lines so that heroes such as Sombra and Tracer will find it awkward to duel you. In that example, Dojo is a perfect example of this on Lijiang Tower. In Poke, with either playstyle, you want to be looking for surgical, short sight-lined angles. For instance, on Blizzard World First Point Attack, you could path right side to gain a short sight-line angle onto their core in order to break the choke, or alternatively, you could pick the more duelist playstyle and triple concussion mine over the hate stack in an attempt to one-shot the enemy DPS and to win the angle. No intro, straight onto the guide. Mei's primary weapon, the Devil's Advocate. makes Mei fire a stream of frost dealing 55 DPS and freezing an enemy after firing a minimum of 31 rounds for 1.3 seconds. She can also fire icicles every 0.8 seconds, dealing 75 damage with no fall off. The most basic but important combo is the freeze into icicle headshot plus melee. This will allow you to one-shot heroes between 250 and 300 HP, since you can only get one icicle off due to your 0.8 second fire rate in relation to the 1.3 second freeze effect. I would continue using your freeze stream half a second after you freeze an enemy to get a little bit more damage in. In terms of general usage, Mei's freeze is greatly overrated due to the higher burst damage of her icicles, hence when finishing off enemies in mid-fights, landing right clicks will increase your efficiency and build up more ult charge. However, with freeze usage, his tempo explaining why freezing Reaper and Reinhardt is particularly annoying.
Two of the characters in the game who care most about their speed are Reinhardt and Reaper. A little bit of slow on them really ruins their day. It changes the Reinhardt matchup between the other Reinhardt and him. It makes Reaper not able to keep up, get to his targets. Even a tiny little bit of slow is enough to make him think, do I want a Wraith to clear this? Is it annoying enough that I want a Wraith to clear this? And that's more reliable, easier, and you can get it off with less ammo than the actual damage would occur at.
You should also be freezing when right clicks won't confirm kills in short ranges, such as when the enemy Zen ults. This can lead to cooldowns such as Fortify being forced. Mei's first ability, Block, makes Mei regain 50 HPS for 4 seconds paired with a 12 second cooldown. You also restore 15 ammo per second, block all lines of sight, and become invincible in cryo. The first thing to mention is to know when to cancel your cryo. Often at beyond half HP, you can heal up the remainder via AoE healing to maximize your uptime and poke damage. Exceptions would be if there aren't any enemies peeking, in which case you can still farm ult charge by regaining HP in cryo. Unlike to Orisa's Fortify and Ana's Sleep, since this is a defensive cooldown, you should only use it when you need to. Hence don't use it if you're not missing a large amount of HP, or if you aren't going to be taking incoming damage past your healer's threshold. The last thing I'll mention is that you can cryo in duels to dodge stuns and CC, such as McCree's Flashbang or Sombra's Hack, and to cleanse status effects, such as Ana's Nade, or more importantly, the enemy Mei's freeze, meaning that you can start freezing, then cryo, then freeze again as your freeze effect will be cleansed, whereas the enemy's freeze effect won't be. Mei's second ability, the $11 billion wall, makes Mei generate an ice wall split into 5 pillars, each worth 400 HP, with a duration up to 5 seconds alongside a cooldown of 12 seconds. Mei's wall is by far the most complex piece of her kit, and if you haven't seen by the timestamps already, this is going to be a lot more than simply splitting the enemy team. The first thing to mention is that if you are going to split someone, such as the enemy team's Reinhardt, timing is vital, as IOSUX elaborates on here.
The wall that you use here is pretty early, and your team can't really do anything with it, because the Reinhardt still has his shield. The only thing that you could do is start moving forward, run into him, and try to freeze him, but that is kind of risky because you would have to run all the way on the point. So when you're playing against something where you know that you can break the shield, so in this case the Reinhardt, just wait a little bit, break the shield first, and once the shield is a little bit lower, that's when you can look to wall him off, because then you can just break the rest of the shield, and you can freeze him, and you can try to actually confirm the kill that way.
Walls can also be used to block lines of sight to prevent incoming enemy damage, and to make it harder for the enemy team to peel for whoever is walled, as IOSUX again explains here.
Mei wall isn't just a tool that you use to try and wall people off so you can pick them. You also want to use it during fights just to break LOS with people. Usually tanks are going to be in the front, and then DPS are going to be behind that, and the supports are going to be behind that. So when you're in a team fight, using your wall just to block off the enemy DPS is already going to give you value. So right here, just placing a wall behind the Orisa that's going to block off the enemy McCree and anyone else that's standing behind them. So it's not about actually killing the Orisa or walling her off or anything. It's just about making sure that the enemy DPS can't really do anything, and that they have to walk all the way around of the wall in order to actually do anything.
In terms of specific set plays with walls that you can pull off, here's Tempo explaining a few which would be more applicable in a brawl versus brawl mirror.
You see that their Zarya has drifted even slightly behind their Rein. A quick wall plus bubble charge, that's a free pin. And the great thing about that is Urine's not going to go too deep with that pin. Urine's not going to be off in Never Never Land. He's perfectly fine because he slammed into the wall that you put right there. Another nice one you can do, if D.Va drifts slightly behind the front line, you can throw up that same wall and immediately, and I do mean immediately, throw a grab out there, and you get a grab on their front line that she isn't able to matrix.
Tempo also explains how a defensive wall can buy time when the enemy team uses a power play ultimate, such as Lucio's Beat, Moira's Coalescence, Briggs Valley, or even Zen's Transcendence here.
Say the front line has broken and the opposing team decides that they want a power play, and they pop Transcendence, Coalescence, Sound Barrier, any of them. Well, your Mei can respond by throwing up a wall, even an imperfect wall that they have to take a second or two to go around, and that buys you some time. You're not terribly threatened by their power play when it's down a couple people. Then once they have rounded the wall with those 6 people, and you've taken off a couple seconds, maybe 3 seconds if you're lucky, now you can answer with your own support ultimate, so maybe you match your sound barrier to their sound barrier. Well, that works out just great, because now you had the later sound barrier, and at the other end of it, you're going to have a 3-second lead of power play time. Finally, a wall after your team is grabbed or shattered, that can reduce follow-up significantly, and that can either mean you save yourself a support ultimate, or it can let you pop that support ult at the very tail end of, say, a grab. And instead of using your sound barrier or transcendence just to protect yourself during a grab, most of your sound barrier or transcendence gets to be used offensively.
Building off of what Tim Paul said there, especially at the end, the concept of ebb and flow, which I got from MineralOW, and otherwise known as pushing and pulling, can help you punish overextensions from the enemy team with cooldowns such as speed boost and Mei wall to help you kite from aggressive power plays, leaving your team with more resources to punish aggressive enemy overextensions. Another use of wall is for verticality. Verticality can be split into 2 parts. The first is being to do with rotations with your team, and the second is to position immobile heroes in places where they wouldn't normally be able to reach. With the former, you can wall off common chokes to make it significantly easier to rotate. Common examples are on Hanamura first attack, where you wall to the room right side with a variety of rotational options. Another example will be on King's Row first point, where you can path all the way across high grounds to flip the map, or an icon ward first, where you can wall up above the choke to rotate past the choke, or an icon ward second, where you can wall up the right side to clear high ground and castle, although be wary of boops, especially from an enemy Lúcio. In some of these cases, you're flipping the map, meaning you're basically swapping normal positions on attack and defense, and when this normally happens, the enemy team won't know where to position and will give up their angles for free and play in a linear fashion, giving you the edge in map control. Now, with the latter point about repositioning immobile heroes, here's Spilo giving a creative example about utilizing Mei wall.
What can you do with Mei wall here?
Oh, you think you get me up on this side ground on the top right?
Oh yeah, you got
huge nade.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys could have Mei walled up here like 5-6 seconds ago and just had your on a crouch right here. Bingo. They walk through there, massive nade. You can heal your team, and it's so hard for them to see you. And even if they do see you, you just drop and you go play stairs or you play corner. Easy peasy.
Yep.
And the Mei wall, again, their Mei wall doesn't do squat.
I'll also play another example of a contender's team pulling this off on Nirvana in the background. I strongly recommend you go into custom games and practice finding and pulling off these quirky Mei walls. Note that you can also use the cart itself to wall off of, which is especially important on gaining high ground on maps like King's Row third point attack. Now moving on to how to utilize Mei wall and the Mei mirror. Here's a clip of me explaining to the team I coach, Team Dynamo, when to wall off the opposing Mei to rush and take a 6v5. You can wall this Mei, you guys can just rush and then take the 6v5, and your McCree doesn't even have to play this angle. And because it's going to take quite a long time, right, for her to like, you know, trot all the way back to her team, you guys can take the 6v5, flash the Reinhardt, and then rush him, right? Now, one thing you could do if you're really extra smart and big brain is wait for bubbles, because bubbles is going to be the main counter to the Reinhardt getting flashed. But even then, you guys could just still win with the 65. And by the time the Mei walks all the way around, it's going to be too late. They're going to be at low HP, maybe you force an ultimate or two, and then you guys win this space over here, this entire space, and then you guys can start taking angles and whatnot.
Just saying that's smart.
Yeah. Big brain. Now, in some maps, that doesn't work, because this rotation here, for example, is quite long. On maps like Icon Ward, first point, defense, if the Mei's playing by right side mini, and if you wall off the Mei, she can just walk through the mini health pack room and wall off choke anyway. Whereas this like little trot thing takes like 5 seconds, which is too long. Maps like King's Row, if you wall off the Mei there, then she's obviously going to have a long way to walk back to her core. And then you guys can again rush and take the 65. There are also unique advantages and disadvantages to walling first and second respectively, as I explain here in a clip from the macro brawl section of my tracer guide. If you wall first, you are less likely to get a good split, but your team will be able to take space and spread out onto the points. If you Mei wall second, you'll most likely get a better split, but would have traded some map control. I personally prefer walling first, since you guys have a Lúcio who can eliminate the advantage of walling second. Against Junkrat or Reaper, Junkrat should also have a harder time landing reliable spam damage if you do spread out onto point, and Reaper will also have to make up some distance to be in his effective range. Aside from that, make sure you cancel your Mei wall if it doesn't end up getting any value and ends up hindering the LOS of your teammates, and note that you can also wall Baptiste's lamp or Orisa supercharger to prevent the invincibility and damage boost effects respectively, although this is something to keep in mind more so during the mid fight. Mei's ultimate, the 7 deadly sins, makes Mei emit snow in a circular area with a 10 meter radius, dealing 20 DPS, lasting 4.25 seconds, and immediately granting 50% progress towards the freeze, increasing at 20% per second until 100% freeze progress has been reached, hence it takes around 2.5 seconds to freeze a target. Note that the freeze progress is greatly increased by using your primary fire, and that Blizzard will pierce through barriers, payloads, and ice walls. The most applicable piece of advice is to not always look for these massive 4 to 6 man blizzards, unlike with Reinhardt Shatter. Catching 1 or 2 enemies should be plenty to win the teamfight, especially if it's an enemy aggressively taking an off angle, such as a McCree or a Zarya paired with a Lúcio taking another angle. You can also use your Mei ult defensively if the enemy team is rushing onto you, or if the enemy team are playing to live, as IOStox elaborates on here.
So using your ultimate here does 2 things. For 1, it freezes the enemy team so you can kill them. And 2, it means that the enemy team can't follow up. It's not just offensive, you can also use your ultimate kind of defensively. Because the enemy team has the immortality field, and you don't, which means that the enemy team just, like, they can continue dealing damage. But because you just got your ultimate, you could use it. It forces out the Reinhardt because, you know, he can't really do anything with his shield. And even if your Genji gets picked, like with Mei ultimate, if the enemy team doesn't have Transcendence, you can still win the fight 5v6 if the enemy team is in a position like this. Like, the enemy team is pushed up really, really, really far.
Aside from that, there's not too much to Mei ult. Now onto the final section of this video, positioning, playstyle, and composition. The biggest aspect of positioning with Mei, especially in brawl comps, is to know whether to stack on your Reinhardt or to split away from him. There are unique advantages with splitting, especially in the brawl mirror, as Nata explains here.
And then your Mei can either play with the core right, or it can be like split. So right now we're seeing the split example. If the enemy team, first of all, doesn't even scout the Mei, what they'll do maybe is they'll assume the Mei's with the core, wall off the core, right, walk through, and then your Mei will counter wall them, and then since you walled second, right, your core will push through the wall and just kill them. When we're approaching this fight, we just need to understand that they're stacked and the Mei is stacked, right? We wall off their core and we push through. In this situation, it's still a bit scary because they could counter wall, so you just got to care of that. But, you know, you could wall through and then you could push. Okay, and that way you're out of the choke, right? You don't want to be in here. At least in here, you're at a bit more space and you can push through.
However, there are also some disadvantages, such as the increased risk of kiting from the choke that you are holding, hence having a D.Va split instead of a Mei would be more ideal, as Nata yet again explains here.
In general, you could also just have, you know, your team play over here, right? And have your Mei stacked here, and maybe have your Lúcio sort of chilling over here looking for a boop into your team, and then maybe have, like, maybe your D.Va off angle, right? Because your D.Va's got jets, they push D.Va, D.Va just flies away, right? They're going to have to deal with a Lúcio, the core coming in here, they're going to have to deal with D.Va there, right? Essentially, they're going to have to get pressed by 3 different angles, and that's really, really, really annoying to deal with. Let's say you put your core over here and you put your Mei over here. If your core backs off, your Mei is stranded, and that's why also when you do these split plays, you're sort of committing more on these chokes. You're looking to go harder. But if your Mei and core is together and you want to kite, it's safer because now you don't have to worry about it. The split where you sort of saw the core plus D.Va, right? In this situation, if your core is pushed, your core backs up, your D.Va just flies away. It's safe, right? So if you want to play slower and you sort of want to, like, live more, right, and you know that you might need to back up because the enemy team might ult or something, then maybe putting your D.Va on the side is better.
Keep in mind that the advice I gave prior about walling the split off Mei can also apply to some certain maps. If you can't wall off the split Mei, then you should still try and rotate to flip the map by taking alternative pathing as mentioned prior, and then you can take angles to split focus from the enemy team. Now for a brawl poke hybrid Mei strategy on Blizzard World Attack, adapted from Soul Dynasty back in stage 4 of OWL last season against the Dragons. Essentially, this strategy revolves around 3 mini self-sufficient systems that if one goes down, the other 2 should still be functional. The first and most unorthodox of these systems is the Mei Sigma duo that will path co-side to wall up against the high ground adjacent to point, taking a unique and aggressive angle that will draw a lot of attention from the enemy team. This attention baiting nicely leads me on to the second system, which is the Ashe Mercy. Since the majority of the enemy team will be looking at the Mei Sigma, Ashe will have a free shooting range onto the enemy backline. The third and final system is the Reinhardt Baptiste. Simply put, you two are just here to apply frontal pressure and take space when the enemy frontline starts to back up. Baptiste also has good LOS on the other 3 systems with his exo boots. On second point, the same concept still applies, with Mei and Sigma splitting from the core and contesting high ground, with Ashe Mercy perhaps rotating into StarCraft early. On third point, again, Mei Sigma will split from the core in order to try and make this rotation unscouted, providing a powerful hard flank that can split focus easily. The biggest counter to the strategy is Tracer, who can quickly clear and contest an angle easily, particularly before even reaching the angle. In this case, you just split late and fast when taking your angle, and squishy heroes such as Baptiste, Mercy and Ashe should maintain LOS for as long as possible. Now for an offbeat, weird composition that if you're really wanting to play Mei, this may be useful to you. This composition is basically the Ball Tracer Echo hybrid, but instead of an Echo, you run Mei instead. Simply put, you want to wall off rotations that the enemy team makes. For example, this rotation into cave can be split off by a Mei wall, giving your dive crew, i.e. the ball tracer, clear targets to focus. As normal, the dive crew should come from different angles, and your backline, i.e. the Sigma, Mei and Zen, should have LOS onto the targets as well. Well, that's it for the guide. No intro, straight onto the guide. Pharah's primary weapon, the BTEC TF2 Soldier rocket launcher, makes Pharah fire rockets that deal 120 damage on direct hits, moving at 35 meters per second, and at a fire rate of 1 round per 0.85 seconds. Firstly, the sightlines that Pharah plays are dependent upon the map and enemy composition. For instance, on the Barney first point attack, when playing up against longer range hit scans, pathing close side to where you have a short sightline onto their core will give you an advantage. However, up against a more flanker based composition, playing wider and longer lines of sight where you can't be as easily contested would give you more value. One of the most important aspects to maximize the value from your rockets is to maintain good corner discipline, as former AL coach Hayes explains here.
When playing against heroes that have kill pressure on echo, such as hitscan DPS, use buildings and natural cover to your advantage. Peek and output damage, giving yourself a fallback option if the enemy draws their attention towards you. By doing this, your movement becomes more unpredictable, making you harder to hit. It is important to note that you should not do this against heroes with one-shot potential such as Widowmaker. Let's take a look at an example. Fleta uses the rooftops as cover to spam pre-fight. Notice that when he sees the enemy McCree looking at him, he dips behind cover to safety.
Notice how he's playing these angles here where it makes it so difficult for this McCree to kill on him. Because if the McCree peeks, he's peeking into the exact position where this Pharah spam is coming through. So this is going to be so difficult for the McCree to peek this. Just because of the way he's using this natural cover. Maybe he can get shot once, right? He can get shot once, but after that one shot, he's going to dip behind the cover, and then he's going to come back out when he's been healed by the Mercy.
Building off that last bit at the end, corner discipline doesn't prevent you from getting shot, but it does prevent you from being killed unless the enemy hero has a one-shot. Whilst on the topic of cover, doing rotations from cover to cover is vital in toning your aggression and having the ability to fall back, as Spilo explains here.
And the last thing is cover. Pharah is very, very aggressive, but it's always from cover to cover to cover to cover. A lot like Tracer, right? Cover to cover to cover to cover to cover. It significantly increases your longevity.
For instance, on Blitzworld's second point attack, there are many rotations that you can make that all have a piece of cover for you to duck behind if need be, and the distance between each piece of cover is not too long that you could get picked off mid-rotation. If you want to go an extra level deeper than this, do your rotations whilst your tanks are engaging, as your tanks will be baiting attention away from you. In terms of target priority, the biggest concept to grasp is to shoot what's easy. Too many Pharahs will be busy wasting time dueling the other Pharah, missing rockets with no splash damage, so unless your name is Yuzna, focus on wearing down tanks and ground supports, as even if you miss, you should land some splash damage. Lastly, with the broader usage of Pharah's rockets, since they are tied very closely to her overall playstyle, I'll go into more depth about spamming chokes and taking duels later on. Pharah's first ability, the Boosty Boy V2, makes Pharah propel her fastest over 11 meters in the air with a cooldown of 10 seconds. She also has her hover jets, giving her 20% movement speed buff, and can propel her 4 meters in the air every second. The most fundamental aspect of flying with Pharah is your fuel management. Here's Jayne going over 3 aspects to help you min-max every last ounce of fuel.
Does anybody actually know what the red part of the fuel indicator is used for? It's when you press shift. If I press shift, then my fuel will be full after my jump jet is done. So if I press shift when my fuel is at red, by the time I stop, my momentum burns off at the very top of my boost, I will have a full fuel gauge. Holding space, we don't go faster and faster and faster and faster as we hold up. We get to a maximum upwards velocity. So if you want to maximize the amount of fuel that you're getting, the other thing is that the upward velocity that I move at using jump jet has no relation to how fast or in what direction I was moving initially. So if I jump jet while boosting, I still get the same upwards, right? So the delta V, or the change in velocity, if I'm hover jetting while I'm boosting, is less than if I'm dropping and boost. Knowing this, what you want to be doing is right before you boost, go a little bit beneath the red, go right as you hit max down, you boost back up. So you get even more fuel out. This is important to micromanage this. So if I'm tap, 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 the majority of my flight time is spent with that cooldown between deactivating my hover jets and my fuel recharging. So you want really slow, methodical pulses so that you have less time spent in that cooldown phase and you can have better fuel management.
With wider uses encompassing tech behind flying with Pharah, his car queue showcasing rocket jumping on Pharah, and a workshop code that aids additional aspects of Pharah's kit.
You need to learn how to rocket jump properly on Pharah, or else you're going to be dueling this AI at a huge height disadvantage, which is not optimal at all. Remember, in the Pharah 1v1 in real matches, staying above your enemy Pharah mirror will always be advantageous. So to rocket jump correctly, you need to shoot at the ground, jump, and jump jet almost simultaneously and as fast as you can for maximal height. This workshop is actually such a great training mode to not only practice your initial rocket jump tech, but it will also refine your aerial movement, fuel management, and direct hits. It's the full package.
However, rocket jumping and using jump jets at the same time should only be relegated to initial rollouts from spawn, as doing this during the mid-fight reduces your available aggressive and defensive options, as Jayne explains here.
Jump jet is an offensive and a defensive tool. One of the ways that you can avoid getting directed by a second one is to boost. Or if you do hit a direct on the enemy Pharah, you can use your jump jet to boost into the Pharah to land the second direct. So if you're fighting a Pharah and they're above you and you land a direct, you can use your jump jet to boost up into close range to land that second rocket. Especially if you're going against the hit scan ultimate. If you're ever going against a McCree and if he has high noon, if you press jump jet and he activates high noon, you actually can't drop out of the sky fast enough. So I like using the shift not as like a movement ability, other than maybe sustaining myself in the air when I'm running out of fuel, but I like using it either offensively or defensively to keep myself alive or secure an elimination. If there's a McCree there or something, instead of shelling him from range, if he doesn't see you coming, you can drop on the McCree just like you would a barrage, 2-tap him from close range, and then use your shift to escape.
With the broader uses of Pharah's jump and hover jets, there is a general rinse and repeat routine that you perform from high ground. Credit to Overwatch coach Lucid, who regularly goes over OWL and Contenders analysis on Twitch. He cleverly describes this cycle as, quote-unquote, treating high ground as your helipad, with 4 main steps. The first is to boost or hover to high ground prior to when the fight begins. The second step is to regenerate these cooldowns partially. At this time, there should roughly be a couple of seconds before the team fight actually begins, and you can poke from high ground in the meantime. The third step is to drop or roam. Dropping refers to the vertical mobility of Pharah, which is used to quickly two-shot a squishy hero or to gain heals if you've taken damage at the second step. Roaming refers to the horizontal mobility of Pharah, which is to travel away from the high ground to gain another angle or to quickly assassinate an enemy via your concussive blast. Do note that you want to have enough resources to return to some piece of high ground. This is important because the last step is to simply return to some high ground. He uses the example on Dorado's second point defense, where you can see all the steps pretty clearly. With the dropping and roaming aspects, an example of dropping would be on an arm in mid-rotation in open space, and an example of roaming would be using concussive blast to close the distance and dual a hit scan on the adjacent high ground. Pharah's second ability, Zophia's Concussion, makes Pharah launch a wrist rocket that knocks back enemies by 8 meters and is on a 9-second cooldown. With Concussive Blast, there are 2 overarching uses of it, which is for displacement or for self-mobility, as Spilo explains here.
There's obvious things like Concussive Blast needs to be used to disrupt, displace, can be used for self-mobility. In other words, I like Concussive Blast used a lot against static comps as displacement, but if the enemy composition is relatively flexible, movable, mobile, really conk should be used selfishly for movement, because you're not going to get anything out of displacing a D.Va slightly, or a Genji slightly, or a Tracer slightly. No value there.
With the displacement aspect of Pharah's Concussive Blast, there are many sub-uses to it. For instance, you can use it to peel for support. Here's an example on King's first point defense, where you can concuss any flankers on your backline supports. You can also boop enemies into your own team. Here's an example on Temple of Anubis point A defense, where my team's Pharah boops back the enemy wall in an attempt to kill the enemy backline. Other boops would be environmental kills for obvious reasons. Lastly, you can prevent enemy cooldowns and ultimates, as well as enabling your own cooldowns and ultimates. This can be denying enemy res, or denying follow-up from Reinhardt Shatter, or enabling your D.Va Bomb or Wrecking Ball mines respectively. With concussions associated with self-mobility, you can use concussions to escape a duel. This ties into my last section about using concussion after you drop or roam. However, the main use of concussion is to enable duels in the first place, as Coach Hayes gives a visual example of Yusna doing so here.
So that was a really nice maneuver. He repositioned himself closer to the Ashe, again where he's going to have a favorable duel versus this Ashe. If he stays at range from here and tries to shoot the Ashe, this is not going to work out for him. Obviously, he has a projectile. He's playing to engage close to the Ashe here and take a close 2v2 where he's going to have a favored fight.
Again, since this heavily ties into the broader playstyle of Pharah, more on this will be featured later on. Pharah's ultimate, World War III, makes Pharah release a barrage of mini rockets that can deal up to 3000 damage in 2.5 seconds, with the rockets moving at 45 meters per second. In terms of tech, here's Jayne going over the audio cues associated with barrage, alongside the rocket cancel and concussion into jump jet move.
You go up because descending has no noise, and barrage will stop vertical and like all momentum instantly the moment you press your barrage. So that's how you surprise people from high to low. And you also want to be doing it like through doorways into places where people can't dodge. You can animation cancel rocket with barrage. Drop. Did you See? My ammo's at 5. I used an extra rocket. Floor concussion into boost onto barraging the high ground. So the tech from barraging from high to low or through doorways or areas is boost up, drop silently so you surprise people. The other way that you surprise people on Pharah, you're seeing a theme here. You look at the ground, you boost up, boom. Right? So you get a ton of horizontal momentum from the concussion blast. You combo that into the jump jet so that you're getting just a crazy amount of vertical and horizontal momentum at the same time. You just appear out of nowhere and they get barraged and they die immediately because you pulled the trigger, and the barrage stops you.
An example of that latter tech could be on King's Sword third point attack, where you clear and eliminate any DPS on the high ground before they can even react. Make sure you time this just after your tanks engage so that all attention from the enemy team is onto your tanks, allowing you to surprise the enemy team. With timing your barrages, here's Spilo going over when you just time your barrages.
Barrage is great mid-fight. Deval fights, fewer cooldowns. It's a lot like Death Blossom. It has the opportunity to kill 6, so has the opportunity to kill you instantly. So it has to be set up, has to be supported, it has to be communicated, it has to be timed well. It's not just an initiation ultimate.
Likewise to High Noon and Death Blossom, Barrage thrives when the enemy team don't have many cooldowns or stuns to stop your ultimate, which is typically in the mid-fight. Lastly, a very niche use of Barrage is to win duels with it on flanks. For instance, on Route 66 third point attack, you can concuss into Barrage when dueling a hit scan who wants to use the high ground. Since heroes like McCree can stun you, I only recommend doing this with a Zarya bubble and or a Mercy Pocket. Moving on to the positional, playstyle and compositional section of the guide. In terms of general positioning, there are 4 guidelines which I'll showcase on Hanamura first point defense. The first is to have cover, which I've already mentioned. The second guideline is to have LOS onto the enemy team. This just provides you with multiple angles to spam from. The third guideline is to have good distance from angles so that an enemy flanker can't sneak up on you. The fourth guideline is to have aggressive and defensive rotation options. This can allow you to go in aggressive for an assassination via a concussive blast or to retreat away. Also making reference to Lucid's helipad concept, the high ground closest to second point as well as the high ground that acts as a rim around first point alongside the high ground co-side can all be your helipad. With the overall playstyle of Pharah, it boils down to either spamming chokes or taking duels, as Spilo explains here.
Pharah, it's all about knowing when you want to be spamming a choke or spamming an area that's really nasty from an angle, or when you're going to go pursuing duels. This is specifically pharmacy. If there's a really nasty choke that I can be punishing, and tanks that I can be abusing, and squishies, things like that, great. But as soon as there's no longer a really strong choke, or there's not a lot of people in the choke, you need to actively be pursuing duels. Pharmacy can kill anything in the game. Just about. One direct rocket damage boosted, you one-shot a tracer. The problem I see is way too many Pharah players just resort to spamming a choke, and they're not changing what they're shooting at all. Tracer just flanked your backline, spam choke. There's a Zenyatta on an angle, spam choke. Spam shield. You're a very mobile hero, especially considering the speed changes with her, the conk changes with her. You have so much more flexibility with what and where you can be. Like I said, just look at Yazin, look at how he plays Pharah. Not just a spam hero, he's actually playing a duelist / flanker style. That's how Pharah has to be played, especially if you're looking to play a lot of Pharah against compositions that may or may not be very intuitive to play into.
Applying this to Brawl, if you're keen in playing Pharah with Lúcio Bap or Lúcio Moira, your input will have to be very surgical and akin to the flanker or duelist playstyle. For instance, on Legion Control Center, you could take a flanker type angle and boost the high ground after firing a few shots in close range. Against Brawl, without a Lúcio Bap or Lúcio Moira, spamming chokes from angles is likely the best play. For instance, on Hanamura first point attack, spamming from the window onto the core whilst your core pushes in will force the enemy team to back up, allowing your team to more easily get through the choke. In poke, playing for duels is likely your move. For instance, on Blitzworld first point attack, you could concuss yourself over the hay rooftop and assassinate the enemy hit scan. However, when playing a harder spam composition, such as Zenbap, up against a dive composition, spamming the enemy team's core with the aid of heal orb to prevent their dive is vital, as Spilo explains here.
If you Harmony Orb your Echo, and she just permanently hunts down that monkey, or hunts down that tracer, you're gonna make it so much harder for them to dive. Like, you Harmony Orb your Echo or your Hanzo, or your tracer, and she just literally just like goes after them and just constantly pressures them, they never really dive, or they never dive properly, and they certainly never dive at full HP. You force her Matrix, maybe you force a Monkey Bubble, maybe the Monkey's 300 HP, maybe the ball has to use this adaptive shields before he even goes in. The Tracer uses all her blings just to be able to reach the dive. Like, it feels really messy. That's why for a long time, when you did see Bap Zen, you almost always saw it with a Tracer.
In dive, you want to have an angle and a sightline onto your team's kill box. For instance, on Gibraltar first point attack, you could path co-side where you have an angle and a sightline onto your dive. Note that you can play more aggressively if your team is looking to land a kill, which is more common with the Lúcio Moira dive, or play more passively if your team is looking to build ult charge, most common with more spammy dives. Lastly, since poke compositions normally feature a Mercy, tell your Mercy to tell you when they stop pocketing you. If you can't, then try your best to keep track. This is to help tone your aggression, as you may want to not do a certain play without a pocket and vice versa. Well, that's the guide. Sombra's weapon, a little Uzi vert. Makes Sombra shoot her SMG at 1200 RPM, dealing 8 damage per shot with an ammo capacity of 60 rounds. The main usage will be farming tanks in ranked from your maximum fall-off range to farm out charge as fast and as safely as possible. You can even be standing as far as 20 meters away, poking down an off tank with the majority of your shots landing. You should be utilizing Sombra's range against short-range comps as Spilo explains here.
I want you to be looking for longer sightlines and forcing fewer dives onto enemy backline. And why is that? What is the enemy team running? Very important here. They're running short range dive. You outrange every single hero on this comp, so you need to abuse that. So let me put it this way. Your angle as Sombra is dependent on the enemy composition. Against short range, you play like a sniper. On an angle. You're gonna stand right here and you're gonna hold mouse 1 on monkey. If you hold mouse 1 on monkey, how much pressure are you putting out right now? If you hack monkey, how much pressure are you putting out right now? But he just can't jump. If you hack Zarya or shoot Zarya or hack Brig right now, what are they gonna do? Against very spam heavy comps, then your angle is less frontliney, because if a Hanzo wall climbs up here, you don't want to just sit here and hold mouse 1 here. That's when you'd rotate behind. You force the squishier glass cannon long range heroes to turn around. That's where Sombra needs to angle. But the funny thing is against those compositions, against the sniper heavy compositions, would you be playing Sombra into those? No. What hero would you be playing? Probably Tracer, because she's more self-sufficient and her damage threat is better. You don't need Sombra's range, because you know you're going to lose the range war anyway, so you don't play that game.
As briefly mentioned in the back end of that clip, against poke-heavy comps who outrange you, you want to be switching to a more backline, assassin-type playstyle to bait attention from behind, but as mentioned prior, whilst this is viable, you might as well be playing Tracer who fits that criteria better. Building off this further, there are some exceptions and alternate playstyles that Sombra can play against short and long-range comps, as Lúcio explains here.
As the fight progresses, the situation changes. Enemies start exhausting their resources, your team starts finding openings against the enemy, or you might just have EMP ready. When that happens, that's when you might consider taking a more aggressive position and playing more greedily. Again, you do want to adapt your style depending on what the rest of the team is playing. If your team is playing a more brawly comp, you want to be playing almost like a Dime Store Tracer, looking for dives with the rest of your team. But if your team's playing a more spammy comp, you want to help your team control the flanks and win duels. Try to punish anyone who is playing isolated from their team. You can still look for kills, but since your team is playing at longer ranges, you have to be more careful, as it is easier for you to get forced out.
Sombra's first ability, the B-Tech Engineer Teleporter, makes Sombra toss out a beacon in which he can return to it at any time. Starting off with a small bit of tech, you can throw your translocator directly vertically in the air to gain a higher angle for a hack.
Really good hack tech. If you can't get a hack on somebody, throw the translocator up, translocate at its peak, hack on your fallback down. I love it. You didn't really need to do it there, but the tech overall is pretty dope.
The biggest and most obvious problem with Sombra's translocator is that players often don't know how or where to place it. Here's Jayne giving and explaining an example of translocator placement on Nepal Shrine.
So A, I put it kind of like on my side of the point. B, I put it on the high ground. Or C, I put it right on the health pack. So the thing is, if you place it on the translocator, right? So if we hack this and we place the actual translocator, we can fight, suddenly we get attacked or something like this. If we translocate, we are out of the fight. If you place your translocator here, and you're fighting, suddenly you get primaried, you're out of the fight. So what you want to be doing instead is giving yourself options. So if your translocator is on a statue like this, you're fighting, or you drop to the health pack if you need it. Give yourself options.
Building on this idea further, here's Spilo adding a bit more nuance to this concept.
If you're going to throw your translocator late, is at least have the dignity to throw it up here to where it's not as easy for the Sombra or Lúcio to break it. Because if you're placing it in a sightline where they can see it from main and they can break it from main, so they don't even need to send their Sombra to go break your translocator. They could just, Lúcio sends one volley, your translocator is broken, and then you're screwed.
Moving on to broader usage, you'll be wanting to use translocator for added vertical mobility for rollouts and to access high grounds, especially against ball comps, which I'll get onto in the second to last section of the guide. Sombra's second ability, B-Tech Spy Cloak, makes Sombra turn invisible with a 50% movement speed buff alongside a potentially infinite duration and a cooldown of 6 seconds. In terms of tech, here's Fitzy explaining the invis cancel prior to ulting.
When going for an EMP is to use stealth, throw your translocator in, decloak, then translocate an EMP. This will get rid of the delay when you try to EMP after you translocate, and it will also play the voice line of decloaking at your original location instead of in the middle of the entire enemy line.
In terms of usage, there are two main uses. The first is mobility and the second is scouting. Dealing with the former, use the added speed buff from Invis to perform rollouts as quick as possible alongside making rotations to high ground and getting in position for farming or to getting a kill faster. With the latter, you typically want to scout heroes and positions. I'll get onto communication later on, but as soon as you see the enemy team, you should call out the key heroes which may influence on how your tank's path. With the former, an example of scouting a rotation will be on Hanamura first point defense, seeing whether the enemy team would rotate to high ground through the mini health pack room on the right side or all the way across the coast. That's Sombra's third ability, Hackerman. Make Sombra temporarily disable all active and passive abilities for 5 seconds with a range of 15 meters, a cast time of 0.65 seconds, and an 8 second cooldown. In terms of tech, similar to Mercy's Beam, there's a small grace period where your hack can extend beyond 15 meters. In order to do this consistently, pull away from your 15 meter range as soon as you see your fourth purple string extend from your fingertips to pull off a hack at a slightly longer and safer range. In terms of usage, a lot of Sombra struggle with pushing an advantage onto landing a hack onto a target, but as Mineral elaborates on here, every hack you may get may not always receive value.
Even though he does land an early hack, EM are already at an HP disadvantage, and there's no way for them to close this large of a distance before Kaiser takes cover behind the pillar. EM is able to set up D.Va in a power position above the point to farm EMP, but is naturally losing out in the brawl.
In broader terms, there are two main uses of Sombra's hack. The first is to farm ult charge. An example would be hacking a tank and farming them from range during your farm cycles, with short range comps benefiting this playstyle. In contrast, the hack to kill is best suited when playing against poke comps or playing with fast dive comps, particularly with a Lúcio Moira. Sombra's passive ability, B-Tech Widow Walls, make Sombra see enemies through walls who have under 50% HP. In short, just target call enemies who are killable. Sombra's ultimate, Hackerman 2000, make Sombra discharge electromagnetic energy in a 15 meter radius, taking 0.35 seconds to activate, lasting 5 seconds, and disabling all shield HP. There's a bit of tech with EMP in that you gain a small vertical boost from activating EMP, which will primarily be used to strafe onto high ground if you activate EMP mid-air. In terms of who to prioritize in EMP, if you can't get all 6 members, here's Jayne explaining the nuances between hacking tanks and hacking supports.
If they have support ultimates, you go for supports, so that they can't use them. If they have no support ultimates, you use the EMP on tanks so that they can't use primal or bomb to sustain themselves. They also have no mobility and no defensive abilities that they can use to protect themselves. If you can't get everyone, who you EMP depends on the status of the support ultimates.
Keep in mind that Lucios and Zens will commonly hide from EMP to counter it afterwards. In order to prevent this, simply scout or hack the enemy Zen or Lucio to make sure that they can't use their ultimate in response to yours. In a bunker or a stationary comp, you can also use EMP defensively to cancel ultimates such as an aggressive Lucio beat, a barrage, a Sigma Flux, a Roadhog, a High Noon, or a Coalescence. Here's Spilo explaining the sheer importance of timing an EMP correctly. This may look simple, but if both Sombras have EMP, then you must EMP first.
I'm about to head out.
Let's talk. Your job is to EMP enemies where your team can go and kill them. You are playing in a team environment, and you have managed to find a way to EMP 2 people in nearly inaccessible locations, instead of simply waiting for them to walk out and then EMP them. I get it. Your team is like, they have EMP, we don't have B, we gotta go fast. But this is not the type of fast. If you want to hide on point and let them drop and then speed boost out from point and EMP them once they've dropped, fine.
Moving on to the final section of this guide, positioning, composition, and communication. In terms of communication, which goes hand in hand with scouting, here are 3 precise steps to nail this down in a fast dive scrim. Firstly, what are you hacking? This may seem insignificant, but saying hog hacked will ensure that your team doesn't focus down the wrong target. Secondly, where are you hacking? This isn't the most vital call out, but if your tanks are hiding from poke damage and awaiting your call, the extra half of second of delay on where to dive could cause unnecessary poke damage. Thirdly, when are you hacking? Simply indicating when you're about to hack and when you're actually hacking is optimal. For instance, saying ready, hacking now is a clutter-free and flexible comp to make. 3-2-1 is a bit outdated since you might see an opportunity to hack earlier, so don't tie yourself down to arbitrary numbers. In terms of Sombra's positioning, here's Mineral explaining rotations to quote-unquote power positions.
However, BKB rotates back to that power position, and even though Washington amps up the tempo and pushes Florida's frontline, the Zarya and the Sombra both maintain high ground positions as well as a crossfire. This allows the 2 primary damage dealers of Florida to farm freely as reflected in their ult charge. BKB's Translocator was placed too far away from his desirable position, and he put himself out of the fight for an extended period of time. He could have either had his translocator closer to that position, or potentially even have used the translocator to jump up there once Washington dropped. In the first round, this also happened and proved more costly. Here, Zarya got booped down from the high ground and BQB placed his translocator far away from the fight. He also didn't take the time to rotate up to high ground while Washington was waiting out a hack and recharging resources. As a result, the Justice were able to take turns to mark him, just like we saw in the earlier King's Row example. They also forced him to kite around the corner, out of range of the rest of his team. Being outside the LOS to receive Armor Pack and Harmony Orb, he was forced to translocate out, and Washington cleaned things up, having negated all the threats. Had BQB taken the high ground position, it would have been much harder to accomplish, and he likely would have been able to farm his EMP in time.
Again, this ties back into the concept of Sombra playing longer sightlines and angles against comps she outranges. Next, here's Spilo explaining how to position her Sombra in accordance to a brawl comp.
I'm also not a huge fan of your positioning inside here. Chat, where should he be instead of here? Obviously, this is not an angle standing behind shield. You want to play an off angle to where it takes you very little time to get there, and your team can heal you from the off angle. Behind them up top on window, you could play here. I would say not even here. You don't have to position this far. You position right here. You can get Lúcio aura, you can get Moira aura. You have full off-angle, hard off-angle on tanks. They cannot hide behind a corner from your damage. If they do, they run into Zarya damage. And chat, he tries to do that, but he does it on the wrong side.
The general rule of thumb for Sombra timing is as follows. Firstly, take off angles and high ground at engagement. Secondly, this is because cooldowns are used. And thirdly, this means that attention is being drawn elsewhere for you to get away with your off angle. A quick thing to mention is that a lot of Sombras take off angles too early or too late and end up leaving their team in a 5v6 in the actual engagement. Another thing to mention is that when playing Sombra in a dive comp, don't use your hacks to initiate dives, but rather to use it as follow-up, as Spilo explains here.
You guys ever played Sombra dive like this? Alright guys, I'm behind their Ana. Let me know when we're going in. 3, 2, 1, and they start to come out of stealth, and then the Brig turns around and bashes at the Sombra, and then the Sombra translocates out, right? She's like, oh shoot, I'm out, and then your monkey's in, and you're running back and getting a health back. So many teams play Sombra dive like this, and it makes me nauseous. The way to play Sombra dive and dive mirror, most of the way you play Sombra is this. All right, guys, you guys ready to dive? 3, 2, 1, diving. Your monkey dives in first. You pop out, and you're doing this. Oh, they're coming after me, they're coming after me, coming after me, coming after me. Oh. You know, and you do that. Now, if you're playing into spam, where there's like the threat of one shot, so you gotta kill the squishies fast, you are not the first person to show up. You let your monkey or ball engage first. 3, 2, 1, monkey jumps, and you come out immediately afterwards. Because it's a lot harder for them to get rid of your monkey than it is for them to get rid of you.
In terms of composition, Sombra is an extremely versatile character and can fit into almost any team comp. The first example is a hack this dive, which is a form of the general fast dive comp as provided by Jayne.
Sombra, once Ana moves through what you're considering the kill box, which is where your tanks have access to and your Doomfist has access to, you simply call it, give a countdown, and then everyone dives in. One of the big things here is that since you want this dive to be so clean, you don't want the tanks to be kind of like scouting their own dive, so you have to trust that your Sombra is giving you accurate information. Sombra, call it out. I want to see a very coordinated landing on this Ana.
Ana's coming through main. Come. She's poking. No. Sombra now.
Better. Winston still arrived before Doomfist, and Sombra, you want to be as large of a crossfire as possible. So your translocator is like over on the point somewhere, something like this. So if you're on a crossfire behind, if the opponent attempts to like tank the dive by speeding out, they'll be speeding into you, giving you better access onto hacks and damage. So Sombra, make sure you're decloaking at as large of a crossfire angle as possible. If you do a 3-2-1, for example, like if you say now, some people's movements take longer. For example, if Doomfist is doing an untargeted seismic slam, he needs to go early so he'll arrive at the right time. So doing a 3-2-1 allows everyone to kind of adjust for when they are moving. Like a D.Va goes later because a D.Va has to follow Winston. Doomfist, depending on his rollout, needs to arrive at a specific time, and Lúcio needs to know, who he's speeding around.
The second comp is the general Winston, D.Va, Lúcio, Moira fast dive, as Spilo briefly covers in terms of win condition.
So they walk out, they dive, Hog gets off. Boy, they're not even capping point, they're playing to kill. Okay, interesting. Sato against splits, Hog should die here. Hog should die. There's the hack, Hog will die. So now all they have to do is survive and go to point, which they will do.
The third comp is a type of counter dive, which is diving second in response to the enemy dive. Jayne walks through step by step a possible solo strat from the POV of Sombra, with previous concepts such as translocated placement tied into it as well.
Just because you are Sombra doesn't mean that a normal healer can't heal you. This is one of the things that we saw happen in Contenders a few times in the very early days, is that we'd see like the translocator over here or something like that, but then as the dive came up from main, the Sombra could hack one of the dive targets and then go for a support, and then translocate up and stay in the fight. You have other healers on your team. You do not have to get all of your healing from health pack. And the higher you go, it's going to take you out of the fight for too long.
The last type of comp that I'll cover is slow dive. This primarily revolves around farming EMP and again playing longer sightlines. If playing a Sombra mirror in either of these comps, whoever farms and uses EMP first wins. Well, that's it for the guys. Torb's primary weapon, the Flaming Hot Cheetos, makes Torb fire rivets every 0.6 seconds, dealing 70 damage per shot and travelling at 70 meters per second alongside a 2-second reload time. Torb can also eject a multi-metal in short-range shotgun bursts, dealing up to 125 damage per blast every 0.8 seconds, taking up 3 ammo per shot. In terms of knowing when to use either your primary or alternate fire, here's top 500 Torb player Fury 500 explaining why Torb shotgun should be used as a last resort.
Blizzard has nerfed the damage of the shotgun and changed its spread to a star. This star shape actually hurts Torbjörn quite a bit if you aren't close enough. The tips will zip right past their skulls. And it's randomized, so you will never reach the truth that every shot missed is all RNG. It also takes 3 ammunition instead of 1, decreasing your ammo count quickly and using up your potential primary fire ammo. If you are still inclined to use the shotgun, it is a better option for speed, which helps your TTK, time to kill, because if an enemy needs to die faster, it doesn't matter how good you are with the primary. Also, by firing more bullets, you essentially have a handicap for bad aimers that can help them to hit more shots on low HP targets. Essentially though, it should really only be used as a secondary option if you get dove and need to quickly take someone out, or if there is a low HP enemy nearby that is close enough for your bullets to hit.
Due to the inconsistency of your primary fire, you'll also be spending most of your time spamming down chokes, likewise to Symmetra. This doesn't mean that you can't or shouldn't contest angles, but you might as well play McCree if you are going to do that. With that out of the way, the range and sightlines you want to be playing on Torb can vary wildly depending upon the enemy composition, as Spilo explains here.
His range variety, in other words, there is no one range to play with Torb. It's completely dependent on the map, completely dependent on the enemy composition, and really your composition as well. For example, if I'm playing Torb into snipers, I'm playing hyper short angles and basically playing to 1v1 them at close ranges if I can. If I'm playing Torb against like full dive, you're playing a spam hero. You're playing essentially a spam hero at long range. So he's a very flexible hero when it comes to range, a little bit like McCree.
Building on that, if you're playing against a long-range sniper composition on a map such as Junkrat first point attack, taking the right side flank to utilize shorter sightlines to assassinate snipers instead of playing in their favoured longer sightlines down main. However, up against a more flanker-based composition who have more lethality at shorter ranges, playing longer sightlines is key. For instance, on Havana first point attack, swinging wide and not playing in the enclosed room with short sightlines will increase your survivability and decrease their lethality. Aside from that, practicing your accuracy with Torb's primary fire is going to drastically increase the amount of value you receive with him, especially compared to his hit scan counterpart McCree. Torb's first ability, B-Tech Aimbot, makes Torb deploy a self-building turret with 250 HP, dealing 56 DPS in a 40 meter attack range with a 3-second cast time, paired alongside a 10-second cooldown if the turret is destroyed in combat. He also has his infamous hammer that deals 55 damage per hit and heals his turret for 50 HP. There are 2 main uses to Torb's turret. The first is to use it as a burglar alarm and a warning system, similar to Symmetra's turrets, as Spilo explains here.
Number 1, it's not putting pressure on another angle, and number 2, it gets broken easier. You know it's worse because it gets broken easier because Reinhardt drops a shield and it's instantly broken. So what you do want to do with your turret is you want to use it to discourage angles, because it's not going to kill anybody in angle. It's not even going to be putting pressure on an angle that much, but it will discourage or be annoying on any enemy team that tries to take an angle on you. Enemy tracer flanks, but you have a turret right here. As she's flanking, if she comes this way, you'll know. As she puts pressure on the angle, it will pressure her back. Enemy Hanzo flanks here. Genji flanks here. You will know. Not only will it shoot and hurt that angle a little bit, you will know because it will fire, but also they have to take time to break it before they even use the angle because turret will kill them otherwise. Turret is literally like a burglar alarm that alerts you that something on an angle is wrong. And not only is it a burglar alarm, it's a burglar alarm that takes a little hammer and whacks them in the shins. You see what this Hanzo has to do? There's Stormbow and he's half HP.
You know, that's what turret's for. And you know he's there now. You have to decide what angle is most relevant.
Building off that bit at the end about choosing which flank to mark, which is more difficult to do with Torb than with Sim, considering you only have one turret, there are 3 general guidelines. The flank depends upon which flank is most commonly used, where the enemy core paths, and the mobility of the enemy composition. For instance, on Blizzard World first point attack, flanks on the side of second point are most commonly used, hence the turret should be placed there to hedge your bets. However, if the enemy team decides to path on that side of the map, the flanks you are vulnerable to switches from right side to left side. Hence, if the enemy team does some unorthodox pathing and you are worried about your flanks, you should replace your turret to guard the left side. With the last guideline, take this example on Anuba's first point defense. If the enemy composition has a lot of vertical mobility, in that of Genji, Echo and Ball to some extent, it might be worth placing a turret that guards the right side flank. However, if the enemy composition doesn't have much vertical mobility, such as Doomfist Tracer, it might be worth placing a turret that guards the left side flank as they cannot access the right side flank. The second type of turret is to use it as an extra angle of damage, as Spilo explains here.
How could we use our Torb turret as another DPS angle, not as a burglar alarm? You could put it right here. What if you put your turret right here? Do you notice where it's positioned? It's not just an off angle, but it's an off angle where your team is actually fighting them. So where your turret is now is obviously an off angle. But the only purpose for that off angle is to build ult charge, right? Because you guys can't fight here. You're not going to fight here, so it's going to break. But if you put it here, they either shoot it or they shoot your team, and your team will be punishing them at the same time as turret's shooting.
However, in terms of understanding why you should place your turret on these unorthodox angles, and why angles are just good in general, here's top 500 Torb main CXM Goblin explaining and applying the thought process behind turret angles with 2 examples on Volskaya Industries.
So if you notice the way these turrets are positioned, they are positioned on really off angles that you wouldn't expect people to hold or take, just generally odd positions. The reason for this is because when the enemy team pushes in, you don't want the first thing they focus to be your turret. You want them to focus on your team, and while your team is being focused, your turret is helping with suppressing fire. If your turret stays alive for most of the fight and is shooting for most of the fight, that's how you get the most value out of your turret, rather than it being destroyed initially and you have to wait a 10-second cooldown, because in 10 seconds your entire team can be wiped. Another reason for these turrets positions is the simple fact that it draws the enemy team's focus fire. If you're able to pull someone's attention from the team fight for 4 or 5 seconds and make that team fight a 6v5 or a 5v4 for just 4 or 5 seconds, that can be the difference between winning and losing a team fight. Place the turret on the right side of the point on the stairway. This turret will proc almost, but not all the time, an enemy is flanking top right, but it will always stand in the way of an enemy flanking behind on the bottom right mega. Another unique but useful turret spot is back up here on the stairs that lead to the high ground. This spot isn't really the greatest for contesting people coming through the choke, but if you're noticing that a lot of your teamfights are occurring on point, this is a great turret spot as it allows your turret to stay alive and do damage onto the point, while staying in a really safe position.
Adding some nuance to this, you want to try and make sure that turret isn't the first thing that the enemy see, as they can more easily break the turret as a result of the turret not having cover or being the first thing that the enemy sees. For instance, on the Barney second point defense, by placing your turret on top of the green boss, you technically have an additional angle, but as soon as the enemy turn the corner, your turret is going to be the first thing that the enemy sees. A good example of turret off angle placement would be on Blizzard World third point defense, where you toss your turret to the right side flank. This will not be the first thing the enemy sees when they engage in the teamfight, and also has cover from the corner that your team is holding. Note that this also covers the commonly used flank, which is a nice cherry on top. Now, in terms of choosing which one of the 2 turret playstyles to use, it's pretty simple. If the enemy team are running heroes that predominantly target backline, such as Tracer, Sombra or Wrecking Ball, you should favour the burglar alarm type turret. However, if the enemy team are running a more poke based composition or one that doesn't target backline as heavily, such as Widowmaker, Pharah or Hanzo, you should favour the off angle type turret. Note that hybrid flankers such as Genji and Echo also predominantly fall into this category, as they are unlikely to hard flank on backline by themselves. One additional thing to add is that your turret should almost never be frontlining unless you have to place a mid fight if your turret gets destroyed, and even then, you should probably be looking for another angle for your turret to hold. You should also be adjusting the position of your turret, as Spilo explains here.
Now keep in mind, the issue with this turret and the issue with the turret over here is both of them are vulnerable to being somewhat useless if the enemy team paths in the wrong way. In other words, it's not like you're playing Ball or Tracer or Sombra who can move around where the enemy team moves and take angles separately. Turret is relatively immobile and has to be replaced. So you obviously might have to adjust your turret positioning if the enemy team goes on an angle where your turret just doesn't do anything.
Before I end off the section, there is an unorthodox use of turret, which is to throw and use it aggressively when taking a duel to help win important areas of the map. For instance, if you're dueling a McCree on Route 66 third point attack, throwing a turret before you peek will provide you with 2 advantages. The first being that it acts as a distraction and splits attention away from you onto the turret, and the second being that it can provide some temporary form of cover to weave in and out of, whereas the McCree is out in the open. Not to get too much into the micro, but this can also block McCree's flashbang. I'll elaborate more on map control in the following section. Torb's second ability, Angry Dwarf, makes Torb gain 100 additional armor and 30 to 40% buffs all around to its movement speed, fire rates, and reload times, all of which lasts 5 seconds on a 10-second cooldown. There are two primary uses of Torb's Overload, one of which is to use it defensively when getting dove, and the second is to use it aggressively when punishing rotations, as Spilo explains here.
So Overload is either two uses. It's either used as a defensive cooldown that you can utilize when you're being pressured, dove, or dueling, or it could be used as extra pressure. So if the enemy team is making an aggressive rotate or pushing into your team and you know that you're not going to need it as a defensive cooldown anytime in the next 5-10 seconds, press the E so you... right? So you can smack them in the mouth because you do a lot more damage when you're overloaded.
A visual example of both of these uses being put into play would be on Temple of Anubis' first point defense, where if the enemy decides to rotate right side, you activate Overload to output additional damage to punish vulnerable targets that may rotate in the open. The enemy composition will normally be a brawl variation, and you should have Overload by the time the enemy team engages to the right side choke. However, a defensive use of Overload would be to peel off a dive. The enemy composition would normally be a dive variation, and this allows you to punish your enemy Winston or dive tanks, while simultaneously giving you more survivability. Another use of Overload, linking onto the unorthodox use of Torb's turret, is to use it to gain an advantage in duels. For instance, referring back to the Route 66 example, you could pop Overload against this McCree who now needs 6 shots to kill you, whilst you have a slightly increased fire rate, movement speed, ammo capacity, and reload speed over McCree. Do note that you do need to be able to aim your primary fire, which can still be difficult, whereas McCree can easily aim at your circular hitbox and large head hitbox. Torb's ultimate, funny demonetized innuendo, makes Torb create pools of molten slag that deal 160 DPS to normal enemies, or 250 DPS against enemies with armor. You have 5.5 seconds to deploy a molten core, and the pools last for 10 seconds apiece. In terms of usage, there is one primary use of molten core, which is to zone and take space. This can commonly take the form in shooting your molten core behind the enemy team, so when your team pushes in, the enemy team are forced to back up into your molten core. For instance, on Rialto first point attack, you could push past this corner by shooting your molten core behind the enemy core, so they have to quickly back up before they take too much damage from your molten core. Alternatively, and what I think is an incredibly potent use of Torb's ultimate, is to not just deny the space that happens with the frontline fight, but to zone the very important areas of the map around the frontline fight. This can commonly take the form of high grounds and or flanks. For instance, on King's third point attack, you could zone both sets of high ground as well as the right side flank, infamous for Roadhog's taking when going for a hook off the map. On both Sky's second point attack, you could zone the majority of the high ground with your molten core, forcing backline squishies to play a more conservative angle. You could even do this in the Route 66 example mentioned throughout. Lastly, you ideally want to time molten core in mid-fights, as Spilo explains here.
Ultimate usage is 100% mid-fight, 100% mid-fight. It doesn't have to be like, okay, we've already lost somebody, but like the fight commits, 3, 2, 1, horrible. Because it is very easy to kite out, very easy to play around, and it takes a little bit of setup, so you don't want to wait too long.
Moving on to the positional, playstyle, and compositional section of the guides. In Brawl, you're essentially playing a spam hero, and due to your anti-dive capabilities, I wouldn't shy away from taking hard flanks as long as you can aim your shots. For instance, on Lijiang Control Center retake, going coast side and utilizing your turret as another angle of damage will put a lot of pressure on the enemy team, and because you have stronger anti-dive capabilities over someone like a McCree, you should be able to withstand a solo D.Va marking you. However, if you can't aim on Torb, I'd stick to playing a conservative spam hero that takes well-timed soft flanks when your core pushes in. Here's a visual example on Lijiang Night Market retake, where my McCree fails to time his pressure with his Reinhardt, and the same applies with Torbjörn.
See here, soon as Ocean's tank is bubbled, where's the angle? McCree should be here. Where's McCree? Where is he? Completely synced. Completely synced. And if McCree was here, look how much attention the Reinhardt is baiting. All 6 players are looking at the Reinhardt right now. This McCree can turn this corner, potentially 2 shots to him. At least it's like 3, maybe 4 shots because of the Inspire and the AoE healing. But you play this angle with a McCree, Lúcio, and even a high charge Zarya, you're killing at least a squishy hero. And this is how you play Brawl. Reinhardt goes in, crush strikes. Again, where's the angle? Now Ocean's stand backs out, and now Kree and Mei push in. Desynced. And now Mei and Crete disengage, and now Reinhardt goes in.
If you want to see the full VOD, check the top right. In Poke, utilizing angles over the enemy team is what is going to be the difference maker in outdoing enemy DPS. For instance, on Blizzard World's second point attack, taking the high ground will allow you to duel the Ashe or to focus on their core. Doing this with your Sigma will make this twice as effective. In Dive, when playing defensively, you need to find the balance between playing split and playing stacked, as Spilo explains here.
You don't want to position on top of the team because it allows the enemy team to be able to dive you without taking damage, because there's only one LOS where you're actually putting damage. Like, we could draw a straight line of where this damage is coming from, and it's here. They can hide from this damage in here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here, they can hide from the damage here. Whereas if you position just slightly here, not too much, where you can still be Harmony Orbed, Armor Packed, you can poke This pre-jump, this pre-jump, this pre-jump, this no longer has cover, this no longer has cover, this has significantly less cover, this has significantly less cover, and you can even peek down this hallway a little bit easier. Dive wants to corral you. Stacking against dive is not the answer. It is being in positions where you can peel for each other, but you can poke out dive before the fight happens. So you don't want to be isolated, but you don't want to be stacked.
In dive, when playing aggressively, you want to find an angle and a sightline onto your kill box. For instance, on Route 66 first point attack, you have an angle and a sightline onto where your team is diving on. Another small thing to add is that if the enemy team decides to rally in response to your dive, you could use Molten Core to punish them as long as you're within range. An example of this could be Volsky's second point defense, where your dive crew forces the enemy squishies to rally and jump off high ground, and then you follow up with your Molten Core. Well, that's the guide. Moving on to the penultimate section, main support.
Oh man, you would not believe how much this hurts.
Brig's primary fire, the Smacky Boy, is a rocket flail dealing 35 damage in a 6 meter radius. Regarding the tech, it's very similar to Reinhardt's rocket hammer. Firstly, you can cleave multiple enemies by turning the flail in the direction of both characters. Secondly, you can perform a double hit by allowing the very end of Brig's first swing animation hit the target, then allowing the start of Brig's second swing animation to hit the target. The purpose of this is to quickly finish off a fast moving target, as it will not increase your damage per second from normally swinging. In terms of usage, similar to Reinhardt, you want to be swinging it in general in case you hit someone to activate Inspire, although be very wary of doing this in front of one-shot hit scan heroes such as Widowmaker. Rocket Flail can also be a relatively easy way of triggering your Inspire, as Celaogramps explains here.
Fair enough.
So, okay, so pause right there. So what I did there is the most consistent way to proc your Inspire. I go for a smack and then I bash away because it activates my Inspire right away, and I don't put myself at risk at all. It's very common to just like, oh, it's a Reinhardt without a Zarya bubble, I'm going to bash them. But if you bash that Reinhardt, you now have no mobility, and if there's a Brigitte right behind that Reinhardt, you are dead now.
However, with the current version of Brig, I only advise doing this if you absolutely need to get Inspire. Brig's first ability, the Yeet Whip, makes Brig throw a flail a long distance, dealing 70 damage with a range of 20 meters paired alongside a 4-second cooldown. There are 3 main uses to Brig's whip shot. Firstly, to activate Inspire. Simply put, flail D.Vas who off angle, flail when Sigma drops a shield, flail when the opposing Reinhardt uses Fire Strike, flail after Zarya bubbles herself, and flail as soon as the enemy Wrecking Ball reaches his apex when using his pile driver. Secondly, to deal damage. This can be done when performing your combo for enemies at half HP, which I'll mention later, or to finish off a low health enemy who are in an exposed position. Thirdly, to knock enemies back to keep your teammates safe. This can be for environmental kills or to peel for your backline. Most commonly, in double bubble, you'll be whip-shotting the enemy Winston after the Zarya bubble has expired, or if they're not running a Zarya, you can try and whip-shot the Winston away mid-jump to force bubble early. A small but important tip to increase knockback is to shield bash, but to then immediately whip-shot, as Celaogramps goes to explain in this clip.
So if you bash and you whip-shot them, they almost go twice the distance as if you bash, whack, whip-shot them. Because by the time you whip-shot them, they have control of their keyboard and they can just hold W and they won't get knocked as far.
That's actually pretty smart.
Brig's second ability, the Attach Patch, is a pack that heals an ally for 100 armor over 2 seconds. You have 3 charges of this ability, with a 6-second cooldown per charge. The maximum range is also 30 meters. Firstly, a bit of tech with Repair Pack. You can animation cancel the short recovery period after a Repair Pack by immediately using Rally, which could save a teammate, and if multiple Repair Packs are used on the same target, the healing duration is increased by 2 seconds per Repair Pack, meaning that the Repair Packs do not stack on top of each other. The fundamental use behind Brig's Repair Pack is to pack and enable your DPS during duels, as Spilo explains here.
Please pack Dove. Your priorities are still not packing Dove. He's getting his wings clipped, and you've done absolutely nothing. Look at you, look at you. You're playing ring around the rosy. This is absolute agony. He's gonna die. He's got his recall forced, and it's your fault. I'm not saying don't pack tanks. Just prioritize your DPS. Oh my gosh, does Dynasty just die in front of you? Dynasty just dies in front of you, doesn't he? Oh my gosh. He just dies. Like, I don't know if he would have been able to change that or not, but you could have tried. But Dove got his recall forced, and he's been able to have to be MIA. Your Echo's lost a duel. All of these things that you could have helped with.
Brig's third ability, the Barrier and Bash, is a 250 HP barrier, giving her the ability to perform a bash that deals a 0.75 second stun and moves you 7 meters. There are firstly a few pieces of tech which I'll go through now. Firstly, you can use the third person view to look around and scout corners when using shield. This is very useful so that you can tell your team what type of comp they are running, hence you can kite earlier. Secondly, so you can conserve the momentum from your shield bash from jumping at the very end of the animation, gaining you some extra distance. Thirdly, it's especially important to shield dance considering how paper thin your shield is. To do this, allow your 50 armor to be in through in conjunction with your Inspire. Keep in mind, armor halves the damage from pellet-based guns. Basically, you don't want to be hard shielding and utilize your armor and Inspire to relieve some of the damage. Fourthly, you want to angle your shield square on against explosive projectiles.
Every time you see projectiles coming at you, you do not want to avoid them. You want them to hit you square in the shield, because her shield is not big enough to block any type of splash damage, like whatsoever. If they hit the ground anywhere around you, they will damage you.
Fifthly, do not jump against shatter. This will expose your feet, and since shatter has a vertical height of 2 meters, the shatter will travel under your shield and hit your feet. For the sixth tip, you can use your bash to stun enemy ultimate such as Coalescence, or to stop cooldowns such as Roadhog's breather. Try not to play too out of position to stun these abilities, as you may be punished for this in the higher ranks. For the seventh tip, you can counter stun Doom's punch or Reinhardt's pin by simply bashing into them. This is partially why Brigitte is an amazing anti-dive character, as she puts the opposing Doomfist in a neutral stance, making him vulnerable to any damage source. For the eighth tip, you want to be minimizing your shield movement penalty against burst damage. For instance, when moving across an area covered by a Widowmaker, you can put down your shield when she is taking the extra second to charge up her next shot. For the penultimate tip, you want to be aware of your damage breakpoints. For example, performing the flail, then shield bash, then flail, then whip shot combo on a full health point tracer will leave it on 5 health points. For the last tip, you can perform a shield bash jump as explained here.
Jumping works by having you off the ground first, then the speed from the bash will let you glide vertically off an angled object. This mechanic is both easy and hard.
Great spots for these are on Junkrat down first point attack or Route 66 second point defense. The entire point of these jumps is to gain high ground to contest DPS or to get you out of danger. With broader use on Briggs Bash, primarily use it to escape danger and for mobility purposes rather than engaging, as Spilo explains here.
I cannot stress to you enough how Bash needs to be used as defensive peel in most circumstances. The only time I want you going in aggressively with Bash is when you have a clear advantage that your team or as a unit are pushing. So here's the problem. Gig feeds. Does it matter if you Bash monkey jump? The answer is no. You're dying either way. You're directly in front of a 93 charge Zarya and a nano monkey, and you don't have Bash. You are glad, ironically, that Vita jumped, because that's the best thing that could have happened to you, because Vita doesn't track sleep dart, Vita doesn't have bubble, and so he gets slipped. That's the best thing that could have happened for you, is for you to miss the Bash. If you hit Bash, you're dead. And not only that, but you dropped to 31 HP, and I don't know how why Maximus backed off, but like you got naded, you got literally hard carried right here. That Bash right there, questionable. But you again see like your problem here? Like, you're in the thick of things. And again, I'm gonna clarify. I'm not saying never do I want you to use your bash aggressively. I just need you to have a better idea of what's going on during the fight or a command before you do this, because you've bashed the monkey. Okay, now what?
Vic's passive, Inspiration, is a ranged area of effect heal that deals 21.6 healing to allies for 6 seconds in a 20 meter radius. The self heal from Inspire is also halved to yourself, dealing a shade under 11 healing per second. There is also a 1 second cooldown before it can be triggered again, and is triggered by a flail and whip shot, but not a shield bash. There are some important pieces of info about her Inspire. Firstly, it does not heal behind enemy barriers or serve as blocking line of sight. Secondly, it applies one effect only to allies, meaning that once the Inspire is applied, they will receive the healing even if they are beyond their 20 meter radius. Thirdly, Inspire will not stack with itself. Instead, the duration resets. Lastly, if you activate Inspire but a teammate is out of line of sight or out of range and they move into range during your Inspire, they will not receive any healing. This means that if a teammate is just 1 meter away from the maximum radius of 20 meters and they come into range just after you activate your Inspire, they will not receive any healing. Inspire is a key part to Brig building her rally. If you miss a whip shot, you could potentially miss out 15% of ult charge if all your teammates have taken a considerable amount of damage. Brig's ultimate, WRC6, makes Brig provide 15 armor every half second to teammates in an 8.5 meter radius and up to 100 armor on yourself and allies, with the duration of rally being 10 seconds alongside the armor lasting 20 seconds after rally has been used. There isn't much tech other than you being able to animation cancel repair pack, and there is a small 0.7 second recovery period at the start of rally where Brig can only use her shield. Moving on to usage, rally is a tempo ultimate. A tempo ultimate essentially means that you can speed up or slow down the pace of a fight, but you will most likely not switch the outcome of a fight directly, unlike Transcendence or Sound Barrier. Great examples of tempo ults are Coalescence and Valkyrie. Knowing this information, you can use Rally in a 5v6 in order to wait for extra resources from your other teammates, or to play extremely aggressive and get a trade, as you will not win the battle of attrition. Rally can also be very powerful in the mid fight if you are unsure about who is going to win the team fight. You don't want to use Rally after or way before the team fight begins, as you'll be losing out on approximately 7 seconds of extra armor, as you can only stack a 100 armor, and that the armor may decay over time.
Now, it only takes like 3.75 seconds to give someone that 100 armor that they're going to keep forever. That's still 6 seconds of armor generation that is going completely underused if you're using it between team fights.
Knowing when to use rally early or late is vital. In dive, when aggressing, you may want to pop rally slightly early to allow your DPS to gain armor before they move out of range. However, in a poke or brawl comp, you may want to use rally as late as possible in the mid fight. This is because you can heal up any poke damage they take without rally, and your teammates will be playing very close to you so you can utilize the full rally duration. Just to finish off the rally section, here's Spilo talking about how rally can be used to counter Nanoblade.
How to use rally to counter Nanoblade? So you kind of have to anticipate it. Rally by itself does not counter Nanoblade. What rally does is it makes it easier to counter Nanoblade if you hit your cooldowns. So you still need to bash Nanoblade, you need to boop the Nanoblade, your Ana will still need to hit a nade on herself, or on you, preferably, like you are the better Nanoblade target because you have the extra 50 HP, but it makes it easier to counter Nanoblade because slash dash does not one-shot you. He dashes in the air, you rally, you need to hit a CC to delay him just a little bit, so that then you can do your second CC, and then you get enough armor generation.
Another last minute addition is to try and avoid armor packing during your rally, so that you're not at a healing deficit as soon as you exit rally.
Lots of packs too. Lots of packs in the middle of rally. And so now rally is over and you have no packs. I do not like this. And a lot of these packs that you've been using have been on targets that just don't need healing. Like they just don't need. They're either full HP or they're almost full HP and they're not in an engagement. Remember, pack is like a supercharged harmony orb for like 3 seconds, right? Right now your Zarya is full HP. Is your Zarya going to get value out of that armor pack? Maybe, maybe not. Is that the best use you can find for your armor pack? Certainly not. Is that your best use for armor pack? Is that your best use of armor pack on your Zarya right there? No. 1 bad, 2 questionable, 3 bad. And now you have no armor packs, and you proceed to insult to injury armor pack Bob.
Moving on to positioning, there are 4 key guidelines which I'll showcase on Havana's second point attack. Firstly, have cover or a corner. Secondly, have line of sight. Thirdly, have good distance from angles in order to whip shot any flankers early on before they get on top of you. And lastly, have defensive and aggressive rotation options in order to kite back when you dive and to aggress with your team. Building on top of this, Brig can also hold and deny off angles / high ground as Spilo explains here.
The other thing that Brig does really well is hold or contest space, short sightline space, right? So in other words, if we're going to be going like my Reinhardt's pushing up here, I don't want to say push with my Reinhardt because I don't want to get swung with a Reinhardt, but in a close range 1-on-1, I can threaten things like a McCree. I can threaten things like a D.Va. I can threaten things like an Ana. If the Echo gets too close, and the key thing is you don't have to beat them to control the space. In other words, you don't have to like actually win the McCree 1v1 versus a Brig. It's not a great matchup for you, but you can whip shot him away. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like you can whip shot him away. You can say, hi, this spot's mine. Not necessarily because I can beat you in the 1v1, but because I can get rid of you. So for example, if we push a card up here and somehow we rotate to high ground here, their D.Va can't just fly to high ground and start shooting you guys. You can just whip shot her away. Their Echo Mercy can't get close to you guys because you can just bash her or whip shot her away. Right now, it's not easy to do, but Brig does have abilities to keep enemies away from you. This is my spot, my space for me or my Ashe.
An additional example of this would be on Blizzard World's second point attack, where you hold high ground with your Sigma to wipe off any DPS or solo off tank utilizing the high ground. Here's another example by Spilo showing how not only you, but the majority of the team should clear high ground in order to prevent being dove upon from high ground.
Do you not understand how much danger you are in right now and how much danger your Ana is in right now? They have the high ground. You have on this map you can't really clear the high ground consistently from them, so you really just have to play to survive the dive. Leave card empty, yes, or have your Tracer push card. Look at your Tracer, or have your Monkey push card, or have your Zarya. Well, your Zarya shouldn't push card. Your Genji push card. Anything at this point in the game, you've given up high ground. One somebody else can push card. It is your job to peel the backline here and to punish the dive and to not be a dive target yourself. Frosted feeds here. But if he and Shredlock and Wub had gone at the same time like any normal tank dive trio, you would have died before you got wrapped.
The last section of this guide is Brig's backline synergy. Brig Moira. This is the most survivable, anti-dive type of backline. You'd be utilizing your armor packs from DPS over tanks, and since there's also no defensive ultimate, you'd ideally want to pressure the opposing Zarya or Reinhardt. Brig Bap. Brig's Inspire in combination with Bap's regen burst, as Zen Orb is practically applied to everyone who receives both abilities. Similar with Brig Moira, you ideally want to be using your repair pack on DPS. This backline is also optimized for double shield poke comps that are vulnerable to dive, and if you're going against a Bap Zen double shield comp, you want to try and close the distance to play more brawly with shorter sightlines. Brig Mercy. This is optimized with dive comps, as Mercy heals the DPS whilst you heal the tanks. You also don't need to worry about peeling for your other support, although keep in mind that Brig Mercy is one of the worst backlines for brawl comps, as you have no defensive ultimate and no speed boost to shortcut from danger, and you are both pocket healers. Brig Honor. This is probably the strongest duo that Brig has. You want to be using your repair packs on DPS over tanks, but you may want to play more passive in case your Honor gets dove upon. You can run dive, poke, or brawl with this backline, although keep in mind that you cannot kite as easily nor have a defensive ultimate. Brig Lúcio. Just don't run this. This is supposed to be optimized for broadly dive comps in place for a Moira, but you yourself become a dive target due to your lower survivability. Brig Zen. This is the duo with the least amount of healing, however it is potentially the most volatile. This backline will test your Brig awareness, positioning, and game sense as you have to peel for your Zen whilst timing your repair packs and landing your whip shots. You can be more generous with your repair packs on tanks and save at least one pack for your Zen. Well, that's the guide.
Lúcio is armed with a Soundstone 9000. Lúcio dishes out a decent amount of damage by shooting out a 4-round burst doing 20 damage per round, meaning that theoretically, you could burst a Tracer if landing all 4 shots on the heads. You have 5 of these bad boys in a clip with a somewhat lengthy reload time of 1.5 seconds. The rate of fire of the Soundstone 9000 is just under a second to release all 4 rounds within a single burst. It's a bit like Genji shurikens in the sense that you have to constantly adjust your aim in order to have all rounds hit, hence aiming with this thing isn't the easiest task in the world. It also doesn't help that the projectiles move quite slowly compared to Zen Orbs or Pharah rockets. Other than that, there's not much to using as primary fire, it's great for spam and gaining ult charge, and if you hit your shots, it's a quite lethal weapon in taking duels against DPS characters, which I'll get onto later. Lucio's second ability, the Boopy Boy, is an alternate fire from the Soundstone 9000, dealing 25 damage on a 4-second cooldown. It consumes no ammo, so if an enemy is on a single bar of HP, a simple click will finish them off. Considering that it has a range of 8 meters, it can also be much more effective than meleeing, although the most important detail that I'll mention later is that there's a CC knockback effect allowing enemies to be pushed off of a map. In combination with the Soundstone 9000 and some decent mechanics, you have the ability to one-shot a 200 HP character by landing 4 rounds in the head, then booping followed by a melee, dealing 205 damage. You're most likely to pull this off against characters with speed self-penalties, such as Honor or Widowmaker while scoping in for instance. Otherwise, use this to pull for your backline support, booping enemies off the map, or to finish off low HP enemies.
One additional thing to mention is to use your weapon to gatekeep and deter flankers behind you, as Spilo explains here.
If you guys are running Brawl, right, and you guys are going in against the enemy team, they might have a Tracer, they might have like a Reaper flank, they might have like a Sombra flank, they might have a Ball going in, right? And these are like the flankers styles, right? So like flankers, these are all flankers. What you can do is Lúcio is, as your team is engaging frontline, your job is to deny these guys. Sombra, Tracer, Reaper, Ball. They're all flankers, but they all have relatively low range damage. So you can deny them by spamming in the direction. They get too close, you boop them away. Your heal aura, you're like the back door. You're like, stay away, stay away, stay away, stay away. You keep them away. This allows your team to ignore this off angle the enemy team has and focus on the front line, and you can deny the pressure of this off angle. Let's say this was like a Widow on a flank or a Kree on a flank. You could either go in and duel them if it was like a Widow, not a Kree, or you could get guys, they're behind us, let's speed so fast that this off angle gets literally left behind and it's not doing anything. Because that's the other thing about Lúcio is sometimes the off angles will be set up and then it goes so fast they don't even get value of the off angle. They're like lagging behind.
It's a visual example of Funny Astro from the Philadelphia Fusion doing this against Choice A1 on the Tracer from the Guangzhou Charge. And as you can see, it's quite difficult for him to reach the Fusion's backline.
Lucio's third ability, the Musical Mood, can be deemed to be a secondary passive to his Warride ability, which I'll get onto later. At one time, you can choose to have either 16 HPS or a speed buff of 25% applied to you and your teammates in a 12 meter radius. Also important to note that the heal is about 75% when applied to yourself. You'll see most Lucios rapidly switch between the two songs to create unpredictable movement, which is most useful when dueling a DPS. Throw in some AD strafing, crouching and jumping and you'll become a very difficult target to hit. Though keep in mind, just spamming AD on your keyboard will actually make you more predictable, so lean either left or right stronger to solve this problem. Speed is best utilized to conserve as much shield resource when moving through a choke, as well as kiting when the opposing team has more resource, such as a Nana Blade or a high charge Zarya alongside a Nana boosted Reinhardt. The heal song is best utilized to gain ult charge and small grace periods to gain sound barrier faster. For instance, using your heal song mid-air will not slow you down while simultaneously providing healing to the rest of your team. If you're on bronze, silver or gold and sticking to the heal song too much, you might as well be playing Brigitte. Either song for peeling a backline support is somewhat useful, although in a somewhat coordinated team comp, sticking on speed can increase evasiveness and can allow for the other support to kite to nearby safety. Lucio's fourth ability, the Revving Redliner, accentuates either songs that Lúcio plays from his musical mood for 3 seconds. His healing song goes from 16 HPS to 52 when applied to allies, and from 12.3 HPS to 40 when applied to himself. Conversely, his speed boost goes from a 25% buff to a 60% buff in speed, allowing a Reinhardt to move at over 7 meters per second when holding his shield up. The cooldown is a noteworthy 12 seconds, hence you should be using this ability with careful thought during a teamfight. Lucio's passive, Sideways Skate 4, Allows him to wall ride, gaining a 30% speed buff and a boost of momentum when he leaves the wall, which can also be stacked multiple times. Despite this being a passive, it is one of the most complex abilities to exist in the game, with an incredibly high skill cap to master. The most basic and important tips for wall riding that I can give is to wall skim and to look upwards whilst wall riding to gain more height, although I highly recommend that after you go watch this video, you should check out the extremely in-depth guide made by a collection of Lúcio mains, including SK, on how to master wall riding. I'm simply not going to cover the intricacies of wall riding since it would be a waste of my own time and your time, and it would be less clear and concise. On both console and PC, the default keybinds are terrible, so here's the keybinds that I use on console, although a trip to Reddit can also be useful to find better or more suitable keybinds if you're on PC, or if you simply don't like the keybinds that I use. The passive itself can be used to gain high ground, perform rollouts, gain speed for a quick assassination, or quickly peel for your team. Talking about the form one leads me onto an area not covered by many Lúcio guides, positioning. About a month ago, Jayne had uploaded a video going over specific clips from a mid-master Lúcio player, not abusing high ground and essentially staying on the low ground for the majority of the fights.
Because even the Ashe can coach gun up on top of here and then use a dynamite or anything like that, but if she coach guns up there and she's not assisted by her mercy or something, you can realistically take her, especially in these close range matchups, you know, especially if she tries to scope in or anything like that. So this is, you're going to see this kind of play out here, where not only are you talking about healing, but you need to be able to do what you're doing with your healing, but while doing other things, providing scouting information. If you're on a vertical sightline, you're definitely going to see way more of what's going on. You're going to be able to see opposing positions. You know, if you just land a couple of left clicks onto the Zenyatta in the backline while you're floating up here, then that means the Zenyatta needs to play safer. It's going to be easier for maybe your McCree or McCree rather to land a headshot on, maybe finish him off. If the Mercy has to go and heal him up, then that's going to be resources you're drawing away from the front line. But because the opponent is going to be way better at the shield break and this kind of frontline resource war, you need to try desperately to make sure that the opponent is going to be losing as many resources that would otherwise be invested into your poor Reinhardt, as well as making sure that the opponent can't do anything cheeky like shooting past your Reinhardt and getting some like massive dynamite plays or being able to poke or dive anything with the actual D.Va standing up there. So high ground contest, so you have more options, more lethality choices to, you know, if you do see of like the Zen gets to half health, you can amp speed, go nuts, but you know, this high ground position will also just give you a lot more options because you're going to have better information that you can use to decide whether you do need to amp heal, which ideally you really don't want to amp heal. You want to be able to use this speed advantage against the Zenyatta to engage, because you have not only the wall but the Lúcio to try and pick your engages. The defenders can't pick the engagement nearly as well, but they do have the superior resources in just a straight up frontline brawl.
I'll link the video down below, but in essence, places such as the high ground opposite Cafe on Hollywood First Point are great places to hold, as you deny the high ground from DPS via your Boopy Boy, your aura can still reach your team, and you still have the ability to quickly peel for your other support who should be in Cafe. Another great place to hold would be anywhere on the high ground on the Barney First Point. Let's take the example that you have an Ana playing back side of point, and a Genji, Tracer or Doomfist dives the Ana. You can easily wall ride to help peel for your Ana, whereas a character such as Moira is unable to peel, or the Ana is forced to play closer, in which she is more prone to danger. Lúcio's ultimate, Barrier Boy. As a temporary 750 HP shield to all teammates that have line of sight to Lúcio in a 30 meter radius that lasts 7 seconds. The most obvious thing to mention is the cast time of just over 700 milliseconds in which you can be easily stunned. As a general rule of thumb, if there's no Zarya or Sigma, beating for aggression to allow your entire team to use their own abilities aggressively is of high value. There are many nuances. For instance, if there's a Sombra on the enemy team, it is your own sole responsibility to hide from the Sombra and ult tracker, so that once she EMPs, you can follow up with a beat after, similar to how I did in this clip. Another nuance is wall riding to avoid Reinhardt shatter in case your Reinhardt doesn't block, hence you can drop the beat to save your entire team, which was done by the Vancouver Titans back in the GOATS meta.
Time is wall riding at all times. He's amazing at this. He doesn't get hit by the shatter and is able to land his own sound barrier, saving his team from death.
The final main nuance is that you dropping beat doesn't always mean you're safe. For instance, you are still vulnerable if you drop a beat in a graph if there's enough burst damage, as you can see by this clip from Jayne.
And I would like to point out in that last fight that Veltal did beat, but again, it didn't save them, right? This is why support ultimates in this meta are used for much different reasons than trying to survive gravitons. Like, especially in the case of beat, the chance of you getting stunned out of beat in the middle of a grab is actually pretty high.
With that being said, if timed correctly, you can avoid burst damage from a Riptire or provide more time for your team to escape line of sight from a high noon. In terms of team comp, it's pretty vital in determining whether you can play aggressive and be a Reddit Lúcio or be more passive in order to enable your tanks. The most fitting comp for Lúcio is Rein's Zarya Brawl to simply allow your Rein to swing his hammer and be more efficient with his shield resource. Dive is also very viable with Lúcio, although Mercy Zen, Brig Zen, or Brig Ana can be seen as more viable, with Mercy enabling the DPS, Zen providing extra damage on a singular target, and Brigitte providing a stronger backbone. The poke comp with Sigma Orisa is possibly the worst synergy that Lúcio has apart from the highest levels, as teams that are uncoordinated will not rotate, hence the speed is of little value. However, even though running Bap Zen or Mercy Zen, especially if the experimental changes go through, are more optimal on paper, running Lúcio with double shield and ranked will hardly matter as it will allow you to play more aggressively. If your team decides to run some form of poke, taking high ground and duels against DPS such as Ashe, Soldier or Genji would relay stress of your entire team. Obviously some game sense comes into this, for instance, not playing too close to a McCree as he can stun you, or expecting a mercy pocket and calling for your D.Va or DPS to aid you would be the right move.
Another additional thing to mention is to enable and disable your team and the enemy team respectively, as Spilo gives some examples of here.
Brawl mirror is often usually clumps of enemy teams that are smashing into each other, but they'll often like sneak a Kree off here, or they'll sneak like a Zarya off here, or the D.Va will play high ground. And your job as Lúcio is to keep as many of your teammates in your aura while you gotta go around and you play safety escort. You speed your team from here to here, but you make sure that that McCree doesn't get too greedy. If he gets too greedy, he gets booped in. If that D.Va stays in high ground, she gets booped down. If the Zarya gets really aggressive, she gets booped in. If they nano their Reinhardt, you boop them back. If you want to get value out of your swings, you make sure that you amp speed in and boop their Reinhardt into your team. So depending on whether you guys want to go in or whether you guys want to go out, whether you guys are playing aggressive, whether you're playing defensive, you're either booping the enemy team in or booping them away. You need to boop them off of high ground off the map, or boop them off from the high ground onto you guys. Because if you boop them off of high ground onto you guys, now they no longer have map control on you. You won't get everybody, but you'll get some of them, and that's enough. And by booping them off of high ground, your team takes less damage. They have the angles, exactly. You cannot just AFK where you are now and expect to win this fight.
This leads me on to the final section of the video, your synergy with your other support. If the experimental changes go through, it may be an indirect nerf to Lúcio as Lúcio Moira and Lúcio Ana becomes less viable, with Mercy Zen or Mercy Bat becoming more viable. Despite this, Lúcio Ana and Lúcio Moira are probably the best synergies for Lúcio, as they are more suited to more brawl style comps from the get-go. If running Lúcio Moira, you can be more aggressive as Moira shouldn't need much peeling, whereas the opposite is true for Lúcio Ana. Lúcio Brig is actually not a low amount of healing as many people think, and if you are running this, brawl comps or dive comps suit this best. Lúcio Mercy is similar to Lúcio Moira as you won't need to peel for your Mercy, although tanks may be on low healing, hence a Bull Monkey or Bull D.Va is most optimized, as Bull does not require much healing as Winston. Lúcio Bap and Lúcio Zen are the backlines that you shouldn't run, as if you get dove, your tanks will immediately fall. In conclusion, mastering Lucio's primary fire and wall riding will allow him to take space on the high ground to dual DPS. However, if your tanks are struggling to make and take space, sticking with them to speed them past choke is the second best thing you can do. And that's all you need to know about the Boosty Booper. Mercy's weapon, the stick, allows her to deal either 55 healing per second or apply a 30% damage increase to a single target up to 15 meters. Important interactions that wouldn't be considered tech would be that Mercy gains ultimate charge equal to the damage she amplifies, and in order to amplify projectile damage, Mercy must be boosting the hero when the projectile was fired. This means that if Mercy stops boosting even after the projectile was fired, the added 30% boost will still take effect, hence why Ashe Dynamite is so powerful as early ult charge. Firstly, since the beam acts on line of sight, you cannot attach it onto a single target from behind a wall. However, there is a 1.3 second grace period where if the beam is attached prior to breaking line of sight, the beam will still apply the desired effect. This means in a sniper duel, you should be corner peeking to minimize the exposure of your own hitbox while still applying the damage or healing effect. Note that this also applies if Mercy is out of our 15 meter range. Secondly, the logic behind when to heal and damage boost is roughly the same with Ana and Moira. If the target you are healing doesn't need it, you should almost be exclusively using the damage boost. Notice I said target and not team, as that will be the job of your other support, specifically if you are running another primary healer. Here's Spilo explaining this concept a bit further.
In this instance, it was actually less of an issue than it would have been because you had a Zenyatta. So you were forced to heal your tanks occasionally, and that's the necessary evil. But if you're going Ana Mercy, Moira Mercy, Baptiste Mercy, ooh boy, you hardly ever heal. Pocket, 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 pocket. And actively think about who needs a pocket right now. You did it with the blade. Do it with a Deadeye. Do it at the range differences with the Hanzo long range, McCree short range. Do it with the instances or cooldown usages like Halt Hook or Reinhardt Fire Strike, things like that. And you're going to see like your ult charge bump up, and like we said, it's free real estate, right? And you're going to get eliminations. You're going to get eliminations that would not have happened otherwise. Because you could look at this and say, hey, maybe there were like 2 or 3 elims that wouldn't have happened without damage boost. And maybe those 2 or 3 eliminations were spread across 2 fights, and we won 2 fights because I pressed right click. In addition, if you're the team that's doing more damage, if you damage boost your Hanzo Stormbow and it breaks the Rhine shield because of the damage boost, that team's not going to be pushing for 5 or 6 seconds. So you just bought your team another 7 to 8% in the control meter.
Thirdly, since your beam isn't burst healing, if you think that a burst of damage will be incoming soon, for example a shield about to break, switch beams preemptively.
Heal, unfortunate. A little slow in the swapping the heal orb there. You could actually anticipate when you need to swap to heal. When you start to see like a shield busts, you swap to heal preemptively, right? You expect him to take damage, so you go ahead and swap the heal beam before he takes damage so that he's immediately healing up the 50 HPS as the damage is coming in.
Fourthly, damage boost a target who's close to a game-changing ultimate for the next fight. A great example would be Ana, who's 20 away from nano boost, or Zente build-up Transcendence. Lastly, damage boost instances of damage. This requires the most awareness of what cooldowns your team uses alongside where your teammates are, but an example would be after a McCree lands a flashbang, after a Reinhardt fire strikes, or after your hog hooks. Note that, as mentioned prior, you only need to damage boost projectiles after they've been fired, then you can swap off to a different target to help min-max your output.
One additional thing to mention is to optimize your beam for teammates who are actively engaging, as Spilo explains here.
Assist active combat as much as you possibly can. That's the simplest way I can put it. Chat, why does he not heal his ball? The important thing is that he's not doing anything right now. He is in the midst of combat. This is who you help. Once this guy's, if the Sigma drops, then you can heal ball. Be like, yo, Hanzo, hang on a second, I'm gonna heal ball. This is the same error you made when you stopped damage boosting your McCree here and went to go back to go res your hog. When you could have helped your McCree first, then dealt with the defensive resources. You're like a king or a queen that's stockpiling like wheat and barley and grain, but you're in the middle of a war. Now's not the time. There'll be a time for healing and for building back up and defensive rework and reestablishing our resources after we survive this skirmish. Because if this Hanzo dies, it's your fault. If this Hanzo has to back off and the Sigma stays, that's a lot worse.
Mercy's first ability, Flying Boy, makes Mercy fly towards a targeted ally at 17 meters per second up to a 30 meter range with a cooldown of 1.5 seconds. Her angelic descent also allows her to slowly glide downwards at 2 meters per second. As usual, starting off with tech. Firstly, the lateral slingshot. This is simply jumping at the end of your GA to gain some extra distance. Secondly, the vertical slingshot. This is the same as before, but the target you are flying towards is above you, as EVA describes here.
Pretty much just someone jumping in front of you, you can launch yourself up to 15 meters up in the air.
Thirdly, the classic super jump. This is crouching and using Guardian Angel at the same time, and jumping at the very end after you perform a small hop to launch yourself in the air. In terms of uses, here's Spilo going over an example.
Great super jump, great pocket. That might have been the best play you've had so far on either Lúcio or Mercy. Check this out. Super jump, pocket, save your Widow life, swap to heal at the right time. Beautiful work right there.
Fourthly, the backward super jump. This is when you are above a teammate and you Guardian Angel when you are about to touch the ground, followed up by a jump afterwards. The distance from you and your teammate needs to be roughly 1 to 2 meters apart, otherwise you'll just Guardian Angel forward like normal. Fifthly, the backwards Guardian Angel. This is the same as the backwards super jump, but you can do this on level ground, which needs you to jump prior to using your Guardian Angel. Lastly, the diagonal Guardian Angel. I've only seen this once, as you can see Tenso perform here in Contenders, and I assume the Genji counts as terrain, allowing the Mercy to fly above his blade. Whilst this is incredibly niche, I've never seen this in a Mercy guide, hence I thought I might as well be the first to it. In terms of usage, there are 3 main pillars or questions to ask yourself, otherwise known as RSW. Firstly, is the Guardian Angel risky? Secondly, how short should my Guardian Angel be? And lastly, is there a waste to use Guardian Angel? Going over the first point, is Mineral explaining the risk associated with some Guardian Angels with some cost-benefit analysis.
Really don't like this. So you have to, again, value your life way more than anyone else's. You're way more important than a tracer. Even if your tracer dies here, it's fine. You guys can fall back, and you already have staggers. Your tracer will be back pretty fast. But if you shift in here and you die, you lose the point.
Secondly, here's Mineral explaining why, especially against snipers, shorter guardian angels are preferred.
They have snipers, so you have to use cover, right? You're gonna reach her. Like, your Pharah can't really go any higher. The skybox on this map is pretty low, so there's no need to go for a shift like this where you go over her head, because now you're completely exposed from this angle from snipers. Maybe a Sombra decloaks here, pokes you a little bit, and then Ashe hits you, and then you're dead. So you have to make sure that you don't overexpose yourself. Do shorter shifts and cut them more often.
Linking into awareness here, Mineral yet again explains another benefit of cutting your guardian angels, which is to spot any squishy target who needs healing.
You cut your shift here, you stop, you float, and you fly up here. He doesn't want to fight these guys. He only wants to go for the Widow. So you have to understand the win condition. Pressure the objective, mark the Widow. Because Widow is the only hero that can potentially one-shot anyone on their team.
Lastly, here's Spilo explaining how using Guardian Angel can end up in you being caught out of position with no escape.
All you need to do is walk forward so that your beam doesn't break to here, and then maintain the beam. All you do by traversing this distance is you put yourself at the risk of more damage, and you remove the cooldown that you might need to escape. So if this Lúcio turns around and shoots at you, you still have your Guardian Angel. But if you Guardian Angel across here, and then they're all brawling here, you're gonna have to sit there and take it for 2 seconds.
Mercy's second ability, Uno Reverse Card V2, brings an ally back to full HP, taking 1.75 seconds to cast, with a 5 meter max range, a decreased movement speed of 75%, and a very lengthy cooldown of 30 seconds. Firstly, Resurrect is interrupted if Mercy is more than 7 meters away from her target whilst channeling. This becomes especially apparent in Valkyrie with her increased movement speed. This leads me nicely onto my second point, which is to strafe across all 3 axes in Valkyrie in order to stay in range, whilst maintaining some capability to avoid damage. Thirdly, you can perform a super jump res by simply resurrecting after you jump in the normal super jump. Here's Honor explaining it in a more broken down version.
Level 4 is the highest point at which you can super jump vertically. If you attempt to super jump res at level 4, your res will cancel and you will fly upwards like normal. To super jump res, you will need to time your jump a little earlier, around level 3 so you don't have enough vertical momentum to break the res, but enough to keep you off the ground and fall when you revive your teammates, making it a lot harder for enemies to hit you or stun you.
I also recommend this workshop code as given by one of my viewers, which I believe is better than Karku's listed workshop. Fourthly, linking to the first point, try and res around corners and utilise your Angelic Descent to resurrect whilst falling behind cover. A great example of the latter would be on Havana's second point by the vertical pipe canisters. Fifthly, utilise the 10-second respawn timer instead of resurrecting straight away to pull off last second resurrects. This is because by waiting a few seconds, both teams will have engaged, therefore cooldowns are exchanged between both teams, therefore attention is drawn elsewhere for you to get away with your resurrect. If there's one thing you should take away from this video, it's that very concept. For the penultimate tip, ask for resources such as Zarya Bubble, D.Va Matrix, or even Transcendence in order to get away with your res safely. For the last tip, simply top off teammates before you res, as you go on heal for almost 2 seconds. Mercy's ultimate, Moth Lamp V2, gives Mercy increased speed, a 20 HPS self heal, a 60 HPS ally heal, and a chain heal with a range of 10 meters. The range for her staff and GA are also doubled. Apart from tech mentioned prior about strafing in Valkyrie, an obvious but overlooked tip is to be aware of your chain attachment range.
Remember that the beams created by Valkyrie have a range of only 10 meters, which doesn't cover the entirety of many objectives. Keep track of who your original beam target is so you can min-max the amount of impactful allies hit.
With usage, there are 2 main uses with a few niche uses. The first is the Valk to initiate, as Spilo goes on to further explain here.
If you're up 1 or down 1, using Valk can sometimes switch the tide in your favor or just keep the fight going.
I always look at Valk as like the perfect example of the tempo ult. Like the fight has started, you now Valk. That basically triples or even quadruples your effectiveness because you're pocketing every single hero in the game. Now obviously, you might have to turn off the damage boost to heal, but it just triples your effectiveness for a short period of time, and that is significantly underrated. And it makes you impossible to kill as well, so you can't turn off that support. So I look at it kind of like in the way that you were thinking about my Genji initiates, I'm going to Valk. Any initiation should trigger a Valk. It's not a hugely valuable ult, and just simply using the ult to win a fight is great. Don't counter, be proactive.
The second, which is more of an extension of the first point, is to Valk when you're 1 up or 1 down. This can help buy time for your team to be back to full resources or to quickly end a fight with just Valkyrie in a 6v5 situation. With niche uses, utilize the mobility from Valkyrie to be able to go deep into enemy territory without feeding, such as pocketing a Genji blade with Valkyrie. For the last niche use, Battle Mercy is quite underrated. As I don't have enough time to cover a pistol individually, it deals 20 damage per shot, with each projectile moving at 50 meters per second, and you should generally only use the pistol when you can't heal anybody. However, in Valkyrie, Mercy gains infinite ammo on a pistol with a double projectile speed, making it much more lethal. Utilize this by Valking to reach backline snipers quickly and then burst them down with a pistol. If you miss your shots, or if the sniper is being pocketed, don't even bother trying, just retreat to your team as you'll gain infinitely more value pocketing your entire team. On to the penultimate section of the guide, positioning and awareness. With Mercy being a low mechanically demanding hero, it's important you make vital calls as MineralOW goes into more depth here.
Now when you're going for this shift, what do you need to say?
I'm leaving you to Pharah.
Now your Pharah has absolutely no idea that you just left her. So you either need to do one, tell her you leave her and to tell her that she should please save. They have kill potential right now on your Pharah. Or number 2, order her to fall back and kill this Winston.
When playing Mercy in a range comp, such as Pharah Widow, you must always be in a position to where you can fly back to your Widow.
Look around a lot more. Like you're looking at your Pharah's way too much. You know, you have to always look back. Where's my Widow? Where's my Widow? Not only for her, but she is your defensive pivot. Widow is sort of also part of your group, and she's going to be somewhere behind you, so she's going to be a pivot for you. Like Ana starts shooting you, a D.Va flies at you, you have to know where the Widow is, because that will determine how far you can move up. Because if you would realize, oh, in this situation, I don't have LOS on the Widow, you would reposition differently, just so you have an escape.
There are some important calls that Mineral highlights in Valkyrie as well.
What else is good, like a good call, get into the habit of doing when you're Valking?
Calling that you're doing it, or calling I can contest point.
And what else?
Stay close together.
I mean, that's the big thing that I was looking for. Especially when you're solo healing, when you're brawling on the point. Very important that you call, you know, stay on Hammond or something like that. Especially with a composition like this, where there's a lot of 200 HP targets. Like you saw, when everyone gets kind of low, it's very difficult for you to keep all of them up. And when you're using Valk, that's the perfect time where all of them can get topped up, or all of them can get damage boosted. And that's an insane amount of burst that you can put out. But that's, again, up to you to create that scenario. A group on Hammer, group on point for heals or something like that. Heals on point, everyone's going to come to point. So we're coming back to these mid-fight calls that you really need to start making.
As a niche but important tip for scrims, it's actually body block during an important ultimate such as Barrage.
Koma routinely does this, risking his life as the Mercy to give a sort of soft tanking onto the Pharah, jumping in front of the line of sight of the enemy, body blocks. And because Mercy has an innate self-heal, swooping in to block the line of sight and tank a bit of damage and then fly back out, adds further sustain to the pharmacy combo. But more importantly, even if the Mercy were to die there, it's more important for the Barrage voice line to finish, because that's the win condition of the fight.
Lastly, ending off with backline synergies as usual. Mercy Brig. This is optimized for dive comps as you heal the DPS whilst Brig heals the tanks. You also do not need to worry about peeling for your other support, although keep in mind that Mercy Brig is one of the worst backlines for brawl comps as you have no defensive ultimate and no speed boost to kite from danger. Mercy Honor. This is potentially Mercy's best pairing due to a mix of
And last but not least, moving on to the flex support.
Yeah, listen. We f***ed up.
Honor's primary fire, the insert biotic here, makes Honor fire darts dealing 70 damage or healing over 0.6 seconds respectively. If Honor zooms in, the shots will be hit scan, and if unscoped, the shots will be a projectile with a speed of 125 meters per second. The rate of fire is 1 shot per 0.8 seconds, alongside an ammo capacity of 14. A few things to note is that scope shots leave a tracer, the projectile slice is slightly larger for your allies, and you can cancel the reload animation by meleeing after the mag is loaded into the rifle. You should also learn how to quickscope. As you can see on the screen, the white outline of Honor's scope appears before she actually looks down her scope. A few frames later, you want to shoot without scoping for too long. This brings me nicely onto the usage section and why you should utilize quick scoping. Firstly, you don't need to predict the movement of your teammate if they're around a corner, as all you need to do is track them. Secondly, it minimizes how long you have spent with the movement penalty of 65% and the decreased field of view, which I'll get into why it's important. Thirdly, it maximizes the time taken to scope, unscope, then scope back in, increasing your actions per minute. Knowing when to deal damage or when to heal is quite simple, similar with Moira but at range. If your team is taking damage, try to prioritize healing over damage. However, this does not mean you shouldn't seize opportunities, such as landing 3 shots on a Pharah who's flying too high. However, as I'll mention right now, you may not want to stay scoped in for too long. So when do you scope or hip fire? Firstly, if you are under no pressure, you can play Narnia Ana as Jayne would describe, when you hardscope as Ana, playing from afar. However, in any other situation, you don't want to be hardscoping, as I'll describe the pros and cons of scoping in. Starting off with the pros. Firstly, you don't have to predict movement at all, making you hit more shots. Secondly, the healing is provided at a faster rate, meaning that overall, you consistently deal more healing over time.
I think around 21 meters is the cutoff, where if the target that you're trying to heal is 21 meters or further away from you, then you're going to heal a lot more by scoping in. Whereas if that target is closer, you're going to get more healing out by using the hip fire.
However, there are some notable cons. Firstly, you are prone to being one shot from range due to your reduced movement speed. Secondly, as your field of view is reduced, you may miss out teammates around you who may need healing, leading to tunnel vision. To get the best of both worlds, you should never stay scoped in as Ana for any more than 5 shots due to the negatives listed prior. Ana's first ability, Sleepy, makes Ana fire a dart, rendering an enemy unconscious for up to 5 seconds. The sleep dart deals 5 damage, has a cast time of 0.3 seconds, a projectile speed of 60 meters per second, alongside a cooldown of 12 seconds. I'll be combining both tech and usage here as there isn't much tech. Firstly, you can one-shot any 200 health hero by using sleep dart first, then using your primary fire, then your nade, followed by your primary fire again, with a melee at the end. Likewise with most defensive cooldowns, there isn't too much to Ana sleep. If the enemy are running dive heroes, then don't waste sleep randomly into the enemy team.
If you sleep this Wrecking Ball, which you did, what is going to happen? Nothing.
Honestly, nothing.
Nothing, right? So this also removes the threat of, like, as soon as the Wrecking Ball wakes up, what is he going to know? That you don't have sleep. So this is a situation where you went for like the low chance of success, low value cooldown play, which is probably the worst possible one, which is then going to remove the threat and allow the opponent to be more aggressive and take more map control, more space, because he's going to be able to use his just normal cooldowns, his pile driver to your sleep dart, second.
However, if this isn't the case, you should be timing your sleep darts into the enemy core, particularly against the enemy Reinhardt when the teamfight begins, and more specifically, when both lines are swinging onto each other. There are 2 reasons why this works. Firstly, timing your sleep dart for when your team are baiting attention will make it more likely to land, and secondly, if the sleep dart does land, it's more likely to get value as your team are engaging, hence they can follow up. On a second ability, the Insert Biotic here V2 makes Ana toss a grenade dealing 60 damage and 100 healing to enemies and allies respectively, with a projectile speed of 30 meters per second and an area effect of 4 meters, a duration of 4 seconds and a lengthy cooldown of 10 seconds. The affected allies receive 50% more healing than normal, including from health packs, whereas affected enemies cannot receive any healing at all. The biggest fundamental with nade is timing, as Spilo explains here.
You have map control and they're rotating. You need to nade this. And this is not a hard nade either. Just right there. You're going to hit super, you're going to hit sigma, probably like a 50-50 chance of forcing lamp as well. Yeah, you'd force lamp. Yeah, you'd definitely force lamp. And now your window of opportunity to nade is gone, because you can no longer safely peek this to nade it. And the value of the nade here is going to be reduced because your team is not going to be in a position to punish it because you do not have your bubbles. Yeah, so you nade this, but it's completely worthless. Like, what else? This super can literally just hard focus on blocking nade now. And even if you did land it, there's no follow-up. So your timing is completely like just trash. So you see how you miss the cycle here too? Look. 3, 2, 1. There's a projected bubble. Where's my nade? Right? Where's my nade? Right? This might have actually like gotten a kill, but no, we're not nading this. So because we don't have nade, because we just used it 2 seconds ago.
Likewise to sleep dart, in-game examples of this would be when both Reinhardts are swinging onto each other. Now onto some of the more micro tips. Firstly, you obviously want to hit as many people with your nade as possible. However, there are some situations in which you want to use your nade on a singular target, as Middle goes on to elaborate here.
If you're only hitting one person, you have to use it to either save yourself or save a teammate, or if it 100% guarantees a kill.
Secondly, when playing with another main support such as Moira, which I'll go more in depth on in the last section of my guide, you can use your nade on a small flank in order to secure a kill, as ML7 reveals here in a coaching review.
Oh, this is risky. If you take the Ana out, shit happens. As a general tip, when you do things like this and you see you're missing shots, hold your breath. A lot of the times you're going to see yourself shooting, you're going to see that you're hyperventilating because you start panicking. Hold your breath or take deep breaths, depends on the person. By the way, good idea. You have 2 options, either play on top as I said or go for a cheeky flank on the back. Good thing recognizing that Moira can keep your team alive and you can go on a kill onto Diana. That was very good. The intention matters, not the execution at this rating.
Keep in mind that in the majority of situations, you want to nade first, then land your 2 shots after. This is because any AoE healing can deny your nade 2-shot combo. Thirdly, Thirdly, there are certain set nades you can throw in the air and they will hit at a certain useful area. I made a video about 2 years ago going over these set nade spots, which you can check out in the top right, although the video quality is much worse then than it is now. For the fourth tip, Mineral goes into depth about how to win the Genji duel by using your nade correctly.
If this is the Genji, and this is his max dash range, what is your optimal position? Say if you nade yourself, this is approximately the area of effect. You want to position yourself in a way where if he max dashes, you'll be able to hit the nade on him as well. So obviously if he goes for a max range dash and you keep max range, you'll be able to accomplish that here, right? Even better, if you position yourself just outside his range, you can accomplish that here too. Then you don't take the 50 damage, but you get the nade on yourself to top yourself up and you nade him. You want to position yourself somewhere in this range.
And lastly, you typically don't want to nade yourself. This is because your tanks may need the nade more than you unless you're about to die, and you can get healed by any passive healing that your team has. Honors ultimate, Bastion, provides a 50% damage buff and damage reduction, lasting 8 seconds, healing 250 HP. Nano Boost can be used in 2 primary ways, aggressively or defensively. I won't be going over the first method in great detail as ML7 made a great video and spreadsheet on whether you should nano each character if they have their ultimate or not. I'll leave a link to that video alongside the spreadsheet in the description, although I'll briefly cover aggressive nano boosts. Firstly, in lower ranks, you can use nano as a validation, meaning that you are indirectly saying to your teammate to push through a choke. This is mainly for lower ranks, where main tank players often stay static at choke. Secondly, aggressive nano boosts are often the initiator of each fight, with the most obvious example being Nanoblade, where you proactively start the fight. With this in mind, you want to save utility from your team to beat the opposing enemy utility. For example, a Lúcio speed boost to aid your Reinhardt whilst the Nanoblade occurs will make sure that the front line is covered whilst the squishy characters die from the Nanoblades. Moving on to defensive usage, you will be making the most of the 250 healing and damage reduction to keep a teammate alive. For instance, nano boosting a Reinhardt at 100 health will drastically revert pressure due to the burst healing, in which a Reinhardt can wait for shield resource or push in, utilizing the nano boost aggressively. Alternatively, you can nano boost your other support, such as your Zen, when he buckles against a dive comp to keep him alive, which may snowball into your Zen being able to farm and use Transcendence. There are 4 main uses of Arna's ultimate, of which multiple can be applied at once. Firstly, to combo with another ultimate, such as Dragon Blade. Secondly, to heal up a tank or to peel for support. Thirdly, to apply pressure and create space. You'll see this in Double Bubble when Winston received Nano. Lastly, to build your ultimate. This can be for a Winston who can use Nano to build Primal faster. Moving on to the penultimate part of this guide, there are 4 key rules of positioning as I'll showcase on Gibraltar's second point attack. Firstly, have cover or a corner. Secondly, have line of sight onto the enemy team and onto yours. Thirdly, have good distance from angles so that flankers can't sneak up on you as easily. And lastly, have both aggressive and defensive rotational options to allow yourself to land juicy nades from off angles or to cut back respectively. The sightlines you play can also differ depending upon the enemy comp, as SVB details here.
Yoshi said, okay, well, this position is good because I'll be really far away. I can't get dove on. Absolutely correct. This is too far to get dove on with 1 dive. This would have to be 2 dives. The problem poses, however, is if there's a Widowmaker, this is a great angle for you to get sniped. Because if you're hard scoping from here, as you will have to heal people, very easy for you to get domed by the Widowmaker in that window there or even on the top of the gates.
Lastly, I want to show this clip by Jayne on where to position on Gibraltar last point.
This is going to be A, B, C, D, E, F. Where should Anna be positioned? E has literally no votes. This isn't that bad of a position. We can shoot them here. We can put a lot of damage in. There's a mini that we could retreat to here, or we could retreat to our team. E is really not that bad of a location. A lot of people have voted for F, but F zones out a lot of your nice sight lines, right? Why do I care about this door? Why do I care about that door? Why do I care about this area? And then I can't really hit people around the corner. Can't hit people in there. I can't shoot under the bridge. So I actually like E better than I like F. What's the next least voted for one? A. A is the least voted for because it was here. And I agree, that one's really bad. You have your retreat here, but this door here is very easily choked off. B is a little bit better because you have natural cover. Like a D.Va bomb placed here, for example, will kill everything in this area, even into this stairwell, but it won't get people behind the cover. So C is the most popular, really. There's this mini. I like the mini. Really long sight lines. If they have divers or flankers, it's going to be extremely difficult. But the problem is no real routes of retreat here. So C has the most votes, but I'm going to say because of the lack of retreat options, I don't really like this position. I do like D, however. It gives me some nice sight lines, some nice aggressive sight lines as people who will be using that corner. I can attack. I can use this sight line so people who think they're safe from the main firing lines can get hit from me, as well as I can retreat back to here. Or if I feel like the situation demands it, I can retreat to this mini. So the answer that I can come up with is if I did not have nano, I would start here, throw my grenade, try and get some early ult charge, and then as soon as they've started to push up, I'd just drop, and then I would defend from D. E to D is actually my favorite positioning on Ana here.
The last addition for this Ana guide is Spilo discussing how flexible positioning is for Ana, specifically against dive comps on small control maps.
Why do you want to hold here? There's more cover here. It's difficult for Widow to land shot. You're in a tight, closed room to where it's going to be difficult for Doomfist to be hyper effective. You have a Mega nearby. You have a good LOS in the positioning where your team wants to hold. Yada, yada, yada. But what did we just say before we when we were discussing positioning? Hog and Lúcio. So, even though you would like to be here versus Doomfist Tracer, just about anything, unfortunately, I'm still going to swing and decide of playing on point if this is where your Hog and Lúcio are playing. This is not a good position to be. It's too easy for Widow just to get sightlines from here, all the way from cage side. Tracer can play back here. There's open space. There's no cover from you for you. Doomfist can initiate. There's lots of walls for Doomfist to punch in, but there's not a lot of corners for you to LOS the punches with. So it's like it's a terrible position for you to be in against Doomfist. This is not great for you to position, but it's better because you're closer to your Lúcio and Hog when they have dive heroes. If they were not running dive, then you could be here and you'd be fine. But because they have dive, you do need to be on point, even if it's the inferior positioning. So remember, positioning has context. If you've seen an ML7 video, then you know that you should position where you were. But ML7 video doesn't always talk about where you position based off of what the enemy team is running. They are running dive. You need to be close to your Hog and Lúcio.
Onto the final section of the guide, backline synergies. Ana Moira. This duel provides a high amount of healing and utility, however you primarily want to be playing for nades, letting your Moira heal the majority of your team. You want to be asking yourself whether you can output the same amount of healing on playing an off support such as Lúcio or Zen, who bring even more diverse utility than you. If so, you should consider swapping off Ana. Ana Lúcio. This pair is optimized for brawl, as your nade provides high value in the Reinhardt v Reinhardt brawl. To add on this, your Lúcio's area of effect healing will heal up any poke damage, and he has the ability to peel. However, your DPS may suffer from a lack of healing if you have low awareness, and this duo is kind of outdated due to Lúcio Bap. Ana Mercy. Even though Mercy is a main support, she'll mainly be healing the DPS while you take care of the tanks. The main issue with Ana Mercy is a lack of flank control, especially up against Zen Brig, as well as having no defensive ultimate. Ana Zen. This duo is a class cannon. If both of you can stay alive, you're practically guaranteed a free win. However, there is no area of effect healing, and the healing provided is often extremely inconsistent due to dive, meaning that your tanks may be left defenseless. Play close to each other to peel, and note that this duo is somewhat outdated due to Bap Zen. Ana Bap. This duo is potentially the most versatile with Ana. Despite how much CarQ rates this duo, there are two main reasons to why Ana Bap is not very good. Firstly, you have almost no flank control, as it's difficult for either Bap or Ana to heal squishies and provide advantages in duels compared to Zen Orbs and Brig repair packs. And secondly, both Ana and Bap will eat into each other's ult charge. However, it is a pretty safe combo generally speaking. Ana Brig. This is most likely Ana's strongest pair. This pairs both anti-dive capabilities with a consistent level of healing across everyone in your team, as well as an aggressive and defensive ultimate. Just make sure that up against Ana Mercy, you play shorter sightlines to utilize Brig's capability to slightly brawl and threaten off angles. Well, that's it for the guide. Baptiste is armed with the B-Tech Demoman launcher. This shoots a 3-round burst dealing 24 damage per round, whilst also firing healing nades that deal 50 healing on splash or 70 healing directly. Here's a little bit of tech to start off with. Firstly, fire your healing nades into the air before a team fight to either double your healing output or simultaneously heal and damage. Secondly, you can simultaneously heal and damage by using your heal nades first, then immediately shooting after. You should be doing this under low pressure to min-max your kit, as Spilo explains here.
The one thing that we look at with our Baptiste at a GM level that's worth mentioning is the damage to healing ratio, right? Damage to healing. Min-maxing every single little bit of spam that we can possibly get out. When we see a Baptiste review and I see you heal botting, there's no excuse for that. Like, there's absolutely no excuse for that. Whether it's shooting Rein Shield, whether it's pressuring a D.Va on an off angle, whether it's putting a little bit of pressure on a Lúcio that's wall riding, I don't give a rip. But there has to be constant pressure put out at all points of time. Now, the key thing with BAP is knowing who to shoot and when to shoot. Because when you have a safe opportunity, that's when your opportunity to shoot is, right? When you don't have a safe opportunity or you have to walk into sniper LOS, if there's a Hanzo pressuring you, whatever, then that's where the pressure is not quite as necessary. Like right now, this is a perfect example of when you would not peak. This is when you do not put damage pressure out because your team isn't taking space and there's a risk of you getting one shot here or taking unnecessary damage. However, as you round the corner, that's when our shoot, heal, that's where the rhythm starts to kick in.
Your damage also acts as a peeling mechanism, deterring the enemy from pushing further. Thirdly, learn recoil control at long and short ranges. At short range, the hitboxes are so large that recoil control doesn't really matter, whereas the opposite is true for longer ranges.
If the enemy has certain conditions in trying to kill you, like let's say the enemy has a Roadhog hook and nothing else that can deal with you at medium to long range, then if that condition is off, then you're free to damage. So, in this case, Go aggressive. Walk in front. Walk in front.
Bap's first ability, Inspiration V2, makes Bap activate a burst of healing that does 15 HPS, lasting 5 seconds with a radius of 10 meters, paired alongside a 13-second cooldown. Before usage, here's a little bit of added info about how the burst works. Firstly, once you activate Bap's Regen Burst, allies can go out of the 10 meter radius and continue to get healed, hence it's not a second-to-second ping. This means you can use Regen Burst before an EMP and still have the healing. Secondly, the healing will not go through if your teammate does not have line of sight or if they are on the other side of an enemy barrier. Thirdly, you can weave in your regen burst whilst using your heal nades without jeopardizing your rate of fire. Fourthly, your regen burst will interrupt your triple shot burst, jeopardizing your fire rate. For the penultimate tip, you can activate your amplification matrix and your regen burst at the same time. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, if you activate regen burst but an ally is out of range or line of sight, then they travel into range or line of sight during the 5 seconds that regen burst is active for, they will not receive the healing, which is the exact same as Brig's Inspire. This means that you can't just activate regen burst early and then move into range, as the ability will be completely wasted. There's not much in terms of usage, as it's practically Bap's second passive ability, but make sure you don't just use regen burst for passive healing and that you time it for when your tanks are under immense pressure so that they don't die. You also don't want to be stacking your lamp and regen burst at the same time. Think of this like using Transcendence and lamp at the same time, or Winston bubble and D.Va matrix at the same time as well. Bap's second ability, Moth Lamp, makes Bap throw out a 150 HP device that makes allies immortal for up to 5 seconds. As usual, here's a few pieces of tech that may be useful to know. Firstly, if the device expires after its full duration, the field generated will linger an extra 0.5 seconds, which effectively makes the maximum duration 5.5 seconds instead of 5 seconds. Secondly, lamp requires line of sight, but both the device itself and the field generated ignores enemy barriers, unlike Bap's Regen Burst. Thirdly, even if you are stunned during the cast animation, the device will still spawn. For the penultimate piece of tech, the arc that Bap's lamp is thrown at is identical to the arc of his healing nades, meaning that you can test where the lamp will land by shooting a few healing nades first, although do keep in mind that his nades ignore the skybox, whereas Bap's lamp does not. Lamp will also not interrupt the fire rate of your healing nades. For the last piece of tech, Lamp has a vertical hitbox that goes above and below allies, essentially a cylinder with a diameter of 13 meters, and a height that is triple the distance between the device itself and the ground. Moving on to usage. Despite Lamp's long cooldown, you can use it aggressively. This is specific if the team fight is in a 5v6, where you need to swing the fight quickly, as you will not win the battle of attrition. A niche and expensive way of using Bap's Lamp is in combination with his matrix, where you toss your lamp in a corner, then you use your ultimate to dish out high damage at low risk. This leads me nicely onto the point of wanting to put your lamp in a corner, or at an off angle, as your Overwatch states here.
Whereas, notice here, upon hearing the Genji blade come in, I toss the lamp off of the Bastion, where it'll still give him its effect, meaning that the Genji would have to do a 180 turn to turn around to slash it.
This is simply so your lamp does not get destroyed unless the enemy team push extremely far in for a short period of time. A more defensive use of lamp is to throw it in the air when you think Sombra is about to EMP you. The hack from EMP will not affect lamp, as it has not spawned on the ground yet, meaning that it will still be active after EMP. Lower level players also tend to throw their lamp when a teammate has overextended or when they feed. The only times where you should throw your lamp to save a teammate is if you reckon they could still survive after the lamp breaks, or if they are a key part to your win condition. For instance, if your Reinhardt gets walled off by a Mei, it's commonplace for Baps to use their exo boots to jump over the Mei wall and lamp their Reinhardt, which often makes the Reinhardt survive. Lastly, the debate on whether to heal your teammates or damage the enemy team whilst your teammates are low in immortality field is pointless, as you should be doing both with the shoot heal tip mentioned prior. Bap's passive, Demmerman's Wee Booties, allows Bap to jump higher by crouching first. Bap can jump a maximum of 9.1 meters if they are fully charged, which takes 1 second for Bap to do so. One thing to note is that if your crouch is released, the boots will remain charged for 1 second. However, if you crouch in this period, the charge will reset. Simply put, use your exo boots to attain high ground, which can give you another angle to land your damage from and control the map, as Spilo explains here.
But why do we go up? 2 reasons why. Safety, what's the second reason? Why do you need to go back high ground? Flank control, exactly. Control the high ground. Now, Midget did a pretty darn good video on dive on this map recently, and he talks a lot about controlling high ground, controlling angles and things like that, because it gives you safety and allows you to engage on the enemy team. In other words, if even when you're not playing dive, if this team just pushes cart up through here and your Sigma's on main, but you know your Doom is on high ground and you're on high ground and your McCree is on high ground, they're going to die. It doesn't matter how far they push cart, they're going to die. They have to push up and control high ground. And so either you punish them for not doing that by being high ground yourself, or if they try and push high ground, you're already positioned here to stop them. This is what matters. This is the part of the map that matters. We don't care about this part of the map. Like, it is a vast minority of situations that somebody can 6-man push cart and get away with it. So I need you to go back to high ground. You need to go back and support your angles.
Another basic tip is to not jump in line of sight of the enemy snipers, as you are likely to be killed. Aside from that, use your exo boots preemptively to avoid stuns, such as Brig's Bash, as ML7 states here.
When Brig is chasing you, or anybody that has a stun, like, try to dodge it with your exo boots, especially Brig, because Brig's stun is very easy to dodge. Like, it's obvious, she's running at you with shield bash, and then you can just jump over as I did over there. If I would have gotten a stun, I would have died.
Or to avoid ultimates such as Reinhardt Shatter to save your teammates with Lamp. Bap's ultimate will and E.
Are we gonna light them up?
No pause.
Is a rectangle that amplifies healing and damage by 100% for 10 seconds. Starting off with a little bit of tech. Firstly, Matrix does not actually deal double the damage. When combined with other damage amplifiers, they are added together. For instance, Matrix and Mercy Beam will result in 130% more damage. Secondly, if you hold down your primary fire button whilst deploying your Matrix, you will immediately fire out one burst. This can be used to instantly flick to an enemy on your screen, although this is quite hard to do on console. Thirdly, as mentioned prior, you can deploy your Matrix and Regen bursts at the same time, or your lamp instead. The fundamental use behind Matrix is to zone space and to therefore take that space, as Nata showcases on King's Row first point attack, where the high ground is zoned to allow the more mobile heroes to take it.
But if Oni got high noons, that forces enemy team to back up. That forces these guys to, like, you know, back up. It forces these guys to sort of like back up in essence, right? So there's less pressure on Dans, which then means, guess what? Hey, there's less pressure on Dans. Okay, cool. As you know, D.Va, Lúcio, Bap, even May to some extent, you don't need to be stacked on the Ryan right now. You can do something else. And what's it something you can do? You know that the enemy team is abusing these high grounds, right? Like this high ground over here, this high ground over here. You can send a little kill squad to go push that. You'll see the D.Va, you'll see the Lúcio, and the Bap all together as a little high ground, little kill squad. They're ready to fight, right? And they'll push that high ground and they'll catch Valentine there who's trying to go for an off angle. You can use ultimates like McCree ult or even Square to force pressure off your Reinhardt and then have your little kill squad go pressure people on the sides.
You can also Matrix to force the enemy to choose between objective pressure or high ground control, as Nata showcases on Hanamura's second point attack.
We would take Catwalk here. Enemy team would be on the high ground, and this was in like May McCree brawl. We would then have our Ryan here, and we'd have a shield. Our McCree would high noon, and then our D.Va would force point, and the enemy team would be forced to make a decision. Do we go to point? If they go to point, then they have to deal with essentially the McCree high noon and get high nooned, or they have to give ticks. So not really a fun decision for them. And this is like a very basic strategy where essentially you can force resources and force someone into open space. And how this is sort of relevant is because I'm going to talk about basic sort of positioning, and this is sort of like a spam positioning type of thing.
Other more general and or niche uses is to break choke points.
The way you should use it is not essentially in the door of the choke point, but a little bit to you, so that your team can still benefit. Like you see, if you use it here in the choke, it doesn't cover the whole choke and it's way in front. If you use it over here, then it essentially extends over the choke.
To burn through a Zenyatta Transcendence and a Grav.
Like you place it over here, and then you essentially try to melt through it. Okay? You need a little bit of extra damage in that scenario. But essentially you place it in front of the Grav and not over here in the back. Because if you place it in the back, then only you will benefit from it.
Or to burn down the opposing Orisa shield when she puts her second shield down.
Shoot. Now we shoot. Place a second shield, ult in front, break it, so Orisa doesn't have the cooldown up again.
You could also use the ultimate in a selfish way to try and swing the outcome of a team fight, or go on a full flank in order to assassinate their backline.
On the flank windows, this isn't something I totally recommend, but honestly, if you can flank and get 2 kills, it's worth it, and like you can really divert a lot of attention. This definitely isn't something you want to be doing every game, but if you see an opportunity where this might happen, and you need to do a little bit of a risk assessment, so you need to think, if I die doing this, which is highly likely, am I going to be throwing the game, or am I confident in my ability to pick up at least 2 kills doing this? That even if I do die, I will have secured 2 kills and essentially won the fight.
I would be cautious of doing this in the highest ranks, although it's viable in 95% of ranks. Additional users of Matrix would be using it on one friendly teammate to do added damage to one-shot people. Another added purpose of doing this is to make your teammate gain their ultimate twice as fast. Another niche tip before moving on. If you're feeling mechanically confident, you can quite easily kill a pharmacy, so don't be afraid to take this duo on. Now on to positioning. There are 4 key rules which I'll showcase on Route 66 second point defense. Firstly, have cover or a corner. Secondly, have line of sight onto both teams. Thirdly, have good distance from angles to prevent being snuck up on by flankers, which can give you time to land some early damage in before they engage onto you. Lastly, have aggressive and defensive rotational options to be able to put more pressure on from angles and to also retreat if the teamfight is lost. For the final part of the guide, I'll be going through backline synergies as usual. Brig Bap. This is built for double shield poke comps that are susceptible to dive. Brig's Inspire and Bap's Regen Burst can provide a Zen up to all teammates for 5 seconds alongside consistent tank and DPS healing. Keep in mind that against Bap Zen, you want to close the distance and place shorter sight lines as you have less poke damage. Bap Zen. This is the most alike to a glass cannon with the highest amount of poke in the game at long sight lines, hence you should be playing this with double shield. One tip is to not use Lamp whilst your Zen uses Transcendence, so try and use Lamp after the 6 seconds if you need it. This Joe is quite susceptible to dive by orbing with mobile DPS to harass the tanks, as Spilo explains here.
If you Harmony Orb your Echo and she just permanently hunts down that monkey or hunts down that Tracer, you're gonna make it so much harder for them to dive. Like you Harmony Orb your Echo or your Hanzo or your Tracer and she just literally just like goes after them and just constantly pressures them, they never really dive, or they never dive properly, and they certainly never dive at full HP. You force their Matrix, maybe you force a Monkey Bubble, maybe the monkey's 300 HP, maybe the ball has to use this adapt the shields before he even goes in. The Tracer uses all her blings just to be able to reach the dive. Like it feels really messy. That's why for a long time when you did see Bap Zen, you almost always saw it with a Tracer.
Bap Lúcio. This is essentially the updated Moira Lúcio rush with a balance of AoE healing, damage and utility that comes from Bap. Communicate your Lamp and Beat with Lúcio to not stack them on top of each other, and try and only run this with Brawl. Bap Mercy. This is most suited to double shield bunker comps, although dive can be a viable option. If you won't dive, maintain shorter sight lines in order to be able to more easily heal your tanks. However, perhaps an Ana or a Zen is more suited for either sustain or poke respectively. Bap Moira. This duo has the most raw area of effect healing in the entire game. This suffers from a lack of flank control, as DPS will be left stranded with no Brig repair packs, Mercy Pocket or Zen Orb to win the flank wars. Attempt to play more aggressive to utilize your damage, especially considering that heal botting is even less effective with Moira eating up a large portion of your ult charge. Ana Bap. This duo is potentially the most versatile, with high healing, high utility and decent damage. Likewise with the Pharah combo, your DPS may struggle to get any healing, and Ana will also eat into your ult charge. You also want to be more conservative with your Lamp due to the lack of any defensive ultimate or lack of escape from both supports. Well, that's the guide.
Moira sits in the support category and can dish out a high level of AoE healing whilst also dishing out a surprising amount of damage. Her primary fire is a Suck and Spray. By using Moira's left click, which you should rewind to your right click, a projectile spray is launched. It can heal multiple teammates at once for 65 healing a second, and is quite useful when using grouped up targets to maximize how efficient you are with a spray. The range on a spray is also a lengthy 15 meters, which people think is much shorter due to the visual animation in first person. It also has a lingering effect of 65 healing across 4 seconds when you stop using the spray, which I'll cover later on. It also takes 9 seconds to empty your entire spray from full to empty, which doesn't seem that long, but that's where the sucking part comes in. Moira's suck deals 50 DPS on a singular target, also refilling your spray bar. Ideally, you would want to be using your suck on enemies and not shields in order to gain ult charge, refill your spray bar, and regen health at 20 a second. But contrary to popular belief, the suck isn't that bad at shield break, especially against a finite shield such as Reinhardt's. So if there's nothing to shoot at, don't just stare at the shield. Her suck ability has a longer range than her spray, ranging at 20 meters, which is actually the same length as Roadhog's hook. Moira's second ability is her Spooky Step. This makes Moira invulnerable and invisible to all effects for just under a second. She also receives a 250% speed buff, managing to cover over 10 meters of distance. But wait, there's more. It also cleanses all status and damage over time effects, so Nade, Dynamite, Discord, Mayfreeze, or any other defect will not persist when Moira exits her Spooky Step. And you can also avoid both Zarya Grab and Sickness Flux. Being on a 6 second cooldown is arguably the best ability in our kit. The last normal ability is our Bouncy Boy. This is basically the ball version of a Suck and Spray, providing additional damage or healing when needed. You only really want to be using this to gain additional ult charge, which you wouldn't have gotten by using the Suck and Spray. Tossing the damage version past shields or using it on tanks that are critical HP would be high value. It's Spilo going over damage orb and heal orb usage in certain scenarios, and I've linked the entire video down below. All 19 minutes are extremely valuable, so I highly recommend that you watch that video, especially if you're a Moira player, but I will show a few clips instead. Firstly, Spilo going over which orb to use in the context of engagements.
So the question is, do we engage? Or does enemy engage? So in other words, look at the compositions and read that basically, are we looking to rush on top of them? Or is the enemy team looking to rush on top of us? We just saw the VOD that we just saw with the Rein Zarya versus the Orisa Sigma. What was the answer to this question? Do we engage or does the enemy engage? Yes or no to either of these? Yes, we engage, right? So then we did engage, right? So that makes heal orb more attractive. Now, what if the enemy team is running dive and we're running the Orisa Sigma? Does the enemy engage? Yes. So the question is, if the enemy is running dive or your team is running like a Ryan Zarya comp, does that make heal orb more attractive? And the answer is yes. Because one of us is playing faster tempo, that makes heal orbs more attractive because either our team is going to need that big burst of healing when we go in, or we're going to need the big burst of healing to survive the rush that the enemy team is going. Heal orb becomes more attractive because it's the more defensive playstyle. It gives out the more resource. And the question is, if yes, when? When do you estimate this engagement happen? Is it going to happen in 5 seconds? Is it going to happen in 2? Is it going to happen in 10? Because if it's happening in a couple seconds, you hold because you're anticipating an actual fast engagement where you'd want to use your heal orb coming up. However, if it's going to be more, like it's going to be 7 or 8 seconds, maybe longer, that's when you throw the damage orb, because then you're maximizing your ult charge during a poke stage.
With that example there, if the answer is no to the first question, you can be more lenient on your orbs. However, in short, Spilo does go on to explain that every team comp will devolve into some brawl, therefore heal orb is more attractive to heal up big bursts of damage. The second clip is Spilo explaining the difference in orbs in terms of discriminating between targets.
The problem is damage orb is indiscriminate. Damage orb will damage everybody equally. And if your team calls to focus Orisa, your damage orb is not going to suck on center on the Orisa. It will bypass the Orisa like everybody else, do a little bit of 40 damage, and then fade away. Right? So the problem with damage orbing during brawls, even if you guys are focusing down a target or even targets, is some of that damage is wasted, right? Because let's say you're focusing these 2 targets, right? Yes, you did 80 damage to those targets, but this damage is almost completely useless because these targets are going to get healed up by their own Moira spray and Lúcio aura with no focus of their own team. So it's not even like, oh, we're going to stop healing these targets and focus on these targets. No. The Lúcio is going to be in heal song as it is, so this 40 damage is going to get healed up almost for free without the Lúcio even trying and without the Moira even trying. So you're in reality only getting 80 damage value out of your damage orb, which in some circumstances is enough. Like if you're damage orbing like if your team is running dive and you damage orb their Zen, 40 damage is a lot. Winston landing damage, Genji dash, Tracer blinks in 1 clips, like that 40 damage is a long way. But in most brawl comps, 40 damage is not very much. 80 damage of resources is not a lot. Whereas with heal orb, if you're heal orbing on initiation, you can control who it's healing most of the time. You will reactively heal. And the thing with heal orb is it will stay longer on people that need it. So you initiate with your tanks, right? And you heal orb your Orisa or your Reinhardt, your Zarya during critical. Like you're going to get, not only does the orb hold 300 resource, but the people outside here, right, that maybe are diving in, and your main tank and you and your off tank who are initiating, these are the targets that you want to heal, right? Yourself and your tanks. And if you heal orb during these initiations, these are the people that you're going to be supporting too. So it's not wasted on people out here taking chip damage, right? You're going to focus it on the targets that you want. So yeah, you might only get, 180 healing out of that. But 180 is a lot more than 80. And it's on the targets that you want to heal.
Moira's ult, Coalescence. It's a 30 meter range beam that deals 70 DPS and 140 HPS simultaneously. Likewise to Moira's spray, this can cleave teammates or enemies and last 8 seconds. Moira also receives a considerable self-heal of 50 a second as well as a 50% increase in movement speed, allowing for aggressive plays. The first basic concept you need to nail down is balancing the second spray. You need to be balancing a decent amount of damage without becoming a DPS Moira and conversely a heal bot. There's no given ratio of damage to healing, but if you're pulling off significantly less damage than healing, I'd seriously reconsider the usage of your kit. You should be using Moira's Suck surgically, as 200 damage in the correct place at the correct time will always be more useful than 1000 damage onto shields or just trash damage. Learning how to apply this sense of surgical precision, a somewhat decent level of awareness searching for squishy targets is needed, though you'll learn this over time. I also want to bring attention to min-maxing our primary fire, which is essential for the higher ranks. Your team's playstyle is integral in determining how fast your coalescence charges, from 30 seconds to 2 minutes. To explain this in depth more, imagine both teams are running Sigma Orisa double shield with Mei Reaper and Lúcio Moira. Telling your Lúcio to stay on speed boost allows you to make the most of Moira's passive healing, as well as shot calling for your team to take more poke damage, which allows multiple teammates to be cleaved with your spray. Whilst this happens, actively look out for hour position enemies which allow you to take advantage of Moira's damage and healing simultaneously. When your tanks start to take damage, bouncing your bouncy boys off of multiple walls or on long straight lines allow you to maximize value. Great spots for bouncy boys would be on Iconwald, Volskaya, Oasis and Hanmoa. This all may sound a bit pedantic, but when you're past 3500, small callouts to your teammates go a long way in achieving the win condition of your team. You can see this by the background footage I've been using from Action Esports' video on Violet's mastery of Moira, where he is constantly ahead of Crim's ult charge in the mid-fight. Back to Moira's kit. With a spooky step, there's no secret Kim Jong-un rocket ship nuke into space logic of using this ability. Simply put, if you're close to dying, use it. Otherwise, use it aggressively for coalescence, or you can learn how to fade jump. Check out this subreddit if you want to learn more about how and where to do this. Now onto some common mistakes most Moira players make. Wasting heal orb when you can tap your spray and throw a damage orb which achieves the same outcome. More subconscious mistakes would be using fade for no reason, a lack of awareness to heal more than just your tanks, and overusing the spray to heal 200 HP targets, keeping in mind it is a projectile. These mistakes you can fix in a day and are even abundant in the higher ranks. More complex mistakes and tips are with positioning and coalescence usage. Positioning strongly relies upon your team composition that you're playing, but for the most part, playing behind your main tank and within range of your off support is the ideal place to play in. Despite this, mistakes with positioning are not what you do but what you don't do. Off angles are key places to flag out and waste the most important resource in Overwatch, attention. If you decide to pick an off angle, only do it once in a team fight as you are unscouted. Good off angles to use would be Rialto first point attack, any side of Iconwald first point, or Junkrat first point choke by the Mega or on the high ground. If you do this correctly, a well-placed damage orb plus Sark will make the enemy visit the Gulag in exactly 2 seconds if they don't receive any healing. In terms of using coalescence, the most basic tip is to always use a damage orb just before you ult in order to kill any opposing DPS in under 2 seconds. Most of the time you want to be using coalescence aggressively to punish bad enemy positioning or to create a ton of space for your tanks in the higher ranks. You can check out this VOD review I did of a Diamond Moira player whose main goal and problem was coalescence usage. However, coalescence can be used as a warm-up transcendence in combination with healing orb, which does 2/3 the amount of healing as trans. Here's an example of an attempted defensive coalescence. And here's an example of an attempted aggressive coalescence. Most of the time, you'll be using coalescence aggressively. If you do, don't tunnel vision on the enemy team while leaving your tanks unattended, and keep a track of CC stuns that punish your positioning. A bit of coordination from your teammates to capitalize the space you create will maximize value obtained, and since it's a cheap ultimate, you're not really losing out on too much if you do lose a team fight. Talking about coordination, team combo is very much dependent on how much value Moira gets in the higher elos. There's 3 main comps you'll see: Brawl, Poke and Dive. They all have different sub-genres, but they stick to one general playstyle. Moira actually doesn't do badly in any of these compositions. As I mentioned earlier, you can clearly see that she's used in Poke at the highest levels and not exclusively to Brawl only. Despite this, the manner your team plays on each composition on each different map is what really matters. Violet managed to receive more value than Crimson because of how the Shock are playing in spite of the mirror, hence why raw compositions suit Moira best, as you're guaranteed to have your Ryan take damage in CQC, whereas Poke relies upon range, damage and versatile shielding, in which Bap Zen or Bat Brig is more suited to. Dive is a tricky comp for Moira and very map dependent. If staging and diving from high ground to low ground, she does well, while maps such as Dorado, second point, she'll struggle to find any value from the low ground as team fights and ranged Poke normally takes place above where she plays. Overall, stick to Moira and Brawl and Poke and think twice about picking up a dive. If you keep losing teamfights when running Poke v Poke mirrors, consider swapping. The penultimate bit of this video is Moira's synergy with our other support. I'll go through this bit quickly as I don't want this video to be too long, which is why I've been speaking so fast throughout the entire video. Moira pairs best with Lúcio to provide the speed to complement the healing that steamrolls most teams, although this doesn't mean too much in ranked as Moira doesn't really have any bad pairings anyway. Moira Brig is great against anti-dive and provides high healing, but there is no defensive ult and your main tank can't kite. Moira Mercy is specific for enabling a DPS pocket such as an Echo pocket or a Pharah pocket, whilst providing a high level of healing to your tanks, but there's no utility to enable anyone else. Moira Zen provides high damage and high healing with the defensive ultimate, but Dive will dismantle Moira Zen as Moira would expend half her spray trying to heal through a Winston barrier, which is detrimental to the Zen and her tanks. Moira Honor and Moira Bap is simply not optimized and lacks utility by overcompensating for healing, hence why Lúcio Honor and Zen Bap are used instead of Moira. With that being said, Moira with any combination of the other heroes shouldn't really be a deciding factor to whether you win your games below Master, and if you want Honor, Zen or Bat main being Dove, Moira is a great alternative. I'd also like to mention that I think Moira Mercy will be especially powerful due to the addition of Echo into the game. Echo is a lot more powerful when having a Mercy pocket, as her ultimate is possibly one of the best ultimates in the game, especially at lower elos. Moira would also be great to aid the tanks whilst not being too susceptible to dive heroes. Moira Honor and Moira Bap also still has its strengths. For instance, if one healer goes down, you still have a main healer providing a better backbone than if an offer support were to be solo healing. It also allows Honor and Bap to be more aggressive with their abilities due to the high level of healing, so in essence, you can decide the trade-offs you want to make. The last bit of the video will be going over small bits of Moira tech. Firstly, the Orbit to Fade cancel.
Power of destruction.
Secondly, tap Moira sucks since you gain back your spray bar faster. Thirdly, Orb into Coalescence.
Surrender to my will.
Fourthly, jump at the end of Moira's fade. And lastly, melee off the Coalescence. Finally, I want to leave this video off with this quote from Jayne. One person doing something dumb is a mistake, two people doing something dumb is a strategy. If you play Moira, don't just be a brain-dead healbot who doesn't actively seek opportunities to take the game into their own hands. But conversely, make sure you have a somewhat coordinated plan with your teammates in order to not come across as a dumb your entire team, whether it be an Orisa halt, tracking CC abilities, or your tanks pushing forward. Even if it fails, you'll learn from that strategy, as Jayne would call it, so don't be afraid to take calculated risks. If you're in the higher elos, don't be deterred to play Moira even if you get flamed for it, which every single Moira main on this earth has experienced. And that's really all you need to know about the sucky scientist. Zen's primary fire is the blue balls. These do 48 damage per shot with 20 in each clip. You can charge up Zen's blue balls to release them all in one burst, with Zen being able to hold a maximum of 5 orbs, taking half a second to charge each orb, one-shotting any squishy target. This, in my opinion, is the most lethal support weapon in the game barring ultimates, as they are the second fastest travelling projectiles in the support category behind Ana on scope shots, and he is the only support who can one-shot 200 HP characters. There isn't too much to using the blue balls, as it's mostly just common sense. One thing to note is that you do a surprising amount of shield break and you have the ability to duel DPS players, similar to how I did to this Genji twice on Junkrat. And once you start mastering and hitting your shots, you'll start thinking trans is overrated. Using your orb volleys when turning corners to potentially one-shot mouse and keyboard Widowmaker players is definitely satisfying. Or to create a man advantage out of nowhere. Just something to keep in mind, there was a short recovery period of 0.65 seconds after using your orb volley, which can be a liability, and Jayne even mentioned it back when he was watching my montage.
There's a lot of times where you're like right-clicking when you certainly don't have to. So like left-clicking is higher damage, and it also allows you to more finely control the actual like release of orbs. And then right-click also has like a recovery period where you've like launched the orbs out and then you need to recover and you can't like continue shooting. So right-clicking just based off of the audio cues, especially in 1v1s, can be pretty abusable. And you don't really want to do it unless you can like confirm kill somebody, especially when there's like corners involved and the opponent doesn't have to peek you. Right-clicking can be a liability.
There is also some tech to help you maximize value from your orbs. The first is to weave in your Discord and Harmony orbs between your shots as an animation cancel, taken from card Q's Zen tip for every hero. The second tip is to take advantage of Zen's animation when he orb volleys. After using orb volley, Zen does this animation where he ducks his head to his chest, and you can take advantage of this by peeking a corner, then orb volleying to throw off a Widowmaker who has a crosshair on that corner. The third tip is that you can one-shot a Tracer by Discord headshot plus melee. The fourth tip is just a simple strafe technique.
So the first and easiest hit like movement pattern on Zenyatta is just to kind of like go back and forth at the rate of fire.
And the fifth and final tip is just a corner peek.
Yeah. And shooting around corners like that.
Zen's second ability, Healing Harmony, is an orb given to an ally dealing 30 healing per second. The maximum range that you can apply this orb is 40 meters, and if you do not have line of sight for more than 3 seconds, the orb will detach from your ally. Nothing much more to say than that. You'd be surprised at how simple of a concept it is to use these orbs, and yet the terrible execution most Zen players have at using it properly. Placing them on flankers to give them an effective 90 extra HP to take duels is the most obvious thing a Zen player could do. However, this varies on the win condition of each team. For instance, it would be more effective to place your Harmony Orb on your Reinhardt if your team has more shieldback damage and your opponents are running an anti-dive backline. A common misconception that I already know has been mentioned before, but I might as well say, is better to put your Harmony Orb on someone who's full HP but about to take damage, rather than someone who's low HP but is safe.
One additional thing to mention is to orb those who are aggressing, as Spilo explains here.
Harmony Orb and D.Va, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but Harmony Orb plus Discord means that she could probably win this 1v1. which means this Reaper has to drop, which means this Reaper is having to play more passive. And now you guys get the high ground, and then you're all good. Now Discord. Now who do we harmony? Chat, who do we harmony now? This is Wizen's hard. Now Tracer, because she's the one doing something. She's actively pushing. She's aggressing. She's on the angle. She's going in. Who do you Discord? People who are doing crap. That's who you Discord. The Reinhardt's in the middle of your team. Discord him. There's a Reaper in your backline. Discord him. There's a D.Va on the high ground. Easy shot for your team. Discord him. You Discord who's easy and who's doing crap. That's it. You harmony who's easy, who's going to benefit from the most, and who's doing crap. And that's it.
To add an extra layer onto that, you ideally want to orb duels on the flanks to gain map control and not just those who are aggressing. For instance, on Bastion Sanctuary, putting your Discord and Harmony orbs respectively on each Tracer will help your Tracer win the flank war, which means that your team now have the angle and can now stage a dive onto their backline. Their Tracer will also not be diving you anytime soon.
Zen's third ability, Destructive Discord, is an orb given to a target, making them receive 30% more damage. These again follow the same rules as the Harmony Orb. Discord is especially powerful if used on characters taking mirror duels. For example, back in the Ghost meta, it would be a Brigitte's job to call for a Zen Discord in the opposing Brig if they wanted to challenge for a duel, which would be based on whether the Brig is out of position or not. Obviously, if you're challenged to a duel by a DPS on a flank, or if you decide to challenge them, placing Discord on them will help you and your teammates kill whatever's focusing you. Discord also basically gives you wall hacks, helping you to take these duels. Makes Zenyatta invincible to all attacks and stuns in Overwatch, whilst dishing out a ridiculously high 300 HPS in a 10 meter radius that lasts 6 seconds. Currently in the meta, Trance is considered to be overrated since the ridiculous level of healing is simply not needed alongside how much of a glass cannon Zen already is. With that being said, if the win condition of your opponents is Grav Dragon or some other powerful combo with Grav that isn't burst damage, Trance is probably the best counter for that. Knowing your damage points as Zen when using Trance is key. For instance, Hanzo deals 150 DPS per dragon in his ultimate, which matches Zen's healing. However, a Nano Blade does 255 damage in a swing plus strike, which makes Zen Transcendence useless against half your entire team. Anna's Biotic Grenade also makes your Trance useless for over half the duration, hence you should be keeping an eye on that cooldown specifically. Be wary that you can use Trance aggressively if your tanks are playing like Alex. A few niche things before moving on. Firstly, make sure you Discord and Harmony before Trance to maximize value. Sounds obvious, but even I forget to do this 90% of the time. Secondly, similar to Lúcio, hide from Sombra's EMP to use Trance after, although this is less reliable as the range is much less. Thirdly, if you ever decide to run Zen Lúcio in comp, unless it's in GOATs when competitive Open Queue comes in July, communicate with your Lúcio to stack ultimates on top of each other. Fourthly, if your reactions and ping are good enough, you can react against the Reinhardt Shatter and tank his pin to prevent a teammate from dying. Fifthly, be aware that you are still prone to CC knockback effects, so if possible, stay away from ledges. Lastly, make sure to call out your Discords, not just in general, but especially in Trans when your tanks can finally go apeshit for a flat 6 seconds. The penultimate and probably most important part of this video is positioning with Zen. I covered it with both Lúcio and Moira, but since they have some form of mobility or invulnerability, it's not as key to their kit as Zen. The general rule of thumb that I use and I advise is HRC, which stands for Health Back, Route of Retreat or Rotation, and Cover. You ideally want all 3, you'll probably get 2, and if you're getting 1 or less, you should consider switching. Great examples of this rule are on Third Point, Route 66 by the Lorry, Hollywood First Point by Cafe, or First Point Blizzard World High Ground Defense. These all have at least 2 of the HRC rule, and this alone should give you a massive advantage in taking duels. I'll cover 3 more advanced concepts: off angles, rotations, and line of sight. I've mentioned these in the past, but again, these are crucial to Zen, so I highly recommend you listen to these. When playing Zen, especially on attack, you want to be threatening a different angle to draw attention from the front line, similar to the Lúcio clip from that guide I did, but unlike Lúcio, you can actually one-shot someone as Zen. Here's a clip from a Jayne VOD where a low master Zen player is praised for taking off angles on Rialto first point.
Okay, left flank. Yeah, good, you got it. Is that really that hard? Is that really that hard? Soft flank, left side, found an opportunity, unscouted, surprised the Hanzo, had a right-click charge, boom. Now, you can either look for a follow-up, try and deny the res, or just fuck off. Huge, right? Playmaker. 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 You need to do that shit consistently. You want to get to the point where the opponent is fearful of what window, doorway, crevice, just fucking attic your robot ass is going to float out of and just delete somebody with a right click. You want to get to the point where you are not being hunted, you are the hunter. Right? You want to threaten that. You want to cause people's attention to be drawn off the front line. You want them to invest resources into trying to keep track of you. You want them to take different positioning because they keep just getting fucked by you. Right? So that was good. That was good. I want to see more of that.
And here's me attempting to do this on Icon Ward first point attack. And here's me successfully doing it against a Tracer on Ilios well. And finally, here's Crimzo from the Dallas Fuel, doing it against the Houston Outlaws in the main melee tournament yesterday.
They're pushing in, Crimzo's capitalizing as well on the Ember side, gonna sneak up.
When doing this, it goes without saying that you have to make sure you charge up the orbs in time and you only peek once as you were unscouted. If you miss your shots, like I did with the Icon Mode clip, you cannot peek again as the enemy team know you're scouted, but I still received value as I forced the Moira fade and I drew attention off the front line. The next concept is to do with rotations. This is when your whole team changes position based on numerous factors which I won't go through as they are hardly significant here. Zen having no mobility means that in between these rotations, he alongside Ana and Bat are very vulnerable, and mastering when to do these will push you past low master. Here's a clip of Raucus from the Houston Outlaws getting caught out in these rotations back in the Ghost meta, and OGE punishes Raucus' low HP.
In this composition with this roster.
Already Raucus taking so much damage to push forward. OG in the first swing! He takes him down. He finds first blood. That's going to be a break up on the Dante's mech as well as point going down.
This was partly Muma's fault for not following the golden rule of Reinhardt, first one in, last one out, but clearer communication can fix this. Jayne had also mentioned in this clip that the pathing of the rotations aren't the problem, but the timing of when you rotate is.
So it wasn't the path of rotation, it was the timing of it. They pushed up, yes. They went to the left side, and when I'm talking about this being dangerous here, and crossing this being dangerous here, it is only dangerous if there are people there. So there's two things that could have made this a lot better for your team. The first is scouting or recon, so seeing what they're running earlier, and then the second thing is, if you can communicate it, of course, call the fallback or whatnot. But if you see that they're running, especially a Lúcio or something, you have no mobility, you don't have no vertical mobility, so you need to rotate to the safer locations earlier.
The third and final main advanced concept is lines of sight. This will mainly matter when running Zen Ryan, and is especially important if you're going to be running GOATs in competitive open queue. I know I've used a lot of Jayne clips, but I promise, this is the last one.
And one of the benefits of coming into this area instead of crossing the bridge is that this will give Shaz on the Zenyatta longer straight sight lines. The idea behind having this attack point from the Zenyatta goats is if you can get your Reinhardt to come in here and then turn this corner, you can rotate your backline to go behind the Zenyatta, and now you have really, really straight sight lines where the Zenyatta can get a lot more value. So if you were to cross the bridge instead, and the opponent was playing around this area, if you've got your Reinhardt here, your Zenyatta is going to be back here, and he can see this angle. If their Reinhardt's using this corner, and their Ana is holding right back here, the Ana can apply value to the front line, but the Zenyatta gets most value when they can see both front lines, and they want a straight line through both teams. One of the reasonings behind whether you can choose to fight at corners or in straight lines. So whenever you're playing Zenyatta, with the lack of heals, you need to try and force fights to happen in linear trajectories, whereas if you're going against something with Zenyatta, or like Zenyatta McCree, you want to fight around corners. So if China held a little bit farther back, then if Fraggy on the Reinhardt wanted to go contest him, he would have to turn this corner, which would remove him from the LOS of his backline.
Another additional thing to mention is to anticipate when the enemy dive crew are about to engage, as Spilo explains here.
I want you to anticipate and deny the enemy dive. So like right now, you're very intense on burning what's happening over here, and I appreciate the Discord and some of the shots, but at some point you need to have that internal timer or that awareness of the enemy dive tanks or tracer or whatever. This is their window where they're going to be doing something. It could be Sombra, it could be a Genji flank, tracer, ball, it could be monkey jumping, whatever. So you pull back, mitigate against that threat, and then when that's done, you can revert back to just pressing mouse one. I remember when Alarm was like in contenders, and one of the things that Tracers would always say that made Alarm great wasn't just his mechanics, but he seemed to always know the timing of when that flank was coming. Like he always had that right click ready to the launch, and and he wouldn't always get the kill necessarily, but you'd force the blinks, he'd hit one shot and force the recall early, and it just scuffed things up. It's really annoying to play with a Zen that has that good internal clock.
The final bit of the video is on backline synergies with Zen, which I'll quickly brush through. Ana Zen is the ultimate glass cannon. Since there is no AoE healing, the healing is very inconsistent, and make sure to appeal for each other, as the best way of defeating Ana Zen is to apply pressure to them. If you run Zen Lúcio, make sure it's a ball based comp and each DPS is somewhat self-sufficient. Zen Bap can be used for poke based double shield comps. Zen Mercy is fitted to dive comps with a Pharah or an Echo. Zen Moira provides high damage and high healing, but if you get dove upon, you'll most likely receive no help. Zen Brig is only recommended at the highest levels, since managing your healing resource is the key to having your tank survive. Well, that's all for the Zen guide.
Well, that's the complete Overwatch hero guide. I really hope that this was worth the effort put in, so if you enjoyed, feel free to like, comment and subscribe, and if this video helped to raise your IQ, be sure to share the video with your friends to also raise theirs. Until next time.